by Routledge Handbook on China-Middle East Relations. This handbook brings together a mix of established and emerging international scholars to provide valuable analytical insights into how China's growing Middle East presence affects inter-regional development, trade, security, and diplomacy. As the largest extra-regional economic actor in the Middle East, China is the biggest source of foreign direct investment into the region and the largest trading partner for most Middle Eastern states. This portends a larger role in political and security affairs, as the value of Chinese assets combined with a growing expatriate population in the region demands a more proactive role in contributing to regional order. Exploring the effect of these developments, the expert contributors also consider the reverberations in great power politics, as the United States, Russia, India, Japan, and the European Union also have considerable interests in the region. The book is divided into 4 sections: historical and policy context, state and regional case studies, trade and development, international relations, security, and diplomacy. This volume is an essential reference for scholars and policymakers in the fields of international relations, political sociology, international political economy, and foreign policy analysis. Area studies specialists in Middle Eastern studies, China studies, and East Asian studies will also find it an invaluable resource. Jonathan Fulton is an assistant professor of political science in the College of Humanities and Social Sciences at Zayed University, Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates, and a senior non-resident fellow at the Atlantic Council. 2-3 Routledge Handbook on China-Middle East Relations edited by Jonathan Fulton. IV cover image. Copyright sign. Getty Images. First published 2022 by Routledge 4 Park Square, Milton Park, Abingdon, Oxon OX14 4RN, and by Routledge 605 3rd Avenue, New York, New York 10158. Routledge is an imprint of the Taylor and Francis Group, and Informa Business. Copyright sign. 2022 selection and editorial matter. Jonathan Fulton. Individual chapters. The contributors. The right of Jonathan Fulton to be identified as the author of the editorial material and of the authors for their individual chapters has been asserted in accordance with sections 77 and 78 of the Copyright, Designs and Patents Act 1988. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reprinted or reproduced or utilized in any form or by any electronic, mechanical, or other means, now known or hereafter invented, including photocopying and recording, or in any information storage or retrieval system, without permission in writing from the publishers. Trademark notice. Product or corporate names may be trademarks or registered trademarks, and are used only for identification and explanation without intent to infringe. British Library Cataloging and Publication Data. A catalog record for this book is available from the British Library. Library of Congress Cataloging and Publication Data. Names. Fulton, Jonathan, editor. Title: The Routledge Handbook of China-Middle East Relations, edited by Jonathan Fulton. Description: Abingdon, Oxon, New York, Routledge, 2022. Includes bibliographical references and index. Identifiers: LCCN 2021025628. Print: LCCN 2021025629. Ebook: ISBN 9780367472702. Hardback: ISBN 9781032126326. Paperback: ISBN 9781003034520. Ebook. Subjects: LTSH, China Foreign Relations Middle East. Middle East Foreign Relations China. Classification: LCC, DS63.2.C5, R68 2022. Print: LCC, DS63.2.C5. Ebook: DBC 327.51056EC23. LC record available at https://lccn.loc.gov/2021025628. LC ebook record available at https://lccn.loc.gov/2021025629. ISBN 9780367472702. HBK ISBN 9781032126326. PBK ISBN 9781003034520. EBK DOI 10.4324978100303450. Typeset in Bembo by Nugent Publishing UK. VV Contents: List of figures. VI List of tables. X List of contributors. X Part 1 Overview. 1 China's emergence as a Middle East power. 3 Jonathan Fulton. 2 China and the Middle East, an autobiographical perspective. 13 Yitzhak Schitcher. 3 The Middle East and China's global strategies. 29 Tim Niblock. 4 China and Middle Eastern strategic thinking. 48 Anu Shiravan Edishami. 5 Strategic convergence or strategic rivalry. China and America in the Middle East. 61 Christopher K. Colley. Part 2 Relations among regions and states. 79 6 China and the Gulf region, from strangers to partners. 81 Mohammed bin Huwaid and Vi. Contents by 7 China and the Levant, unlike any other world power. 93 Yoram Evran. 8 China and North Africa, history, economic engagement and soft power. 108 Tin Hinan Al-Qadi. 9 China Egypt relations during the BRI era and beyond. 126 Duan Jiu 10 China and Saudi Arabia, from enmity to strategic hedging. 137 Nasser al-Tamimi. 11 Turkey's relations with China in the Belt and Road Initiative. 155 Al-Tayy Adel. 12 China-Iran relations, a low-quality comprehensive strategic partnership. 168 Jacopo C. 13 Israel and China, past distance, present cooperation, uncertain future. 181 Roy Jelinek. 14 Frozen in time, China-Algeria relations, from socialist friendship to pandemic opportunism. 192 Lina Ben Abdallah. 15 Sino-Oman relations. 205 Mohammed Al-Saud Neri. Part 3 Trade and Development. 225 16 China's evolving energy relations with the Middle East. 227 Philip Andrew Speed and Yeld Lixia. 17 China's approach to post-conflict reconstruction in the Middle East. 245 Samuel Ram and 18 China's nascent soft power projection in the Middle East and North Africa, cultural, educational, and media initiatives. 264 Chai Xiaojin. 19 Technological dimensions of China economic relations. 281 Robert Mogil Nicky. VA Contents. VA Part 4 International relations, security, and diplomacy. 297 20 China's partnership diplomacy in the Middle East. 299 D Gangs on 21 Chinese private security companies in the Middle East. 312 Alessandro Arduino. 22 Community building and social engagement, the overseas Chinese community in the United Arab Emirates. 322 Wang Yuting. 23 The China model in the Middle East. 338 Marin Kamrava. 24 A tough job, Chinese diplomats in the Middle East and North Africa. 355 Andrea Gazzelli. 25 China and the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. 368 Guy Burton. 26 Chinese diplomatic outreach to MENA, cooperation forums and special envoys. 384 Don C. Murphy Index. 396 VIVI figures. 5.1 American imports of GCC oil. 1993 2000 1963 5.2 Chinese imports from selected Gulf states. 2007 2017 64 5.34 week average of U.S. domestic petroleum production. 2000 2020 64 8.1 Sino North African trade. 114 8.2 Chinese FDI stock and contracts in North Africa. 116 10.1 Saudi Arabia's top trade partners in 2019. 148 16.1 changing regional sources of China's crude oil imports and total annual crude oil imports from all sources. 229 16.2 regional sources of China's imports of natural gas. 229 16.3 changing shares of Middle East oil exports to China. 233 24.1 China's human and economic footprint in the MENA region. 2003 2018 362 24.2 putting China's diplomatic expenses differences into perspective 363.25.1 support for two states among Israelis and Palestinians 372 tables 1.1 top 10 MENA partners for Chinese contracting and investments 2005-2027 2.1 microsecond crude oil imports from the Middle East 2011-2020 22 8.1 first Chinese international aid agreements with North African countries 1958-1979 110 10.1 timeline of contacts between China and Saudi Arabia 1949-1990 139 10.2 China crude imports selected countries and regions 2010-2019 millions of barrels per day 143 10.3 Saudi top oil markets selected countries 2010-2019 143 13.1 Israeli leaders official visits to China 185 14.1 official exchange visits between China and Algeria between pre-independence and FOCAC 2196 16.1 shares of regional crude oil and natural gas reserves production and export of key Middle East countries 2019 232 20.1 hierarchy of China's partnerships in the Middle East 306 24.1 comparison of WANA and European diplomatic postings for Chinese diplomats 2004-2017 360XX contributors. The editor Jonathan Fulton is an assistant professor of political science in the College of Humanities and Social Sciences at Zayed University, Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates, and the senior non-resident fellow at the Atlantic Council. He has written widely on China-Middle East relations for both academic and popular publications. His books include China's relations with the Gulf monarchies, Routledge, 2019, External Power in the Gulf monarchies, Routledge, 2019, and Regions in the Belt and Road Initiative, Routledge, 2020. The contributors Mohammed Al-Suudari is a senior research fellow and head of the Asian Studies Unit at the King Faisal Center for Research in Islamic Studies, Saudi Arabia. He obtained a PhD in comparative politics from the University of Hong Kong, a master's degree in international relations from Peking University and in international history from the London School of Economics, joint program, and an undergraduate degree in international politics from Georgetown University School of Foreign Service. He is proficient in Arabic, English, and Chinese, Mandarin. His research interests encompass Sino-Middle Eastern relations, Islamic and leftist connections between East Asia and the Arab world, and Chinese politics. Nasser Al-Tamimi is a UK-based political economist and analyst focused on the Gulf Middle East region with research interests in energy and Arab Gulf Cooperation Council Asia-China relations. He received his PhD in international relations from Durham University in the United Kingdom. His thesis focused on China's relations with Saudi Arabia. He has written widely on matters concerning Saudi Arabia, the Gulf, and the Middle East for both academic and popular publications. His writings have also been featured by several major research centers. He is the author of China-Saudi Arabia Relations, 1990-2012, Marriage of Convenience or Strategic Alliance, Routledge, 2014. Philip Andrew Speed is a senior principal fellow at the Energy Studies Institute, National University of Singapore. He has 40 years in the field of energy and resources, starting his SHE list of contributor SHE career as a mineral and oil exploration geologist before moving into the field of energy and resource governance. His main research interest has been the political economy of the low-carbon energy transition. China has been a particular focus for his research, but in recent years he has been more deeply engaged with energy challenges in Southeast Asia. His latest book, China as a Global Clean Energy Champion, Lifting the Veil, was published by Palgrave Macmillan in 2009. Alessandro Arduino is a principal research fellow at the Middle East Institute, National University of Singapore. He is the co-director of the Security and Crisis Management International Center at the Shanghai Academy of Social Science and an external associate at Lao China Institute, King's College London. His 2 decades of experience in China encompass security analysis and crisis management. His main research interests include China, Central Asia and Middle East and North Africa relations, sovereign wealth funds, private military security companies, and China security and foreign policy. He is the author of several books and has published papers and commentaries in various journals in Italian, English, and Chinese. His most recent book is China's Private Army, Protecting the New Silk Road, Palgrave, 2018. He has been appointed Knight of Order of the Star of Italy by the President of the Italian Republic. Altay Adil is an adjunct lecturer in the Asian Studies program of Bogazici University, Istanbul, and the founding director of Adil Global, an Istanbul-based company offering advisory services on global economic affairs and international markets. His areas of academic interest include international political economy, Asian international relations, Turkey's relations with Asian countries, business government relations in the political economy of Turkish foreign policy. Having studied in Turkey and Australia, and worked as research coordinator at Turkey's Foreign Economic Relations Board, DEK, Dr. Adil is currently an expert member at the China Network of Turkish Industry and Business Association, TU Umlaut SAD. Lina Ben-Abdali is an assistant professor at Wake Forest University. She is the author of Shaping the Future of Power, Knowledge Production and Network Building in China-Africa Relations, University of Michigan Press, 2020. Her research has appeared in International Studies Quarterly, the Journal of International Relations and Development, Third World Quarterly, African Studies Quarterly, Project on Middle East Political Science, and in public-facing outlets such as the Washington Post's Monkey Cage and Foreign Policy. Mohammed bin Huwaiden is an associate professor of international relations in the Political Science Program, Department of Government and Society, United Arab Emirates University. He received his undergraduate degree in political science from United Arab Emirates University, his master's degree from Northern Arizona University, and his PhD from the University of Durham. His research interests center around the international politics of the Gulf region, with a particular interest in the region's relations with China. He is the author of China's relations with Arabia and the Gulf 1949-1999. Guy Burton is adjunct professor at Vesalius College, Brussels, and a visiting fellow on the Sectarianism, Proxies into Sectarianism project at Lancaster University. His research interests cover the politics and international relations of the Middle East, with a particular focus on the role of outside powers. He is the author of China and Middle East Conflicts, Routledge, 2020, and Rising Powers in the Arab-Israeli Conflict since 1947, Lexington Books, 2018. ZI list of contributors. Zia Chai Xiaojin is currently an assistant professor in the Department of International Relations, University of Sharjah, United Arab Emirates. He previously worked as a research fellow at the Ministry of Culture and Knowledge Development and Ministry of Tolerance in the United Arab Emirates, UAE. He also taught at Zayed University, UAE, and several prominent universities in China. Chai received his PhD in comparative political theory from the University of Notre Dame, Indiana, USA. His research interests include Chinese politics, comparative religions, political philosophy, cultural dialogues, and China-Arab cultural relations. He has published and co-authored book chapters on Neo-Confucianism and Chinese global governance, the Chinese Muslim diaspora and Islamic education networks in the Gulf. and co-edited Zheng Forum, Connecting China and the Muslim World, University of Malaya Press, 2016. Christopher K. Colley is an assistant professor of security studies at the National Defense College of the United Arab Emirates. He is currently a non-resident China Fellow at the Wilson Center in Washington, D.C., where his research examines the triangular relationship between China, India, and the United States. He holds a Ph.D. in political science from Indiana University, Bloomington, and a master's degree from China Renmin University, where he studied Chinese security. Jiu Duan is an assistant professor of political science at the Institute for International and Area Studies, Tsinghua University, China. He has previously held fellowships in American University in Cairo, 2017-2018, Harvard University, 2015-2016, and Suez Canal University, 2009-2010. His teaching and research interests focus on Middle East politics and society in general, with a special concentration on state-society relations, international relations, and the political economy of development. ADUIOBOOK Shami is a professor of international relations in the School of Government and International Affairs, Durham University. He is the Nasser al-Mohammed al-Sabah Chair in International Relations and director of the H.H. Sheikh Nasser al-Mohammed al-Sabah Program in International Relations, Regional Politics and Security. He is also the director of the Institute for Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies, IMEIS, at Durham University, one of the oldest and noted centers of excellence in Middle Eastern studies in Europe. He is a fellow of University College Durham and is also a fellow of the Academy of Social Sciences and fellow of the Royal Society of Arts. His publications include Islam, IS and the Fragmented State, The Challenges of Political Islam in the MENA Region, with Amjad Rashid and Julien Bojuan, Routledge, 2021, How China is Changing the Middle East, with Nib Horesh, Routledge, 2020, and Iran, Stuck in Transition, Routledge, 2017. Tinhin Al-Qadi is a political economy researcher focusing on relations between China and the Middle East and North Africa, MENA, digital technologies and development, and the knowledge economy. She is currently undertaking doctoral studies at the London School of Economics and Political Science, LSE, looking at China's digital Silk Road in North Africa, and is an associate fellow in the MENA department at Chatham House. Yoram Evron is a senior lecturer in the Department of Asian Studies at the University of Haifa, Israel. His areas of research include China-Middle East relations, East-West Asian relations, and military procurement. He is the author of China's Military Procurement in the Reform Era, The Setting of New Directions, Routledge, 2016. His recent articles include China's diplomatic initiatives in the Middle East, The Quest for a Great Power Role in the Region, International X3 List of Contributors X3 Relations, and The Challenge of Implementing the Belt and Road Initiative in the Middle East, Connectivity Projects under Conditions of Limited Political Engagement, The China Quarterly. Andrea Gazzelli is an assistant professor in the School of International Relations and Public Affairs, Fudan University, Shanghai. He is also the head of research of the China Med Project, a research project on China's role in the wider Mediterranean region sponsored by the University of Torino's TO China Hub. Andrea's research interests include Chinese foreign policy, China-Middle East relations, and foreign policy analysis. He is the author of Protecting China's Interests Overseas, Securitization and Foreign Policy, Oxford University Press, 2021, and his research on Chinese foreign policy has also been published in several peer-reviewed journals. Mehran Kamarova is professor of government at Georgetown University, Qatar. He also directs the Iranian Studies Unit at the Arab Center for Research and Policy Studies. Kamarova is the author of a number of journal articles and books, including A Concise History of Revolution, Cambridge University Press, 2020, Troubled Waters, Insecurity in the Persian Gulf, Cornell University Press, 2018, Inside the Arab State, Oxford University Press, 2018, The Impossibility of Palestine, History, Geography, and the Road Ahead, Yale University Press, 2016, Qatar, Small State, Big Politics, Cornell University Press, 2015, The Modern Middle East, A Political History Since the First World War, 3rd ed., University of California Press, 2013, and Iran's Intellectual Revolution, Cambridge University Press, 2008. Robert Mogilnicki is a resident scholar at the Arab Gulf States Institute in Washington. He manages the Institute's political economy research and oversees a long-term research series on technology trends in the Gulf. He previously worked as a human resource development consultant and in journalism across the Middle East and North Africa, and he holds a doctoral degree from the University of Oxford's Magdalen College. His published work has appeared in Foreign Policy, The Banker, World Politics Review, and Axios. He regularly provides commentary for international media outlets, including Bloomberg, Forbes, Financial Times, Reuters, and BBC World News TV. Dawn C. Murphy is an associate professor of international security studies at the U.S. Air War College. Her research analyzes China's interests and behavior as a rising global power towards the international order. Specifically, she examines China's relations with the Middle East and Sub-Saharan Africa. She holds a bachelor's degree in industrial and labor relations from Cornell University, a master of international affairs from Columbia University, and a doctorate in political science from George Washington University. Her previous academic appointments include postdoctoral research fellow with the Princeton Harvard China and the World Program and visiting assistant professor of political science at George Washington University. Tim Niblock is professor emeritus of Middle Eastern politics at the University of Exeter. He is also currently visiting professor and co-chair of the postdoctoral studies program at the Institute of International and Area Studies, Tsinghua University, Beijing. Among his published books are The Gulf States, Asia and the Indian Ocean, Ensuring the Security of the Sea Lanes, edited with Talmiz Ahmad and Gang Sun, Gerlat Press, 2018, Asia-Gulf Economic Relations in the 21st Century, The Local to Global Transformation, edited with Monica Malik, Gerlat Press, 2013, The Political Economy of Saudi Arabia, Routledge, 2007, Saudi Arabia, Power, Legitimacy and Survival, Routledge, 2006, and Class and Power in Sudan, Hale Gray Macmillan, 1987. Ziv List of contributors of Samuel Ramani is a doctoral candidate in the University of Oxford's Department of Politics and International Relations. His research focuses on Russian foreign policy and the international relations of the Middle East and North Africa. Samuel regularly contributes to media outlets such as Foreign Policy and the Washington Post, and think tanks such as the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, the Royal United Services Institute, RUSIA, and the Middle East Institute. He is also a geopolitical commentator for broadcast networks such as Al Jazeera English and the BBC World Service. Samuel's forthcoming book on Russia's foreign policy towards Africa will be published by Oxford University Press and Hearst in 2022. Jacopo Sita is H.H. Sheikh Nasser al-Mohammed al-Sabah Doctoral Fellow at the School of Government and International Affairs, Durham University. His doctoral project explores China's role-taking and role-enactment vis-a-vis Gravis Iran in the period between the 1979 Iranian Revolution and the 2015 JCPOA. His research interests include the international politics of the Middle East with a specific focus on China's role in the Persian Gulf, Iran's foreign policy, and nuclear politics and proliferation in the MENA region. Jacopo tweets as at Jacopo Sita. Yitzhak Schicher received his PhD from the London School of Economics. He is Professor Emeritus of Political Science and Asian Studies at the University of Haifa, and Michael William Lipson Chair Professor Emeritus at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He was Dean of Students at the Hebrew University and the head of Tel Hai Academic College. Related to China and Asia, his main research interests are Middle East policy, arms transactions and defense conversion, international energy relations, labor export, Sino-Uyghur relations in Xinjiang, East Asia's democratization processes, political and military aspects of Taiwan, and Jews in China, dealt with in over 250 publications. Di Gangsun is Professor of Political Science at the Institute of International Studies, Fudan University, Shanghai, China. He was the editor-in-chief of the Asian Journal of Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies and professor and deputy director of the Middle East Studies Institute of Shanghai International Studies University, China. He was a visiting scholar at the Center for Middle Eastern Studies, Harvard University, September 2018 to September 2019, senior associate member at St. Anthony's College, Oxford University, and an academic visitor to the Oxford Center for Islamic Studies, 2012-2013, Denver University, 2007-2008, and Hong Kong University, 2004-2005. His research interests are Middle Eastern politics and international relations, great power strategies in the Middle East, and China's Middle East diplomacy. Wang Yuding is an associate professor of sociology at the American University of Sharjah in the United Arab Emirates and the non-resident research fellow in the Center on Religion and the Global East at Persia University, West Lafayette, Indiana. She has published widely on the experiences of Chinese Muslim minorities, transnational religious networks, social changes in the Arabian Gulf, the Chinese expatriate community in the United Arab Emirates, UAE, and Sino-UAE relations in the Belt and Road era. She is the author of Between Islam and the American Dream, an immigrant Muslim community in post-9/11 America, Routledge, 2014, and Chinese in Dubai, Money, Pride and Soul Searching, Brill, 2020. Yao Lixia is a senior research fellow at the Energy Studies Institute, National University of Singapore. She completed her PhD at the S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies, Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. She has a bachelor's degree from Dalian Maritime University in China and a master's degree from Vrije University at Brussels in Belgium. XV list of contributors XV. She has undertaken research on the quantitative measurement of energy security, the impacts of China's macroeconomic reforms on its energy sector, and the energy security and energy policies of Northeast and Southeast Asia. Her current research focuses on China's Belt and Road Initiative, China's energy security and energy policies, ASEAN's energy sector, and nuclear safety and security. Roy Jelinek obtained his PhD from Bar-Ilan University, Israel. He specializes in the growing relationship between the Middle East and China, especially with regard to the soft power component of Chinese diplomacy and the local reaction to it. He is also a non-resident scholar at the Middle East Institute and an adjunct researcher at the IDF Dando Center. Nugent Purpose V1 Part 1 Overview 233 DOI 10.4324/97810030520-21 China's emergence as a Middle East power. Jonathan Fulton. China's emergence as an important actor in the Middle East and North Africa, MENA, brings to mind a piece of dialogue from Hemingway's The Sun Also Rises. When asked how he went bankrupt, a character replies, gradually, then suddenly. Those of us watching China's growing presence in the region have seen a gradual expansion of China's influence and interest over the past decade, but those not paying attention would understandably be surprised by the apparent sudden depth and breadth of its presence. When I started my PhD analyzing China's relations with the Gulf monarchies in 2011, it was still possible to stay on top of the existing literature on China-MENA relations. Now it is a constant challenge, with new work constantly being churned out, including the excellent recent publications by contributors to this volume. 2. This book describes and explains how and why China has made this transition from a far-off country of marginal influence to an important extra-regional power, and to offer insights into what we can expect to see in China-MENA relations in the future. Not long ago, China was seen as a potentially important actor in the MENA, but one with limited aims. In their 2008 book Vital Triangle, China, the United States, and the Middle East, Garver and Alterman described China's MENA role as simple and shallow, with a regional policy guided by its need for energy, with other commercial, military and diplomatic interests playing a subsidiary role. 3. This was an accurate description of the limitations on China's power and influence in the region, and could have been applied to many other regions as well. Even as recently as 2013, Shambaugh described China as a partial power, a global trading superpower that had a broad yet shallow footprint in other indicators of international power such as global governance, security, economics, culture, and diplomacy. For writing this chapter in early 2021, there are few if any global issues where China's interests are not an important consideration, and the Middle East is no exception. While China is not interested in challenging the United States as the preeminent extra-regional power in MENA, its influence has increased significantly over the past decade, and this will likely continue to be the case. China's previously modest foreign policy was influenced by a combination of systemic opportunity and domestic pressures. American post-Cold War preponderance shaped China's international role, as the U.S.-led international order provided a relatively stable environment in which China could focus on internal issues while building a positive global presence. This was especially important given the myriad domestic considerations demanding the attention of the Chinese Communist Party, CCP. While speaking with President Bush in 2006, President Hu for Jonathan Fulton for reportedly told him that fighting corruption, rural unrest, the widening wealth gap, and severe pollution consumes nearly all his time and puts China in a position in which it has neither the will nor the means to challenge American dominance in world affairs. 5. These problems, combined with a constant need to deliver growth and jobs in order to justify a closed political system, largely explain China's predominantly inward focus of the reform era. Given the opportunity to focus on development, China pursued a set of priorities that Nathan and Scobell described as a set of concentric circles. The first circle, China's sovereign territory, is the dominant security concern for the CCP, evidenced by the fact that it consistently budgets more for domestic than external security. The next circle is those 20 states that share borders and maritime boundaries with China. The third circle consists of 6 regional orders: Northeast Asia, Continental Southeast Asia, Maritime Southeast Asia, Oceania, South Asia, and Central Asia that are home to direct Chinese security-related interests. It is only when we get to the fourth circle, the rest of the world, that we find the Middle East. 6. In this model, the Middle East is not at, or near, the core of Beijing's primary interests, a point that many have made, and that Schicher and Niblock continue to press in their contributions to this volume. While China remains in the second tier of external powers in MENA, its international role has moved beyond the confines of the reform era's hide and bide dictum, embracing President Xi Jinping's exhortation to be proactive in seeking achievements. 7. This begs the question, what changed? Why did China leave the relative ease of a partial power to develop a greater international role and the increased scrutiny and expectations that accompanies it? Its changing relationship with the United States and the resulting reconceptualization of global order was one factor. The policies of successive U.S. administrations contributed to a perception that China's rise would be challenged. The George W. Bush years signaled a dramatic recalibration combination of U.S. foreign policy with the Iraq War and global war on terror shattering norms that underpinned global order. China's resilience in the face of the global financial crisis also contributed to China's new assertiveness, a period that began during the second half of whose administration got 8. The Obama administration's plan to pivot or rebalance to Asia also played a part. Strategically sensible from an American perspective, it looked like a containment policy in Beijing and confirmed suspicions that the United States was trying to slow China's path to power. While this was taking place, Chinese leaders began adopting a more confident rhetoric regarding China's place in the world. In a 2012 speech, President Xi Jinping articulated the China dream. Our struggles in the over 170 years since the Opium War have created bright prospects for achieving the rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. We are now closer to this goal, and we are more confident and capable of achieving it than at any other time in history. 9. While long in platitudes, the confidence Chinese leaders have been displaying over the past decade while describing China's achievements are indicative of a country that sees itself as having lessons in governance and development to share with much of the world, including the Middle East, for the purposes of analyzing its relations with the Middle East within the context of this more activist foreign policy. However, one of the most significant factors was the introduction in 2013 of the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI.10. The BRI began as a series of infrastructure construction and investment projects crossing Eurasia and the Indian Ocean region under 2.5 China's emergence as a Middle East power. 5 large umbrellas, the Overland Silk Road Economic Belt, SREB, and the Maritime Silk Road Initiative, MSRI. Since then it has come to include the Digital Silk Road Initiative, the Space Silk Road, and the Health Silk Road. To emphasize the importance of the BRI and China's foreign policy ambitions, the CCP enshrined it in its constitution in 2017. The SREB and MSRI components began as an extension of China's going-out policy of the 1990s, when the PRC determined that its state-owned enterprises, SOEs, would have to transition from domestic to international markets, and as a result, SOEs began to develop a presence in states and regions where they previously had not operated. The Middle East is one such region. Trade between China and the GCC countries alone has grown from just under $10 billion in 2000 to nearly $180 billion in 2019.11. Not surprisingly, this deeper commercial engagement has led to an increased political presence, as discussed below. In terms of the BRI, the Middle East is geopolitically situated, linking states and markets from South Asia to Africa and Europe, making its stability and prosperity a Chinese concern. An important diplomatic tool that China has used to enhance its presence in MENA is the China Arab States Cooperation Forum, CASCF, a multilateral organization established in 2004 as a means of coordinating relations between China and the 22 Arab League states. China appoints an ambassador as its representative to the CASCF.12. Every other year the CASCF holds a ministerial meeting, attended by foreign ministers and alternating between China and an Arab capital city. These meetings are useful indicators of the trajectory of Sino-Arab relations, as they lay out the cooperation priorities for the coming years. The 2014 CASCF ministers meeting was notable for having introduced the 1+2+3 cooperation pattern in an opening address from President Xi titled, Promote the Silk Road Spirit, Strengthen Sino-Arab Cooperation, in which he claimed to develop the Belt and Road. The two sides need to be both far-sighted and down-to-earth. To be far-sighted, we need to produce the optimum top-level design, identify our orientation and goals, and establish a 1+2+3 cooperation pattern. 13 in this equation, each number represents a different cooperation priority. The number 1 represents energy, 2 is infrastructure and trade and investment, and 3 is nuclear energy, space satellite, and renewable energy. This pattern was re-emphasized in the 2016 China-Arab Policy paper, released to coincide with Xi's visit to Saudi Arabia. 14. While this equation includes all Arab League member states, it is clear that some are better positioned than others to capitalize on Chinese initiatives. A common theme across MENA, those states with greater wealth and political stability, as well as the resources and or geopolitical advantages, naturally find greater opportunities to work with Chinese SOEs on these types of projects. 15. The 2018 meeting was of particular significance. The banner headline was in the big numbers, as Foreign Minister Wang Yi announced $23 billion in loans, aid, and investments, $20 billion in loans for states with reconstruction needs, $3 billion in special loans for the region's financial sector, nearly $150 million to support social stability, and $90 million in humanitarian and reconstruction aid for Yemen, Syria, Jordan, and Lebanon. 16. The bigger story was buried beneath the lead, however, with the introduction of the industrial park, port interconnectivity, two wings and two wheels approach. This gave form to what previously appeared to be a series of unconnected projects, linking them under a framework that enhances China's regional presence without a significant military presence, with the exception of the People's Liberation Army Navy Plan Supply Base in Djibouti. 17. The set of commercial projects is based on investment into industrial parks and ports, connecting supply chains and building business clusters from the Persian Gulf, the Arabian Sea, and the Red Sea, and connecting to the Mediterranean Sea. The two wheels are energy cooperation, conventional oil and gas, and low-carbon energy, and the two wings are cooperation in technology, artificial intelligence, mobile communications, and satellite navigation and investment. And 6. Jonathan Fulton. 6. Finance. 18. This set of ports and parks is a logical extension of existing trade routes. The shipping route from Tianjin to Dubai had become the busiest between East Asia and the Middle East by 2015.19. Dubai's Jebel Ali port is a transit point through which 60% of China's trade with the Middle East, Africa, and Europe passes. And since the European Union is China's largest trading partner, this industrial park and port project with the Mediterranean as an endpoint is an especially important leg of China's M-Trade. 20. Essentially, China is developing a commercial hub linking emerging and established markets. The countries involved in the industrial park, port interconnectivity, two wings and two wheels approach are the United Arab Emirates, UAE, Oman, Saudi Arabia, Djibouti, and Egypt. In the UAE, China's already dense economic cooperation with Dubai has been enhanced with investment into Abu Dhabi's Khalifa Port Complex, with investments and projects in both the Khalifa Industrial Zone Abu Dhabi, KIZAD, Port and the Khalifa Port Free Trade Zone, KPFTZ.21. So far, the Chinese presence has been significant, with major investments and projects at various levels of implementation and memoranda of understanding signed that would expand this if and when they are approved. 22. In Oman, the plan has long been using ports in Salalah and Muscat in its ongoing anti-piracy mission in the Gulf of Aden. 23. But in 2017, a series of investments into Oman's long-planned Special Economic Zone, SEZAD, signaled a deeper presence. 24. The China-Oman Industrial Park is projected to be an 1172-hectare site that will house Chinese firms in the industrial, petrochemical, utility-based, manufacturing, hospitality, and fabrication sectors. The first batch of Chinese projects was valued at $3.06 billion. 25. With another batch at the MOU stage anticipated to bring the Chinese investment into Oman to $10.7 billion. 26. At the time of writing, little has actually happened in terms of the larger commercial projects in Duqm, although the US, UK, and Indian navies are all using the port, indicating its strategic relevance for other extra-regional powers. The third Gulf monarchy-specific industrial park, Port interconnectivity, two wings and two wheels approach. Location is Jizan, Saudi Arabia, a port city on the Red Sea coast just north of its border with Yemen. Here, China is focusing on the Jizan city for primary and downstream industries, JCPDI, where a port is under development that will feature a container terminal as well as a general cargo and dry bulk terminal. Chinese involvement in JCPDI has been slower to progress than Abu Dhabi, but has been a focal point in discussions in the development of the China-Saudi Arabia Comprehensive Strategic Partnership. 27 In 2016, a group of Saudi and Chinese entities established a joint venture company, Saudi Silk Road Industrial Services, to draw Chinese investment and industrial services in the Chinese industrial park within the JCPDI. The first major Chinese project in JCPDI is a $3.8 billion petrochemicals plant being built by Pan-Asia PET Resin Co., a Guangzhou company. 28 The other Red Sea projects are the planned supply base in Djibouti, which is China's first and so far only overseas military facility, and Suez Economic and Trade Cooperation Zone, SETC Zone, in Ain Sagna, Egypt. The endpoint is Egypt's Port Said on the Mediterranean. The Djibouti base has attracted substantial attention, but China is one of many countries with a naval presence in Djibouti, and the base is in support of a United Nations anti-piracy mission. China's 2015 military strategy white paper claimed it is necessary for China to develop a modern maritime military force structure commensurate with its national security and development interests, and emphasized protecting sea lines of communication. 29 Given the depth of Chinese economic interests both in East Africa and the Mediterranean, a presence in Djibouti is reasonable. 30 Egypt's SETC zone is on the Red Sea, 120 kilometers from Cairo, and has been described as the flagship project of China-Egypt cooperation within the BRI framework. 31 The SETC zone is in the process of developing 9 industrial zones in Chinese 7. China's emergence as a Middle East power. 7 firms have been actively establishing an industrial production base, with textiles, vehicle manufacturing, and consumer electronics manufacturing. Taken together, this set of projects emphasizes the importance of MENA and EM trade. 32 Approximately 90% of global trade moves by sea, and the value of maritime trade is projected to triple by 2050. 33 With a set of commercial and industrial hubs established from the Gulf to the Mediterranean, the Arabian Peninsula and Red Sea represent a crucial BRI subregion. This physical architecture of China's presence also is indicative of which countries and subregions can expect to see a greater increase in cooperation with China. This has important implications. First, with the notable exception of Iran, China's closest partners in the Middle East are U.S. partners or allies. While there is no shortage of highly politicized commentary that assumes China wants to undermine or challenge U.S. preeminence in the Middle East, an analysis of its political and economic engagement indicates that China supports the regional status quo and has a clear preference for working with those countries that promote stability. The 5 countries identified in the industrial park, port interconnectivity, two wings and two wheels approach, all have dense security partnership agreements with the United States, and all have strategic partnerships with China. 34 Another important point is that they enjoy both political cooperation and substantial economic relations with China. Contracting and investment data from the China Global Investment Tracker puts Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Egypt among the top 5 in MENA since 2005. Oman has also fared well, valued at $6.6 billion, while Djibouti, at a relatively insignificant $1.72 billion, is more important geopolitically than economically. Egypt, Oman, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE also do significant volumes of trade with China. See Table 1.1. This also underscores another important aspect of China's growing MENA presence. The overriding imperative to work with stable, status quo-oriented Middle Eastern countries means there is significant opportunity for coordination between Beijing and Washington in their MENA policies. 35 Much has been made of concerns of China working with Iran, for example, and thus strengthening a revisionist country attempting to undermine regional order. The reality has been minimal material support for Iran while increasing Chinese trade, investment, and political support with countries that consider Iran an enemy. 36 These hard infrastructure investments in status quo-oriented countries contribute to Chinese officials' assertion that the BRI is providing public goods, challenging the stigma of China as a free rider or revisionist actor. Table 1.1 Top 10 MENA partners for Chinese contracting and investments. 2005-2020 US dollar billions. Country value: Saudi Arabia 38.86, United Arab Emirates 34.78, Iran 26.56, Algeria 23.85, Iraq 23.78, Egypt 23.00, Turkey 15.96, Israel 12.67, Kuwait 10.93, Qatar 7.80. Source: American Enterprise Institute, China Global Investment Tracker. 8 Jonathan Fulton. 8 China's rise as a regional power became even more evident throughout 2020 with the devastation wrought by the COVID-19 pandemic. In many parts of the world, China has suffered reputational costs in the wake of the crisis. The U.S. general election has a significant focus on China, with both Republicans and Democrats promising to be tougher on China, while President Trump blamed what he undiplomatically referred to as the Wuhan virus for his lackluster polling numbers and, by extension, China for a weakened U.S. economy. Europe saw a dramatic shift in perceptions of China, with recent survey data indicating that many Europeans' view of China worsened during the coronavirus crisis. 37 Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, all of which are at a low point in their bilateral relationships with China, have also been taking tougher stances with Beijing. Most alarming was a June 2020 battle between Indian and Chinese troops in the Gaiwan Valley, in which 20 Indian soldiers and the disputed number of Chinese were killed. Reports vary in their estimates, which range between 4 and 100. The Middle East, however, has been an exception. Across the region, China's influence has continued its steady rise as its interests diversify and grow. Regional leaders have largely spoken of China in positive terms, and, while there may have been quiet resentment about how Beijing handled the early outbreak of the virus, it was not given the same level of public expression as found elsewhere. Since the pandemic struck, China's position in the Middle East actually appears to have grown stronger. Chinese outreach into the region is being welcomed, especially as it has offered support in addressing the COVID-19 crisis. The increased engagement may also be because Middle Eastern leaders are keeping an eye to economic recovery in the post-coronavirus period. Chinese trade and investment have been central to its growing presence, and its BRI ambitions for the region are likely seen as an important element of future economic stimulus and growth. China's response to the pandemic gave weight in the Middle East to its Health Silk Road initiative and, importantly, the technological responses such as using artificial intelligence and big data management to track and trace the spread of COVID-19 highlighted how cooperation with China and its Digital Silk Road initiative can benefit MENA states. 38 While the pandemic has caused untold social, political, and economic disruption, the geopolitical consequences will bear watching, and it is likely that the Middle East will find a deeper and broader Chinese presence as a result. Notes 1 Jonathan Fulton, China's relations with the Gulf monarchies. 3 Case studies, PhD Dis. University of Leicester, 2017. To ADUIOBOOK and Nivhorov, How China's Rise is Changing the Middle East. London, Routledge, 2020. Guy Burton, China and Middle East Conflicts, Responding to War and Rivalry from the Cold War to the Present. London, Routledge, 2020. Wang Yuting, Chinese in Dubai, Money, Pride, and Soul Searching. Leiden, Brill, 2020. Andrea Gazzelli, Protecting China's Interests Overseas, Securitization and Foreign Policy. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2021. Dawn C. Murphy, China's Rise in the Global South, the Middle East, Africa, and Beijing's Alternative World Order. Stanford, CA, Stanford University Press, 2022. 3. John B. Alterman and John Garver, The Vital Triangle, China, the United States, and the Middle East. Washington, D.C., Center for Strategic and International Studies, 2008. 3. 4. David Shambaugh, China Goes Global, The Partial Power. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2013. 5. Joseph Kahn, In Private Candor from China, An Overture to Promote a Thaw, The New York Times, April 17, 2006. 6. Andrew Nathan and Andrew Scobell, China's Search for Security, New York, Columbia University Press, 2012. 3. 7. 9. China's Emergence as a Middle East Power. 9. 7. Yan Zutong, From Keeping a Low Profile to Striving for Achievement, The Chinese Journal of International Politics, 7. 2, 2014, 153-184. H. Chen Dingding and Wang Jiangwei, Lying Low No More, China's New Thinking on the Tao Guanyanhu Strategy, China, an International Journal, 9. 2, 2011, 195-216. Alistair Ian Johnston, How New and Assertive is China's New Assertiveness? International Security, 37. 4, 2013, 748. 9. Xi Jinping, Achieving Rejuvenation is the Dream of the Chinese People, The Governance of China, Beijing, Foreign Language Press, 37. 10. On the BRIA, C. Nadir Roland, China's Eurasian Century, Political and Strategic Implications of the Belt and Road Initiative, Seattle, National Bureau of Asian Research, 2017. Lina Ben Abdallah, Contesting the International Order by Integrating It, The Case of China's Belt and Road Initiative, Third World Quarterly, 41, 2019, 90-108, Yimin, The Belt Road and Beyond, State Mobilized Globalization in China, 1998-2018, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2020, Jonathan Fulton, Regions in the Belt and Road Initiative, London, Routledge 2020, Jean-Marc F. Blanchard, Belt and Road Initiative, BRIA Blues, Powering BRI Research Back on Track to Avoid JOPCs, Journal of Chinese Political Science 26-1, 2021, 234-255. 11. All figures throughout are in US dollar, unless otherwise noted. 12. See chapters 24 and 26 of this volume for more on the CASCF and its ambassadors. 13. Xi Jinping, Promote the Silk Road Spirit, Strengthen Sino-Arab Cooperation in the Belt and Road Initiative, Beijing, Foreign Languages Press, 2019, 48. 14. China's Arab Policy Paper, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China, January 13, 2016, www.fmprc.gov.cn/MFINZXXX662805, T1331683.SHTML. 15. For a country-specific case study, see Jonathan Fulton, China-Saudi Arabia Relations through the 1+2+3 Cooperation Pattern, Asian Journal of Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies 14-4, 2020, pages 516-527. 16. Laura Zhu, China pledges $2.3 billion in loans and aid to Arab states as it boosts ties in the Middle East, South China Morning Post, July 10, 2018, www.scmp.com/News China Diplomacy Defense Article 215464. China pledges us $23 million loans and aid Arab states at 17. On China's relations with Djibouti, see David Stein, China's Maritime Silk Road and Small States, Lessons from the Case of Djibouti, Journal of Contemporary China 29-122, 2020, 191-206. 18. Wang Yi, China and Arab states should jointly forge the cooperation layout featuring Industrial Park, Port interconnectivity, Two Wings and Two Wheels approach, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China, July 10, 2018, www.fmprc.gov.cn/WJB 663,304 ZZJG 663,346 663,590 XWLB 663,592 T1576567.SHTML 19. Emma Scott, China's One Belt, One Road Strategy meets the UAE's Look East Policy, China Brief 1511, 2015. 20. John Alterman, Chinese and Russian Influence in the Middle East, Middle East Policy 26-2, 2019, 133. 21. On China's relations with Dubai, see Chapter 22 of this volume, as well as Wang Yuting, Making Chinese Spaces in Dubai, A Spatial Consideration of Chinese Transnational Communities in the Arab Gulf States, Journal of Arabian Studies 9-2, 2019, 269-287, Wang Yuting, Chinese in Dubai, Money, Pride, and Soul Searching, Leiden, Brill, 2020. On its relations with the UAE in general, see Jonathan Fulton, China's relations with the Gulf monarchies, London, Routledge, 2019, 140-168. 22. On the scope of projects already underway, see Jonathan Fulton, China-UAE relations in the Belt and Road Era, Journal of Arabian Studies 9-2, 2019, 261-263. On the implications of MOA signed, see Jonathan Fulton, China deepens ties with UAE with industrial investment, Al Monitor, July 10, 2019, www.almonitor.com. Pulse Originals 2019-07 China Investment UAE Kaizad Industrial Zone, HTML 23. Daniel J. Kosteka, Places and Bases, the Chinese Navy's Emerging Support Network in the Indian Ocean, Naval War College Review 64-1, 2011, 65-67. 24. For an overview of China's relations with Oman, see Chapter 6 of this volume, and Fulton, China's relations with the Gulf monarchies, 114-139. 25. A. E. James, Chinese firms to set up 25 projects in Dugan-free zone, Times of Oman, October 2, 2017, https://timesofoman.com. Article 118,465. Business Chinese firms to set up 25 projects in Dugan-free zone. 26. Nawai Jabarkil, Oman counts on Chinese billions to build desert boomtown. Reuters, September 5, 2017, www.reuters.com/article as Oman China Investment in USKC N1BG1WJ10. Jonathan Fulton 27 C. Chandong Mei and Han Wenk, deepening cooperation between Saudi Arabia and China. Riyadh, King Abdullah Petroleum Studies and Research Center, 2019. 24. Jonathan Fulton, Situating Saudi Arabia in China's Belt and Road Initiative, Asian Politics and Policy, 12-3, 2020, 11-12. 28. Li Wenfeng, Pan-Asia Saudi Project to break ground next March. China Daily, June 27, 2017, www.chinadaily.com.cn/business 2017-06-27 content, 2989695.htm 29 State Council of the People's Republic of China, China's military strategy, May 27, 2015, http://english, www.gov.cn/archive white paper 2015-05-27 content, 281475115610833.htm 30 C. David Stein, China's Maritime Silk Road, the Horn of Africa and Red Sea, in Jonathan Fulton, ed. Regions in the Belt and Road Initiative, London, Routledge, 2020, 8688. 31 John Calabrese, Towering Ambitions, Egypt and China Building for the Future, Middle East Institute, October 6, 2020, www.may.edu/publications Towering Ambitions Egypt and China Building Future 32 C. G. Mark F. Blanchard, ed. China's Maritime Silk Road Initiative, Africa and the Middle East, Fees, Freezes and Failures, Singapore, Palgrave Macmillan, 2020. 33 Ocean Shipping and Shipbuilding, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, continuously updated, www.oecd.org/ocean topics Ocean Shipping 34 on the importance of China's strategic partnership diplomacy, see Chapter 20 of this volume. 35 C. Jonathan Fulton, China's Changing Role in the Middle East, Atlantic Council, 2019, 14-17. 36 on China's Relations with Iran, see Chapter 12 of this volume. 37 Zhang Erdl, China, Europe, and COVID-19 Headwinds, European Council on Foreign Affairs, July 20, 2020, www.ecfr.eu/article commentary China, Europe, and COVID-19 Headwinds 38 on China's cooperation with MENA in the digital realm, see Chapter 19 of this volume. References Alterman, John B., Chinese and Russian Influence in the Middle East, Middle East Policy 26-2, 2019, 129-36. Alterman, John B. and John Garver, The Vital Triangle, China, the United States, and the Middle East, Washington, D.C., Center for Strategic and International Studies, 2008. American Enterprise Institute, China Global Investment Tracker, continuously updated, www.aia.org/China Global Investment Tracker Ben Abdallah, Lina, Contesting the International Order by Integrating It, The Case of China's Belt and Road Initiative, Third World Quarterly 41, 2019, 90-108. Blanchard, G. Mark F., Belt and Road Initiative, BRA Blues, Powering BRI Research Back on Track to Avoid Job PCs, Journal of Chinese Political Science 26-1, 2021, 234-255. Blanchard, G. Mark F., ed. China's Maritime Silk Road Initiative, Africa and the Middle East, Fees, Freezes and Failures, Singapore, Palgrave Macmillan, 2020. Blanchard, G. Mark F. and Colin Flint, The Geopolitics of China's Maritime Silk Road Initiative, Geopolitics 22-2, 2017, 223-245. Burton, Guy, China and Middle East Conflicts, Responding to War and Rivalry from the Cold War to the Present, London, Routledge, 2020. Calabrese, John, Towering Ambitions, Egypt and China Building for the Future, Middle East Institute, October 6, 2020, www.may.edu/publications Towering Ambitions Egypt and China Building Future Chen Dingding and Wang Jiangwei, Lying Low No More, China's New Thinking on the Tao Guanyanghu Strategy, China, and International Journal 9-2, 2011, 195-216. Chandong Mei and Han Wenk, Deepening Cooperation Between Saudi Arabia and China, Riyadh, King Abdullah Petroleum Studies and Research Center, 2019. China's Arab Policy Paper, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China, January 13, 2016, www.fmprc.gov.cn/mfingxxx660 2805, T1331683.html Chinese Government, China's Military Strategy, Beijing, State Council of the People's Republic of China, May 27, 2015, http://english.www.gov.cn/archive white paper 2015-05-27 content, 281475115610833.htm Itachame, and Naushirvan, and Nivhorov, How China's Rise is Changing the Middle East, London, Routledge, 2020. Fulton, Jonathan, China Deepens Ties with UAE with Industrial Investment, Al Monitor, July 10, 2019, www.almonitor.com Pulse Originals 2019-07 China Investment UAE Kaizen Industrial Zone.html 11 China's Emergence as a Middle East Power 11 Fulton, Jonathan, China-Saudi Arabia Relations Through the 1+2+3 Cooperation Pattern, Asian Journal of Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies 14-4, 2020, 516-527. Fulton, Jonathan, China's Changing Role in the Middle East, Atlantic Council, 2019. Fulton, Jonathan, China's Relations with the Gulf Monarchies, 3 Case Studies, PhD Dis. University of Leicester, 2017. Fulton, Jonathan, China's Relations with the Gulf Monarchies, London, Routledge, 2019. Fulton, Jonathan, China-UAE Relations in the Belt and Road Era, Journal of Arabian Studies 9-2, 2019, 253-268. Fulton, Jonathan, The Gulf Cooperation Council's Visions of Maritime Silk Road Initiative Cooperation, in G. Mark Blanchard, ed. China's Maritime Silk Road Initiative, Africa and the Middle East, Fees, Freezes and Failures, Singapore, Palgrave Macmillan, 2021, 227-254. Fulton, Jonathan, Regions in the Belt and Road Initiative, London, Routledge, 2020. Fulton, Jonathan, Situating Saudi Arabia in China's Belt and Road Initiative, Asian Politics and Policy, 12-3, 2020, 362-383. Faizelli, Andrea, Protecting China's Interests Overseas, Securitization and Foreign Policy, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2021. Jabarkal, Nawide, Oman counts on Chinese billions to build desert boomtown, Reuters, September 5, 2017, www.oman.com Reuters.com/article as Oman China investment into SKC N1BG1WJ James, AE, Chinese firms to set up 25 projects in duck-free zone. Times of Oman, October 2, 2017, https://timesofoman.com article 118,465 business Chinese firms to set up 25 projects in duck-free zone. Johnston, Alistair Ian, How New and Assertive is China's New Assertiveness? International Security 37-4, 2013, 748. Kahn, Joseph, In Private Candor from China, An Overture to Promote a Thaw, The New York Times, April 17, 2006. Kosteka, Daniel J., Places and Bases, The Chinese Navy's Emerging Support Network in the Indian Ocean, Naval War College Review 64-1, 2011, 5978. Li Wenfang, Pan-Asia's Saudi project to break ground next March, China Daily, June 27, 2017, www.chinadaily.com.cn/business 2017-06-27 content, 2989690.htm Murphy, Dawn C., China's Rise in the Global South, the Middle East, Africa, and Beijing's Alternative World Order, Stanford University Press, 2022. Nathan, Andrew and Andrew Scobell, China's Search for Security, New York, Columbia University Press, 2012. Erdl, Janka, China, Europe, and COVID-19 Headwinds, European Council on Foreign Affairs, July 20, 2020, www.ecfr.eu/article commentary China, Europe, and COVID-19 Headwinds Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, Ocean Shipping and Shipbuilding, continuously updated, www.oecd.org/ocean topics Ocean Shipping Ron, Nadij, China's Eurasian Century, Political and Strategic Implications of the Belt and Road Initiative, Seattle, National Bureau of Asian Research, 2017. Scott, Emma, China's One Belt, One Road Strategy meets the UAE's Look East Policy, China Brief 1511, 2015. Shambaugh, David, China Goes Global, The Partial Power, Oxford University Press, 2013. Stein, David, China's Maritime Silk Road and Small States, Lessons from the Case of Djibouti, Journal of Contemporary China 29 122, 2020, 191 206. Stein, David, China's Maritime Silk Road, The Horn of Africa and Red Sea, in Jonathan Fulton, ed. Regions in the Belt and Road Initiative, London, Routledge 2020, 7596. Wang Yi, China and Arab states should jointly forge the cooperation layout featuring Industrial Park, Port Interconnectivity, Two Wings and Two Wheels Approach, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China, July 10, 2018, www.fmprc.gov.cn/MFIN WJB 663,304 ZZJG 663,340 SIF 663,590 XWLB 663,592 T1576567.SHTML Wang Yuting, Making Chinese Spaces in Dubai, A Spatial Consideration of Chinese Transnational Communities in the Arab Gulf States, Journal of Arabian Studies 9-2, 2019, 269-287. Wang Yuting, Chinese in Dubai, Money, Pride, and Soul Searching, Leiden, Brill, 2020. Xi Jinping, Achieving Rejuvenation is the Dream of the Chinese People in the Governance of China, Beijing, Foreign Languages Press, 2014, 3739. Xi Jinping, Promote the Silk Road Spirit, Strengthen Sino-Arab Cooperation in the Belt and Road Initiative, Beijing, Foreign Languages Press, 2019, 4253. 12 Jonathan Fulton 12 Yang Zutong, From Keeping a Low Profile to Striving for Achievement, The Chinese Journal of International Politics 7-2, 2014, 153-184. Yi Min, The Belt Road and Beyond, State Mobilized Globalization in China, 1998-2018, Cambridge University Press, 2020. Zhuo, Laura, China pledges $23 billion in loans and aid to Arab states as it boosts ties in the Middle East, South China Morning Post, July 10, 2018, www.scmp.com/News China Diplomacy Defense Article 2154642 China pledges us 23 million loans and aid Arab states at 1313 doi 10.4324/97810030520-3 to China and the Middle East, an autobiographical perspective Yitzhak Shisher prologue. Although I was unaware of it at the time, my life changed on an otherwise insignificant Friday in 1961 when I was nearly 17 years old. Fresh from his PhD study in London, a new history teacher came to the class with a bunch of copies of the Sunday Times. He introduced a series of articles on China, written by one Edgar Snow, and asked who is ready to give a talk to the class based on these articles. I had never heard of Edgar Snow, knew very little about China, which was barely touched by the school curriculum, and my English was very poor as the first foreign language in my high school was French. Still, I was intrigued and I volunteered. It was an opportunity to expand my minimal knowledge of China, which, I felt for some reason, was an important part of world history and would become even more important in the future. It was also a good way to improve my English. I remember working hard to decipher the articles, and suddenly new horizons opened. That was when I decided to study China. I never stopped, and I have never regretted it. With no money, I collected used newspapers, sold them for small amounts of cash to grocery stores, and started scouting for books on China. I found a trove in a second-hand bookshop in Tel Aviv, and gradually bought whatever the shop had available on China. One was a 1950 Hebrew translation of Edgar Snow's Red Star over China, which only increased my appetite. Soon I had a small collection of books on Asia and China. In 1965, following my military service as a lieutenant, I enrolled at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. There was no Department of Asian Studies at that time, and I took political science and Middle Eastern studies. In addition, I chose whatever course the university offered on Asia, including sporadic Chinese language courses, some by occasional visitors. I studied a combination of modern Chinese, sometimes taught in a heavy Russian accent, and classical Chinese, never in a systematic or continuous way. I could barely cope with the oral aspect of the language, to speak and understand, but I could read. I studied Arabic much more systematically. I wrote most of my seminar papers in political science and some in Middle Eastern studies on China. My knowledge of China, unexpected at that time, impressed my professors, who later became my colleagues in the same departments. During the 1967 Six-Day War, I became acquainted for the first time with Soviet weapons on the Sinai battlefields, which would serve me well later in my studies. 14 Yitzhak Shisher 14 in 1968, as I was about to complete my undergraduate studies. The Hebrew University established a Department of Chinese and Japanese Studies, later renamed the Department of East Asian Studies, and recently the Department of Asian Studies. For my graduate study, I combined Chinese studies with Middle Eastern studies, a rare combination then, and even today. Still a master's student, in April 1969 I published my first article, one of the only studies on this topic, hardly dealt with before. In the next year, I began to gain experience, teaching a seminar on Tradition and Change in Modern China. By that time, China had become more involved in the Middle East, providing Palestinian revolutionary organizations with Maoist indoctrination, training in Chinese military academies, and light arms. China's involvement prompted Major General Aharon Yariv, Chief of Military Intelligence, to approach the Hebrew University, the only academic institution in Israel studying China, for help. That too happened to be the help. In 1971, at the age of 27, I enlisted in military intelligence as a civilian, and set up the China desk at the Intelligence Research Brigade, spending 2 years there while still studying at the Hebrew University. I was exposed to classified intelligence on China coming from a variety of agencies, from both West and East, which I could not use in my academic work, unfortunately, but I got the picture. In 1972, while still in the Army, I completed my master's studies, summa cum laude. My master's thesis, over 100 pages, focused on China and the Palestinians in the mid-1960s, based on Chinese and Arabic sources. This was probably the first study on this topic. In 1973, I decided to expand it into a PhD on China's Middle East policy at the Hebrew University. I expected Dr. Ellis Schaff, who had returned in the late 1960s after having completed his PhD at Harvard University, to be my supervisor. He was then the only one teaching Chinese politics and foreign policy, not just at the university, but also in Israel. Soon, however, I was told that the topic I wanted to study had already been occupied by a foreign ministry diplomat. I began thinking about choosing another PhD topic at the Hebrew University. Then, suddenly, I had insight. Why choose another topic at the same university? Why not keep the same topic and choose another university? It was already March, too late to apply for US universities, but not too late to apply for British institutions. I immediately applied simultaneously to 3, St. Anthony's College, Oxford, the School of Oriental and African Studies, SOAS, and the London School of Economics and Political Science, LSE, both at the University of London. As time was pressing, I decided to accept the first positive reply. It came from LSE, which I immediately accepted. A week later, I received a positive reply from SOAS, which I had to turn down, regretfully. SOAS was more suitable for my work, and while I did my PhD at LSE, my research was done mainly at SOAS, as its library was more relevant to my needs. The late Professor Stuart Schramm of SOAS never forgave me for choosing LSE, but I had no choice at that time. I am still waiting for a reply from St. Anthony's College, although I have now retired. Incidentally, the PhD at the Hebrew University, which I had to give up, has never been written, nor even attempted. I arrived in London in August 1973 with my family, my wife and 2 children, a girl aged 4 and a baby aged 3 months, an indication that this trip had not been planned. 2 months later, the October War broke out and completely derailed my studies. I could hardly concentrate on my research, and, while I regularly went to the library using the huge collections, especially in Chinese and Arabic, I made little progress in my writing. In this respect, my first year was largely wasted, but my supervisor, Michael B. Yauda, understood. Still young, he was already considered one of Britain's foremost experts on China's foreign policy, with first-hand knowledge of the Middle East. With the October War over, I began my second year. There was no third. My second year in London was much more productive. Every now and then we used to meet and discuss another chapter. Mike practically gave me a free hand in writing, but I had 15 China and the Middle East 15 to cope with his comments and criticism, which were always very helpful. Except for these meetings, and occasional bureaucratic matters, I did not set foot in the grounds of the LSE. Its grey, crowded, and forbidding buildings transmitted a sense of hostility and intimidation. I used to work at SOAS all day long, chewing a piece of Cadbury chocolate whenever I felt hungry. Progress was now quick, and in the autumn of 1975, some 2 years after my arrival in London, my thesis was ready. Of my 3 academic degrees, the PhD took the shortest time, the BA took 3 years, and the MA took 4, as I was already teaching and engaged with the IDF. I came to London well prepared. In my study, I showed that China was not so interested in the Middle East, which was quite marginal to what was later called its core interests, but rather in the region as a playground for the superpowers, which indirectly affected China's security and undermined its claim to predominance in East Asia. Put differently, China's Middle East policy is not an independent variable, but a dependent one, and should be interpreted in relations to China's policy and interests in East Asia. This conclusion is still as valid today as it was 40 or 50 years ago. 3 Although, or because, Beijing was not involved in the Middle East, and certainly politically and militarily is still not, its understanding as a disinterested onlooker had some objective elements. For many years, Israeli scholars have debated the different attitudes of foreign powers, notably France and Britain, toward the 1948 Arab-Israeli War and the formation of State of Israel. Based on declassified documents, some claim that France had provided Israel with intelligence that helped to fight the Arabs, and indirectly the British. Others claim that the British had aided the Arabs, primarily to undermine French interests in the region, but also reflecting anti-Semitism to prolong the mandate and abort the establishment of Israel. Yet Beijing's understanding was different. In its perspective, based on the struggle against colonialism, neither France nor Britain, nor the United States, the Soviet Union, or other powers later on, have been interested in settling the Arab-Israeli conflict. As long as the conflict remains unresolved, foreign powers not only have an excuse to intervene and maintain their presence, but also can sell huge quantities of weapons and create dependence. Put differently, the persistence of the conflict, whereby no side is allowed to win, entails enormous strategic, political, and economic benefits. This is why Beijing has consistently insisted that the conflict, in fact, any conflict, should be settled directly by the parties concerned without external intervention. What about China's own intervention? I dealt with this issue later on. By late 1975, my PhD was ready. After I submitted my thesis, The Middle East and China's Foreign Policy, 1949-1974, 470 pages, I had to undergo an oral examination handled by Michael Yauda, Professor Michael Leifer, later LSE Pro Director, and John Gittings, then of the University of Westminster and a well-known China author and journalist. During the exam, I was told that Cambridge University Press was interested in publishing a book based on my thesis, so I did not have to seek a publisher. After updating it to 1977 and adapting the thesis to a book format, it was published in 1979, reprinted in 1981, with a digital edition in 2008. In January 1976, we returned home to Israel. Upon our return, I had to make a decision about the future, since there was no academic vacancy at the Hebrew University at that time. There were 3 options. One was to enlist again in the IDF on a permanent basis, with a long-term professional career in military intelligence. For a while, I was leaning toward this option, until I realized that I was not an army type. Taking orders from people higher in rank, yet sometimes lower in intelligence, was not an exciting prospect. A second option was a request from the rector of Haifa University to join them and, in time, set up a new department of Asian studies. Finally, the Hebrew University offered to appoint me as executive director of the Harry S. Truman Research Institute for the Advancement of Peace, until there was an academic vacancy. I had to choose between the 2 16 last options, Jerusalem or Haifa, and I chose Jerusalem, for 2 main reasons. First, I regarded the proposed appointment as a great compliment Grant, being just over 31 and a rather fresh PhD graduate. Second, and more importantly, there's a Talmudic Jewish saying, rather be tail to the lions than head to the jackals. Although I did not get an academic position, the Hebrew University still had the only Department of Chinese and Japanese Studies in Israel, with some leading experts, including Harold Z. Schifrin and Ellis Joff. It was a privilege to be among them, especially since I was offered, and accepted, an external teaching position. Haifa had nothing to offer in this field until I moved there in 2002, when I did contribute to the establishment of a new Asian Studies department. I served as executive director of the Truman Institute from 1976 to 1982, as well as working as an adjunct lecturer. I also continued to serve in military intelligence as a reserve officer, until I left in the late 1980s as a major. In those years, Beijing's foreign policy underwent some far-reaching changes, which also occurred in the Middle East. This was the first decade of China's admission to the global community, as a member of the United Nations and a permanent member of its Security Council in October 1971. In the 1970s, more countries established diplomatic relations with China than in the entire period from 1949 to 1970. Among them were a number of Middle Eastern countries, such as Iran, Turkey, Jordan, Kuwait, Oman, and Libya. While the Chinese consolidated their relations with regional and other governments and international organizations, their relations with national liberation movements, primarily Palestinian, deteriorated. In 1975, even before I submitted my PhD, I gave a talk on China's stand on the Arab-Israeli conflict and the Palestine problem at the China Discussion Group, the Royal Institute of International Affairs, Chatham House, London. Sino-Palestinian relations had caught hold because of several related developments. One was the Sino-US conciliation. It enraged the more radical Palestinian groups, for which the United States was still the world's leading imperialist. They were further irritated by the Demaoization process China was undergoing under Deng Xiaoping's leadership, and by the Chinese invasion of Vietnam, considered a beacon of uncompromising revolution and independence. On the other hand, China's reservations about the Palestinians emerged as a result of their failure to unite, their resort to the use of terrorism, their reliance on Soviet support, and their rejection of the Egyptian-Israeli peace treaty, which the Chinese implicitly approved. 5. I published another detailed study on China and the Palestinians, also based on documents seized in Beirut in 1982.6. These documents, including pamphlets and brochures, not only by the PLO, but also by more radical organizations such as the People's Front for the Liberation of Palestine and the People's Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, were momentarily accessible. By that time, two unprecedented, practically inconceivable developments in Beijing's relations with the Middle East had been launched, both related to military affairs. In the late 1970s, Beijing began to sell arms to Middle Eastern governments for the first time. True, Chinese arms and military training had been offered to the Middle East before, but only in small amounts, only light arms, and only to national liberation movements. Only buffer state governments, North Korea, Vietnam, and Pakistan had received Chinese arms. Beijing changed its arms sales policy because of a rare combination of opportunities and needs. By the late 1970s, Beijing had realized that its armed forces, cut off from Soviet supplies for nearly 2 decades, needed to be modernized, which required funds and alternative sources of supply. According to the lowest priority in the 4 modernizations, the military and the defense industrial complex had to raise their own capital. Exporting arms was a relatively easy and readily available solution, given the surplus arms production. Yet the question was who would be interested in Soviet-designed arms. The answer was, of course, the Middle East. At that time, the Soviets, the traditional arms suppliers of the Middle East, had reduced their commitment 17 China and the Middle East 17 because of friction with Egypt and Iraq. Iran, whose arms had been overwhelmingly American, was cut off from the United States following the rise of Khomeini and the Islamic Revolution. Beijing was ready to fill the gap and, also exploiting the Iran-Iraq War, began to sell arms to all sides. In the 1980s, the Middle East became China's main arms market, absorbing around 90% of all Chinese arms exports. Detailed data about these arms deliveries are available. I became very much interested in these sales, which were unprecedented, at least in this region. 7 Now declassified, CIA documents drew the tracks and named the ports through which the Chinese arms had been delivered. To conceal the origin of these arms, money was channeled through third countries, primarily Jordan, a small country that overnight supposedly became one of China's main export markets in the world. Even more surprising was China's DF-3 intermediate-range ballistic missiles, IRBM, sale to Saudi Arabia, revealed in March 1988. I was in Taiwan at the time, unaware of the deal. It was surprising at least on 2 accounts. For one, this was the first time ever that Beijing sold this kind of weapon to any country. It was undoubtedly a very profitable sale, as the missile was outdated, going back to the early 1960s, armed with a conventional warhead and using liquid fuel, thus making its launching sites vulnerable to attack. For another, Saudi Arabia maintained diplomatic relations with the Republic of China, ROC, had not recognized the People's Republic of China, PRC, and for a long time had rejected diplomatic relations with IT.8. Israel, presumably a potential target of these missiles, appeared to have been caught off guard, as did Washington, which appeared surprised. Both possibilities, however, seem doubtful. To begin with, the Sino-Saudi negotiations for the deal had been held in Washington, which means that the United States must have known about them, not to mention its influential position in Saudi Arabia. In fact, Riyadh decided to buy the missiles from China following the American refusal to sell them similar missiles. This created a pattern which opened the door for Chinese arms sales whenever the United States refused to do so. If Washington had known about the deal and allowed it, Israel must have as well. And with good reason. With limited military effectiveness, the DF-3's main value was about prestige, as well as money. Indeed, when Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait and threatened Saudi Arabia in August 1990, he had not been deterred by the Saudi missiles, which Riyadh also failed to use in retaliation. 9 These sales led me to wonder, what was the PRC doing with the income, valued at several billion US dollars? How would the proceeds from these sales affect China's defense modernization, if at all? These questions opened 2 new fields of research for me. One concerned Israel's arms sales to China. In January 1979, I was asked to deliver a briefing on China at Israel Aircraft Industries' main office. Arriving there, I found some of the heads of Israel's Ministry of Defense, Mossad, and Israel's Defense Industries, and was told that they were about to take off to China in Shaul Eisenberg's private jet to sign arms and military technology transfer agreements. While I thought I had been familiar with all aspects of Israel's relations, in fact, non-relations with China, this came as a big surprise. I gave an introduction on Chinese history, politics, international relations, economics, military and culture, and on Beijing's policies toward Israel. In the second session, a week later, I was asked to join the mission, primarily to eavesdrop on what the Chinese said among themselves. I declined, not only because my Chinese was too poor to understand spoken Chinese, but primarily because I did not want to be associated with this group. To be sure, I knew something about the progress of Israel's arms sales and military technology transfers to China, and their implications, but avoided writing about them for nearly 20 years. In June 1997, I attended a conference, held in Oxford, on foreign military assistance to the PRC and the ROC, organized by Rand's Center for Asia-Pacific Policy and Taiwan's Chinese Council of Advanced Policy Studies, CAPS, titled, Double Dealing, Calculations 18 Yitzhak 18 and miscalculations in Israel's military transfers to the PRC and the ROC. My paper was later published. 10. This was the first time I had dealt in public with Israel's arms sales to East Asia. Still collecting information about Israel's military sales to China, I became intrigued by the question of how these two countries, really an odd couple, became engaged in military relations. In addition to the huge difference in size, the Chinese had rejected diplomatic, or any other, relations with Israel. Furthermore, China has continuously supported Israel's enemies, mainly the Palestinians, to the point of denying Israel's right to exist. Beijing also provided the Palestinians with arms and military training, systematically condemning Israel as an aggressor and a running dog of American imperialism. What, then, made Beijing turn to Israel for arms and military technology, and why? It took me many years to answer these questions. 11. Despite their hostility toward Israel and refusal to establish any relations, least of all official, the Chinese had been watching Israel's military achievements, probably from the mid-1950s. While they had been dependent on Soviet military supplies and doctrine, Israel's military achievements may have been interesting, but not relevant. However, the Soviet withdrawal from China in 1960 and the resulting exacerbated Sino-Soviet break led to a gradual deterioration of China's military capabilities. By the late 1970s, Beijing had realized that defense modernization had become essential, but could not be accomplished in isolation, primarily from the anti-Soviet Western countries. Consequently, the Chinese almost instinctively launched a window shopping spree in the West. Soon, their initial enthusiasm about Western advanced technology was replaced by the inevitable realization that China could not afford to buy Western weapons, not only because of the lack of cash, but also because of incompatibility with their own systems, and also because of the wish to avoid yet again establishing any dependence on a great power. Israel was a perfect solution to Beijing's predicament, representing a combination of advantages that no other country could. Israel offered China arms and military technology, and experience, that no other country could provide. Unlike other countries, it had withstood Soviet weapons successfully and, moreover, had managed to upgrade huge amounts of such weapons, the spoils of a number of confrontations in the Middle East. Also, unlike other countries, Israel was ready to sell China the technology, rather than off-the-shelf weapons. The arms, spare parts, and ammunition offered by Israel were not only compatible with China's arms, but were definitely better. Still, there was no way China would become dependent on Israel, which was too small and lacked global ambitions. Israel had its own accounts to settle with the Soviet Union, which for years has systematically and continuously provided arms to its enemies and incited them against Israel. In addition, and unlike other states, Israel was never part of the Coordination Committee on Exports to Communist Countries, COCOM, and was not bound by its restrictions on arms sales to China. Unlike other countries, mainly the United States, Israel was not exposed to Soviet pressure since the Soviets had cut diplomatic ties with Israel in 1967-12 and also because military negotiations with China were done secretly, unlike the public exchange of statements and delegations between China, the United States and Western Europe, entailing negative Soviet responses. Finally, Israel did not have to consider the interests of Taiwan. Having rejected diplomatic relations, there was no need to cut them. In fact, Israel's unofficial military relations with Taiwan may have prompted Beijing to turn to Israel for armed and military technology, and, eventually, for the establishment of Sino-Israeli diplomatic relations. I became interested in Israel's relations with Taiwan while attending a conference in Kaohsiung in March 1988.13. Following the conference, we visited one of the military academies nearby, where two Taiwanese offered to show me something. They opened the door to a one-story building and led me into an empty windowless hall, covered in carpets, with 119 China and the Middle East 19 big photo on the wall. It was a kind of a shrine, dedicated to the memory of a well-known professor of organic chemistry from my university, Professor Ernst David Bergman. He had been the first chairman of the Israel Atomic Energy Agency, appointed by David Ben-Gurion, Israel's first prime minister, in 1952. The two civilian-dressed Taiwanese who accompanied me did not explain why he had been accorded such an honor, and I needed no explanation. It was very clear to me, and I spent the next 25 years collecting information on Professor Bergman's contribution to Taiwan's military nuclear program, a copy of Israel's, reportedly, and national defense, including the sale of Gabriel missiles, Voro patrol boats, and more. This study was published in 2016.14. Bergman died in 1975, one day after the death of Chiang Kai-shek, who had invited him to Taiwan for the first time in early 1965. Beijing may have known about Israel's role in Taiwan's conventional and non-conventional defense. This may have been another reason for Beijing's turn to Israel in the late 1970s. Impressed by, and concerned about, Israel's military capabilities, China may also have regarded its own military relations with Israel as a means to stop Israel's military relations with Taiwan. They were right. In 1993, soon after the establishment of diplomatic relations between Israel and China, Israel's military relations with Taiwan stopped. In fact, indirectly and definitely unknowingly, Taiwan may have subsidized Israel's arms sales to the PRC. Where did Beijing get the money? Much of the money for China's acquisition of Israeli arms and military technology probably came from those Middle Eastern countries that had bought Chinese arms, Iran, Iraq, and Egypt. Is it a coincidence that around the same time that the Chinese began to sell arms to the Middle East, they also became interested in buying arms and military technology from Israel? Indirectly, and paradoxically, it is possible that Iran and the Arab countries indirectly funded China's arms acquisitions from Israel, thereby investing in Israel's defense industrial complex. Where did they get the money? Among other sources, from Taiwan, which had been heavily dependent on Persian Gulf oil. Needless to say, from the very beginning and quite naturally, I was interested in Sino-Israeli ties. More specifically, Israel was the first country in the Middle East, and the seventh in the non-communist world, to recognize the PRC, on January 9, 1950. For Israel's left-wing government at that time, the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, was the legal government of China and followed in the steps of the Soviet Union, which preceded the United States in supporting the establishment of the State of Israel. In those years, and up to the early 1950s, Beijing regarded Israel as a nation that had managed to liberate itself from British imperialism, and the Arab countries still as lackeys of the West. Both China and the Soviet Union expected that Israel would join the socialist camp, a possibility that worried Washington. However, mutual explorations notwithstanding, diplomatic relations were delayed for 42 years, until January 1992. Why? According to documentary evidence, by July 1951 the Chinese had lost interest, but the answer is more complicated and not only bilateral. For Israel, China was not a priority. There were no Jewish communities in China at that time, and no historical and cultural relations. An outcast in the global system in those years, China did not have any significant presence in international organizations or the major capitals, and therefore had limited influence in world affairs. For China, Israel was a tiny country that had just been established, whose role in offsetting the balance in favor of China would be minimal at best. Yet these obstacles could have been overcome if intervention by third parties had been avoided. In fact, it is this kind of trilateralism that has, over the years, affected Sino-Israel relations, both before they were established, and after, to this very day. 15. Beijing's attitudes toward Israel have been determined to a large extent by the policies of Middle Eastern states, the Arabs and the Iranians, and Muslim countries. In the Maoist period, 20 quantity counted more than quality. China needed wider support for its admission to the United Nations, and for the expansion of its network of diplomatic relations. There was only one state of Israel and scores of Arab and Muslim states, many of them aligned against the West. Also affecting Sino-Israel relations was the Soviet Union, first in a positive sense and then negatively. As mentioned above, as the first power to recognize Israel, de jure Moscow had paved the ground for Sino-Israeli relations until the mid-1950s. Moscow's recognition made relations with Israel and all other Soviet bloc countries kosher. In fact, some early Sino-Israeli explorations took place in Moscow and other East European capitals, but the Soviets suspended their relations with Israel in 1953, following an explosion in their legation, and Beijing seemed to lose its appetite. Around the same time, Beijing began to realize that relations with Arab and Muslim countries were more profitable politically and ideologically, following the dissociation of many of them from the West. For about 2 decades, Beijing competed with Moscow in condemning Israel in order to win Arab and Palestinian goodwill. However, as we saw above, it was the Soviet military threat to the PRC that brought China and Israel together. The third party that affected Sino-Israel relations more than any other, and still does, is the United States. From the very beginning, Washington opposed the establishment of Sino-Israeli diplomatic ties. This opposition increased following the Chinese involvement in the Korean War and was not only based on the fact that China was governed by communism. It was also based on Washington's concern that Israel, ruled by a left-wing party, might join the socialist bloc ruled by the Soviet Union. This concern is evident in declassified documents from the CIA and other sources, which I published in my study. 17. Washington's pressure on Israel not to pursue diplomatic relations with the PRC coincided with China's preference for the Arab and Muslim countries. Both actions closed the door on Sino-Israeli official relations until the early 1990s. Yet, as mentioned above, this did not deter the United States from using Israel as a proxy to harm China, thereby paving the way for future diplomatic relations between the two on January 24, 1992. By that time, United States-China relations had deteriorated. This was an outcome of internal and external developments. Internally, the Tiananmen massacre led the Americans to abandon their illusions about China's forthcoming complementing of their socialist free market economy with a political democracy. Externally, the disintegration of the Soviet Union has made the unofficial U.S. partnership with China superfluous, all the more so since China resumed its traditional military relations with Moscow. Suddenly, China had become a threat, and remains so to this very day, and Israel was no longer regarded as an asset in the China context. Washington now blocked Israel's military relations with China and disapproved of Israel's agreement to Chinese investments in Israel and relations, especially in science and high technology. 18. These developments led me to study Sino-American relations in the Middle East and their connection to East Asia. In recent years, many studies, in fact, nearly all, have discussed the U.S. withdrawal from the Middle East, related to two main developments. One was Donald Trump's election as U.S. president, and his policy of at least partial retreat from the world, especially from the Middle East, regarded as a source of trouble, human and military losses, and too costly intervention with few dividends. This policy has been reinforced and justified by the growing output of U.S. shale oil and tight oil, which allegedly has led the United States to crude oil self-sufficiency. Allegedly, the United States no longer needed Middle Eastern oil, believed to be the principal reason for its historical presence there. These processes have reportedly led to the creation of a Middle Eastern vacuum, which, or so many scholars and watchers assumed, opened the door to growing Chinese involvement and presence as a substitute to the United States. I could 21 China and the Middle East 21 not accept these conclusions, for a number of reasons, related to the United States, China, the Middle East, and East Asia. I dealt with some of these issues in 2013, at the invitation of the Congress's U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission of the U.S. Congress in Washington, D.C. 19. My basic argument was that although most scholars, if not all, deal with the Chinese policy in the Middle East and East Asia as two separate topics, they are in fact linked. Much of China's Middle East policy is directed against the United States, not because, as some watchers believe, China wants to replace the United States in the Middle East, but mainly because of the U.S. military presence in East Asia, directed against China. Beijing is unlikely to make life easier for the United States in the Middle East, as long as this presence, along with other U.S. policies, continues. 20. I also discussed other issues. First, we should distinguish between the United States and its various administrations. While different presidents may pursue different interests, some interests are long-standing. U.S. initial interest in the Middle East in the 1930s may have been associated with oil, but later, following the emergence of the United States as a superpower, the main importance of the Middle East for the United States has been as a strategic center, later called a pivot. In 2011, President Obama initiated a policy of pivoting, also called rebalancing, aiming at shifting the U.S. foreign policy center of gravity to East Asia, directed against China. It didn't work. Similarly, Washington's initiated Trans-Pacific Partnership, directed against China, didn't work either, and not only because it was too late. Whereas East Asia is the center of nothing, the Middle East is, and throughout history always has been, a meeting point of three continents, the origin of the great religions, and the richest reservoir of crude oil in the world. Contrary to conventional wisdom, I have never believed the United States is, or will be, retreating, not only because of the Middle East strategic location, but also because of its huge crude oil reserves. It is true that the United States has become the world's leading crude oil producer, following the intensive exploitation of its shale, or tight oil reserves. However, the United States is still importing Middle Eastern oil, Table 2.1, an average of nearly 22% of all U.S. crude oil imports over the last 10 years, and I do not believe it will ever stop, for a number of reasons. First, shale oil is more difficult and more expensive to produce, a process that has negative ecological and social effects. Its output may begin to decline around the middle of the 2020s, while Persian Gulf oil may last for decades. At the same time, U.S. oil needs are growing not only for domestic consumption, but also for the export of refined oil products, which had previously not been allowed. In addition, one has to take into account the demographic factor. Until the last decade, the U.S. population was growing by some 30 million, or 60 million every 2 decades, about the size of Italy. Although the 2010s decade had the lowest population growth in U.S. history, it is still grew by 22.7 million between 2010 200 and 2.21. Despite more efficient use of oil, the United States will consume much more, which could be supplied, and less expensively, by only one region in the world, the Middle East. Finally, the COVID-19 pandemic, which drastically curtailed global oil demand, reduced oil prices to a low unknown before, a point at which shale oil producers could not compete. This predicament has been further aggravated by the Russian policy of preventing limits to oil output in order to keep oil prices as low as possible to ruin U.S. shale oil production. Indeed, many U.S. shale oil producers have been put out of business. Put differently, the United States is not going to withdraw from the Middle East, and no vacuum has been or will be created. Covering the Middle East, the U.S. Central Command budget is still about one-third bigger than that of the U.S. Pacific Command. But even if there is a vacuum, China is neither ready nor willing to fill it. It should be reiterated that the Middle East is not one of China's core interests. Beijing does not have the will for political leadership, let alone military intervention. Nor does it 22 possess the capabilities for power projection. Still, most commentators cling to the view that China has become more active in the Middle East in recent years. This is true mainly in an economic sense. Politically and militarily, Beijing still maintains its low-profile and non-intervention policy and avoids any attempt to mediate, let alone to gain a foothold in the region. Although commentators mention China's Djibouti naval base as an indication of its presence around, or even in, the Middle East, and a counterweight to the U.S. Navy, which is highly likely to eventually take part in combat operations. 22. This is a huge exaggeration. Rather than representing a competitive military facility, it is in fact a commercial entrepot, an anchor for China's Africa trade. Djibouti is not a naval base, not only because Beijing has no strategic reason for such a base, but primarily because of the simple fact that Beijing does not yet have a blue ocean navy to deploy. Also, the assertion that China avoids any intervention in the region, save economic, is equally baseless. 23. The Chinese occasionally intervene, though in indirect, subtle Chinese ways. While Beijing's establishment of strategic partnerships with Middle Eastern countries is essentially and ultimately meaningless, its UN Security Council votes are not. 24. For the first 20 years after its admission to the United Nations in October 1971, China used to abstain or was absent on votes concerning the Middle East. This behavior reflected its belief that the Soviet Union and the United States still controlled the United Nations. It was only from the early 1990s that Beijing increased its activism in the United Nations, sending troops to join UN peacekeeping forces and participating in votes. Most important was China's abstention on the United States-initiated UN Security Council Resolution 678, which authorized the use of force against Iraq's invasion of Kuwait. China could not vote for the proposed resolution, which contradicted its time-honored policy against the use of force by the United Nations. However, having the right of veto, it could easily block the U.S. initiative by voting against the resolution, but it did not. It was then that the United States implicitly recognized China for the first time as a leading international power, without which the offensive against Saddam Hussein could not be undertaken. It is important to underline that on 84% of the UN General Assembly votes on the Middle East, China voted with the United States. I counted. Of its 16 veto votes, 11 were on the Middle East, all 4 on Syria, and all with Russia. Yet China did not join Russia in 10 other vetoes on Middle Eastern issues. China never voted for Israel in any UN organization. When I raised this issue with a Chinese professor, he tabled 2.1 microsecond crude oil imports from the Middle East, 2011-2020, in thousands of barrels and percent of total U.S. crude oil imports. Year total imports Persian Gulf percent Middle East percent 2011 3,261,422 674,709 20.7 762,441 23.4 2012 3,120,755 783,081 20.1 862,128 20 7.6 2013 2,821,480 727 688 25.8 756,517 26.8 2014 2,680,626 675,487 25.2 679,331 25.3 2015 2,687,405 542,850 9 20.2 544,539 20.3 2016 2,873,208 636,259 23.5 673,808 23.5 2017 2,908,670 625,925 21.5 679,390 23.4 2018 2,835,491 537,185 18.9 600,000 731 21.2 2019 2,480,166 320,783 12.9 355,490 14.3 2020 asterisk 2,150,267 256,161 11.9 262,740 12.2 source EIA www.eia.gov/navpetpetmove MCUs A2 news EPC 0 IM0 MBBLA.HDM 23 China and the Middle East 23 admitted that this was a way to demonstrate a friendship with the Arabs, the Palestinians, and Iran, while not really harming Israel. He went on to say that they knew Israel was aware that these resolutions hardly had practical value and were actually meaningless, all the more so since a few Arab countries, notably Egypt and Jordan, had signed peace agreements with Israel and, more recently, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Sudan, and Morocco had agreed to normalize relations with Israel. Relations with some Muslim countries, e.g., Pakistan, Indonesia, and even Saudi Arabia, also improved. 25. Early on, I became interested in the Islamic dimension of China-Middle Eastern relations and in China's Muslim communities. 26. Initially, I was less interested in the who are ethnic Chinese, and more in Uyghurs, who are Turkic and ethnically and culturally affiliated with Central Asia and the Middle East, primarily Turkey. In the 1990s, visiting Xinjiang was officially off limits but still possible for organized tours, accompanied by official Chinese guides. I became a guide of tours along the Silk Road, and in 1992, 1993, and 1996 I managed to visit Xinjiang, crossing overland from Kyrgyzstan. Encounters with local Han and Uyghurs, and the opportunity to take photos, improved my knowledge of the situation there. 27. In 2001, I was invited to join a research project on Xinjiang at Johns Hopkins University. My assignment, military and strategy in Xinjiang, had nothing to do with the Middle East, but the outcome was to affect my research for many years. Fully aware of this project, the data were available online. The Chinese assumed it had been subsidized by the CIA to promote separatism in Xinjiang. In August 2002, I was officially invited to visit Xinjiang by the China International Economic and Cultural Development Center. I was introduced as a Megaran American to avoid suspicions and, among others, I was asked to speak on Israel's counterterrorism policy and experience with Chinese officials who did not conceal their anti-Islamic attitudes. 28. 2 months later, Beijing blacklisted all 16 contributors to the project, denying them a visa to enter China. I had to wait 14 years until I was allowed to visit China again, albeit not yet. XINJING. 29. Instead, I started a research project on the Uyghur diaspora, supported by a MacArthur Foundation grant I was awarded awarded in late 2002. Among the host countries where Uyghur refugees from China settled, there were a number of Middle Eastern countries, primarily Turkey. I made a few field studies to Turkey, interviewing Uyghur community leaders and collecting information. These trips led to several publications on the Uyghur issue and China's Middle Eastern relations, including on Middle Eastern reactions to Uyghur persecution in China. Except for few unofficial clerics who criticized the Chinese, most Middle Eastern leaders, intimidated by Beijing, could not care less. 30 Turkey, for a long time a source of inspiration and a haven for Uyghurs, is prostrating to the Chinese. 31 In the last days of 2020, China ratified an extradition treaty with Turkey, potentially detrimental to Uyghurs. 32 I could not visit Xinjiang or China, but then something happened. In fall 2016, the coordinator of Israel-related programs at the Department of International Affairs, School of International Studies, Sun Yat-sen University, Guangzhou and Zhuhai, approached me. They wanted my help to set up a center for Middle Eastern studies with the support and encouragement of the Guangdong province leadership. I suggested launching the new center with an international conference whose speakers would come only from the Middle East, titled Sun Yat-sen University International Workshop on Middle East Studies, focusing on the One Belt One Road initiative. The meeting was held in Guangzhou on January 2, 2017. I had no problem getting a visa, and my paper, Gains and Losses, Historical Lessons of China's Middle East Policy for its OBOR initiative, was later published. 33 Voiced by Xi Jinping in late 2013, One Belt One Road, also known as the Belt and Road Initiative, BRA, has become a catchword, recycled over and over again by the media and in academic articles and commentaries as a strategy, plan, policy, project, or program. It is none of these. 24 Yitzhak 24 Unlike the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, which is well structured and organized, the BRA is no more than an initiative or vision. Beijing has not yet provided an official BRI map, budget, names of the countries involved, or other details. Except for the slogan, I could not find meaningful differences between the BRA and China's ordinary foreign economic relations, including in the Middle East. 34 Actually, China's investments in the Middle East during the BRI years after 2013 were mostly smaller than in the previous decade. 35 Epilogue Shortly before the COVID-19 pandemic spread from China, I was invited to the National University of Singapore's Middle East Institute 2019 annual conference, held on January 15-16, 2020, entitled The Middle East in Transformation, Are There Lessons from East Asia? My paper, 4 Problems, 1 Solution, Interconnected East Asian Lessons for the Middle East, discussed the main flaws of most Middle Eastern states, Israel included, education, leadership, demography, and religion. It identified the origin of these flaws in the lack of separation between religion and state in the Middle East, a problem that also affects Israel, compared with the predominance of secularism and irreligion, typical of East Asia. In fact, the Middle East is considered as the most religious region in the world, while East Asia is considered as the most irreligious. Does this fact affect China's Middle East policy? Apparently it should not, but it definitely does. It explains Beijing's increasing sensitivity to Islam and suspicions of some Middle Eastern countries, even those regarded as strategic partners, like Iran and Turkey. It also highlights China's persecution of its Muslim minorities, not just the Uyghurs but also the ADUI.36. In a retrospective view, much of the misunderstanding about China's Middle East policy, as well as foreign policy in general, is an outcome of Western Cold War perceptions. Most scholars and leaders judge China's behavior in the Middle East through the only international politics prism with which they are familiar, that of the Cold War. Accordingly, Beijing's activities are interpreted as seeking a political foothold and military presence while competing with the other powers. It is interesting to note that quite a few Chinese scholars, primarily those educated in the United States, have absorbed and adopted this viewpoint of urging expansion to the West. In reality, nothing much has changed about China's Middle East policy. Most efforts are directed at China's core interests, which concentrate on East Asia. This is the region on which China will not compromise. West Asia is of secondary importance, oil notwithstanding. Notes 1 Yitzhak The Role of the Middle East in China's Policy, Skirahad Monthly Survey, 4, 1969, 1529, in Hebrew. 2 Amos Gilboa, Mr. Intelligence, Ariel Yariv, Tel Aviv, Mezcal Yedioth Aronot Books, 2013, 475, in Hebrew. 3 Yitzhak Connected Vessels, West Asia and East Asia in China's Geopolitics, Araucaria, Revista Ibero-Americana de Filosofia, Politica y Humanidades, 1835, 2016, 319-339. 4 of these are discussed in detail in Yitzhak The Palestinians in China's Foreign Policy, in Chu, Combining Diaresis, and 2 Chu, Combining Diaresis, A. ed. Dimensions of China's Foreign Relations, New York, Braiger, 1977, reprinted 1979, 156-190. 5 Yitzhak Just Stand and Just Struggle, China and the Peace Process in the Middle East, the Australian Journal of Chinese Affairs, 5, 1981, 3952. Yitzhak In Search of Alternatives, China's Middle East Policy After Sadat, the Australian Journal of Chinese Affairs, 8, 1982, 101-110. 25 China and the Middle East, 25-6 Yitzhak China and the Palestine Liberation Organization, Ups and Downs, Jerusalem, the Leonard Davis Institute for International Relations, the Hebrew University, 1991, in Hebrew. See also Raphael Israeli, PLO in Lebanon. Selected Documents, London, St. Martin's Press, 1983. 7 Yitzhak Military Modernization and China's Defense Capability, A Middle Eastern Perspective, Skirahad Monthly Survey, 6, 1984, 2936, in Hebrew. Yitzhak The Middle East, in Gerald Siegel and William T. Toe, eds, Chinese Defense Policy, London, Macmillan, 1984, 263-278. Yitzhak The Year of the Silkworms, China's Arms Transactions, 1987, in Richard H. Yang, ed. SCPS Yearbook on PLA Affairs 1987, Kaohsiung, Sun Yat-sen Center for Policy Studies, National Sun Yat-sen University, 1988, 153-168, Yitzhak Unfolded Arms, Beijing's Recent Military Sales Offensive, The Pacific Review, 1-3, 1988, 320-330, Yitzhak The Chinese Factor in the Middle East Security Equation, An Israeli Perspective, in Jonathan Goldstein, ed. China and Israel, 1948-1998, A 50-Year Retrospective, Westport, CT, Braiger, 1999, 153-178, Yitzhak Mountains Out of Molehills, Arms Transfers in Sino-Middle Eastern Relations, Middle East Review of International Affairs, 4-3, 2000, 68-79, 8 Yitzhak Will and Capabilities, The PRC-RLC Imbalance in the Middle East, Global Taiwan Brief, January 13, 2021, 9 Yitzhak East Wind over Arabia, Origins and Implications of the Sino-Saudi Missile Deal, Berkeley, CA, Center for Chinese Studies, Institute of East Asian Studies, University of California, 1989, a multiple hit. China's missiles sailed to Saudi Arabia. Kaohsiung, Sun Yat-sen Center for Policy Studies, National Sun Yat-sen University, 1991. 10. Israel's military transfers to China and Taiwan. Survival, 41, 1998, 68-91. 11. The following paragraph is based on Yitzhak Shisher, Proxy, Unlocking the Origins of Israel's Military Sales to China, Washington, D.C., Center for International and Regional Studies, Georgetown University, 2020. 12. While working on the archives of KGB defector Vasily Mitrokin at Cambridge University, I found that the KGB had very much regretted cutting off diplomatic relations with Israel. 13. SCPS International Workshop on PLA Affairs, Sun Yat-sen Center for Policy Studies, National Sun Yat-sen University, Kaohsiung, March 1988. 14. Yitzhak Shisher, The Importance of Being Ernst David Bergman and Israel's Role in Taiwan's Defense, Washington, D.C., Center for International and Regional Studies, Georgetown University, 2016. 15. I summed up this topic in the following chapter, Yitzhak Shisher, China and Israel, Trilateral Dimensions of Bilateral Relations, in Yahya Zalbir, ed. China, the Middle East and North Africa, London, Routledge, 2022, forthcoming. 16. Gabriel Goroditsky, The Soviet Union's Role in the Creation of the State of Israel, Journal of Israeli History, Politics, Society, Culture, 22-1, 2003, 420. Hiao Yu, An Investigation on the Causes of the Soviet Support for the Establishment of the State of Israel, Zueshu Yanju, Academic Research, 8, 2011, 109-121. Hiao Yu, Soviet Inputs in the Process of Israel's Establishment, Hiafai Huo, West Asia and Africa, 8, 2010, 823. 17. Yitzhak Shisher, The U.S. Role in Delaying Sino-Israeli Relations, Two's Company, Three's a Crowd, Jewish Political Studies Review, 22, 1-2, 2010, 732. 18. Yitzhak Shisher, The U.S. Factor in Israel's Military Relations with China, China Brief 512, 2005, 7-9. 19. Yitzhak Shisher, China and the Middle East, Testimony before the U.S.-China Economic and Security Congressional Review Commission, Washington, June 6, 2013, 112. 20. Yitzhak Shisher, Sino-American Crosscurrents in the Middle East, Perceptions and Realities, in Nivhoresh, ed. Toward Well-Oiled Relations, China's Presence in the Middle East Following the Arab Spring, New York, Palgrave Macmillan, 2015, 518. 21. William H. Frey, The 2010s may have seen the slowest population growth in U.S. history. Census data show a 2020 census preview of population and congressional reapportionment, Washington, D.C. Brookings Institute, 2020, www.brookings.edu/research population change and the projected change in congressional representation. 22. Jean-Pierre Cave-Stan, China's military base in Djibouti, a microcosm of China's growing competition with the United States and new bipolarity, Journal of Contemporary China, 29 125, 2020, 731, 747, emphasis added. Sun Tigang and Yahya H. Zalbir, Securing China's Latent Power, The Dragon's Anchorage in Djibouti, Journal of Contemporary China, 3013, 2020, 677, 692. 26. Yitzhak Shisher, 2623. Yitzhak Shisher, Fundamentally Unacceptable Yet Occasionally Unavoidable, China's Options on External Intervention in the Middle East, China Report, 49-1, 2013, 2541. 24. Yitzhak Shisher, China and the Role of the United Nations in the Middle East, Revised Policy, Asian Survey, 31-3, 1991, 255°269. Yitzhak Shisher, Passive Activism, China and the Middle East in the UN, University of Nottingham, China Policy Institute blog, December 8, 2014, http://blogs, nottingham.ac.uk/Condopolicy Institute author Ed 325. Yitzhak Shisher, Breakthrough, Israel's Great Leap Forward into Asia, in Tortingvold Peterson, ed. Israel in a Turbulent Region, Security and Foreign Policy, London, Routledge, 2019, 255-272. 26. Yitzhak Shisher, The Role of Islam in China's Middle Eastern Policy, in Raphael Israeli and Anthony H. Johns, eds, Islam in Asia, Volume 2, Southeast and East Asia, Jerusalem, The Magnate Press, 1984, 305-317. 27. Yitzhak Shisher, Separatism, Sino-Muslim Conflict in Xinjiang, Pacifica Review, 6-2, 1994, 7182. 28. Yitzhak Shisher, Fact and Fiction, a Chinese documentary on Eastern Turkestan terrorism, China and Eurasia Forum Quarterly, 4-2, 2006, 89-108. 29. My Contribution to the Project, Yitzhak Shisher, The Great Wall of Steel, Military and Strategy in Xinjiang, in Frederick A. Starr, ed. Xinjiang, China's Muslim Borderland, Armang, N.Y., M.E. Sharp, 2004, 120-160, 408-415. Chinese version, Yang Taichangcheng, Xinjiang to Zhenshizhenlu, The Great Wall of Steel, Military and Strategy in Xinjiang, Zhongyao Musil and Yuyu Tabainki, Xinjiang, China's Muslim Borderland, Urumqi, Xinjiang Academy of Social Sciences, 2004, 129-180, with an additional introduction, a secret Mimi edition. 30. Yitzhak Shisher, Ethno-Diplomacy, The Uyghur Hitch in Sino-Turkish Relations, Washington, D.C., East-West Center, 2009. Yitzhak Shisher, See No Evil, Hear No Evil, Speak No Evil, Middle Eastern Reactions to Rising China's Uyghur Crackdown, Griffith Asia Quarterly, 3-1, 2015, 62-85. 31. Yitzhak Shisher, China and Turkey in the Post-Cold War World, Great Expectations, in Bruce Gilley and Andrew O'Neill, eds, Middle Powers and the Rise of China, Washington, D.C., Georgetown University Press, 2014, 192-212. Yitzhak Shisher, Turkey Trot, Military Cooperation between Beijing and Ankara, China Brief 98, 2009, 4-7. 32. Kristen Wong, China ratifies Turkey extradition deal and push to combat terrorism, leading to concerns for Uyghurs who fled Xinjiang, South China Morning Post, December 28, 2020. 33. Yitzhak Shisher, Gains and Losses, Historical Lessons of China's Middle East Policy for its OBOR Initiative, Asian Journal of Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies, 12-2, 2018, 127-141. 34. Invited to the 2017 Symposium on China Studies, organized by the PRC Ministry of Culture and the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, Beijing, July 23-29, 2017. I delivered a paper, Qualified Ecstasy, Diversified Response to China's One Belt One Road Initiative in Historical Perspective. It was published as Yitzhak Shisher, China's Belt and Road Initiative Revisited. Challenges and Ways Forward, China Quarterly of International Strategic Studies, 4-1, 2018, 3953. See also Yatsok Vision, Provision and Supervision, The Politics of China's OBOR and AIIB and their implications for the Middle East, in Anush Edashami and Nivhoresh, EDS, China's presence in the Middle East, implications for One Belt, One Road Initiative, London, Routledge, 2017, 3853. 35 American Enterprise Institute, China Global Investment Tracker, continuously updated, www.ai, or China Global Investment Tracker 36 Yung Miao, Sinization versus Arabization, Online Narratives of Islamophobia in China, Journal of Contemporary China, 29 125, 2020, 748-762. References American Enterprise Institute, China Global Investment Tracker, continuously updated, www.ai.org/China Global Investment Tracker. Cape Stan, Jean-Pierre, China's military base in Djibouti, a microcosm of China's growing competition with the United States and new bipolarity, Journal of Contemporary China 29 125, 2020, 731, 747. Frey, William H. The 2010s may have seen the slowest population growth in U.S. history. Census data show, a 2020 census preview of population and congressional reapportionment, Washington, D.C. Brookings Institute, 2020, www.brookings.edu/research population change and the projected change in congressional representation. Gilboa, Amos, Mr. Intelligence, Ariel Yariv, Tel Aviv, Mizkel Yedioth Aronot Books, 2013. In Hebrew, 27 China and the Middle East. 27 Gorodisky, Gabriel, The Soviet Union's Role in the Creation of the State of Israel, Journal of Israeli History, Politics, Society, Culture 22-1, 2003, 420. Wang, Kristen, China ratifies Turkey extradition deal and push to combat terrorism, leading to concerns for Uyghurs who fled Xinjiang, South China Morning Post, December 28, 2020. Israeli, Raphael, PLO in Lebanon, Selected Documents, London, St. Martin's Press, 1983. Shisher, Yitzhak, Breakthrough, Israel's Great Leap Forward into Asia, in Tortingvold Peterson, ed. Israel in a Turbulent Region, Security and Foreign Policy, London, Routledge, 2019, 255-272. Shisher, Yitzhak, China and Israel, Trilateral Dimensions of Bilateral Relations, in Yahya Zalbir, ed. China, the Middle East and North Africa, London, Routledge, 2022, forthcoming. Shisher, Yitzhak, China and the Middle East, Testimony before the U.S.-China Economic and Security Congressional Review Commission, Washington, D.C., June 6, 2013, 112. Shisher, Yitzhak, China and the Palestine Liberation Organization, Ups and Downs, Jerusalem, the Leonard Davis Institute for International Relations, the Hebrew University, 1991. In Hebrew, Shisher, Yitzhak, China and the Role of the United Nations in the Middle East, Revised Policy, Asian Survey 31-3, 1991, 255-269. Shisher, Yitzhak, China and Turkey in the Post-Cold War World, Great Expectations, in Bruce Gilley and Andrew O'Neill, EDS, Middle Powers and the Rise of China, Washington, D.C., Georgetown University Press, 2014, 192-212. Shisher, Yitzhak, China's Belt and Road Initiative Revisited, Challenges and Ways Forward, China Quarterly of International Strategic Studies 4-1, 2018, 3953. Shisher, Yitzhak, The Chinese Factor in the Middle East Security Equation, An Israeli Perspective, in Jonathan Goldstein, ed. China and Israel, 1948-1998, a 50-year retrospective, Westport, C.T., Praeger, 1999, 153-178. Shisher, Yitzhak, Connected Vessels, West Asia and East Asia in China's Geopolitics, Araperia, Revista Ibero-Americana de Filosofia, Politicae Humanides 1835, 2016, 319-339. Shisher, Yitzhak, East Wind over Arabia, Origins and Implications of the Sino-Saudi Missile Deal, Berkeley, CA, Center for Chinese Studies, Institute of East Asian Studies, University of California, 1989. Shisher, Yitzhak, Ethno-Diplomacy, The Uyghur Hitch in Sino-Turkish Relations, Washington, D.C., East-West Center, 2009. Shisher, Yitzhak, Fact and Fiction, a Chinese documentary on Eastern Turkestan terrorism, China and Eurasia Forum, Quarterly 4-2, 2006, 89-108. Shisher, Yitzhak, Fundamentally Unacceptable Yet Occasionally Unavoidable, China's Options on External Intervention in the Middle East, China Report 49-1, 2013, 2541. Shisher, Yitzhak, Gains and Losses, Historical Lessons of China's Middle East Policy for its OBOR Initiative, Asian Journal of Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies 12-2, 2018, 127-141. Shisher, Yitzhak, Gang Tai Changcheng, Xinjiang to Junshizhenlu, The Great Wall of Steel, Military and Strategy in Xinjiang, Zhonggyo Musil and Yuju Tabayanki, Xinjiang, China's Muslim Borderland, Urumqi, Xinjiang Academy of Social Sciences, 2004, 129-180. Shisher, Yitzhak, The Great Wall of Steel, Military and Strategy in Xinjiang, in Frederick K. Starr, ed. Xinjiang, China's Muslim Borderland, Armung, N.Y., M.E. Sharp, 2004, 120-160, 408-415. Shisher, Yitzhak, The Importance of Being Ernst David Bergman and Israel's Role in Taiwan's Defense, Washington, D.C., Center for International and Regional Studies, Georgetown University, 2016. Shisher, Yitzhak, Israel's Military Transfers to China and Taiwan, Survival 41, 1998, 68-91. Shisher, Yitzhak, Just Stand and Just Struggle, China and the Peace Process in the Middle East, The Australian Journal of Chinese Affairs, 5, 1981, 3952. Shisher, Yitzhak, The Middle East, in Gerald Siegel and William T. Toe, eds, Chinese Defense Policy, London, Macmillan, 1984, 263-278. Shisher, Yitzhak, Military Modernization and China's Defense Capability, A Middle Eastern Perspective, Skira Hodgshit, Monthly Survey, 6, 1984, 2936. In Hebrew, Shisher, Yitzhak, Mountains Out of Molehills, Arms Transfers in Sino-Middle Eastern Relations, Middle East Review of International Affairs, Miria, 4, No, 3, 2000, 6879. Shisher, Yitzhak, A Multiple Hit, China's Missiles Sailed to Saudi Arabia, Kaohsiung, Sun Yat-sen Center for Policy Studies, National Sun Yat-sen University, 1991. Shisher, Yitzhak, The Palestinians in China's Foreign Policy, in Chu, Combining Diaresis and Tushu, Combining Diaresis, A. ed. Dimensions of China's Foreign Relations, New York, Braiger, 1977, reprinted 1979, 156-190, 28 Yitzhak Shitter 28 Shitter, Yitzhak, Passive Activism, China and the Middle East in the UN, University of Nottingham, China Policy Institute blog, December 8, 2014, http://blogs.nottingham.ac.uk/China Policy Institute author Ed 3 Yitzhak, Proxy, Unlocking the Origins of Israel's Military Sales to China, Washington, D.C., Center for International and Regional Studies, Georgetown University, 2020, Shitter, Yitzhak, The Role of Islam in China's Middle Eastern Policy, in Raphael Israeli and Anthony H. Johns, eds, Islam in Asia, Volume 2, Southeast and East Asia, Jerusalem, The Magnate Press, 1984, 305-317, Shitter, Yitzhak, The Role of the Middle East in China's Policy, Skirahad Shit, Monthly Survey, 4, 1969, 1529. In Hebrew, Shitter, Yitzhak, In Search of Alternatives, China's Middle East Policy After Sadat, The Australian Journal of Chinese Affairs, 8, 1982, 101-110, Shitter, Yitzhak, See No Evil, Hear No Evil, Speak No Evil, Middle Eastern Reactions to Rising China's Uyghur Crackdown, Griffith Asia Quarterly 3-1, 2015, 6285, Shitter, Yitzhak, Separatism, Sino-Muslim Conflict in Xinjiang, Pacific Review 6-2, 1994, 7182, Shitter, Yitzhak, Sino-American Crosscurrents in the Middle East, Perceptions and Realities, in Nivtoresh, ed. Toward Well-Oiled Relations, China's Presence in the Middle East Following the Arab Spring, New York, Palgrave Macmillan, 2015, 518, Shitter, Yitzhak, Turkey Trot, Military Cooperation Between Beijing and Ankara, China Brief 98, 2009, 47, Shitter, Yitzhak, Unfolded Arms, Beijing's Recent Military Sales Offensive, The Pacific Review 1-3, 1988, 320-330, Shitter, Yitzhak, The U.S. Factor in Israel's Military Relations with China, China Brief 512, 2005, 79, Shitter, Yitzhak, The U.S. Role in Delaying Sino-Israeli Relations, Two's Company, Three's a Crowd, Jewish Political Studies Review 22, 1-2, 2010, 732, Shitter, Yitzhak, Vision, Provision and Supervision, The Politics of China's OBOR and AIIB and Their Implications for the Middle East, in Anush Edishami and Nivtoresh, eds, China's Presence in the Middle East, Implications for One Belt, One Road Initiative, London, Routledge, 2017, 3853, Shitter, Yitzhak, Will and Capabilities, The PRC-ROC Imbalance in the Middle East, Global Taiwan Brief, January 13, 2021, Shitter, Yitzhak, The Year of the Silkworms, China's Arms Transactions, 1987, in Richard H. Yang, ed. SCPS Yearbook on PLA Affairs, Kaohsiung, Sun Yat-sen Center for Policy Studies, National Sun Yat-sen University, 1988, 153-168, Sun Digang and Yaya H. Zalbir, Securing China's Latent Power, The Dragon's Anchorage in Djibouti, Journal of Contemporary China 3013, 2020, 677-692, Hiao Yu, Duhisulian Zaichi Yisili Jianguo Yuanyun Zi Zai Kaocha, An Investigation on the Causes of the Soviet Support for the Establishment of the State of Israel, Zueshu Yanju, Academic Research, 8, 2011, 109-121, Hiao Yu, Yisili Jianguo Guo Chengzong Zulian Yunsu, Soviet Inputs in the Process of Israel's Establishment, Hiafai Huo, West Asia and Africa, 8, 2010, 823, Yung Yao, Sinization versus Arabization, Online Narrative of Islamophobia in China, Journal of Contemporary China 29-125, 2020, 748-762, 2929 doi, 10.4324/9781003034520-4, 3. The Middle East and China's Global Strategies Tim Niblock, The Assessment of China's Developing Relationship with Middle East Countries, especially projections about future developments, depends critically on assumptions about China's global strategies. Among Western observers, significant parts of the discourse focus on China's supposed hegemonic ambitions, whether at a global or Asian regional level. The assumption that hegemonic ambitions lie behind China's objectives in the Middle Eastern region stem from this line of analysis. Yet one of the key principles of China's external policies is the rejection of hegemony in the global system. This rejection is framed primarily within the context of a critique of U.S. behavior on the global stage. It also constitutes a key parameter for how China projects its own distinctive behavior in the global system, seeking to promote its interests through partnership and mutual interest with other powers, rather than through hegemony. Allegations that China's developing role in the Middle East is hegemonic, integral to a wider hegemonic mission, are therefore strongly rejected. The contention of this chapter is that the parameters and objectives acknowledged and proclaimed by the Chinese government provide an adequate and appropriate explanation of Chinese policies in the Middle East, as elsewhere in the world. There is neither a need nor the justification to seek or attribute hidden motives or covert objectives, at least none that are different in character from those inherent in most international relations settings. The chapter is organized around the framework of analysis that stems from this understanding. The next section covers the political, economic and military and parameters which are fundamental to, and intrinsic in, how the Chinese government perceives its interests. The chapter then lays out the 4 key strategies pursued by China in the global arena before outlining the main stages through which the relationship between China and Middle Eastern states has developed. It then examines the contemporary significance of the Middle East to China before providing a perspective on how relations seem likely to develop over the coming years. Perspectives on future developments based on a single great power's objectives can, of course, easily be thrown off track by the vicissitudes of international power struggles and regional conflicts. This is particularly relevant at the present time, when the global order is in flux, and in the present context. The rise of China, with the challenge it poses to the centrality and dominance of the United States in the international system, is inevitably destabilizing to a global order that was crafted and developed under very different conditions. Other rising powers are 30 Tim Niblock 30, also advancing claims for more substantive roles in global organization, with similar implications for the global order. Tensions stemming from the changing realities of economic and strategic power at the global level, meanwhile, are feeding into conflicts and shifting alignments at the regional level. How external powers relate to the Middle East, and to Middle Eastern countries individually, will inevitably be affected by these fluid conditions. The approach taken here does not neglect or downplay the instabilities, nor ignore the new policy challenges and dilemmas that will ensue from them. Nonetheless, the chapter will seek to show that China's current strategies are reflective of long-term Chinese interests in the Middle Eastern region, which are likely to remain constant. China's engagement in the region is, and will remain, significant, but its interests lie in partnership and cooperation with all states, not in selective security alignments with individual states. Political, military and economic parameters intrinsic to how the Chinese government perceives its interests. 3 parameters are of particular importance in setting the framework within which China's global strategies and policies have been developed. The first parameter is political. political, and comprises three aspects. One rests on the requirements necessary for the maintenance and strengthening of China's political system, with the Chinese Communist Party (CCP) providing the core around which society and economy are organized. A second is constituted by the need to preserve the coherence of the Chinese state within the territorial and maritime boundaries to which the state lays claim. Threats to the state's integrity within these boundaries provoke strong reactions. The third is framed around fears of external attack or subversion, fears that are shaped and stoked by historical memories. These diverse political concerns are not conceived, either by Chinese strategists or by this analysis, as distinct or discrete elements, but rather as mutually dependent and mutually reinforcing elements in an interactive system. The revolution that brought the Communist Party to power is seen as the critical basis on which the unity and independence of China has been constructed, providing a foundation on which unity and national cohesion are constructed, and enabling the country to project and defend its interests internationally. Conversely, the CCP has no rationale or justification for its rule unless it achieves the wider objectives. The second parameter covers the military basis necessary to enable the country to defend and project its interests. The military resource clearly constrains and shapes current objectives, while the strengthening of the resource provides a foundation for new strategic options in the future. A key document articulating China's defense policy is China's National Defense in the New Era, issued in July 2019 by China's State Council Information Office. 1. This states that building a fortified national defense and a strong military commensurate with a country's international standing and its security and development interests is a strategic task for China's socialist modernization. Drawing lessons from history, China strengthens its national defense and military to provide a security guarantee for its peaceful development. 2. While there is clearly an international dimension, phrased in terms of the armed forces fulfilling China's international responsibilities and obligations and providing security goods to the international community to the best of their ability. 3. The emphasis in the document is on protecting China's sovereignty, security and development interests. 4. Safeguarding national 31 Middle East and China's global strategies. 31 territorial and maritime rights and interests. 5. And building up a defense force that can achieve those objectives. The scale of the challenge faced by China in protecting its security is made explicit. China has a land border of 22,000 kilometers and a coastline of 18,000 kilometers. China surpasses most countries in the number of neighboring countries, the length of the land border, and the complexity of maritime security. Therefore, it is a daunting task for China to safeguard its territorial sovereignty, maritime rights and interests, and national unity. 6. China's rights and interests, of course, cover the territories and waters to which it believes it has rightful claim. The need to achieve complete reunification of the country is described as being in the fundamental interest of the Chinese nation and essential to national rejuvenation. While China adheres to the principles of peaceful reunification, the rejection of Taiwan's separation from the mainland is unequivocal. China will never allow the secession of any part of its territory by anyone, any organization or any political party by any means at any time. 7. This is the only issue on which the use of force is specified as an option. The South China Sea Islands and the Diaoyu Islands in the East China Sea are described as inalienable parts of Chinese territory, with China having the right to exercise its national sovereignty to build infrastructure and deploy necessary defensive capabilities on the islands and reefs in the South China Sea, and to conduct patrols in the waters of the Diaoyu Islands in the East China Sea. 8. The process of modernization of the military is seen as being of critical importance, but as requiring long-term attention. Achieving mechanization with significantly enhanced informatization and greatly improved strategic capabilities was to be achieved by 2020. The modernization of national defense and the military is scheduled to be completed by 2035, and the transformation of the armed forces into world-class forces is not reached until the mid-21st century. 9. The third parameter rests on the needs of the Chinese economy and the interests that follow from that. These needs have, of course, changed as the economy has developed. From the foundation of the People's Republic in 1949 through to 1979, the dynamic of growth depended on state ownership of the country's major economic resources, central control over planning and the financial system, and the mobilization of whatever surplus was available for investment. Such external trade as there was tended to be focused on the import of critical equipment needed for industrialization. The 1979-1999 period saw the gradual but fundamental reform of the economic system. 10. Liberalizing regulations over investment and pricing, opening up foreign trade, replacing agricultural communes with responsibility contracts, and giving enterprises, mainly still under state control, more leeway in planning their development and exploiting whatever opportunities were available. Market reforms, leading to the creation of a social market economy, were introduced over the years that followed. The ensuing rapid economic growth over these years enabled and necessitated an expansion of exports, which were required to finance the import of the technology needed for the transformation of the economy. From 1993, China's oil requirements exceeded its local production, leading to a steady and substantial increase of oil imports thereafter. Both the export and the import dimensions were of significance for relations with Middle Eastern countries. Since 1999, China has undergone a prolonged process of intensified economic reform, with the government encouraging Chinese enterprises to acquire assets overseas and expand their international business, providing protection for private property rights, opening up Parts 32 Tim Block 32 of the domestic market to foreign competition, and moving some state and local government enterprises into the non-state sector. The policy, known as the Going Out Policy, was introduced in 1999. China's admission to the World Trade Organization in 2001 gave a substantial boost to the new economic direction. 11. The value of China's external trade between 1999 and 2019 expanded from $360.6 billion in 1999 to $4.63 trillion in 2018.13. This, not surprisingly, has been the major period over which trade and investment exchanges between China and Middle Eastern countries have developed. There has also been a major expansion of Chinese contracting in the Middle East, as elsewhere in the world. While the overall direction of policy has remained constant over the period since 1999, the years since 2015 have witnessed an upgrading of the policy, termed by some as Going Out 2.0, emphasizing the export of high-value manufacturing and technology and the contracting of massive infrastructure projects abroad. The latter absorb the excess capacity in some Chinese industries, such as steel and cement, while at the same time serving political and developmental objectives abroad. The BRI, formally announced in 2013 but given significant effect since 2015, constitutes the central platform for this economic policy. The BRI provides an underlying rationale for the strategic, largely economic partnerships that China has concluded with Middle Eastern countries over the last few years. China's global strategies for key strategic objectives guidelines pursued by China and its external policies will be identified and presented in this chapter. All are given consistent emphasis in Chinese government policy documents, speeches delivered, and statements issued by China's leaders, and articles in state-owned newspapers. 14. First, and most critical, is the protection of the Chinese state and its territories, waters, and political system against global threats and regional instability or disruption. The priority placed on security is given a particular edge by China's ongoing security and economic confrontation with the United States. The military and economic power of the United States, its alliances with countries in East Asia, Southeast Asia, and Australasia, seen as China's regional neighborhood, and the reach of its naval power into maritime waters close to China and over which China claims maritime rights all contribute to the central dilemma facing China and global relations more generally, whether China's own growing economic and strategic power can and will be accommodated peacefully in the established global order. The context of China's concerns, moreover, is set by the daunting task facing China of ensuring the defense of its territories and waters, and the presence of historical claims and memories. The 100 years of humiliation that began with the Opium Wars in 1839, followed by domestic strife and the foreign occupation of parts of China, stoked fears of an outcome where state power and defense capability are inadequate in confronting the external challenges to China's sovereignty and integrity. 15 Claims based on perceived Chinese suzerainty in the wider region prior to the Qing Empire's decline and disempowerment remain in both state and personal consciousness, whether they are pursued politically or not. 16 The attention China gives to countries that relate to its security concerns and that impinge on China through a shared regional environment have been given, and will continue to be given, greater priority than that given to countries with no direct security significance for China. Middle Eastern countries do not command the same level of attention for Chinese policymakers as do member states of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, or those of Central Asia. China has been a full dialogue partner of ASEAN since 1996. A total of 22 ASEAN-China summit meetings were held over the 1996-2020 period, and a wide 33 Middle East and China's global strategy's 33 range of ministerial and people-to-people channels also operate. In 2003, China took the lead in acceding to the Treaty of Amity in Southeast Asia. Disputes over maritime rights in the South China Seas of course form part of this interactive relationship. 17 Similarly, the countries of Central Asia command significant attention, as reflected in the 3 Central Asian countries bordering China, all joining China, Russia, and Uzbekistan as founder members of the Shanghai Cooperation Council in 2001.18. The Central Asian states were, furthermore, the focus of the Silk Road Economic Belt when it was initiated in 2013, now constituting the land-based element of the Belt and Road Initiative. 19 Second Strategic Objective Guideline, described in China's national defense as the distinctive feature of China's national defense in the new era. 20 is the rejection of strategies based on hegemony, expansion or spheres of influence, and the assertion of the sovereign rights of all states. This is a constant theme in the speeches given and documents issued by Chinese leaders and government bodies. 21 Contained within are various connected ideas and contentions. China has, since the beginning of modern times, suffered from foreign aggression and wars, and has learned from that the value of peace and peaceful development, and China has emerged as the world's second largest economy, not through military expansion, colonial plunder or receiving handouts, but through its people's hard work and its efforts to maintain peace. On this basis, China respects the rights of all peoples to independently choose their own development path, opposes interference in the internal affairs of other states, advocates partnerships with other countries, not alliances, and will never threaten any other country or seek any sphere of influence. 22 A third strategic objective guidelines is actively contributing to building a community with a shared future for mankind. This expression of China's commitment to being a responsible stakeholder in the global community has been given emphasis since President Xi Jinping became General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party. He articulated this in his report to the 18th National Congress of the Chinese Communist Party in 2012, shortly after taking over as General Secretary. 23 President Xi's predecessor, Hu Jintao, projected a similar vision with his Chinese dream of a harmonious world. 24 The shared future concept, albeit without that name being attached, formed the theme of President Xi Jinping's address to the United Nations General Assembly in September 2015, and was explained in greater detail by Foreign Minister Wang Yi in June 2016.25. Subsequently, it has formed part of most major governmental statements of China's foreign policies. The envisaged shared future is based on recognition of the centrality of the United Nations in the existing global order and conforms to the purposes and principles of the UN Charter about sovereign equality, peaceful settlement of international disputes, and international cooperation. 26 Built on top of this, however, is the desire to build a new type of international relations featuring win-win cooperation, suiting the trend of the times. The key element in this proposed new type of international relations, as explained by Foreign Minister Wang Yi, is a vision that takes a community of shared future as the common goal in handling international relations, and sees common interests as the important foundation of these relations. 27 Similarly, Yang Jiechi, member of the CCP Political Bureau and director of the Central Committee for Foreign Affairs, in a speech to the 55th Munich Security Conference in February 2019, suggested that the following principles and practices were needed so as to carry forward the multilateral approach: the principle of sovereign equality, commitment to dialogue and consultation, respect for the rule of law, and the practice of win-win cooperation. 28 China's commitment to the United Nations and to multilateralism therefore embodies, on the one hand, an acceptance of the existing reality, and on the other hand, a proposal for a revised global order reflecting changing global realities. 29 34 Tim de Block 34 A fourth strategic objective guideline is the development of a layer of regional and international institutions and networks geared to China's specific interests, objectives, and values. These interests, objectives, and values are seen as being consistent with the developmental needs of the global South generally. Many of the economy-related regional and international institutions created, such as the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank AIIB, mirror existing international institutions, yet they are not intended to displace, and would not be capable of displacing, existing institutions. They are complementary to these institutions, and projected as geared to the specific needs of developing countries. Most of the institutions and networks covered under this objective guideline are described, in their founding documents, as based on the values of mutual trust, mutual respect, equality, respect for diverse civilizations, and the pursuit of shared development. 30 The most significant regional international institutions developed have been the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, established in 2001, which now comprises Russia, China, India, Pakistan, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan, and the BRICS Organization, established in 2009, now comprising Brazil, Russia, India, China, China, and South Africa. 31. Each of these bodies maintains a range of affiliate committees and associated economic or security institutions devoted to promoting cooperation. The annual summit meetings of both organizations have become increasingly substantial and substantive over time, although they are rather sparsely reported on in the global media. 32. Perhaps even more important, although a national undertaking rather than an international collaboration, has been the BRI. Analysts examining the likely motivations inspiring and shaping the BRI have put forward diverse interpretations. Some focus on it as an element of China's global strategy, driven by Beijing's geopolitical goals to break Beijing's perceived U.S. encirclement in the Asia-Pacific and constrain the rise of India. 33 others emphasize the dimension of the BRI as an instrument enabling China to acquire the soft power reach it had previously lacked, which it needs if it is to compete with the United States in international fora. Other writing contends that its objectives are primarily economic, whether stemming from China's acute need to develop its global economic outreach following the 2008-2009 financial crisis, 34, or from a crisis in Chinese capitalism, where Chinese state-owned enterprises and provincial governments constitute the dynamic driving the initiative forward, proposing and promoting projects with a view to offsetting the heavy debt burdens they are carrying and the falling rate of profitability of investment within China. 35. Chinese governmental accounts place emphasis on the win-win dimensions. At one level, lessons for the development of global South countries can be absorbed from the Chinese experience. At another level, development in the global South is complementary and supportive to China's own development and interests. Strategic benefits may form part of those interests. In his address to the First Belt and Road Forum in May 2017, President Xi stated, "In pursuing the Belt and Road Initiative, we should focus on the fundamental issue of development, release the growth potential of various countries, and achieve economic integration and interconnected development and deliver benefits to all." 36. I would contend that the BRI is best viewed as an umbrella initiative, driven forward by the integration of a range of different objectives and interests. It constitutes an element in China's global strategy, and is of critical importance, but its interpretation must be set within the context of the other elements covered above. The intended network of road, rail, telecommunications, and hydrocarbon pipelines, with the accompanying development project and cooperation agreements, will clearly be of benefit to the development of China's economy, yet they would 35 Middle East and China's global strategies 35 be unlikely to have come into being without a strategic vision of how they would enhance the country's security interests and bolster its global role. China's strategies and the Middle Eastern region, conditioning factors shaping the China-Middle East relationship. The strategies that China pursues in the world, as presented above, are likely to impact the international system in ways that belie their apparently peaceful and cooperative objectives. They challenge the centrality of the United States in the global order. Conflicts and confrontations stemming from this challenge are already a characteristic of global relations, and no doubt this will remain inherent in the international system over the coming years. The transition to a revised global order, marked by harmonious cooperation and a belief of mutual benefit, is unlikely to proceed in a peaceful and orderly manner, and it may never reach the desired outcome. Relations between China and its external environment will be molded not only by China's own objectives, but also by the policies pursued by other major powers. Nonetheless, the strategies outlined above are likely to remain critical to how China shapes its relations with Middle Eastern countries. They embody long-term Chinese interests at many different levels: economic, security, and political. There is no reason to expect that they will be replaced or significantly adapted. They provide a realistic basis on which China's policies in the Middle East can be assessed and analyzed, without any need or justification for imputing overt expansionist objectives to China, at least not in the Middle Eastern region. It is not in China's interest to assume a major security role in the region. 4. Conditioning factors fundamental to the dynamics of Chinese relations with Middle Eastern countries have shaped how relations have developed. These are covered below. Dimensions of historical heritage. As has been widely pointed out, China carries no negative historical baggage in the Middle Eastern region, not having had a colonial, imperial or neo-colonial record in the Middle East. No land attaches to China for the divided state of the Arab world, the loss of Palestine to the Arabs, and the consequent dispossession of Palestinians, the state structures that were left in place at independence, the oil concessions that initially ensured only limited gain came to the producing countries, and the conditions of dependency that were created and remained in place, initially at least after independence. China has had the ability, with justice, to project itself as a fellow victim, a developing world country that itself has suffered through external intervention. 37. The historical presence that Western countries have had in the region, however, has also given the Western world some advantages over China in its ongoing relationships with Middle Eastern countries. The elites of the Middle East are more attuned to Western culture than they are to Chinese culture. Many have undergone parts of their education in Western countries or else in non-Western English-speaking environments, such as India, Pakistan, and Malaysia, and on the international scene, outside of the Middle East, they conduct their business mainly in English or French. Although there is a rich historical record of Chinese contacts with the West Asian region in earlier times, these are too distant to affect contemporary cultural connectivity. 38. There is, nonetheless, a balancing factor. Some of the Chinese officials and advisors who engage directly with their Middle Eastern counterparts now possess a high level of articulacy and literacy in Arabic or Persian. The concentrated linguistic and cultural training provided in some prominent Chinese universities is thus steadily widening the scope of cultural connectivity. 39. 36. Tim Block 36. Security requirements of regimes and states. Many regimes in the Middle East exhibit a strong sense of their own vulnerability and insecurity, confronted, in their own perception, by subversive ideological movements or political creeds supported by elements within their own population, possibly inspired and funded by wider regional movements or governments. They turn to external powers for protective guarantees. Such fears have been particularly evident among the rulers of the Arab monarchies of the Gulf, leading to a consistent determination to secure the military support and backing of one or more external powers. The external support sought, moreover, needs to go beyond expressions of solidarity. It must involve a commitment specifically to the survival of the regime, and to the use of military power to ensure this. A high level of trust in the efficacy of the power concerned, its military capacity, and the resolute character of the commitments it undertakes is required. Middle Eastern regimes outside of the Gulf also have concerns over their vulnerability, but are more inclined and more able to base their security on a broader base, mobilizing popular support through political structures, developing and using effective security and intelligence forces to counter domestic unrest, and drawing external support from a wider range of international sources, with limited expectations of these sources playing a direct role in countering domestic threats to regime survival. A separate, although possibly related, threat perception is where the governing institutions of a state fear their country will be subject to attack by one or more external states. The regional instability and conflict in the Middle Eastern region in recent decades have, not unnaturally, fostered such perceptions. Once again, though, it tends to be the Arab monarchies of the Gulf that have lacked confidence in their ability to meet such challenges without committed, convincing and battle-ready external support, sufficient to confront and overpower regional adversaries. Israel also requires such a commitment from outside, although in this case the requirement is for the provision of technologically advanced weaponry capable of overcoming all regional adversaries, rather than direct external engagement to that end. While, for most Middle Eastern regimes and states, the nature of their security needs can be met by balancing a spectrum of domestic and external support elements, the Arab monarchies of the Gulf have until now regarded the support of the United States, with additional backing from associated Western states, as critical. Recent trends in U.S. policy are currently creating uncertainties in the Arab monarchical regimes over the reliability of U.S. commitments, whether to their regimes or their states. Yet the outcome of such uncertainty is unlikely to be China emerging as an alternative regime state security guarantor. Chinese government policy seeks to avoid both involvement in the internal affairs of sovereign states and military alliances that will commit China to supporting one regional state against another. The complementarity of global visions. Although the cultural milieu of Middle Eastern countries has in recent history been influenced by European and North American cultural settings more than any other, the contemporary political discourse projected by the Chinese government holds an attraction for many of the elites within the Middle East. The emphasis on a rich historical heritage, which was broken by colonial intervention, the resulting shared anti-colonial attitudes, the common identification as developing countries seek their due place in the global economic and political orders, the pronounced commitment to mutual dependence rather than dependency in external relationships, the insistence on sovereignty and the rejection of attempts to impose Western 37 Middle East in China's global strategy's 37 values, as so perceived, on their societies and polities, and the support for restructuring of global institutions and frameworks so as to enable them to play a more significant role. These all feature prominently in the speeches made following state-to-state visits, the press releases after bilateral meetings and conferences, and the strategic partnership agreement signed between China and Middle Eastern states. It would be wrong to see these statements of position and principle as polite but empty slogans. Some significant political strategies adopted and pursued by Middle Eastern governments give practical effect to the pronouncements of principle. Among these are the launch of projects intended to integrate economies into the infrastructural frameworks and commercial networks of the BRIA, participation in the banking and development institutions created by and around the BRICS and SEO groupings, and coordinated resistance to pressures from other major powers to adopt restrictive policies on China and global South countries. On issues where Middle Eastern countries might be expected to be critical of China, as with the treatment of Muslims in Xinjiang, the commonality of principle and vision buttressed by immediate political interest appears to have outweighed possible reservations, at least at the governmental level. 40. Conversely, Western promotion of democracy and human rights is viewed negatively by many Middle Eastern regimes, threatening their hold on power. 41. Nonetheless, the appeal of multidimensional Western soft power may well outweigh the formal complementarity of political visions. Economic needs and strategies. The rapidly growing proportion of Middle Eastern trade accounted for by China has been widely documented. From a position in the early 1990s, when China-Middle Eastern trade was of little significance to either side, it has developed to a point where, for most countries in the region, it rivals the size of European Union Middle Eastern trade and is significantly more substantial than United States Middle Eastern trade. Flows of investment between China and Middle Eastern countries, mainly, but not exclusively from China to the Middle East, have grown in quantity, although they remain less than flows between the European Union and the Middle East. While China-Middle East trade and investment is significant for Middle Eastern economies, they account for only relatively small parts of China's total trade and investment. The proportion of China's trade conducted with the Middle East has in recent years averaged 6-7%, while the proportion of investment is considerably lower. Nonetheless, the composition of China's imports from the Middle East, with almost 90% accounted for by oil and gas over the past 20 years, gives the trade some strategic significance to China. Despite its attempts to diversify its energy sources, and notwithstanding the reduced energy needs that may ensue from some slackening of economic activity, China will retain a strong interest in purchasing oil and gas from the Middle East. Middle Eastern countries, for their part, will wish to maintain and further develop the size and vitality of their export market in China. Neither side, however, is tied to existing channels of hydrocarbon supply and demand. Middle Eastern oil producers are in competition among themselves, as well as with others, for the Chinese oil and gas markets, making China less dependent on any one source of imported oil and gas. China, for its part, competes with other consumer countries for Middle Eastern oil and gas. India's oil and gas consumption has increased rapidly in recent years, and is predicted to maintain or exceed that rate of growth over the coming 10 years. The proportion of its energy needs accounted for by imported hydrocarbons is substantially higher than China's. The same applies to Japan and South Korea, although their overall energy demand is stable. The 38 Block 38 urgency of finding reliable hydrocarbon suppliers in such circumstances inevitably sharpens the edge of the international rivalry to secure stable hydrocarbon supplies for the long term. The bargaining position of Middle Eastern countries is thereby strengthened. 42. China's description of its relations with oil-producing Middle Eastern countries as characterized by win-win mutual dependence has some justification. Stages in the development of China-Middle East relations since 1949. The focus here will be specific to how China's strategic position and its strategic perspectives and objectives, as covered earlier, have shaped relations in 4 different historical phases. The phases are 1949 to 1979, 1979 to 1999, 1999 to 2013, and from 2013 to the present day. 1949 to 1978. China's approach to the region over this period was one that reflected a degree of disinterest. To some extent, this disinterest was imposed on China by the position of the Middle East in the global strategic balance. Some Middle Eastern countries, especially in the Gulf, were firmly under the influence of the major Western powers. Some of their governments maintained relations with Taiwan and were not disposed to open up their international relationships with the PRC, where governments had adopted nationalist non-aligned postures, confronting Western influence in the region. They looked to the Soviet Union rather than China for support. They needed arms supplies that were comparable in effectiveness to those that regional neighbors could obtain from the West, and it was only the Soviet Union that could supply these. Mao Zedong's 5 principles of coexistence, which later fed into Deng Xiaoping's independent and peaceful development policy in the 1980s, were of little relevance in the Middle East. They did not cater to the immediate security concerns that were shaping the relations between governments and the outside world. China's pursuit of self-reliance, meanwhile, gave limited scope for any economic dynamic driving relationships. The convulsions caused by the Cultural Revolution in China, 1966-1976, further discouraged Middle Eastern governments from looking in that direction. Some Chinese support was given to radical movements and tendencies in the area, but that depended much on whether they served a wider strategic interest at the time. As Schicher states, Peking's interest in internal or inter-Arab issues was primarily governed and motivated by international considerations when they believed that the world situation was becoming tense because of increased attempts by one superpower or both to intervene. The Chinese awareness of the importance of the Middle East and its relevance to Chinese security would increase. They would also intensify their demands of Middle East governments or national liberation movements to join their side and firmly resist the enemy when they believed the powers were in retreat. At least for the time being, the Chinese tended to lose interest in the Middle East. They would become more tolerant of, or more likely indifferent to, internal or inter-Arab affairs. 43. Yet diplomatic relations with Middle Eastern states were gradually being developed over this period. In the 1950s and 1960s, relations were established with Egypt, Syria, and the Mutawakilite Kingdom of Yemen. Yemen, 1956, Iraq, the Provisional Government of Algeria, and Morocco, 1958, Sudan, 1959, Tunisia, 1964, and the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen, 1969. Shortly before, and after, the PRC took up China's seat in the United Nations 39 Middle East and China's Global Strategies 39 in 1971, there was a further opening up of diplomatic relations. Kuwait, Turkey, Iran, and Lebanon all broke relations with Taiwan and opened relations with the PRC in 1971. Kuwait was the only Gulf Arab monarchy to open relations. 1979 to 1998, the steady growth of relations between China and Middle East countries over this period was directly related to the transformation of China's domestic strategies, following from the reform program adopted by the Third Plenum of the CCP Central Committee in December 1978. The four modernizations, first pronounced by Zhu Enlai in the early 1960s but placed at the forefront of the governmental agenda by Deng Xiaoping at the 1978 plenum, envisaged the radical reform and strengthening of agriculture, industry, technology, and defense. 44. Deng recognized that in order for China to be a consumer society, it needed to be a producing society. Class struggle was no longer to be the critical element in determining economic policy. External policies needed to be shaped in conformity with the economic imperative. Deng's independent and peaceful development policy was many-sided, but the central theme was framing domestic and foreign policies around China's development needs. An expansion of international trade was both necessary for and a result of this policy. External relationships needed to facilitate this. Ideological issues had to be laid aside to give priority to China's development needs. As with China's economic relations with the rest of the world, Chinese trade and economic engagement with the Middle East expanded substantially over this period, although on a much more limited scale than in subsequent periods. A key factor influencing future trade was China's transition from an oil surplus to an oil deficit economy in 1993. The basis was laid for the substantial expansion of Chinese oil imports from the Gulf region, perhaps the most critical element in China's economic engagement with the Middle East over the first two decades of the 21st century. Political engagement between China and Middle Eastern governments was relatively insubstantial. Even the supply of weaponry to Iran, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia in the 1980s was motivated by economic rather than political considerations. 45. The Arab monarchies of the Gulf gradually opened up diplomatic relations with China, retracting their recognition of Taiwan, the United Arab Emirates, 1984, Qatar, and the State of Palestine, 1988, Bahrain, 1989, and Saudi Arabia, 1990. Israel also opened diplomatic relations in 1992. 1999 to 2012, the period from 1999 to 2012 saw the liberalization of the Chinese economy, with an increased emphasis on market mechanisms and closer integration into the global economy. The key policies that directly impacted China's economic engagement with other countries were the going out Zhaojuku policy adopted in 1999 and made part of the 10th Five-Year Plan, 2001-2005, and China's accession to the World Trade Organization in 2001. The former encouraged Chinese companies and corporations to invest abroad, while the latter provided a stable framework within which Chinese trade with the outside world could expand. Regulations affecting incoming investment were also liberalized, giving foreign companies wider opportunities for investment and more security in undertaking investment. Trade and investment between China and the Middle East expanded quickly as a result of these changes, as also did Chinese contracting within the Middle Eastern region. This is documented elsewhere in this volume. The upward trend was given a further impetus by the rapid rise in oil prices after 2003, stemming from an apparent scarcity of hydrocarbon supplies. 40 Block 40 China had an incentive and a rationale to embed its oil importing needs in a wider framework of mutually beneficial cooperation. The latter would provide greater assurance of continued access to Middle Eastern oil supplies, mainly in the Gulf region, while at the same time balancing trade through promoting Chinese exports and investment in the region. Oil-producing countries, meanwhile, had sufficient resources to increase their imports of Chinese goods. Although relations between China and Middle Eastern countries strengthened steadily over this period, they did so without a clear or explicit Chinese strategy for the region. The focus was very much on China's immediate economic needs. Policies evolved in response to those needs. There was a reluctance to engage with the problems of the area politically, and a determination that China should not be drawn into interregional conflicts. 2013 to 2020 observers, both within and outside China, have described China's external policies since Xi Jinping took office in 2013 as having abandoned the keeping a low-profile, Taoguanyangi approach that Deng Xiaoping had formulated in the 1980s, and having become more activist or assertive, in Chinese terms, pursuing a strategy of striving for achievements, fan for Yue. In practice, the policy transition has not been so clear-cut. Although striving for achievements was first articulated by President Xi at a CCP Central Committee Work Conference on Neighborhood Diplomacy in October 2013, 46 many of the themes he advanced as part of this approach were present under his predecessor, Hu Jintao. 47. There is also a debate among Chinese international relations specialists as to whether striving for achievements replaces keeping a low profile or reflects a direction of policy that can be pursued in conjunction with keeping a low profile. 48. Despite varying interpretations of the origins and nature of the policy change that has occurred, however, there is general agreement that China's foreign policy has over recent years become more assertive of China's perceived interests, more geared towards outreach and developing relations with key economic and political partners, more intent in projecting and pursuing proposals for a reformed or restructured global order, and more open to engagement in international issues generally. China's involvement in the Middle Eastern region has, in keeping with its overall foreign policy posture, become more proactive, more engaged, and more political. As part of its global outreach, the Chinese Navy has enhanced its presence in the Indian Ocean, supported now by a supply base in Djibouti, with occasional visits into the Mediterranean and beyond. This more proactive role in the Middle Eastern region, however, should not be taken to indicate that China is seeking to replace the United States as the key guarantor of security for all or some regional states. The parameters of Chinese policy have not changed. The focus remains on the security of the Chinese state, the continued viability and resilience of China's economy and political system, and the protection of China's territories and the waters lying within its claimed maritime boundaries. For China to play a significant security role in the Middle Eastern region, based on alliance or quasi-alliance 49 with one or more Middle Eastern states and preparedness to wage war on behalf of such states, would negatively impact its core strategic concerns and interests. Chinese policymakers, moreover, are well aware that external military engagement in the Middle East has seldom achieved its intended outcome. 50. China has nonetheless increasingly sought to place its relations with Middle Eastern states and many other states around the world within structured frameworks of cooperation, strategic partnerships. 51. The focus of strategic partnership agreements is largely on measures to enhance economic cooperation and exchange, accompanied by generalized commitments to 41 Middle East and China's global strategies. 41. Enhancing political, diplomatic, and people-to-people cooperation. In none of the partnership agreements does China commit itself to the defense of Middle Eastern regimes kingdoms or states, nor does China have the capacity to play such a role at present. Most Middle Eastern states, 15 out of 25, have signed strategic partnership agreements with China. Although the strategic partnerships that China has signed with Middle Eastern countries may simply represent an acknowledgement by both sides of their commitment to develop mutually beneficial relations, there is some significance to the different grades of partnership. The names given to partnerships reflect slightly different levels of priority and substance. Comprehensive strategic partnership, strategic cooperation partnership, and innovative comprehensive partnership. Comprehensive strategic partnerships tend to have more political content than the others, but it is worth noting that there is little political commonality among the 5 Middle Eastern countries enjoying this designation: Algeria, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Iran, and the UAE. 5.2. They align with different blocks in the Middle East's antagonistic regional subsystem. 3 of these states rely strongly on the United States for their security requirements. Future perspectives, problems, challenges, and potential parameters within which China handles its relations with Middle Eastern countries are unlikely to change radically in the short to medium term. The core elements in the Chinese approach to the Middle East have remained relatively stable for several decades. They embody China's ongoing interests and needs. The tactics pursued and the manner in which China's strategy is articulated and exercised, however, will no doubt continue to evolve. The greater assertiveness evident in China's global policies in recent years will continue to find expression in the increasingly active promotion of relations with Middle Eastern countries, yet without China taking on commitments that conflict with its broader global interests. How other global powers respond to China's rise will critically impact Chinese tactics and their effectiveness. The Middle East will carry significance in China's global relations, but this will be secondary to its core interests in East Asia, Central Asia, and the Western Pacific. The possibility of radical and unexpected changes in global conditions, stemming in this case from dynamics outside of China itself, introduces uncertainty into all predictions of future international behavior. Nonetheless, the character of China's global strategies, and the place the Middle East holds within these, suggest that China's relations with the Middle East over the coming years will be constructed on 5 critical bases. 1. Strengthening economic, political, and cultural exchange, cooperation and coordination with Middle Eastern states. The potential for mutually beneficial exchange and engagement is substantial for China, both economically and politically. China will continue to pursue win-win cooperation with Middle East states as the basis for its engagement. Stronger political links will accompany the promotion and development of economic relations, with each seen as complementary and supportive of the other. The relationship will increasingly be contextualized by the wider regional and international networks that China is promoting, such as the BRI and the institutions and associated bodies of the Global Asian Alternate Order, such as BRICS and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. In practice, conflict-prone borders make the connectivity of Middle East countries to the BRI's land-based transport and communications links difficult, except, perhaps, for Turkey and Iran, and the maritime links can and would develop with or without the BRI framework. Nonetheless, the projection of mutually beneficial economic projects as symbols of a new 42 Block 42 economic order, to which Middle Eastern states are gaining access, provides rationale and added incentive for China-Middle East engagement. Middle Eastern countries mostly have alternatives in obtaining capital for development, so are in a strong position to ensure that the capital offered is competitive. 2. Second-tier strategic ranking of the Middle East and Chinese global strategies. The most critical element of Chinese global strategy is the defense of China's territory and maritime rights, so it is the region surrounding China that hold the highest strategic priority in China's external policies. Defense engagement in other parts of the world, away from the East and South China Seas, East Asia, and South-Southeast Asia, detract attention from the country's vital interests. In the short and medium term, while China's naval and armed forces remain inferior to those of the United States and perhaps those of some other states, engagement outside of the regional neighborhood will be narrowly targeted, or perhaps symbolic in character. China has neither the ability nor the will to take on commitments of the kind that the United States has in recent years carried in the Gulf and Mediterranean regions. This coheres with the interests and inclinations of most Middle Eastern governments. Those that feel most vulnerable and in need of security guarantees look to Western governments for these. Those that are in less need of such guarantees favor more limited forms of security assistance and cooperation, usually from a balance of different sources. 3. Projection of sovereignty, the right to defend sovereignty, and non-involvement in the domestic affairs of other states as fundamental to China's relations with Middle Eastern countries. This element of strategy is important for China's domestic interests, while also projecting a principle shared by the governments of many developing countries. The defense of sovereignty on the Chinese side covers what it sees as its territorial and maritime rights, its perceived duty to protect these rights, and the need for others to recognize them. For Middle Eastern governments, the critical element is recognition of their perceived sovereign rights on the domestic scene, freedom to act as they deem fit within their sovereign territories. Coming from slightly different perspectives, both sides have reason to see the principle of sovereignty as constituting an empathetic foundation for their mutual relationship. In the light of the sovereignty principle, the unease with which some Middle Eastern populations view domestic developments in China, in particular, concerns over the treatment of Muslims in Xinjiang, is unlikely to be articulated aggressively at the governmental level. 4. Chinese neutrality with respect to rivalries and conflicts among and between Middle Eastern states, with no alliances. Neutrality and non-involvement in interstate rivalries, regional conflicts will remain basic to China's role in the Middle East. It has, and will continue to have, more to gain from non-involvement than from taking sides. It will therefore continue to stress its desire for good relations with all Middle Eastern states, seeking to balance its relationships across conflict boundaries. It will not enter an alliance with any regional state, whether by formal treaty or quasi-alliance. Alliance commitments would make it party to the conflicts of the region, with similar negative outcomes to those that followed U.S. engagement in the region. Whatever defense-related activity there may be will take the form of a naval presence geared to protecting Chinese shipping and personnel, and commercial sales of defense equipment, with appropriate training. Defense equipment sales will be calibrated within the overall policy framework of balancing relationships across the region. Strategic partnership agreements, largely political and economic in content, will be pursued with all regional states. 5. Cooperation with Middle East states aimed at rebalancing the global political and economic orders. While China has neither the intention nor the ability to displace Western presence in the 43 Middle East and China's global strategies 43 Middle Eastern region, the region is nonetheless significant for the achievement of China's wider aim of rebalancing the global political and economic orders. A lessening of the Western economic, political, and strategic engagement in the Middle East, with a complementary intensification of Middle Eastern engagement with China's alternate order, is in China's long-term global interest. Opportunities will no doubt be taken to facilitate the ongoing shift in connectivity, connection, and engagement as and when they arise. Acknowledgement. An earlier version of this chapter appeared in the Asian Journal of Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies 4 2020, 481-504. The editors of the journal are thanked for permitting the publication of parts of the original article. Notes 1 State Council Information Office of the People's Republic of China, China's National Defense in the New Era, Beijing, Foreign Languages Press, 2019. 2 State Council, China's National Defense, 11. 3 State Council, China's National Defense, 13. 4 State Council, China's National Defense, 7-9. 5 State Council, China's National Defense, 13. 6 State Council, China's National Defense, 14. 7 State Council, China National Defense, 8. 8-State Council, China's National Defense. 8. 9-State Council, China's National Defense. 12. 10. Merle Goldman and Roderick McFarquhar, Dynamic Economy, Declining Party State, in Merle Goldman and Roderick McFarquhar, eds, The Paradox of China's Post-Mao Reforms, Cambridge, M.A., Harvard University Press, 1999. 4. 11. For works that lay stress on the early economic dynamics powering China's global strategy, see Nargis Ilijanova, Going Out, An Overview of China's Foreign Direct Investment, Washington, D.C., U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission, March 2011, and Jenny Clegg, China's Global Strategy Towards a Multipolar World, London, Pluto Press, 2009. 12. All figures throughout are in U.S. dollar, unless otherwise noted. 13. Figures taken from World Bank, World Integrated Trade Solutions, https://wits.worldbank.org/country profile on country CHN year 2018 summary 14. The writer's analysis has benefited from a number of the non-governmental commentaries and analyses of China's external policies. Of particular relevance are those covering the confrontation with the United States, as this issue is so critical to ongoing developments and shapes much of the contemporary discourse on China's policies. Among the analyses found most useful are Wang Jizhi and Hu Ran, From Cooperative Partnership to Strategic Competition, a review of China-U.S. relations 2009-2019, China International Strategy Review, July 2019, Beverly Loke, China's Rise and U.S. Hegemony, Navigating Great Power Management in East Asia, Asia Policy 14-3, 2019, 4260, Catherine Morton, China's Ambition in the South China Sea, Is a Legitimate Maritime Order Possible? International Affairs 92-4, 2016, 909-940, Lisa Lottie Agard, China and Coexistence, Beijing's National Security Strategy for the 21st Century, Washington, D.C., Woodrow Wilson Center Press, 2012, Jude Woodward, The U.S. vs. China, Asia's New Cold War, Manchester, Manchester University Press, 2017, and Shi Yunhong, Coping with a Changing World, China-U.S. Focus, December 5, 2018, www.chinausfocus.com/finance economy Coping with a Changing World 15. For background on this dimension, see Zheng Wang, Never Forget National Humiliation, Historical Memory in Chinese Politics and Foreign Relations, New York, Columbia University Press, 2012. 16. Wang, Never Forget, Chapter 9. 17. For a full account of the institutional structures through which the relationship has been developed, see Asian Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN-China Relations, updated March 2020. 44. Tim Niblock 44 www.asianchinacenter.org English 2020 03 4613.html #:text equals IN%201996%2C%20 China%20 became %20 full%20 dialogue %20 partner %20 of %20 ASEAN text equals IN%2003%2C%20 among %20 all %20 ASEAN %27 common partnership %20 4%20 peace %20 and %20 prosperity 18. C. Tim Niblock, The Shanghai Cooperation Organization, Structure and Dynamics, and the Role of Gulf States, Asian Journal of Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies 12-4, 2019, 408. 19. C. Jonathan Fulton, Responses to the Belt and Road Initiative, A Regional Perspective, in Jonathan Fulton, ed. Regions in the Belt and Road Initiative, London, Routledge, 2020. 20. State Council, China's National Defense, 910. 21c. For example, President Xi Jinping's speech to the opening ceremony of the G20 summit on the 3rd of September 2016, where he stated, all countries, big or small, strong or weak, rich or poor, must treat each other as equals. China's opening up is meant to build not China's own backyard garden, but a garden shared by all countries. Quoted in Backgrounder, President Xi's calls for a shared future, Xinhua Net, the 14th of April 2018. 22 observers in the Western world have tended to treat China's anti-hegemonic stance with skepticism. See, for example, Nadeed Roland, China's Vision for a New World Order, in National Bureau of Asian Research, ed. NBR Special Report 83, January 2020, 4749, 51. Also see Hal Brands and Jake Sullivan, China Has Two Paths to Global Domination, Foreign Policy, the 22nd of May 2020. China's appeal to Middle Eastern, African, and Latin American countries, however, has been built around and gained support from this rejection of great power hegemony. 23. The development of the shared future concept in Xi Jinping's speeches is documented fully in Liu Ming, Xi Jinping's vision of a community with a shared future for humankind, in Ren Hiao and Liu Ming, eds, Chinese Perspectives on International Relations, Washington, D.C., National Bureau of Asian Research, 2020. 24. Astrid H. M. Norton, China's International Relations and Harmonious World, Time, Space and Multiplicity in World Politics, London, Routledge, 2016. 25. Foreign Ministry of the People's Republic of China, FNPRC, build a new type of international relations featuring win-win cooperation. China's answer to the question, where are the international relations of the 21st century heading, by Wang Yi, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the PRC, July 1, 2016, fnprc.governor.prc/5NZ XX6602805, T1376908.SHTML 26. FNPRC, build a new type of international relations, 1. 27. FNPRC, build a new type of international relations, 2. 28. Yang Jiechi, working for a community with a shared future for mankind by promoting international cooperation and multilateralism, speech at the 55th Munich Security Conference, February 16, 2019. 29. Liu Ming, Xi Jinping's Vision, 23. 30. This formulation of values was first advanced at the formation of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization in June 2001, and was seen as constituting the core of the Shanghai spirit on which cooperation among SCO members would be based. The same or similar formulation has been used to describe the values underpinning other institutions and relationships. 31. BRICS ministers had been meeting together for the 2 years before 2009, but the first summit meeting was held in 2009. 32. C. Tim Niblock, The Dynamics of the BRICS Grouping, Convergences and Disparities with the GCC's Global Posture and Stances, in Tim Niblock with Alejandro Galindo and Di Gangsun, eds, The Arab States of the Gulf in BRICS, New Strategic Partnerships in Politics and Economics, Berlin, Gerlach, 2016, 839, and Tim Niblock, The Shanghai Cooperation Organization, Structure, Dynamics and the Role of Gulf States, Asian Journal of Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies, 12-4, 2018, 401-420. 33. Quoted from Michael Clark, The Belt and Road Initiative, China's New Grand Strategy, Asia Policy, 24, 2017, 71-72. 34. C. Center for Strategic and International Studies, How Will the BRI Advance China's Interests? May 2017, updated October 2019, https://chinapower.csis.org/China Belt and Road Initiative 35. C. Transnational Institute, Selling the Silk Road Spirit, China's Belt and Road Initiative in Myanmar, Myanmar Policy Briefing 22, 2019. Also Lee Jones and Jay Zink, Understanding China's Belt and Road Initiative, Beyond, Grand Strategy to a State Transformation Analysis, Third World Quarterly, 48, 1415 1439. 36 President Xi Jinping, Address at the Opening of the First Belt and Road Forum, Xinhua Net, 14 May 2017. 37 Tim Niblock, China's Growing Involvement in the Gulf, The Geopolitical Significance, in S. Shen and J. M. Blanchard, eds, Multidimensional Diplomacy of Contemporary China, Boulder, CO, Lexington Books, 2010, 225. 45 Middle East and China's Global Strategies 4538 C. Peter Franco Pan, The Silk Roads, A New History of the World, London, Bloomsbury, 2015. 39 A growing number of Chinese universities are now teaching Arabic or Persian. Those with established reputations in this field, where Arabic and Persian have been taught most intensively over the past 6 decades, have been Beijing International Studies University, Northwest University, Xi'an, Peking University, and Shanghai International Studies University. In 1964, the Chinese government first introduced a policy promoting tertiary foreign language teaching. Over the years of the Cultural Revolution, 1966-1976, however, there was little opportunity for the programs to develop effectively. After 1979, with the implementation of Deng Xiaoping's reform and opening up policies, the expansion of foreign language teaching could again progress. 40 outside observers tend to attribute this to the need of Middle Eastern oil producers to maintain their oil exports to China. This is unlikely. If the economic factor were indeed the critical motivation on the Middle Eastern side, they could have achieved that objective by keeping silent. In practice, most Arab states gave their signatures to a letter submitted to the 41st session of the UN Human Rights Council, July 2019, expressing support for Chinese government policy in Xinjiang. The letter recognized the need to counter Islamist radicalism and identified that as the key issue in Xinjiang. Iran also signed the letter. Israel, Turkey, Morocco, Libya, Lebanon, and Jordan were not signatories, but neither did they sign a rival letter which criticized China's actions in Xinjiang. Qatar signed a draft letter of support, but then withdrew its name from the final document. 41 popular movements within the countries concerned do not necessarily share the misgivings. For the dilemmas affecting human rights, democratization, and the sovereignty of Middle Eastern states, see Louise Fawcett, States and Sovereignty in the Middle East, Myths and Realities, International Affairs, 93 for 2017, 789-807. 42 for a comparative view of how China's trade with its main trading partners in the Gulf region, which have in recent times accounted for at least 90% of all China-Middle Eastern trade, with the trade of other leading trading countries and blocs have developed between 1990 and 2011. See Tim Niblock, Gulf-Asia Economic Relations, Pan-Gulf and Pan-Asia Perspectives, in Tim Niblock and Monica Malik, eds, Asia-Gulf Economic Relations in the 21st Century, The Local to Global Transformation, Berlin, Gerlach, 2013, 534. 43 Yitzhak Schitcher, The Middle East and China's Foreign Policy, 1949-77, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1979, 2-3. 44 C. Richard Evans, Deng Xiaoping and the Making of Modern China, Armansworth, Penguin, 1995. 45 for a detailed account of Chinese Gulf relations over this period, see Mohammed bin Huaydan, China's Relations with China and the Gulf, 1949-1999, London, Routledge Curzon, 2002. 46 The concepts behind striving for achievements, but not the term, had already been outlined by Xi Jinping in his speech at the third group session of the Political Bureau of the 18th CCP Central Committee. See Xi Jinping, Governance of China, 271-273. 47 C. For example, the report that then Foreign Minister Yang Jiechi gave in October 2007, covering the outcome of President Hu Jintao's visit to Australia, Foreign Ministry of the PRC, to enhance understanding, increase consensus and advance cooperation. Foreign Minister Yang Jiechi introduces President Hu Jintao's visit to Australia and attendance of the APEC leaders' informal meeting, www.fmprc.gov.cn/WJDT 665,385 charge 665,391 T36100.SHTML. The emphasis here is on China playing an active role in the management of regional affairs in the Asia-Pacific region, helping in the resolution of interstate relations. 48 For a thorough account of this debate, see Chen Yacheng, Continuity Through Change, Background Knowledge in China's International Strategy, The Chinese Journal of International Politics 7-3, 2014, 285-314. 49 The concept of quasi-alliances in the Middle East, as used here, is taken from Di Gang Sun with Dan Zhang, Diplomacy of Quasi-Alliances in the Middle East, Berlin, Gerlach, 2020. Sun and Zhang's thought-provoking work analyses relationships that are characterized by a high level of mutual commitment but no formal treaty of alliance. This pattern of relationship has been common in the Middle East, whether between two Middle Eastern states or one Middle Eastern state and an external power. China has not had any alliance or quasi-alliance relationship with any Middle Eastern state. 50 The writer bases this statement on the discussions on the Middle East he has held with relevant Chinese officials and ex-officials. 51 No dynamics shaping the strategic partnership approach are outlined in Jonathan Fulton, Friends with Benefits, China's Partnership Diplomacy in the Gulf, in POMEPS Studies 34, Shifting Global 46 Tim Niblock 46 Politics in the Middle East, Washington, D.C., Elliott School of International Affairs, 2019, 3337, https://pomeps.org Friends with Benefits China's Partnership Diplomacy in the Gulf 52 For further information on the different grades of partnership, see Chapter 20 by Sun D. Gang in this volume. References Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN-China Relations, updated March 2020, www.asianchinacenter.org English 2020 03-4613.html #:text equals IM%201996% 2C%20 China%20 became %20 8%20 full %20 dialogue %20 partner %20 of %20 ASEAN. Text equals IM%20 2003% 2C%20 among %20 all %20 ASEAN %27 S comma partnership %20 4% peace %20 and %20 prosperity. Bin Huaydan, Mohammed, China's Relations with China and the Gulf, 1949-1999, London, Routledge Curzon, 2002. Brands, Hal and Jake Sullivan, China has two paths to global domination, Foreign Policy, the 22nd of May 2020, https://foreignpolicy.com 2020 0522 China Superpower 2 paths Global Center for Strategic and International Studies, How will the BRA advance China's interests? May 2017, updated October 2019, https://chinapower.csis.org/China Belt and Road Initiative Clark, Michael, The Belt and Road Initiative, China's New Grand Strategy, Asia Policy, Washington, D.C., National Bureau of Asian Research, 2017. Clegg, Jenny, China's Global Strategy Towards a Multipolar World, London, Pluto Press, 2009. Evans, Richard, Deng Xiaoping and the Making of Modern China, Armansworth, Penguin, 1995. Fawcett, Louise, States and Sovereignty in the Middle East, Myths and Realities, International Affairs 93-4, 2017, 789-807. Foreign Ministry of the People's Republic of China, FMPRC, build a new type of international relations featuring win-win cooperation. China's answer to the question, where are the international relations of the 21st century heading, by Wang Yi, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the PRC, the 1st of July 2016, fmprc.governor.prc/MFINGXXX 660 2805, T1376908.SHTML. Foreign Ministry of the PRC, to enhance understanding, increase consensus and advance cooperation. Foreign Minister Yang Jiechi introduces President Hu Jintao's visit to Australia and attendance of the APEC leaders' informal meeting. www.fmprc.gov.cn/MFINWJDT 665,385 Chai 665,391 T36110.SHTML. Franco Pan, Peter, The Silk Roads, A New History of the World, London, Bloomsbury, 2015. Fulton, Jonathan, Friends with Benefits, China's Partnership Diplomacy in the Gulf, in POMEPS Studies. 34. Shifting Global Politics in the Middle East, Washington, D.C., Elliott School of International Affairs, 2019, 3337, https://pomeps.org. Friends with Benefits, China's Partnership Diplomacy in the Gulf. Fulton, Jonathan, Responses to the Belt and Road Initiative, A Regional Perspective, in Jonathan Fulton, ed. Regions in the Belt and Road Initiative, London, Routledge, 2020. Goldman, Merle and Roderick McFarquhar, Dynamic Economy, Declining Party State, in Merle Goldman and Roderick McFarquhar, eds. The Paradox of China's Post-Mao Reforms, Cambridge, M.A., Harvard University Press, 1999, 329. Jones, Lee, and J. Zenk, Understanding China's Belt and Road Initiative, Beyond, Grand Strategy to a State Transformation Analysis, Third World Quarterly, 48, 2019, 1415, 1439. Liu Ming, Xi Jinping's Vision of a Community with a Shared Future for Humankind, in Ren Yao and Liu Ming, eds. Chinese Perspectives on International Relations, Washington, D.C., National Bureau of Asian Research, 2020. Look, Beverly, China's Rise and U.S. Hegemony, Navigating Great Power Management in East Asia, Asia Policy 14.3, 2019, 4260. Morton, Catherine, China's Ambition in the South China Sea, Is a Legitimate Maritime Order Possible? International Affairs 92.4, 2016, 909-940. Niblock, Tim, China's Growing Involvement in the Gulf, The Geopolitical Significance, Ines Shen and J.M. Blanchard, eds. Multidimensional Diplomacy of Contemporary China, Boulder, C.O., Lexington Books, 2010, 233-252. Niblock, Tim, The Dynamics of the BRICS Grouping, Convergences and Disparities with the GCC's Global Posture and Stances, in Tim Niblock with Alejandro Galindo and D. Gang Sun, eds. The Arab States of the Gulf and BRICS, New Strategic Partnerships in Politics and Economic, Berlin, Gerlach, 2016, 839. 47 Middle East and China's Global Strategies. 47 Niblock, Tim, Gulf-Asia Economic Relations, Pan-Gulf and Pan-Asia Perspectives, in Tim Niblock and Monica Malik, eds. Asia-Gulf Economic Relations in the 21st Century, The Local to Global Transformation, Berlin, Gerlach, 2013, 534. Niblock, Tim, The Shanghai Cooperation Organization, Structure and Dynamics, and the Role of Gulf States, Asian Journal of Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies 12-4, 2019, 401-420. Northern, Astrid H.M., China's International Relations and Harmonious World, Time, Space and Multiplicity in World Politics, London, Routledge, 2016. Agard, Lisa Lottie, China and Coexistence, Beijing's National Security Strategy for the 21st Century, Washington, D.C., Woodrow Wilson Center Press, 2012. Chen Yejing, Continuity Through Change, Background Knowledge in China's International Strategy, The Chinese Journal of International Politics 7-3, 2014, 285-314. Roland, Nadij, China's Vision for a New World Order, Seattle, W.A., National Bureau of Asian Research, 2020. Solijanova, Nargiza, Going Out, An Overview of China's Foreign Direct Investment, Washington, D.C., U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission, 2011. Xi Yunhong, Coping with a Changing World, China-U.S. Focus, the 5th of December 2018, www.chinausfocus.com. Finance Economy Coping with a Changing World. Shicher, Yitzhak, The Middle East and China's Foreign Policy, 1949-77, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1979. State Council Information Office of the People's Republic of China, China's National Defense in the New Era, Beijing, Foreign Languages Press, 2019. Santi Gang with Dan Danzhong, Diplomacy of Quasi-Alliances in the Middle East, Berlin, Gerlach, 2020. Transnational Institute, Selling the Silk Road Spirit, China's Belt and Road Initiative in Myanmar, Myanmar Policy Briefing, 22, 2019. Wang Jizhi and Hu Ran, From Cooperative Partnership to Strategic Competition, A Review of China-U.S. Relations 2009-2019, China International Strategy Review, the 1st of July 2019, 110. Woodward, Jude, The U.S. versus China, Asia's New Cold War, Manchester, Manchester University Press, 2017. World Bank, World Integrated Trade Solutions, Geneva, World Bank, 2018, https://wits.worldbank.org/country profile on country CHN year 2018 summary. Xi Jinping, address at the opening of the First Belt and Road Forum, XinhuaNet, the 14th of May 2017. Xi Jinping, The Governance of China, Beijing, Foreign Languages Press, 2014. Xinhua News Agency, Backgrounder, President Xi's Calls for a Shared Future, XinhuaNet, the 14th of April 2018. Yang Jiechi, Working for a Community with a Shared Future for Mankind by Promoting International Cooperation and Multilateralism, speech at the 55th Munich Security Conference, the 16th of February 2019, www.chineseembassy.org.uk/angstzhou T1638512.atm. Zheng Wang, Never Forget National Humiliation, Historical Memory in Chinese Politics and Foreign Relations, New York, Columbia University Press, 2012. 4848 doi, 10.4324/9781003034520-5. For China and Middle Eastern Strategic Thinking, the Middle East North Africa, MENA region has been at the heart of the international system for over a century, emerging as a region following the end of World War I and taking shape as a regional system following World War II. The region found itself on the front line of the Cold War, which started on Iran's border with the Soviet Union in 1946. The MENA regional system therefore was forged from the fires of two world wars, and as a consequence security became a central consideration in, and indeed the driving force of, state-building enterprises of the emerging regimes and political elites. As a result, even after liberation from their colonial masters, successors, the mega states remained closely tied to the Western countries and capitalist forces shaping the post-war global order. Further, global dependence on the oil reserves of key mega states in North Africa and the Persian Gulf sub-region were central in driving the global economy of the post-war era, increasing the dependence of the West in particular on access to and control of this strategic raw material. It is therefore arguable that the Middle East regional states have been vulnerable to external pressure from the outset, and we can identify three primary reasons for this. First, several of these nation-states were created by outsiders. They were literally drawn into the map of the region by Western colonial powers. Second, despite having geographical boundaries, several of these entities remain contested, and the permeability of their borders and the propensity of their peoples to sympathize meant they remain susceptible to pan-Arab and pan-Islamic forces penetrating their societies. Finally, some of the region's countries came to underpin the economic prosperity of the West and the wider OECD countries through the disbursement of their vast hydrocarbons assets. These pressures combined have not only left many of the region's states insecure and vulnerable to external pressure, but at the same time have encouraged their elites and ruling regimes to seek extra-regional support, often Western, for their national security and economic prosperity. This being a penetrated regional system has meant a high degree of external involvement, absence of region-wide security cooperation, and intense competition among actual and potential regional powers for regional influence, if not supremacy. How China features in the strategic thinking of regional actors is therefore an important consideration. Cold War setting between 1946 and 1989, the region was at the mercy of Cold War power politics, and Middle East states swam close to the waters controlled by their own patron and rarely dissented from 49 China in Middle Eastern strategic thinking. 49 the worldviews of their superpower ally. Israel may briefly have fallen out with France and the United States at critical junctures in the 1960s and 1970s. Iraq may have criticized the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in 1979, and Egypt may have been flipped in the early 1970s from the Soviet side to the American side of alliances in the region. On the whole, though, regional actors did not cross the boundaries set by their main security ally. Regional tensions in the Arab-Israeli theater persisted below the superpower rivalries, however, and tended to reinforce regional-wide insecurity and inhibited pan-regional alliance forming. Yet parties felt assured of support from their patron and had this perception reinforced by deep security and military relationships. American and Western arms supplies sustained one side and Soviet and Warsaw Pact arms supplies provided substance for a smaller group of Arab states on the other side. During this entire Cold War period, few other outside powers so directly intervened in the region's affairs as the Soviet-led Warsaw Pact and US-led NATO. After the Sino-Soviet split, China joined India as a champion of non-alignment, protesting superpower interventions. Apart from some limited support for Maoist groups and local liberation movements in the Middle East, Beijing's footprint was barely visible. The Cold War did not prevent the flow of regional and sub-regional interactions and, contrary to popular belief, did not set the static frame for the regional theater. Rather, the Cold War provided a strategic backdrop for regional dynamics. The strategic context arguably began to change dramatically following the Islamic Revolution in Iran in 1979 and this major regional power's defection from the US-led camp. With the Islamic republics, neither East nor West, neither the Soviet Union nor the United States, the mold was thus broken, and one regional power at least had begun to articulate a strategic horizon beyond the barriers set by the 20th century's Cold War warriors. This arguably marked the start of a period of regional global power transition, the full manifestation of which only came to the fore following the end of the Cold War in 1989. Despite the United States' assertiveness during its brief unipolar movement, 1991-2003, by the 1990s emerging major powers were already making their regional presence felt, and of these none was increasingly more visible than the People's Republic of China, whose economic dynamism had propelled it toward the western edges of Asia and its hydrocarbon resources. In 1993, China became a net importer of oil for the first time, and by 1996 it was reliant on the Middle East for 53% of its total imported volume of oil. China-Middle East relations were being reset around energy. China's economic re-emergence following the success of its modernization strategy propelled it towards a region that is rich in one of the most important sources of energy for its development, the other being coal until the 2020s. With the restrictions of the Cold War lifted, China was able to establish relations with a number of hitherto unfriendly Middle East states and forge new relationships. The United Arab Emirates, UAE, which in the 2010s became one of China's major regional partners, established relations in 1984. Relations were established with Qatar, a major source of natural gas, in 1988, and with Bahrain a year later. It was the establishment of relations with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in 1990 and Israel in 1992 that arguably opened the gates to a flood of trade and investments. China's total volume of trade with the Middle East had stood at just $1.7 billion, in a total figure of $71 billion in the mid-1980s, and as these figures changed into the 1990s, so did the relationship between China and the Middle East. By the end of the 2010s, China was the top supplier of 10 Middle East states, including the majority of the 6 Gulf Cooperation Council countries, and such large economies in countries as Egypt and Iran. It was also placed in the top 5 export destination of 11 of these states. By 2019, when oil prices were soft, it paid $120 billion for its Middle East oil imports, out of an export income of $130 billion. Towards the end of the 2010s, Chinese companies were holding contracts worth nearly $40 billion in the Middle East, and then 50 FDI stock of $23 billion. Its volume of trade with the Gulf states alone surpassed $196 billion in 2017, making China the world's biggest investor in the Middle East. 3 China's commitment to the expansion of economic relations has also been underlined by President Xi, who in 2016 announced the provision of a $50 billion loan and investment package for infrastructural improvements in Arab countries. 4 It is these increasingly significant sets of relationships that provide the context for debates regarding China's growing presence in the Middle East, and that fuel discussions about how China may now be reshaping West Asia and the Middle East in its own image. 5 China in the Middle East, as already noted, the combination of China's economic rise and its growing need for imported oil to fuel its growing economy has acted as the reset button for the Asianization of the Middle East, the rapid, in historical terms, of pivot eastwards of the Middle East economies after a 200-year hiatus. This process was encouraged by the lifting of the Cold War curtain and the opening up of much of Asia to China's increasingly oversized economic presence. For the Middle East states, particularly the region's hydrocarbons exporters, the arrival of China and, to a lesser extent, India, as importing partners proved to be a godsend. The rapid growth of these emerging markets for oil and natural gas helped massage the negative impact of the changing market conditions in the West, as exemplified in European importers' efforts to reduce their reliance on oil by increasing their use of renewable energies, and the United States raising its own hydrocarbons output so substantially as to re-emerge as a major oil producer and exporter in its own right. Into the 1990s, the traditional Western markets were slowly but surely replaced by markets in Asia. China played a leading role in this process of transition, and as economic relations blossomed, so did political, diplomatic and security military exchanges between China and its West Asian and Middle Eastern counterparts. Beyond economic transactions, which are undeniably a major driver of Asian regional convergence, we must consider the wider global power relations and geopolitical effects of China's rise. If one accepts Mearsheimer's assertion, from his offensive realist position, that China's rise is going to be eventful and is unlikely to be peaceful, and that it will will have to secure its hegemony in Asia before it can claim great power status. Then an Asian region such as the Middle East once again forms the eye of the storm. 6 For China, the Middle East is not only important economically, as argued above, but is also the critical part of the BRI network to create a seamless Eurasian space from the Pacific to the Atlantic. Further, the United States is the dominant external power in the Middle East, and its role and policies there have a direct and often negative effect on China's strategy. The case of sanctioning and isolating Iran as one of China's strategic partners in the Middle East is illustrative. To win in Asia, Mearsheimer's line of reasoning would suggest China would have to manage, and where it can address, the U.S. military and political presence in countries and territories in different parts of Asia. The Middle East, arguably, is where China's strategic hand is weakest, compared with its presence in South China Sea, Central Asia and South Asian territories surrounding India, for example, yet it is where China's strategic needs are greatest. To put it boldly, Beijing's ability to manage its peaceful rise in the Middle East while keeping its distance from direct intervention in the region's multitude of crises is what could determine the success of its Grand Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, project. To be clear, the BRI project forms the main plank of China's grand strategy in the 21st century, and Beijing expects this multi-billion project to shape Eurasia in its image and to propel China to an unrivaled great power status. If the South China Sea is China's backyard, then given the Asian continent's geopolitics, the Indian Ocean and 51 China and Middle Eastern strategic thinking 51 West Asia are its front yard, where it needs to establish a strong presence, but where it is in competition with India and the United States and its allies. In Mearsheimer's words, even more important, China is heavily dependent on oil from the Persian Gulf, and that dependence is apt to grow significantly over time. China, like the United States, is almost certain to treat the Persian Gulf as a vital strategic interest, which means Beijing and Washington will eventually engage in serious security competition in that region, much as the two superpowers did during the Cold War. Creating trouble for the United States in the Western Hemisphere will limit its ability to project power into the Persian Gulf and Africa. To take this line of analysis a step further, most of the oil that China imports from the Gulf is transported by sea. For all the talk about moving that oil by pipelines and railroads to Myanmar and Pakistan, the fact is that maritime transport is a much easier and cheaper option. However, for Chinese ships to reach the Gulf as well as Africa from China's major ports along its eastern coast, they have to get from the South China Sea into the Indian Ocean, which are separated by various Southeast Asian countries. The only way for Chinese ships to move between these two large bodies of water is to go through three major passages. Specifically, they can go through the Strait of Malacca, which is surrounded by Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore, or they can go farther south and traverse either the Lombok or the Sunda Strait, each of which cuts through Indonesia and leads into the open waters of the Indian Ocean just to the northwest of Australia. Chinese ships then have to traverse the Indian Ocean and the Arabian Sea to reach the Persian Gulf. After that, they have to return to China via the same route. Chinese leaders will surely want to control these sea lines of communication, just as the United States emphasizes the importance of controlling its primary sea routes. Thus, it is hardly surprising that there is widespread support in China for building a blue water navy, which would allow China to project power around the world and control its main sea lines of communication. 7 One of the areas to which China will likely pay greatest attention is the Persian Gulf. Mearsheimer contends this is an important geostrategic arena to the discussion, and I will return to it later in the chapter. The important and world-shaping matters with which Mearsheimer and others are preoccupied, however, are still largely issues for the major powers. In Asian regions generally, China's arrival has tended to be greeted apolitically and therefore positively on the whole, with some important caveats to be discussed later. Indeed, the only Middle Eastern state that has displayed a strong political bent towards China is the Islamic Republic of Iran, which sees in China's rise and arrival in the Middle East a counterweight to the United States and a sign of the American superpower's demise, which Tehran's narrative has presaged since the 1980s. For all others, so long as the United States can be kept sweet, then turbocharging multi-level interactions with China can be sustained indefinitely. The alternative view, then, would be that China's rise presents a golden opportunity for economic development. Hitching a ride on the back of a dragon to dominate Eurasia's landmass would appear to make strategic sense, so long as China's rise remains peaceful and great power competition does not force an unpalatable choice between the US-led West on the one hand and China and its band of revisionist allies on the other. If the United States mobilizes to balance against China and to contain it, as it tried with the Soviet Union in the 20th century, with a high degree of success and with the open support of Beijing from the early 1970s onwards, pro-Western countries now economically reliant on relations with China will find 52 and Raushiravan and Shami 52 themselves in an untenable position. Hurting China economically as a containment measure, moreover, would impose a heavy cost on its allies across Asia, which have developed quite intricate and interdependent economic and financial relationships with China. China's growing shadow China arguably entered the Middle East arena as an active participant under the conditions of a growing dependency on the region's oil exports. We have noted the significant economic presence that China now has in the Middle East, with investment projects running into many billions of dollars in significant sectors of the economies of Middle East states. China is heavily engaged in port construction and development in the UAE, Qatar, Oman, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Sudan, as well as in industrial parks, transport and infrastructure projects, nuclear facilities and power plants, to name but a few. The China-Arab States Cooperation Forum championed by Beijing is a manifestation of its desire to acquire a greater role in the region by securing direct access to the region's main economies and countries, and a signal that it is keen to create its own institutional structures for dialogue and interaction with its Arab counterparts. The forum is a platform that gives China a vantage point. This forum added a new layer to its increasingly strong bilateral relationships with its Arab counterparts at a time when it appeared to be leaning more strongly towards the non-Arab regional states of Iran and Israel. It held its 9th virtual meeting in July 2020, at which the Arab side of 21 states commended China's important achievements in fighting COVID-19, thanked China for providing assistance in medical supplies, and expressed readiness to strengthen anti-epidemic cooperation with China and support the WHO in playing a leading role. The Arab side also undertook to accelerate Belt and Road cooperation based on the principle of consultation and cooperation for shared benefits, and deepen cooperation in such areas as trade, investment, energy, science and technology, tourism, and people-to-people and cultural exchanges to achieve common and sustainable development, and supported holding an Arab-China summit to open up new prospects for jointly building a community with a shared future. In the international arena, both sides uphold multilateralism and the basic norms of international relations including non-interference. Most telling of all, the Arab side highly appreciated China for its long-standing support to the Palestinian people's legitimate rights and interests, and for standing with the Arab people, and in return, firmly supported China's efforts to safeguard its sovereignty and territorial integrity and its just position on Hong Kong and Xinjiang. These statements lay bare the density of China's relations with the Arab region, and put on display both Beijing's political leverage in the region and the support it can muster in pursuit of its own national and international agendas. The forum and its deliberations are arguably indicative of the influence Beijing can now exert in the Middle East. China's growing presence in the region is matched by its deeper reach, by which I mean an intensification of its extensive presence. Its deeper reach was largely being driven by China's massive BRI, which in 2015 formally superseded the more static-sounding One Belt One Road initiative. The phrase BRI arguably conveys a more dynamic and inclusive image image of this 53 China in Middle Eastern strategic thinking 53 massive enterprise, which has the potential to reshape Eurasia in China's own image. With a capital commitment of some $1 trillion and a dedicated development support bank, ADUIOBOOK, a research center, extensive bureaucratic support and investment, the BRI has become the centerpiece of President Xi Jinping's grand strategy. As President Xi put it in his opening address to the Belt and Road Forum in May 2017, China will enhance friendship and cooperation with all countries involved in the Belt and Road Initiative on the basis of the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. We are ready to share practices of development with other countries, but we have no intention to interfere in other countries' internal affairs, export our own social system and model of development, or impose our own will on others. In pursuing the Belt and Road Initiative, we will not resort to outdated geopolitical maneuvering. What we hope to achieve is a new model of win-win cooperation. We have no intention to form a small group detrimental to stability. What we hope to create is a big family of harmonious coexistence. 9. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the PRC nicely encapsulated President Xi's vision for this new world order from his launch speech of BRI in September 2013. In order to make the economic ties closer, mutual cooperation deeper, and space of development broader between the Eurasian countries, we can innovate the mode of cooperation and jointly build the Silk Road economic belt step by step to gradually form overall regional cooperation. First, to strengthen policy communication. Countries in the region can communicate with each other on economic development strategies and make plans and measures for regional cooperation through consultations. Second, to improve road connectivity. To open up the transportation channel from the Pacific to the Baltic Sea and to gradually form a transportation network that connects East Asia, West Asia, and South Asia. Third, to promote trade facilitation. All the parties should discuss the issues concerning trade and investment facilitation and make appropriate arrangements. Fourth, to enhance monetary circulation. All the parties should promote the realization of exchange and settlement of local currency, increase the ability to fend off financial risks, and make the region more economically competitive in the world. Fifth, to strengthen people-to-people exchanges. All the parties should strengthen the friendly exchanges between their peoples to promote understanding and friendship with each other. 10. It is worth noting that while new elements have been added to the dialogue, the principles of China-Arab relations continue to resonate with the 4 components enunciated by President Hu Jintao in January 2004. These are to enhance political relations, to enhance bilateral trade, to expand cultural exchanges, and to strengthen cooperation in the international arena in the interest of peace and development. With more than 65 countries as signed-up partners, the BRI is sweeping across Eurasia, and one of its key crossovers is the Middle East, particularly the Persian Gulf sub-region. 11. The Gulf states have bought into the BRI wholesale, and the capital-rich GCC states in particular have pursued deep financial and trade integration on top of their commitments to BRI infrastructural projects. 12. But if we are to learn anything from the deeper reach of Western powers in the Middle East, it is that deeper reach can also result in deeper entanglement and security conditionalities, which can shape relations of major external actors with the regional states. So 54 and 54 is China a mercantilist actor in the region, content to build on its comparative advantages to displace the West as the Middle East's major economic partner, or will it be compelled to take a more active, proactive, and intrusive interest in the security of this strategic region? And if the latter, how prepared is China to deal with the fallout from Middle East states falling out with the United States? These are the questions being asked in Middle East states' capitals, and the responses do not appear to be uniform or alike. There are, in other words, different ways of viewing China's deeper reach. For a region so heavily dependent and reliant on income from oil exports and hydrocarbons, a significant challenge will come once the world finds its post-COVID-19 equilibrium. This new world will take shape under very different socio-economic conditions and is unlikely to settle down to a new normal until perhaps a decade after vaccines have managed to inoculate communities and societies against the virus. As part of its adjustments, arguably it will have learned to live with less of the oil, the export of which has kept many of the Middle East economies prosperous and afloat for over a century. As Karen Young argues in her perceptive and rather stark analysis, China is unlikely to be in a position to meet the expected slack in global demand. With China discounted as a long-term big market, the region will be adrift, and for these reasons alone, Beijing may be very reluctant to supersede, let alone being seen to supersede, the United States as the overlord of the area. As Young notes, China's birth rate is in rapid decline, and its economic growth slowing, by one reckoning, to just 2.5% in 2020. Meanwhile, Chinese investments in renewable energy are exploding. Any way you look at it, Beijing's need for Gulf oil will inevitably diminish, with grave consequences for GCC economies, and by extension, the legitimacy of its ruling elites. This grim outlook, combined with American retrenchment from the region, has inspired some experimental foreign policy by the Gulf Arab states. It informs their improving relations with Israel and even some tentative outreach toward Iran, but these are no substitute to the American protective umbrella. In the next 20 years, we can expect a power vacuum to emerge across the Middle East. This will be problematic for the heavily populated economies. What comes when China's imports of oil and gas tail off, leaving the region with neither superpower supervision nor a major consumer of its principal product. 13. Given that the Gulf oil states have been keeping the whole edifice of the Middle East economic system afloat, their sneeze will quickly become the wider region's cold, even for those countries in the Eastern Mediterranean, Egypt, Israel, Lebanon, and Turkey, that have been banking on their own oil-based economic renaissance. That said, as 44% of China's imported oil came from the Middle East before the 2020 pandemic, and given the attraction of soft oil prices and a slow recovering global economy, as well as the fact that the country has been trying to reduce its dependence on coal, it will be several decades before China can effectively wean itself off of Middle East oil. So it will take some time for this to pose itself as a strategic problem for the region's oil exporters. 14. Security of supply and gas and access to Middle East markets remain strategic imperatives for Beijing, so in this vein it has keenly pursued strategic partnerships with several Middle East states. 15. These partners form the core of China's interests in the region, and these countries in turn look towards China for partnership. In no particular order, China has invested heavily in building strategic relationships of different significance with more than a dozen Middle East states. This is a very significant development, and D. Gangson provides a categorization. 55. China and Middle Eastern strategic thinking. 55. China's relationships in men are a crucial component of its global partnership network. These 15 relationships, spread across the Eastern Mediterranean, the Gulf, the Maghreb, and the Red Sea, fall into 4 broad categories in line with their importance. The first category comprises comprehensive strategic partnerships with Algeria, Egypt, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. The second includes a comprehensive innovation partnership with Israel and a strategic cooperative relationship with Turkey, the latter being inferior to a strategic partnership, while a strategic partnership is inferior to a comprehensive strategic partnership. The third covers strategic partnerships with several mid-sized countries, Iraq, Morocco, and Sudan. The fourth comprises strategic partnerships with the smaller states, Djibouti, Djibouti, Jordan, Kuwait, Oman, and Qatar. The Gulf is the focal point of China's strategic partnerships because there are substantial Chinese interests there. 16. However, as Fulton notes, 17 China has consistently displayed an aversion to formal alliance building, preferring instead to develop pragmatic relationships based on cooperation and pursuit of engagements deemed to be in the parties' mutual interest. Where it has felt the need to show its teeth, it has done so unilaterally and without reliance on or the involvement of others. This Chinese characteristic will be important in the Middle East, where regional states have felt stretched by external interventions and use of force to effect political change. Few outside powers have entered the region's conflict zones by themselves unscathed, and the sobering lesson Beijing will need to learn from the Soviet Union's experience in Afghanistan in the 1980s is precisely that unilateral action can prove fatal. At the same time, however, China's arm's-length approach to such matters as regional security arrangements and its unwillingness to take sides mean regional states will come to see it as an unreliable partner in their hour of need. Further, the tensions building in Asia in the wake of China's rise, and through the implementation of such mega, BRI-linked projects as the China-Pakistan economic corridor to the Indian Ocean port of Gwadar, which are viewed negatively by other Asian powers such as India, are emerging concerns for Middle East states. Middle East countries have good and long-standing relations with both India and Pakistan in particular, and do not fathom entanglement into new geopolitical tensions removed from their own frontiers. Such security tensions could arise, of course, from China's growing presence, regional perceptions and expectations for a penetrated and strategically important region as the Middle East, external interest, and indeed unwarranted intervention, have been a fact of life. Middle East states have experienced at first hand the effects of shifts in power relations at the global level. They did so at the outset of the Cold War and again through a major conflict in the Persian Gulf in 1990-91 at the end of the Cold War. As their economies have tried to adjust to the rise of China and reorient towards Asia's promise of sustained prosperity, so they have become more sensitive to the risks and opportunities that accompany multipolarity. Unlike other external actors such as India, Japan, the European Union, Great Britain, and even Russia, however, China has been reserved a special place as an emerging great power that not only has interests in the Middle East but is actually interested in the Middle East. China's attributes include its historically rich contacts with the Middle East, its permanent membership of the UN Security Council, its status as the world's largest economy, its geopolitical weight as the anchor of Asia, its principle of non-interference in other countries' internal affairs, its non-alignment, its declared interest in Collective 56 and Rauscheiben 56 approaches to addressing regional security issues, its sharp focus on development, and the promise of its BRI. For some, it is also its position as an alternative pole to the United States. In the case of Iran, for example, China was the country's economic lifeline and only defense against overwhelming U.S.-imposed sanctions by the Trump administration. But it should be noted that the calls from Beijing's Mideast friends and allies for a greater Chinese role in the region do not represent a desire on their part to substitute Chinese for U.S. hegemony, America's traditional Arab allies. However much they object to Washington's policies or, especially during the Obama years, had grown uncertain about the resoluteness and sustainability of its commitments, continue to regard the United States as a necessary security partner. Their outreach to China represents an effort to diversify their security cooperation and not to downgrade or sever security ties with the United States. 18 Middle East states have shown an active interest in working more closely with China precisely because its attributes are multifaceted and multidimensional. These attributes resonate differently across the region, of course. Furthermore, for some regional states, China's limited capacity or willingness to act independently is seen as a positive attribute, helping to minimize potential complications in their relations with their Western security partners. But for a few, such as Iran and Syria, China's security disinclinations are seen as a distinct drawback. Calabrese notes that China's cautious incrementalism and careful balancing have thus far enabled it to navigate the choppy waters of the region with some ease. 19 It has openly traded with Israel while keeping Iran on side and averting adverse Arab reaction, for example, and has continued to support the JCPOA nuclear deal with Iran, to which it is a party without alienating such important regional opponents of the deal as Egypt, Israel, and Saudi Arabia. The simple reason is that Middle East states, like others in the global south, would like to see China's diplomatic voice enhanced. The truth, in fact, is that elites from the global south would like to think that China's growing politico-economic size would give them a greater cover to shelter from Western pressure. With China being conflict-averse, regional states do not seem to agitate for Chinese mobilization in defense of their interests. The bigger regional actors who look for greater Chinese involvement in support of their economic development and help in the diversification of their economies away from the West, but they all recognize that Chinese largesse is not gratis and there will be a cost involved in shifting a century-old set of practices eastwards. Several Middle East states have cultivated beneficial military relationships with China, and in promoting these military exchanges, China itself has followed a differentiated approach in its strategy. So, with Iran, it has a fairly close military partnership which dates back to the 1980s and involves major arms transfers and bouts of support for Iran's nuclear program, and its long-standing military relationship with Israel appears to function as a partnership rather than a supplier-client arrangement. Over the decades since the revolution, Iran has purchased from China fighter aircraft, tanks, submarines, a wide range of missiles and fast attack crafts, and an assortment of other heavy and light weapons systems. Israel, in turn, has played a direct role in enhancing China's military capabilities. With Israel, in the 2 decades following the establishment of secret military ties between the two countries in 1979, direct Israeli assistance has helped to upgrade Chinese tanks, night vision systems, electronic warfare systems, Python 3 air-to-air missiles, fighter aircraft technology, and unmanned aerial vehicle (UAV) technology. 20 The military relationship was an important part of the two countries' exchanges, and data from International 57 China and Middle Eastern Strategic Thinking 57 sources suggest that military trade between Israel and China in the 1993-2002 period reached $16.2 billion. This lucrative relationship was curtailed only under direct American pressure on Israel. Interestingly, and largely due to the centrality of Israel to the United States regional posture and the tensions between Washington and Tehran, their close military and intelligence sharing partnership has fallen under the spotlight as Israel has pushed for closer economic relations with China. Iran-US tensions spreading to Israel is a major geopolitical problem to which Beijing is sensitive, but not necessarily attuned. Israel's dilemma, which is also China's conundrum, has been explained by the head of the influential Sino-Israel Global Network and Academic Leadership Organization. Every yuan that China contributes to Iran's economy can be weaponized by Iran against Israel. We will expect it to rein in Iran's threatening behavior. China may also be expected to address Iran's involvement in the Middle East region. It would depend on whether China acted to ensure peace and stability or if it stood by while Iran continued to threaten Israel's destruction. 22 To remain light-footed and politically at arm's length in what Beijing refers to as the Middle East flashpoints is a difficult act. Other Middle Eastern states that have benefited from Chinese military attention include Egypt, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE, all of which have transferred powerful military unmanned aerial vehicles from China in recent years. A glance at the 2010s decade highlights the extent and types of military exchanges in which China has been involved. First, nearly one-third of China's arms exports between 2003 and 2007 were to the Middle East. Secondly, the region's important powers were beneficiaries. Thus, Egypt imported a large number, over 100 J-6 and J-7 jet fighters, a further 80 Kelvin 8 training aircraft, 2 Jiang'ai-class frigates, and a dozen missile and torpedoed boats. To Sudan, China exported J-6 and J-7 jet fighters, its Type 59 main battle tanks and munitions. Conclusion: China has emerged as an influential external actor in the Middle East. This is commensurate with its rise as a global power and the rapid rise in its energy and broader economic exchanges with countries and peoples of the Middle East. By and large, China is confident that its economic developmental model and its shared colonial experience and empathy with peoples of the region provide a solid platform for its acceptance by all regional actors. An authoritative Chinese voice, director of Office of Research on the Middle East at the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, has declared that, overall, the government and people of Middle Eastern countries generally have a favorable impression of China. 23 commentaries in the regional media, comments and speeches of Middle Eastern leaders, and the enthusiastic participation of Arab elites in the Beijing-created China-Arab States Cooperation Forum all indicate that Professor Wang's impression of regional responses to China's rise and arrival in the Middle East is greeted favorably. This favorable impulse is reinforced by China's stated non-interference strategy, its apparent readiness to support the region's economic development, and its willingness to invest in the region's future. China maintains that its economic relationships are not subject to political conditions and based on mutual advantage. It is, in short, drawing on its large reservoir of soft power, the ability to instill positive change without force or undue political pressure. In Professor Wang's words, the United States has strength, and China has charm. The Soviet Union's model has ended, and China's model is rising. 24 These are all good omens for Region 58 and ADUIOBOOK 58 struggling to manage the fallout from the Arab uprisings of the 2010s and the devastating conflicts that ensued. The COVID-19 pandemic has added further urgency to the region's search for economic recovery, and China alone seems to be reaching out to provide material support as well as a collective roadmap in the BRI, in charting the way out of the region's deep structural crises. At the same time, there is nervousness in several quarters, notably among the hydrocarbon exporters, that heavy dependence on the Chinese market in particular leaves them vulnerable to fluctuations in China's economy and its long-term strategy of reducing its dependence on imported energy. At this level, the region appears to have traded its 20th century dependence on the Atlantic Economic Zone for a new one in East Asia. Furthermore, there is a degree of nervousness that arrival of the BRI will merely magnify China's already large economic footprint in the region and will deepen dependencies on the same country. This growing dependence, set against China's apparent reluctance to engage with the region's myriad security problems and dilemmas, is a cause for concern for the region's greater actors, who had hoped for a more decisive response to the escalating tensions between Iran and Saudi Arabia, for example, or the international fight to defeat the Islamic State. China not taking sides with any parties in the Middle East is perhaps its Achilles heel, and could go a long way towards explaining the limitations in China's all-sides engagement strategy, and therefore the regional actors' calculation that Beijing will resist the temptation to get directly involved. So we are back to economics, and the ways in which China can extend its influence through its soft power patronage reach virtually every country in the region. From a regional perspective, China is not a security threat, nor a partner antidote to the United States influence, and as such cannot supersede Washington as the region's premier external actor. With its voice muffled on the two-state solution, and other urgent security issues hampering progress in the Middle East, Beijing is not, yet, a security actor in the Middle East. China's interest in security of access and supply of Gulf hydrocarbons remains paramount, which partly accounts for its efforts to grow its Indian Ocean maritime presence. In this, the Middle East states share a common goal with China, and many have already demonstrated their readiness to work with China through the conduct of joint military exercises. But with few overarching political or security-related initiatives of its own, and with little to add to the lukewarm Russian-Persian Gulf regional security architecture presented in July 2019, regional states are not likely to turn to China for security guarantees. This state of affairs, ironically, makes it easier for China to trade with all, invest where it is welcome, and sell weapons to those who are willing to pay. This is arguably a sustainable relationship. China's joint military exercises with regional states underlines China's visibility and support for the parties concerned without forcing it to commit force to any particular theater. 25. But were China to lose its healthy appetite for the Middle East region's oil and natural gas deposits, it is debatable whether the BRI alone would provide sufficient momentum for expanding its deep economic engagement in this region. Indeed, if the security conditions in the area deteriorate further, or if Beijing felt pressed to take sides in many of the region's apparently insurmountable security problems, then its broader Asianization ambitions may have to be halted and China may have to be content with the country's already considerable economic presence in this strategically significant part of the world. Then, the anticipated showdown in the Middle East between the United States and China will have been postponed. Notes 1 All figures throughout are in US dollar, unless otherwise noted. 2 See ChinaMed, www.chinamed.it/ChinaMed Data Middle East 59 China and Middle Eastern Strategic Thinking 59 3 Jonathan Fulton, China's Challenge to US Dominance in the Middle East, in Camille Lunds, ed. China's Great Game in the Middle East, Brussels, European Council on Foreign Relations, 2019, 1017. For Sebastian Hornschild, China in the Middle East, not just about oil. EUISS issue alert, July 2016, www.iss.europa.eu/sites default files EUISS files alert 31 China minute.pdf 5 and Rauscheimer and Edishami and Nithoresh, How China is Changing the Middle East, New York, Routledge, 2020. 6 John J. Mearsheimer, The Tragedy of Great Power Politics, New York, W.W. Norton, 2014. 7 John J. Mearsheimer, Can China Rise Peacefully? The National Interest, October 25, 2014. https://nationalinterest.org commentary Can China Rise Peacefully 10,204? Page equals 0% 2C3 8 Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China, China-Arab States Cooperation Forum holds 9th Ministerial Summit, July 6, 2020. www.fmprc.gov.cn/MFINCXXX660 T17957554.html 9 President Xi Jinping work together to build the Silk Road Economic Belt and the 21st Century Maritime Silk Road, May 15, 2017. www.fmprc.gov.cn/MFINCXXX660 T1465819.html 10 President Xi Jinping delivers important speech and proposes to build a Silk Road Economic Belt with Central Asian countries, September 7, 2013. www.fmprc.gov.cn/MFIN topic 665,678 665,686 T1076334.html 11 and Rauscheimer and Edishami, Gold at the End of the Rainbow, the BRI and the Middle East, Global Policy 93, 2018, 387-397. 12 Jonathan Fulton, The Gulf Between the Indo-Pacific and the Belt and Road Initiative, Rising Powers Quarterly 32, 2018, 175-193. 13 Karen Young, For Gulf Arab States, China is a Temporary Friend, Bloomberg Opinion, September 8, 2020. www.bloomberg.com/opinion articles 2020 0908 For Gulf Arab States, China is a temporary friend. Sref equals UILVQS 14C U.S. Energy Information Administration, China Energy Profile, Energy Demand Expected to Increase, Analysis, Washington, D.C., Energy Information Administration, October 1, 2020, www.EurasiaReview.com 011020020 China Energy Profile Energy Demand Expected to Increase Analysis, source equals feed burner and medium equals email and campaign equals feed percent 38 plus, Eurasia Review percent 2 FVSNE plus percent 28 Eurasia plus, review percent 29 15 see chapter 20 of this volume for an analysis of China's use of partnership diplomacy. 16 D. Gang Sun, China's approach to the Middle East, Development Before Democracy, in Camille Lunds, ed. China's Great Game in the Middle East, Brussels, European Council on Foreign Relations, 2019, 21. 17 Jonathan Fulton, Friends with Benefits, China's Partnership Diplomacy in the Gulf, in POMEPS Studies 34, Project on Middle East Political Science, Shifting Global Politics in the Middle East, Washington, D.C., Institute for Middle East Studies, 2019, 33-34. 18 John Calabrese, China and the Middle East, Redefining the International Order, Durham University, 2018, 22, www.eur.ac.uk/resources Al-Sada Publications Insights J. Calabrese Sada Papers, PDF 19 Calabrese, China and the Middle East, 20 Shir Efron, Howard J. Schatz, Arthur Chen, Emily Haskell, Lyle J. Morris, and Andrew Scobell, The Evolving Israel-China Relationship, Santa Monica, CA, RAND Corporation, 2019, 16, www.rand.org/content Dan Rand Pubs Research Reports RR 2600 RR 2641 RAND, RR 2641.pdf 21 Zhao Zhong, Military Exchanges Between China and the Middle East, in Yang Guang, ed. China-Middle East Relations, Review and Analysis, Reading, Paths International, 2013, 5159, 22 Karaz Widow cited by, accessed October 5, 2020, 23 Wang Jingli, Reflections on the Relations Between China and the Middle East, in Yang Guang, ed. China-Middle East Relations, Review and Analysis, Reading, Paths International, 2013, 1, 24 Wang Jingli, Reflections on the Relations Between China and the Middle East, 5, 25 D. Gang Sun, China's Soft Military Presence in the Middle East, it was at 30, January 2018, references Calabrese, John, China and the Middle East, Redefining the International Order, Durham University, 2018, www.eur.ac.uk/resources Al-Sada Publications Insights J. Calabrese Sada Papers.pdf ChinaMed, continuously updated, www.chinamed.it/ChinaMed Data Middle East 60 Anu Shiravan Edishami 60 Efren, Shira, Howard J. Schatz, Arthur Chen, Emily Haskell, Lyle J. Morris, and Andrew Scobell, The Evolving Israel-China Relationship, Santa Monica, CA, RAND Corporation, 2019, www.rand.org/content Dan Rand Pubs Research Reports RR 2600 RR 2641 RAND, RR 2641.pdf Itashame, and Naushirvan, Gold at the End of the Rainbow, the BRI and the Middle East, Global Policy 93, 2018, 387-397, Itashame, and Naushirvan and Nidhoresh, How China is Changing the Middle East, New York, Routledge, 2020, Fulton, Jonathan, Friends with Benefits, China's Partnership Diplomacy in the Gulf, in POMEPS Studies 34, Project on Middle East Political Science, Shifting Global Politics in the Middle East, Washington, D.C., Institute for Middle East Studies, 2019, 33-38, Fulton, Jonathan, The Gulf Between the Indo-Pacific and the Belt and Road Initiative, Rising Powers Quarterly 3-2, 2018, 175-193, Hornschild, Sebastian, China in the Middle East, Not Just About Oil, EUISS Issue Alert, July 2016, www.iss.europa.eu/sites default files EUISS files alert 31 China Minute.pdf Lunds, Camille, Jonathan Fulton, D. Gang Sun, and Nasser Al-Tamimi, China's Great Game in the Middle East, European Council on Foreign Relations Policy Brief, October 2019, https://ecfr.eu Publication China Great Game Middle East Mearsheimer, John J., Can China Rise Peacefully? The National Interest, October 25, 2014, https://nationalinterest.org Commentary Can China Rise Peacefully 10204? Page equals 0% 2C3 Mearsheimer, John J., The Tragedy of Great Power Politics, New York, W. Norton, 2014, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China, China-Arab States Cooperation Forum holds 9th Ministerial Summit, July 6, 2020, www.fmprc.gov.cn/FINCXXX 660 T179574, SHTML Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China, President Xi Jinping delivers important speech and proposes to build a Silk Road economic belt with Central Asian countries, September 7, 2013, www.fmprc.gov.cn/FIN Topic 665,678 665,686 T1076334.SHTML Sun T Gang, China's Soft Military Presence in the Middle East, Derozat 30, 2018, U.S. Energy Information Administration, China Energy Profile, Energy Demand Expected to Increase, Analysis, Washington, D.C., Energy Information Administration, 2020, Wang Jingli, Reflections on the Relations Between China and the Middle East, in Yang Guang, ed. China-Middle East Relations, Review and Analysis, Reading, Paths International, 2013, 112, Xi Jinping, work together to build the Silk Road economic belt and the 21st century maritime Silk Road, May 15, 2017, www.fmprc.gov.cn/FINCXXX 660 2805 T1465819.SHTML Young, Karen, for Gulf Arab States, China is a temporary friend, Bloomberg Opinion, September 8, 2020, www.bloomberg.com/opinion articles 2020-0908 for Gulf Arab States, China is a temporary friend, SRF equals UILVQS Zhao Zhong, Military Exchanges Between China and the Middle East, in Yang Guang, ed. China-Middle East Relations, Review and Analysis, Reading, Paths International, 2013, 5159. Zhao, Laura, will U.S. pressure be too much for Israel's ties with China? South China Morning Post, October 4, 2020, www.scmp.com/news China Diplomacy Article 31034999 will U.S. pressure be too much Israel's ties China 6161 doi 10.4324/97810034520-6 5 Strategic Convergence or Strategic Rivalry, China and America in the Middle East Christopher K. Colley over the last half-decade, relations between the United States and China have deteriorated significantly. The election of President Donald Trump in 2016 injected a greater degree of unpredictability unpredictability into bilateral ties, which has caused the strategic rivalry between the two powers to experience regular points of escalation. Furthermore, the Xi Jinping administration is much more assertive and aggressive in defending what it perceives as China's interests and is rapidly taking on a more global role. In many parts of the Indo-Pacific region, the United States and China have pushed back against each other, or have used their powers to lobby various states to back their causes. One importantly, what was once a spatial rivalry, centered on areas such as the South China Sea and Taiwan, has evolved into a positional rivalry where states jockey for influence and prestige far from their home borders. 2. This positional rivalry has increasingly evolved into competition in the greater Indo-Pacific that includes the Northern Indian Ocean and the Middle East North Africa, MENA. This chapter argues that in the MENA region, there are opportunities for both rivalry escalation and cooperation between Washington and Beijing, as the United States becomes much less reliant on the Gulf region as a source of energy and as China becomes more dependent on the region for its future energy needs. The potential for China and the United States to find common ground and work together on regional challenges exists. However, I also argue that, for the foreseeable future, the psychological dynamics of the rivalry will curtail options to work together. This chapter is divided into 3 main sections. First, I provide an assessment of American and Chinese interests in the region and discuss the main areas of potential cooperation and competition. Next, I address how various MENA states approach this rivalry and how they can effectively maintain solid ties with both Washington and Beijing. The final section will analyze China's current and likely future MENA policy. To begin, I provide a brief but necessary conceptual and theoretical explanation of what constitutes strategic rivalry. Strategic rivalries are a common form of competition in international relations. Analysts and scholars frequently utilize rivalry to explain competition between states, but fail to specify what they mean by 62 Christopher K. Colley 62 rivalry. Strictly speaking, 3 key components must be met in order for there to be a strategic rivalry. First, states engaged in a strategic rivalry must view each other as competitors. Second, rivals must see each other as an actual or latent threat that has the potential to conduct military operations against the state. Finally, both states must perceive each other as enemies. In order for a strategic rivalry to exist, all 3 criteria must be present. 3. In the case of the Sino-US strategic rivalry, all 3 criteria are met. While Chinese leaders and scholars frequently argue that they do not perceive the United States as a rival, official documents and statements from the Chinese government do identify the United States in this way. Of vital importance to the case under review, rivalries also cloud decision-makers' perceptions and cause them to fail to analyze events in an objective manner. Instead, events are viewed through the prism of worst-case scenarios. Situations that may be mundane and routine can be cited as evidence of the other side's treachery. A final note is an order on the nature of different strategic rivalries. They are divided into spatial and positional rivalries. Spatial rivalries are centered on contestations over territory. Positional rivalries see rival states compete for prestige and influence, either in regions or at a more systemic level. 4. The current Sino-US strategic rivalry was initiated after the Tiananmen Square demonstrations in the spring of 1989 and was originally spatial, with a focus on East Asia with the status of Taiwan as the core point of rivalry maintenance and escalation. Over the last decade, the rivalry has evolved into a positional rivalry, where the United States and China are competing for influence in multiple areas. With China's Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, this competition has spilled into the MENA and Indo-Pacific. 5. American and Chinese interests in the Middle East. American interests since the 1970s. The primary American interest in the Middle East has been to ensure a dependable supply of oil that would not be jeopardized by some of the military conflicts in the region. For several decades, Washington did not hesitate to use both the military and resources of the State Department to secure American interests. The wars in Iraq and American support for Israel are concrete examples of this regional focus. However, over the past 15 years, questions have been raised about how engaged the United States should be, with multiple American presidents talking about reducing the American presence in the region. 6. President Donald Trump significantly added to this debate by pulling 1,000 American troops out of Syria. 7. While American leaders speak of an American withdrawal from the region, their actions are the opposite. As of 2019, the American force structure in the Middle East was actually higher than it had been since 2006. Substantial troop increases have taken place in the Gulf as well as Djibouti. 8. In fact, when hostilities between Saudi Arabia and Iran escalated in 2019, Washington sent 1,800 additional American soldiers to Saudi Arabia in an attempt to reinforce their defenses. 9. Such behavior demonstrates the continuing American concern about the stability of the region, which is the paramount American concern in MENA. American concerns about regional stability were much greater in the 1990s and 2000s, when large percentages of American oil imports were derived from the Gulf region. As Figure 5.1 depicts, American demand for oil from Gulf Cooperation Council states (GCC) peaked in the early 2000s, and since 2005 there has been a sustained decrease in American petroleum imports from the Arabian Gulf. This stands in contrast to the data in Figure 5.2, which show the sustained increase in Chinese imports of Gulf oil. Perhaps of greater strategic importance are the data in Figure 5.3, showing the rapid rise in domestic oil production in the United States, which saw it become a net oil exporter in December 2018 for the first time in 75 years. 10. 63. Strategic convergence or rivalry. 63. Directly related to energy security in the region is the maintenance of sea lanes of communication, SLOCs. The crisis with maritime security posed by Somali pirates in the mid to late 2000s in the Gulf of Aden led to a multinational effort to secure the sea lanes. This effort has been extremely successful in curbing the threat of piracy in the region. As will be discussed below, the naval patrols represent empirical evidence of where Chinese and American interests overlap and have the potential to serve as a template for future cooperation between the two rivals. The more recent Operation Sentinel, designed to protect the SLOCs around the Strait of Hormuz, is another example of Washington's security interests in the Gulf. This military operation is directly tied to American attempts to contain Iran and thwart its potential nuclear weapons program. While opportunities exist for cooperation between China and the United States in the MENA, the positional rivalry influences interactions. American apprehension over construction of BRI ports in the region is concrete evidence of rivalry maintenance and even escalation. The Chinese port project in Duqm, Oman is a case in point. 11. At least $10 billion 12 has been earmarked for the project that is being implemented by multiple Chinese enterprises. 13. Importantly, China is Oman's largest customer for Omani oil, and Chinese investors are expected to be the largest investors in Duqm. The Duqm Special Economic Zone Authority, SECAD, 0 100,000 200,000 300,000 400,000 500,000 600,000 700,000 1993 1994 1995 1996 1997 1998 1999 2000 2001 2002 2003 2004 2005 2006 2007 2008 2009 2010 2011 2012 2013 2014 2015 2016 2017 2018 2019 U.S. imports from Kuwait of crude oil and petroleum products. MBBL U.S. imports imports from Saudi Arabia of crude oil and petroleum products. MBBL US imports from United Arab Emirates of crude oil and petroleum products. MBBL US imports from Oman of crude oil and petroleum products. MBBL US imports from Iraq of crude oil and petroleum products. MBBL Figure 5.1 American imports of GCC oil, 1993-2019, thousands of barrels. Source, U.S. Energy Information Administration, petroleum and other liquids. 64 Christopher K. Colley 64 050 100 150 200 250 300 350 400 450 2007 2009 2010 2011 2012 2013 2014 2017 Saudi Arabia Iran Oman UAE Iraq Kuwait. Figure 5.2 Chinese imports from selected Gulf states 2007-2017 millions of barrels per year. Note, the original data were measured in annual tons of oil. This has been converted into barrels of oil per year. The conversion rate is 7.33 barrels per ton. Sources, Petroleum and Petrochemical Today, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideography, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph. From 2007-2010 it is derived from the General Administration of Customs, Public Relations China, full with left parenthesis, Unified Ideographs, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, 0 2000 4000 6000 8000 10000 12000 14000 02 1100 September 22nd 2005 0401 December 14th 2001 July 26th 2002 0307 03 October 17th 2003 May 28th 2004 01 07 05 August 19th 2005 March 31st 2006 11 10 06 June 22nd 2007 02 01 08 09 12 08 April 24th 2009 12 0409 July 16th 2010 February 25th 2011 10 07 11 May 18th 2012 December 28th 2012 08 09 13 March 21st 2014 October 31st 2014 06 12 15 January 22nd 2016 0 9 02 16 April 14th 2017 November 24th 2017 07 06 18 February 15th 2019 September 27th 2019 05 08 20 Figure 5.34 week average of U.S. domestic petroleum production 2000-2020 thousands of barrels per day. Source, U.S. Energy Information Administration, petroleum and other liquids. 65 Strategic Convergence or Rivalry. 65 is considered the flagship project for Oman's participation in the BRI. Of vital relevance to Oman's future economic development, the port at Duqm is designed to enlarge Oman's share of maritime traffic with the goal of utilizing Oman's geographical advantage by siphoning off maritime traffic from the Arabian Gulf, thus giving Oman a greater share of the lucrative maritime transport trade. 14 Further complicating the situation, the Omani government has also granted the American military access to the ports at Duqm and SALALAH. 15 In fact, in the battle with Beijing for influence in the region, Washington is seeking to confine China to just the economic sphere, and Duqm is actively trying to keep the Chinese military out of the port. Muscat has signed deals with the British and American militaries to operate out of Duqm, but has not signed similar deals with China. 16 The 2017 American national security strategy is firmly in line with the psychological aspects of the positional rivalry. The document states, China and Russia challenge American power, influence, and interests, attempting to erode American security and prosperity. They are determined to make economies less free and less fair, to grow their militaries, and to control information and data to repress their societies and expand their influence. China and Russia want to shape a world antithetical to U.S. values and interests. China seeks to displace the United States in the Indo-Pacific region, expand the reaches of its state-driven economic model, and reorder the region in its favor. 17 Apart from jockeying for influence over geographic locations, the rivalry is also present in the field of high-tech. Telecommunications companies in multiple MENA states, including Egypt, the United Arab Emirates, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Oman and Kuwait have partnered with Huawei to help the company develop its 5G networks. 18 American concerns over Huawei are well known, and multiple American administrations have voiced concerns about American partners and allies working with the Chinese firm, as they fear that vital networks may be compromised and open to Chinese espionage. These fears rapidly escalated during the 4 years of the Trump administration. 19 While such concerns may be justified on the grounds of national security, they put Middle Eastern governments in a difficult position. In many ways, their security is tied to the United States, but their economic futures are increasingly linked to China. Overall, although American interests in the MENA have decreased over the past 15 years, Washington has not followed their rhetoric with actions. Apart from a limited withdrawal from Syria, fears that the Americans will pull out of the Middle East have not been met with actual actions. American leaders speak of withdrawal, but the reality is very different. The increases in the American forward presence in the MENA demonstrate that the United States still places enormous weight on maintaining security in the region. This is in sharp contrast to the Chinese, who maintain a low military profile while dramatically expanding their economic footprint. Furthermore, the steady growth in Chinese economic activities in the region has caused Washington to push back and pressure regional governments to reject Beijing and its initiatives. Chinese interests over the past 2 decades, China's economic footprint has soared in the MENA region. For example, in 1993 China exported $2.7 billion worth of goods to the Middle East. This amount soared to $124 billion by 2016.20 according to the Chinese investment tracker. From 2005 to 66 Christopher K. Colley 66 The end of 2020, Chinese investments in contracts in the Greater Middle East were worth nearly $197 billion, with $102 billion invested over the 5-year period from 2014 to 2019.21 Crucially, China's trade depends heavily on reliable security in the region. However, its military presence in the region is minuscule when compared with that of the Americans. As shown in Figure 5.2, China is far more reliant on Middle Eastern oil than the United States. Related to this is the security of SLOCs that connect the region to China. China currently imports 56% of its oil from the Middle East. 22 Furthermore, it is estimated that 80% of all oil consumed by China in 2030 will be imported. 23 A key question when analyzing China's emerging role in the region is whether China has the capacity to safeguard its interests in the Middle East. I argue that Beijing increasingly has the capacity to provide a much greater form of security, but more importantly, it lacks the political will to fulfill such a role. Free-riding dragon? Chinese analysts frequently accuse the U.S. government and military of hegemonic behavior. 24 While there may be some merit in this accusation, in the Middle East China is a primary beneficiary of such hegemony. The American Navy is by far the dominant military presence in the Gulf, and for decades has provided protection of the SLOCs leading in and out of the region. Such SLOCs are vital to China's economic well-being. President Barack Obama called China out for not doing its part in global security. Specifically, he stated, they are free riders, and they have been free riders for the last 30 years, and it's worked really well for them. Nobody ever seems to expect them to do anything when this stuff comes up. 25 Chinese scholars Santi Gang and Zhu Weik argue that while the United States has many allies in the region, China currently does not have any. In addition, even though China is now an economic power in the region, it is likely to remain a military featherweight for the coming decades. It has neither the intention nor the capability to project its military power to challenge American military dominance in the Middle East. 2060s authors admit that China is to some degree a free rider on America's protection of oil SLOCs and will continue to be for years to come. 27. Interestingly, Sun, who is one of China's leading scholars on the Middle East, has written that China is not completely free riding because it is providing public goods in the form of massive infrastructure projects. 28. While there is some merit in this argument, the details of many BRI projects are not publicized, thus making it impossible to ascertain how much the Chinese government is paid back for various infrastructure projects. In comparison, American taxpayers are not reimbursed for footing the bill as the protector of the region's SLOCs. An evolving Chinese security presence. As China's need for natural resources, especially energy, continues to grow, there is concern in Chinese defense circles that the Chinese military will need to continue to build on its ability to defend Chinese interests in the IOR. China's 2015 official defense white paper specifically called on the People's Liberation Army Navy plan to construct a modern maritime military force structure commensurate with its national security and development interests, safeguard its national sovereignty and maritime rights and interests, protect the security of strategic SLOCs and overseas interests, and participate in international maritime cooperation so as to provide strategic support for building itself into a maritime power. 29. 67. Strategic convergence or rivalry. 67. The plan is well on its way to establishing such a navy, and in fact recent reports indicate that the plan is now in possession of the world's largest fleet. 30. While this fleet may lack adequate air cover and the technological sophistication of the American fleet, it is gradually expanding its presence in the IOR and Middle East region. The challenges of protecting Chinese SLOCs in the Gulf has been highlighted by several experts from the Chinese Naval Academy of Military Science, who have argued that in this region China needs sea power to ensure the safe export of oil from the Gulf in order to guarantee the national energy supply. 31. As of the end of 2020, the plan does have the resources to provide a meaningful security role in the Middle East. At any given moment, it has between 6 and 8 warships in the northern Indian Ocean. 32. In addition, the plan has played a very positive role in the anti-piracy patrols off the coast of Somalia, so that by 2019 it had escorted over 3,400 merchant ships, of which 51% were foreign flagged. 33. What Beijing lacks is the political will to conduct such missions in areas such as the Gulf. The above-mentioned case of Operation Sentinel in the second half of 2019 is an example. Attacks on merchant ships around the Strait of Hormuz, which potentially jeopardized oil imports to China, resulted in an American-led effort to halt the attacks. While the Chinese Foreign Ministry did acknowledge the complicated nature of the security situation, Beijing only stated that it would study the American initiative to send support ships. 34. Beijing's reluctance to more fully engage in the regional security dynamics in the Middle East is best explained as a rational attempt by Chinese leaders to not have to choose sides in the complicated politics of the region. Had planned warships joined an operational Sentinel, they may have been forced to attack Iranian installations, from whence the attacks are believed to have originated. This would have produced a very difficult political situation, as Beijing has close ties with Tehran. 35. This form of political fence-sitting is beneficial to China, as long as China's political and economic interests are maintained at relatively low cost. There is no immediate need for a sizable planned presence. In fact, under the current conditions of the positional rivalry, any expansion in the Chinese military in the region would likely be met with hostility from Washington, thus putting America's allies and partners in the region in a very awkward situation where they may have to make some difficult decisions regarding their economic ties to China and their security and political ties to the United States. One such case is the cooperation between Israel and China, where the lure of the Chinese market is in direct competition with Israel's most important security partnership, its ties with Washington. Beijing is mostly interested in business deals with Israel, and it remains a safe distance from the one of the most pressing political issues in Israeli domestic and foreign policy, that of the Israeli-Palestinian peace process. While China has discussed the peace process, and in 2002 even appointed a Middle East envoy, 36 veteran sinologist Andrew Scobell has labeled these actions as virtually meaningless and all about symbolism rather than substance. 37. Even though China may be hesitant to enter the political minefield of the Israeli-Palestinian peace process, Chinese companies have not hesitated to engage Israel in areas that have raised serious security concerns with the Americans. 38. Chinese entities now have influence over as much as a quarter of the Israeli tech industry, which includes defense contractors that have joint projects with Washington. 39. The rivalry literature stresses that events between rivals are frequently perceived through the prism of worst-case scenarios. For example, Washington strongly opposed the 2015 multi-billion-dollar deal between the Shanghai International Port Group (SIPG) and the Israeli Transportation Ministry to operate Haifa Port, where in 2021 SIPG was scheduled to control daily operations for 25 years. 40. Haifa Port frequently hosts the American Sixth Fleet and is an anchor of the American-Israeli defense partnership. Citing concerns over Chinese espionage, Washington has even stated that port visits by American warships might 68 Christopher K. Colley 68 says once China takes control in 2021.41. Former American National Security Advisor John Bolton and Secretary of State Mike Pompeo reportedly told Israeli officials to choose between Beijing and Washington. 42. American pressure on Israel to avoid Chinese entities or to curtail business opportunities that touch on security concerns is an increasingly common approach to the region. The often blurred line between Chinese commercial actors and the Chinese government does not help the situation. While it is likely that many Chinese projects in the region are based on economic assessments, the perception in Washington, real or imagined, that they possess dual-use capabilities that can be also used for spying activities cannot completely be dismissed. Cooperation with Washington over Iran. While the past half-decade has seen a significant expansion and rivalry escalation between China and the United States, there are areas where the rivalry has not influenced their interactions in the Middle East. The 2015 Iranian nuclear deal is a case in point. The deal, which was several years in the making, was designed to curb Tehran's nuclear weapons program and to provide it with an opportunity to lift sanctions to revitalize its economy. While Lemon, a former Chinese ambassador to Iran, argued that Beijing's influence in Tehran was a unique opportunity to show the world that China was a responsible rising power that could help stabilize the global order. 43. The timing of the negotiations with Iran coincided with President Obama's second term and with the coming to power in Beijing of Xi Jinping. Crucially, sensing a diplomatic opportunity, President Xi began to lobby Iran about cooperating on its nuclear program. Specifically, Xi dispatched Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi to mediate between the United States, the European Union, and Iran, and to encourage them to meet each other halfway. From June 2013 until July 2014, 2015, Beijing pushed Tehran to bring the seven-party talks to an acceptable ending on at least 17 occasions. 44. It is important to note that this was not the first time China had sided with the United States on the Iranian issue. A central Chinese concern has always been to not allow the Iranian nuclear issue to become an impediment to Sino-US relations. China actually voted yes on all four American-backed United Nations Security Council resolutions that dealt with Iran. However, this was done after Beijing had held meetings with the United States to reduce damage to Beijing's ties with Tehran. 45. To further entice Iran to accept the nuclear deal, China's ambassador to Iran, Pang Lin, made it clear that a comprehensive agreement on the nuclear issue would create a more relaxed environment and more investment opportunities for China and Iran to continue to deepen practical cooperation. 46. Such an incentive was realized in 2016, when 30% of total Iranian foreign trade was with Beijing, and in July 2017, when a nearly $5 billion deal was signed between the National Iranian Oil Company and the consortium composed of the China National Petroleum Company, CNPC, and Total share was transferred to CNPC in 2018.47. As the Chinese economy continues to grow and Chinese interests deepen in the Middle East, there will be both opportunities and challenges for the United States and China in their strategic rivalry. China's current ambitions in the region are largely centered on business opportunities, but are slowly expanding into political and security realms. Such a shift will inevitably draw scrutiny from Washington. As discussed above, China does benefit enormously from the security provided by the American military in the MENA region. While China now has the ability to project meaningful power in the IOR, for political and logistical reasons it chooses to not become overly engaged in the area. In a post-COVID-19 world that may see the Belt and Road Initiative more fully engaged in the MENA, regional states with their various interests, 69 strategic convergence or rivalry, 69 are seeking to find a practical way to work with both the United States and China without upsetting either power. Middle Eastern states and Sino-American strategic rivalry. Considering the structural dynamics of Sino-American strategic rivalry, states in the MENA need to find a means to navigate the potentially complex and volatile game of great power politics unfolding between Beijing and Washington. A key issue is the durability of American security guarantees over the next 10 to 20 years, considering the decreasing relevance of Middle Eastern energy to the United States. Are American leaders and the American public willing to maintain a large, forwardly deployed military force in a region that is volatile and is no longer perceived as vital to American national security? How closely should MENA states, and specifically states in the Gulf, work with China? While Beijing is reluctant to become a major provider of security outside of anti-piracy operations, China's demand for energy resources will continue to grow. The lure of the Chinese market for everything from incoming Chinese tourists to consumer goods to the high-tech sector represents an attractive and lucrative opportunity for states that are trying to diversify their economies away from an over-reliance on energy. This section specifically addresses the interests of several states in the region and ends with an analysis of the current and potential future competition between Beijing and Washington in the MENA. Economic diversification. The global crash in demand for petroleum as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic serves as a stark reminder for MENA states of the risks of over-reliance on the sale of oil as the foundation of regional states' economic well-being. Cognizant of such dependency, multiple states in the Gulf have crafted strategies to diversify their economies, and a key part of their plans includes working with China. Multiple GCC states have long-term development strategies directly linked to China. King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud's March 2017 visit to Beijing linked Saudi Arabia's economic Vision 2030 strategy with China's BRI and saw the signing of 20 deals worth over $60 billion. 48. Kuwait and Bahrain have also linked their development strategies to the Chinese economy. New Kuwait 2035, its long-term development strategy has devoted $130 billion to the Silk City, which sees the BRI as a major component. In 2018, Bahrain linked its Vision 2030 to the BRI and the country's economic development. While details are slim, in 2018 the foreign ministers of China and Bahrain signed an MOU to jointly develop BRI projects. 49. Overall, China is the GCC's top economic partner and is the #1 trading partner for Kuwait, Oman, Saudi Arabia and the UAE. In fact, in 2018, roughly two-thirds of Chinese investment in the MENA went to GCC states. As demonstrated in Figure 5.2 above, most GCC states have seen a steady rise in their exports of oil to China. This stands in contrast to a steady decline in oil sales to the United States. Outside of the GCC, Egypt has also been a beneficiary of Chinese investment in the BRI. In the decade from 2010 to 2020, China invested nearly $25 billion in Egypt. 50. While Egypt may have great potential for investment, the Chinese complain about rampant corruption. For example, in 2016 a $20 billion deal was signed by two Chinese state-backed firms to construct a new city outside of Cairo. However, in 2017 one of them pulled out after complaining of disagreements over permits and prices. In addition, concern in China that the political volatility since 2011 could resurface has led to worries about investments in Egypt. There is also concern. 70. Christopher K. Colley 70 that even though increases in Chinese maritime traffic through the Suez Canal bring in much-needed revenue to Egypt, Chinese shipping companies are also looking to the Arctic Passage in the warmer months of the year as a viable and cheaper alternative to the Suez Canal. A cargo ship from China can reach Rotterdam or Hamburg in just 35 days through the Arctic Passage instead of the 50-day route through the Suez. In addition, the cost of shipping drops by 20 to 30% when transiting via the Arctic Circle. 51. Ports and competition. Several GCC states are actively working with China on port projects that are part of the BRI. These projects dovetail with their strategies for economic diversification and offer empirical evidence of a long-term goal of engaging with Beijing on economic issues beyond the selling of fossil fuel. Two of the most important of these projects are the construction of the port of Duqm in Oman and the upgrading of the Khalifa port in Abu Dhabi. The Duqm Special Economic Zone Authority (SEZAD) represents the flagship BRI project in Oman. It is being developed as a multi-purpose international port. Zayed University's Eric Staples argues that a main goal of the port is redirecting traffic away from the Gulf and altering the configuration of the current maritime routes in the Indian Ocean. 52. The port will have the China-Oman Industrial Park on 1172 hectares. By 2022, Duqm is expected to have a population of 25,000 complete with manufacturing and hospitality centers. 53. Oman is not the only GCC state that is pursuing economic diversification through the BRI. The UAE also sees the BRI as a strategic opportunity and is seeking to expand on its role as an international hub for logistics and commerce. In June 2017, Chinese entities signed a $300 million deal to upgrade operations in Abu Dhabi's Khalifa Port-Free Zone. The Chinese firm COSCO was awarded shipping rights worth over $700 million to develop and then operate a container terminal for 35 years. 54. Furthermore, the Jiangsu Provincial Overseas Corporation and Investment Company Limited was awarded a 50-year lease to operate out of the port. 55. A central goal for the UAE is to utilize the geographic location of the country as a launching pad for the transit of Chinese cargo to third countries. This strategy has achieved concrete results as an estimated 60% of China's trade with Europe and Africa passes through the UAE. 56. Crucially, GCC states transforming themselves into engines of economic growth with Chinese assistance does not seem to elicit the same negative response from Washington. As mentioned above with the case of Duqm, where the Americans do not wish to see Chinese warships paying port calls. Projects centered on economic development are not perceived as overly sensitive. One significant issue that is frequently sidestepped regarding the BRI in the MENA and beyond is the growing concern in China about the economic viability of various projects. 57. This stems from a lack of coordination in China, as many Chinese companies were given money to carry out projects in parts of the world they knew little about and did not conduct proper risk assessments of new projects. Notable China scholar Zhao Suisheng has argued that a basic flaw with the BRI is that Beijing has yet to develop practical programs based on scrupulous economic planning and formidable diplomatic actions to realize these ambitious goals. 58. In addition, and of particular concern for Gulf states, is the potential for competition among countries with similar projects. For example, will the port project in Duqm, as indicated above, siphon business away from ports inside the Gulf? How will the construction of the Pakistani port of Gwadar, located just 400 kilometers from the Strait of Hormuz, influence this situation? 59. While the BRI may be strategic in its long-term aims, its on-the-ground implementation does not always take market-based economics into account. 60. Nor were necessary 71 strategic convergence or rivalry. 71 questions asked about one project making another project less economically viable because of direct competition. While the construction of ports and projects aimed at economic development is a central component of Beijing's engagement with MENA states, areas of rivalry escalation between China and the United States still exist. The case of the Chinese company Huawei presents challenges to MENA states. American concerns about the possibility of Huawei being utilized as a tool in Chinese espionage are controversial. The details of the dispute between the United States and China over Huawei are beyond the scope of this chapter. However, it needs to be noted that there is concern in the Gulf region that states need to be very careful about how closely they work with the Chinese on this issue. This sensitivity was reinforced when Michael Mulroy, the top Pentagon official for the region, made it clear that Beijing's attempts to gain influence in the Middle East could undermine security ties between Washington and its Middle Eastern partners and allies. Such warnings represent a current and future challenge to MENA states. How do they fully embrace the economic opportunity that China presents while not alienating the Americans and potentially jeopardizing long-established security ties? Regardless of the political party in the White House, China has been identified by the Americans as a strategic rival and threat. This represents a long-term structural challenge to MENA states whose interests do not align with one of the two powers. In the years, and likely decades, ahead, these states, and especially the GCC, will need to keep a close watch on the political winds blowing from both Beijing and Washington. This is in order to best situate themselves in the positional rivalry between China and the United States in the region. MENA states do not necessarily have to pick sides, but they would be well advised to ascertain each state's or a specific administration's red lines and be careful not to cross such lines. With the rise of green energy and the continuation of fracking in the United States, American strategic designs on the Middle East will not return to the days of American reliance on Gulf oil. However, Chinese dependency will likely increase in the next decade, regardless of advances in alternative energy. Even when global oil demand decreases because of advances in green technology, demand from the Gulf will still likely remain high. This is because the price of extraction is low and the quality of oil is high. For example, in Saudi Arabia the price of extraction is only $2.80 a barrel, which is one-third the global average. In comparison, competitors such as Canada and Venezuela have oil reserves that are expensive to extract and more difficult to refine. 61 Petroleum states may see the price of oil decline, but because of their competitive advantage in extraction and quality, they will likely not see a commensurate decline in demand from China. Such a strategic outlook does not necessarily represent a hedging policy by Gulf states. 62 But is more in line with market principles. Hedging as a concept includes both confrontational and cooperative approaches to a specific state. 63 MENA, and especially GCC states, seek to have a win-win approach to both the United States and China, and their perceived tilt towards Beijing is centered on market economics and anticipated future economic opportunities. The absence of a simultaneously confrontational approach by MENA states towards Washington, as hedging would require, casts doubt on its ability to explain the current situation. China's future MENA policy in the context of strategic rivalry with the United States. As the Chinese economy continues to perform and hundreds of millions of Chinese enter the middle class, China's consumption of Middle Eastern oil will continue to rise. A steady expansion in Chinese economic interests in the MENA will coincide with a steady decrease. 72 Christopher K. Colley 72 in American economic interests in the region. The COVID-19 pandemic will likely cause a rethink in Beijing of BRI projects, with extra scrutiny on projects that may not be economically viable. However, given the strategic interests of China, the BRI projects in the MENA will likely continue. As of November 2020, China had invested only $2.36 billion in the Middle East and North Africa for the entire year. In comparison, in 2018 Beijing invested $26.62 billion, and in 2019 it invested $17.34 billion. 64 The paltry sum in 2020 will likely substantially increase once the pandemic is brought under control. On the security front, Chinese interests in the MENA region are actually closely aligned with those of Washington. Both states seek stability and economic development. Even in the case of Iran, China does not support the nuclear armed Iran and, as mentioned above, has taken actions in the United Nations to curtail Iran's nuclear ambitions. Writing in the Chinese publication Arab World Studies, Li Weijian, from the Shanghai Institute of International Studies, argues that the U.S. is unwilling to face hot issues in the Middle East alone. Therefore, it is possible to seek consensus and cooperation with China on issues such as maintaining stability in the Middle East. 65 Li's optimistic assessment of Chinese ties with the United States in the MENA are also supported by Xi Gehi and Chen Suisheng, who believe that there is room for the United States and China to cooperate in the region and that many of the difficulties experienced by the United States in the Middle East can be alleviated with the help of China. 66 Chinese analysts are also skeptical that Washington will significantly withdraw its forces from the region, with one calling President Trump's claims to withdraw a form of blackmail. 67 In contrast to more optimistic analyses of bilateral ties, the rivalry between China and the United States in the MENA region does raise some concerns in Beijing about the exposure of Chinese SLOCs in the IOR, which 80% of China's imported energy traverses. Chinese scholars have written about the Indian Ocean dilemma and argue that the United States seeks to contain China's rise through the domination of the oil reserves and the SLOCs in the Middle East. 68 Ultimately, China's MENA policy will continue to grow and will no longer be modest in its scope. For the next decade, this policy will attempt to focus on economic interactions while carefully working around difficult political and security challenges. For their part, many MENA states, especially in the GCC, will continue to embrace China and the economic opportunities it offers. As long as a robust American military presence is a reality in the region, there will be little incentive for Beijing to significantly enlarge its security presence. However, in the event of a major American withdrawal, Chinese leaders would be put in an awkward situation where they may have to become more engaged and deal with some of the more difficult political and security challenges in the region. This is a situation Beijing does not wish to find itself in. Chinese leaders and analysts are happy to free ride off the American security presence and denigrate the American force structure as hegemonic, while showing the flag to protect against Somali pirates armed with speedboats and AK-47s, dealing with regional rivalries where forces are armed with anti-ship missiles, some of which were supplied by the Chinese. 69 kind is a very different matter. Conclusion: strategic rivalries that are positional are a common phenomenon in international relations. The roles of China and the United States in the Middle East present an interesting case study. Both states share a common interest in stability and economic development. However, rivalries influence how events are presented and understood. A systemic lack of trust exists between Washington and Beijing that is likely to persist for the indefinite future, and will likely witness 73 strategic convergence or rivalry, 73 periods of intense escalation over the coming decade. Because of this, actions carried out by one state, such as the sale of technology or the reinforcing of a military base, are frequently viewed in zero-sum terms by the other rival state. Over the past decade, China has demonstrated a willingness to work with the United States in areas such as maritime security in the Gulf of Aden. Such actions may provide helpful security and good public relations, but their impact on reducing tensions is ephemeral at best. While a change in leadership in either capital may lead to temporary reductions in rivalry maintenance, the underlying structure of the rivalry will be present and, barring an extremely unlikely sudden collapse of either China or the United States, the rivalry will continue to experience significant points of escalation. In the meta, this situation will manifest itself through pressure on states to join with the United States or China in various initiatives, or to purchase various products such as 5G networks or military arms. For their part, many states may pursue options that seek to gain the most from each power while attempting to stay neutral in their rivalry. This may prove to be a difficult task. Authors note the opinions expressed in this chapter are those of the author and do not reflect the views of the United Arab Emirates National Defense College or the UAE government. Notes 1. Chung Tai-ming, The Riddle in the Middle, China's Central Military Commission in the 21st Century, in Philip C. Saunders and Andrew Scobell, EDS, PLA Influence on China's National Security Policymaking, Stanford, CA, Stanford University Press, 2015, 84-119, as well as multiple editions of the Chinese government publication China's National Defense, Beijing, Information Office of the State Council of the People's Republic of China, 2004, www.china.org.cn/EY20041227. For example, the United States is not always named in the reports, but it is clear that the government is signaling out the United States. To Michael K. Calarese, Karen Raisler, and William Thompson, Strategic Rivalries in World Politics, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2007. 3. Colarese et al. Strategic Rivalries in World Politics, 25. 4. Colarese et al. Strategic Rivalries in World Politics, 79. 5. Timothy R. Heath and William Thompson, Avoiding U.S.-China Competition is Futile, Why the Best Option is to Manage Strategic Rivalry, Asia Policy, 13-2, 2018, 91-120. 6. David D. Kirkpatrick, Ben Hubbard and David M. Halbfinger, Trump's Abrupt Shifts in Middle East Unnerve U.S. Allies, The New York Times, October 14, 2019, www.newyorktimes.com/2019 10-12 World Middle East Trump's abandonment of the Kurds in Syria has other allies worried. HTML7, Donald Trump's betrayal of the Kurds is a blow to America's credibility, The Economist, October 17, 2019, www.economist.com/leaders 2019 10-17 Donald Trump's betrayal of the Kurds is a blow to America's credibility. 8 Newtons, Jonathan and Christopher K. Colley, Flag Follows Trade, China's Security Imprint in the Belt and Road Initiative, Indian Ocean and Gulf, Emirates Diplomatic Academy, EDA Insight, 2019, www.eda.ac.ae/docs Default Source Publications EDA Insight China Pre-on Final, v2.pdf Question SFVRSN equals 29 Christopher K. Colley, Why China's PLA will not replace the Americans in the Middle East, The Diplomat, November 1st, 2019, https://thediplomat.com 2019-11 Why China's plot will not replace the Americans in the Middle East 10 Javier Blas, the U.S. just became a net oil exporter for the first time in 75 years, Bloomberg, December 6, 2018, www.bloomberg.com/news articles 2018 1206 U.S. becomes a net oil exporter for the first time in 75 years 11 Chinese money is behind some of the Arab world's biggest projects, The Economist, April 20th, 2019, www.economist.com/Middle East and Africa 2019 04-20 Chinese money is behind some of the Arab world's biggest projects 12 All figures throughout are in U.S. dollar, unless otherwise noted. 74 Christopher K. Colley 74-13 Mahmoud Muhammad Abdul Ghaffar, Strategic Development of Sino-GCC Relations, Visions of Arabian Gulf Economic Development and the Belt and Road Initiative, Asian Journal of Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies, 12-4, 2019, 522. 14 Jonathan Fulton, China's Relations with the Gulf Monarchies, London, Routledge, 2019, 133. 15 Camille Lunds, Jonathan Fulton, Sun Tigang and Nasser Al-Tamimi, China's Great Game in the Middle East, European Council on Foreign Relations, October 2019, 30. 16 Chinese money is behind some of the Arab world's biggest projects. 17 The White House, National Security Strategy of the United States of America, Washington, D.C., U.S. Government, 2017, www.whitehouse.gov/WP Content Uploads 2017 12 NSS Final 12-18 2017, 0905.pdf 18 Lunds et al. China's Great Game, 13. 19 Lunds et al. China's Great Game, 16. 20 Daniel S. Markey, China's Western Horizon, New York, Oxford University Press, 2020, 126. 21 American Enterprise Institute, China Global Investment Tracker, www.aia.org/China Global Investment Tracker 22 Zhu Ruiz and Sun Tigang, Sino-American Relations in the Middle East, Towards a Complementary Partnership, Asian Journal of Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies, 13-2, 2019, 150. 23 Jonas Parello Plessner, China's Gulf Connection, The American Interest, January 8, 2019, www.theamericaninterest.com 2019 0108 China's Gulf Connection 24 Andrew Erickson, Chinese Views of America's New Maritime Strategy, in Andrew S. Erickson, Lyle J. Goldstein, and Nan Li, EDS, China, The United States on 21st Century Sea Power, Annapolis, MD, Naval Institute Press, 2010, 435, 441 442. 25 Brief N. Obama's Free Rider Comment Draws Chinese Criticism, The New York Times, August 13, 2014, https://sinossphere.blogs.newyorktimes.com/2014 0813 Obama's Free Rider Comment Draws Chinese Criticism 26 Zhu and Sun, Sino-American Relations, 153-154, 27 Zhu and Sun, Sino-American Relations, 154, 28 Lunds et al. China's Great Game. 15. 29 State Council Information Office of the People's Republic of China. China's Military Strategy 2015. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph 2015. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Full width left parenthesis 2015. Unified Ideograph 5. Unified Ideograph. Full width right parenthesis. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. www.mob.gov.cn/regulatory 2015-05-26 content 4617812.htm 30. China now has the world's largest fleet, alarming its Pacific rival. The Economist, September 26, 2020. www.economist.com/United States 2020-09-26. China now has the world's largest fleet, alarming its Pacific rival. 31 Li Jian, Wen Zhenwen, and Jianzhou. Indian Ocean Sea Power Pattern in China Sea Power. Indian Ocean Expansion. Pacific Journal 22-5, 2014. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Full width comma. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Full width comma. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Full width comma. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideography. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideography. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Full width comma. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Full width comma. 2014. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph 5. Unified Ideograph. www.cnki.com.cn/article CJFD total TPYX2014050009. HCM 32 Ennier 6-8 Chinese Navy ships always in Indian Ocean. The Deccan Herald. January 9, 2019. www.deccanherald.com/national 6-8 Chinese Navy ships always. 712273.html 33. Chinese naval fleets escort 3,400 foreign ships over past 10 years. Xinhua. January 1st, 2019. www.xinhuanet.com English 2019 0101C 137712892.htm 34 Consulate General of the People's Republic of China in Chicago. Spokesperson for Chinese Foreign Ministry Geng Shuang. December 11th, 2019. Unified Ideograph 10. Unified Ideograph 11. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. http://ae.chinasmy.org CHN 1707-146.htm. Alexander Cornwall. China might escort ships in Gulf under U.S. proposal. Envoy. Reuters. August 6, 2019. https://af.reuters.com/article World News at AFKCN1UW1DW35. For example, in 2017 China extended a $10 billion line of credit to Iran for infrastructure. In the event of hostilities, such ties may be jeopardized. See Strategic Development of Sino-GCC Relations. 527. 36 on China's Middle East Special Envoys. See Chapter 26. 37 Andrew Scobell. China's Search for Security in the Greater Middle East. In James Reardon Anderson, ed. The Red Star and the Crescent, New York, Oxford University Press, 2018, 30. 38 on China's approach to the Israel-Palestine issue, see chapters 7, 13, and 25. 39 Ilan Berman, Reshaping Regional Politics, Middle East Quarterly 26-4, 2019, 5. 40 Berman, Reshaping Regional Politics, 5. 41 Berman, Reshaping Regional Politics, 6. 42 Lams et al. China's Great Game, 16. 75 Strategic Convergence or Rivalry, 75-43 Robert R. Bianchi, China and the Islamic World, New York, Oxford University Press, 2019, 81. 44 John Garver, China and the Iran Nuclear Negotiations, in James Reardon Anderson, ed. The Red Star and the Crescent, New York, Oxford University Press, 2018, 139. 45 Garver, China and the Iran Nuclear Negotiations, 127. 46 Speech by Ambassador Pang Sen, China-Iran Relations Outlook Seminar, March 3, 2015. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideography. Unified Ideography. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideography. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideographia. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. https://china.aduianqio.com/article 9 KRNJIPH 447 Mosan Shariatinia and Hamid Reza Zitsi, Iran and the Belt and Road Initiative, Amid Hope and Fear, Journal of Contemporary China 28 120, 2019, 5-6. 48 Gaffer, Strategic Development of Sino-GCC Relations, 522. 49 Gaffer, Strategic Development of Sino-GCC Relations, 523. 50 China Global Investment Tracker, 51 Bianchi, China and the Islamic World, 115 118. 52 Eric Staples, The Ports of Oman Today, in Abdulrahman Al-Salimi and Eric Staples, EDS, The Ports of Oman, Hildesheimer, Georg Olms Verlag, 2017, 362. 53 Fulton, China's Relations with the Gulf Monarchies, 133. 54 Gaffer, Strategic Development of Sino-GCC Relations, 524. 55 Fulton, China's Relations with the Gulf Monarchies, 101. 56 Lams et al. China's Great Game, 27. 57 Authors Interviews and Discussions with Chinese Experts in Beijing, 2016-2018. 58 Zhao Suisheng, China's Belt Road Initiative as the signature of President Xi Jinping diplomacy, easier said than done, Journal of Contemporary China 29 123, 2022. 59 Li et al. Indian Ocean Sea Power Pattern, 9. 60 Zhao, China's Belt Road. 9. 61. Aramco is both the oil sector's Goliath and the firm vexed by problems. The Economist, October 31, 2019. www.economist.com/briefing 2019 1031. Aramco is both the oil sector's Goliath and the firm vexed by problems. 62. Jean-Luc Simon, confronting the flaws in America's Indo-Pacific strategy. War on the Rocks, February 11, 2019. https://warontheRocks.com 2019 02. Confronting the flaws in America's Indo-Pacific strategy. 63. Austin Tantio, U.S.-China Relations, in Robert S. Ross and Austin Tantio, eds. Strategic Adjustment and the Rise of China, Ithaca, N.Y., Cornell University Press, 2017. 63. 64. China Global Investment Tracker. 65. Li, Wei-Jian, Research on China's Middle East Strategy Construction, Arab World Studies 2, 2016. 89. Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, full with comma, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographic, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographia, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, full with comma, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, full with comma, 2016, full with comma, 2, Unified Ideograph, 89, Unified Ideograph, Ideographic full stop, 66. Shi Gaiyi and Chen Chai-sheng, China's Middle East Economic Diplomacy in the Context of the Belt and Road Initiative, Arab World Studies 6, 2016, 58. Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph F, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographic, Unified Ideographic, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographia, J, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, 2016, 6, 58. Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, full with comma, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, 400,031, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, full with comma, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, 67. Women, analysis of a series of withdrawal actions claimed by Donald Trump, Military Digest 13 421, 39. Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, J, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, 2018, 421, 13, 39. 68. Zheng Zikai, The American Factor in China's Indian Ocean Dilemma, 2012, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph F, full with comma, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographia, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, full with comma, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographia, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, full with comma, 2012, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph 2, Unified Ideograph, http://kns.cnki.net/kcms detail. Asks, file name equals LAY201202007 and code equals CJFQ and name equals CJFE 2012 and V equals 69 John Garver, China and Iran, Seattle, WA, University of Washington Press, 2006, 182. References American Enterprise Institute, China Global Investment Tracker, continuously updated, www.aia.org/China Global Investment Tracker. Aramco is both the oil sector's Goliath and the firm vexed by problems. The Economist, October 31st, 2019, www.economist.com/briefing 2019 1031. Aramco is both the oil sector's Goliath and a firm vexed by problems. Berman, Elen, Reshaping Regional Politics, Middle East Quarterly 26 4, 2019, 19. Baumik, Anirban, 6-8 Chinese Navy ships always in Indian Ocean, The Deccan Herald, January 9, 2019, www.deccanherald.com/National 6-8 Chinese Navy ships always, 712273.html. Bianchi, Robert R., China and the Islamic World, New York, Oxford University Press, 2019. 76 Christopher K. Colley 76 plus, Javier, the U.S. just became a net oil exporter for the first time in 75 years. Bloomberg, December 6, 2018, www.bloomberg.com/news articles 2018 1206 U.S. becomes a net oil exporter for the first time in 75 years. Xiang Taiming, The Riddle in the Middle, China's Central Military Commission in the 21st Century, in Philip C. Saunders and Andrew Scobell, eds, PLA influence on China's national security policymaking, Stanford, CA, Stanford University Press, 2015, 84 119. China now has the world's largest fleet, alarming its Pacific rival, The Economist, September 26, 2020, www.economist.com/United States 2020 0926. China now has the world's largest fleet, alarming its Pacific rival. Chinese money is behind some of the Arab world's biggest projects. The Economist, April 20th, 2019, www.economist.com. Middle East and Africa 2019 0420. Chinese money is behind some of the Arab world's biggest projects. Chinese naval fleets escort 3,400 foreign ships over past 10 years. Xinhua, January 1st, 2019, www.xinhuanet.com. English 2019 0101C 137712892.htm. Color Izzy, Michael P., Karen Raisler, and William Thompson. Strategic Rivalries in World Politics. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2007. Colley, Christopher, K. Why China's PLA will not replace the Americans in the Middle East. The Diplomat. November 1st, 2019. https://thediplomat.com 2019-11. Why China's PLA will not replace the Americans in the Middle East. Consulate General of the People's Republic of China in Chicago. Spokesperson for Chinese Foreign Ministry Geng Shuang. December 11th, 2019. 2019. Unified Ideograph 10. Unified Ideograph 11. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideographia. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideographa. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. Unified Ideograph. http://ae.chineseembassy.org/chmfirth T1707146.htm Cornwall, Alexander, China might escort ships in Gulf under U.S. proposal. Envoy, Reuters, August 6, 2019. https://af.reuters.com/article World News at AFKCN1UW1DW. Donald Trump's betrayal of the Kurds is a blow to America's credibility. The Economist, October 17, 2019. www.economist.com/leaders 2019 1017. Donald Trump's betrayal of the Kurds is a blow to America's credibility. Erickson, Andrew, Chinese views of America's new maritime strategy. In Andrew S. Erickson, Lyle J. Goldstein, and Nan Li, EDS, China, the United States on 21st Century Sea Power. Annapolis, ND, Naval Institute Press, 2010, 429-471. Fanbury, Obama's free rider comment draws Chinese criticism. The New York Times, August 13, 2014. https://sinosphere.blogs.newyorktimes.com/2014-0813. Obama's free rider comment draws Chinese criticism. Fulton, Jonathan, China's relations with the Gulf monarchies. London, Routledge, 2019. Garver, John, China and Iran. Seattle, University of Washington Press, 2006. Garver, John, China and the Iran nuclear negotiations. In James Reardon Anderson, ed. The Red Star and the Crescent, New York, Oxford University Press, 2018, 123-148. General Administration of Customs, PR China, full with left parenthesis, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, full with right parenthesis, 2009, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph 2, Unified Ideograph F, Unified Ideograph 12, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph Heft, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph F, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, www.customs.gov.cn/customs 300,249 300,274 6 JCYJFXWZ 39 335,128 index.html Gaffer, Mahmoud Muhammad Abdul, Strategic Development of Sino-GCC Relations, Visions of Arabian Gulf Economic Development and the Belt and Road Initiative, Asian Journal of Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies, 12-4, 2019, 517-532. Heath, Timothy R. and William Thompson, Avoiding U.S.-China Competition and Feudal, Why the Best Option is to Manage Strategic Rivalry, Asia Policy, 13-2, 2018, 91-120. Jennerhan, N. and Christopher K. Colley, Flag Follows Trade, China's Security Imprint in the Belt and Road Initiative, Indian Ocean and Gulf, Emirates Diplomatic Academy, EDA Insight, 2019, www.eda.ac.ae/docs Default Source Publications EDA Insight China Pre-on Final, v2.pdf question SFERSN=2 Kirkpatrick, David D., Ben Hubbard, and David M. Halfinger, Trump's abrupt shifts in Middle East unnerve U.S. allies, The New York Times, October 14, 2019, www.newyorktimes.com/2019 10-12 World's Middle East Trump's abandonment of the Kurds in Syria has other allies worried. HTML Li Jian, Wen Zhenwen and Jinzhou, Indian Ocean Sea Power Pattern and China Sea Power, Indian Ocean Expansion, Pacific Journal, 22-5, 2014, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, full with comma, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, full with comma, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, full with comma, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographia, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideography, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographia, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, forward comma, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, forward comma, 2014, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph 5, Unified Ideograph, www.cnki.com.cn/article CJFD total TPYX2014050009, HTM Li Weijian, Research on China's Middle East Strategy Construction, Arab World Studies 2, 2016, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, full with comma, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographic, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographia, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, forward comma, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, forward comma, 2016, forward comma, 2. 77 Strategic Convergence or Rivalry, 77 Lanz, Camille, Jonathan Fulton, Santi Gang and Nasser Al-Tamimi, China's Great Game in the Middle East, London, European Council on Foreign Relations, 2019, Markey, Daniel S., China's Western Horizon, New York, Oxford University Press, 2020, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China, speech by Ambassador Pang Sen, at the China-Iran Relations Outlook Seminar, March 3, 2015, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideography, Unified Ideography, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideography, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographia, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, https:// China.huanqiu.com/article 9 KRNJIPH4 Parallel Plessner, Jonas, China's Gulf Connection, The American Interest, January 8, 2019, www.theamericaninterest.com 2019 0108 China's Gulf Connection Simon, Jean Loop, Confronting the Flaws in America's Indo-Pacific Strategy, War on the Rocks, February 11, 2019, https://warontherocks.com 2019 02 Confronting the Flaws in America's Indo-Pacific Strategy Scobell, Andrew, China's Search for Security in the Greater Middle East, in James Reardon Anderson, ed. The Red Star and the Crescent, New York, Oxford University Press, 2018, 1335. Shariatinia, Mohsen Azitzi Hamid Reza, Iran and the Belt and Road Initiative, Amid Hope and Fear, Journal of Contemporary China, 28 120, 2019, 984-994. Staples, Eric, The Ports of Oman Today, in Abdulrahman Al-Salimi and Eric Staples, EDS, The Ports of Oman, Hildesheim. Georg Olms Verlag, 2017, 357-365. State Council Information Office of the People's Republic of China, China's Military Strategy, 2015. Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, 2015. Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, forward left parenthesis, 2015, Unified Ideograph 5, Unified Ideograph, forward right parenthesis, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, www.mod.gov.cn/regulatory 2015-05-26 content, 4617812.htm Tellis, Ashley J., Allison Zelwinski, and Michael Wills, China's Expanding Strategic Ambitions, Strategic Asia 2019, Seattle, WA, National Bureau of Asian Research, 2019, Tunzjo, Oystein, U.S.-China Relations, in Robert S. Ross, Industria Intensio, EDS, Strategic Adjustment and the Rise of China, Ithaca, NY, Cornell University Press, 2017, U.S. Energy Information Administration, Petroleum and Other Liquids, continuously updated, www.eia.gov/NOVPETMOVMCUS A2NUTP00IM0MBBLA.htm White House, National Security Strategy of the United States of America, Washington, D.C., U.S. Government, 2017, www.whitehouse.gov/WP Content Uploads 2017 12 NSS Final 12/18 2017 0905.pdf Women, Analysis of a Series of Withdraw Actions Claimed by Donald Trump, Military Digest, 13/421, 2018, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, J, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, 2018, 421, Shi Gaiyi and Chen Chai-sheng, China's Middle East Economic Diplomacy in the Context of the Belt and Road Initiative, Arab World Studies, 6, 2016, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, F, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographic, Unified Ideographic, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographia, J, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographa, 2016, 6:58, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, full with comma, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, 400,031, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, forward comma, Unified Ideographs, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Zuri and Santi Gang, Sino-American Relations in the Middle East, Towards a Complementary Partnership, Asian Journal of Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies, 13-2, 2019, 143-161, Zhang Zikai, The American Factor in China's Indian Ocean Dilemma, 2012, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph F, full with comma, Unified Ideographs, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographia, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographs, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, forward comma, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographia, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographa, forward comma, 2012, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph 2, Unified Ideograph, http://kns.cnkii.net/kcms detail.aspects, file name equals LAY201202007, and code equals CJFQ and name equals CJFE 2012, and V equals Zhao Suisheng, China's Belt Road Initiative as the signature of President Xi Jinping diplomacy, easier said than done, Journal of Contemporary China, 29-123, 2020, 319-335, 78-79 Part 2 Relations among Regions and States 80-81-81 doi, 10.4324/9781003034520-8, 6 China and the Gulf region from strangers to partners Mohammed bin Raden, the Gulf region, Iraq, Iran, Iran, and member states of the Gulf Cooperation Council (GCC), is of strategic importance to China. The relationship between the two sides has developed rapidly since diplomatic ties were established, resulting in the development of comprehensive strategic partnerships with Saudi Arabia, Iran, the United Arab Emirates (UAE), and strategic partnerships with the other countries in the region. The number of such partnerships that China has in the Gulf exceeds what it has in other subregions in the Middle East and North Africa. MENA. Chinese President Xi Jinping's visits to the MENA region have been to Saudi Arabia, Iran, and the UAE, with Egypt being the only MENA country from outside the Gulf region that he has visited. China is a major trading partner for countries in the region, which are also China's major sources of oil, signifying the importance of the two sides to each other. The rapid emergence of strong interest has led both sides to strengthen their political, economic, security, and people-to-people relationships over the past several decades. This chapter will review this set of relationships by first providing a general overview of China-Gulf relations, then examining the different factors that have led to the convergence of China and Gulf interests, and theorizing China's approach and strategy for dealing with countries in the Gulf region. Historical overview. A good number of scholars have tracked the evolution of bilateral relations between China and countries in the Gulf region. There is a general consensus among these scholars that China-Gulf relations developed through two broad stages and that several domestic and international factors played important roles in shaping this development. In the first stage, China's foreign relations reflected its ideological determination, as led by Mao Zedong. This phase lasted through the Mao Zedong era, from 1949 to the late 1970s. The Gulf states held, for the most part, a suspicious and an unfavorable opinion of China because of China's support for communist-led revolutionary elements such as the Marxists in Aden and the Dhofari insurgents in Oman. 2. China's hostility to its own Muslim minority under the religious system reform and their persecution during the Cultural Revolution also contributed to creating a negative attitude in the Gulf states toward the Chinese government. 3. China's communist ideology was alien to the Gulf states, which did not tolerate communists. 4. They were critical of communist 82 Mohammed bin Ubaid and 82 ideology for its incompatibility with Islam and its encouragement of revolutionary changes. 5. China, however, was not completely isolated diplomatically from the region during this phase. It managed to establish diplomatic relations with the Yemen Arab Republic in 1956, Iraq in 1958, South Yemen in 1968, Kuwait and Iran in 1971, and Oman in 1978. Fear of Soviet penetration in the region forced China to adjust its foreign policy strategy toward the states in the region, including terminating its political and military support for revolutionary movements in the Gulf. 6. During this phase, China was preoccupied with its political agenda, which was dominated by its ideological considerations. This aggravates its relations with the United States and the Soviet Union. Most of the countries in the Gulf remained closer to the Western powers and more suspicious of the Eastern powers. Things started to change in the second stage during the post-Mao era. China's adoption of modernization programs and its openness policy in the late 1970s to build socialism with Chinese characteristics. 7. Compelled China to make adjustment to its foreign policy in general, including its policy toward the countries in the Gulf region. China's interest in the Gulf was shaped by the changing dynamics of its leadership perception. Mao's principle of solving war with war was replaced by Deng Xiaoping's principle of solving war by peaceful means. 8. Therefore, an independent foreign policy was proclaimed to create a favorable international environment for China's development. 9. This was reflected in China's rejection of the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan and its neutrality in the Iraq-Iran war. This shift helped to build a positive image of China among the governments in the Gulf region. One of the most lucrative types of cooperation in this phase was the arms trade. China's arms exports to the region in the 1980s accounted for approximately 75% of its total global arms sales. 10. Energy security also assumed greater significance in China's foreign policy during this phase. China became a net importer of oil in the early 1990s, which led to its upgrading relations with the oil-producing countries in the Gulf to meet its own current and future oil needs. 11. In addition, China's ambitious Belt and Road Initiative (BRI) program compelled it to strengthen its relations with countries in the region. The Gulf region is seen as important to the success of China's BRI, given its strategic importance in relation to China's energy needs, trade connectivity, and investment opportunities. China has invested heavily in and established strategic partnerships with countries in the region. China-Gulf relations widened further during this phase to include economic, political, security, and people-to-people ties. The next two sections examine the factors that helped to determine the current convergence of interests between China and the countries in the Gulf region. What the relationship means for China. Building on the close ties developed in phase 2, China accelerated its cooperation with the countries in the Gulf region to forge comprehensive strategic partnerships with Saudi Arabia, Iran, and the UAE, as well as strategic partnerships with Oman, Bahrain, Iraq, Kuwait, and Qatar. There are strong economic and political reasons for China's pursuance of such relationships with the countries in the Gulf. Oil, trade, and investments are China's core economic interests in the region. China's Arab Policy Paper of 2016 outlines the blueprint for the development of China-Arab cooperation, referred to as the 1+2+3 framework. Energy was identified as the core of that cooperation, reinforced by the construction of infrastructure and facilitation of trade and investments, and supported by cooperation on nuclear energy, renewable energy, and aerospace. 1.2. The framework highlights the importance of the region to China's ambition to advance its economic and political interests, particularly under the so-called going out strategy, which involves China looking to position itself as a major recipient of foreign 83 China and the Gulf region 83 investment and a competitor in the global market where its companies become active in global competition. 1.3. Since the Gulf region is China's most important supplier of oil, it is no surprise that energy is at the core of China's interest in the MENA region. With 1.4 billion people, more than 250 million cars, 14 in the huge manufacturing industry, the enormous oil consumption figures come as no surprise. Today, China is the world's largest importer of oil, 15, and its biggest energy consumer, 16, and its future oil needs are growing. Together, the oil-producing countries in the Gulf accounted for 44% of Chinese crude oil imports in 2019, making them China's most important sources of oil. With its large oil reserves and relatively low transportation costs, the region will likely continue to constitute the bulk of Chinese imported oil for the foreseeable future. 17. China was the major importer of Iranian oil before the U.S. economic sanctions on Iranian oil export. In 2019, Saudi Arabia took the lead in Gulf states, supplying China's oil needs, 16.8%, followed by Iraq, 9.9%, Oman, 6.8%, Kuwait, 4.5%, the UAE, 3.1%, and Iran, 3%. 1. Energy security is crucial to the sustenance of China's economic growth. 19. Analysts have linked China's investments in oil sectors around the world as part of its energy security strategy to ensure a sustainable supply of oil. 20. To improve its energy security, China's state-owned oil companies are investing in oil explorations and development projects in the Gulf region. They were delegated the power to purchase operating rights and rental rights overseas, and to establish subsidiaries to undertake overseas oil explorations. China's energy investments in the Gulf region amounted to over $50 $60 billion 21 from 2010 to 2020, with the UAE at top of the list, $13.95 billion, followed by Saudi Arabia, $12.69 billion, Iraq, $12.01 billion, Iran, $3.92 billion, Oman, $3.92 billion, and Kuwait, $3.86 billion. Point 22. China is also establishing investments with Gulf countries to develop its refineries' capacity to process oil with high sulfur content, the kind of oil produced by oil-producing Gulf states. Trade is the second most important pillar in China's interest in the Gulf region, particularly with the inception of China's ambitious BRI. The Gulf's location provides China with an important connection to the markets in the MENA region and Europe. Almost all China's oil imports from the Middle East have to transit through the Strait of Hormuz. Seaborne goods between China and Europe have to pass through the Suez Canal and the Bab el-Mandab in the Middle East. China is developing industrial parks in many countries of the region to link them with the regional ports where Chinese facilities are being developed. China looks for this physical connectivity to link supply chains across the Middle East, which is crucial to the success of the BRI. Meanwhile, land-based trade transportation has one development corridor, the China Central Asia-West Asia Economic Corridor, CCWAEC, which passes through 5 Central Asian countries and 17 countries and regions in West Asia, including 2 Gulf countries, Iran and Iraq, and Syria, to reach Turkey. 23. China is developing the BRI in the Gulf through involvement in countries in the region. Iran is an integral part of the CCWAEC, which is a shorter route to Western markets and is empty of strong American or Russian influences. The first noticeable development between the two countries within the BRI framework took place when the first direct train from China arrived in Iran in 2016. The cargo train completed the entire route from Zhejiang to Tehran in 14 days, taking 30 days less than a maritime voyage. 24. From Tehran, the rail project will join Iran's east-west network, leading west to Turkey and Eastern Europe. China has vested interest in Iran's oil and gas facilities in Tabriz, the giant South Pars gas field, the West Tehran oil field, and Yandovaran. 25. Both Beijing and Tehran hope that Iranian oil will one day go overland to China, thereby reducing dependence on seaborne shipping and the risks it entails. 84. Mohammed bin Huayed. 84. Saudi Arabia is an important component of the BRI that ensures the constant flow of energy resources, commodities, and products. Saudi Arabia is the biggest Middle Eastern provider of oil to China. Therefore, integrating Saudi Arabia into the BRI is a major geopolitical step. Saudi Arabia's location on the Red Sea furthers the opening of the maritime BRI to the Red Sea. Saudi ports, such as Yanbu and Jeddah, can improve the BRI's access to the Red Sea. China is also hoping to use the Gwadar port and the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, as a new route for oil and gas transportation from the oil-rich Gulf Arab countries, including Saudi Arabia. This will help to alleviate the Malacca dilemma confronting China. 26. It is so important for China to have an alternative import route to the Strait of Malacca. With large ports, sophisticated infrastructure, and a good geographical location, the UAE is well suited to be a global trading hub under the BRI. The Abu Dhabi and Dubai Emirates have increased their cooperation with China and kept bilateral ties running at high levels. The UAE is the second largest economy in MENA. It is China's most important regional trading partner, accounting for 28% of the total non-oil foreign trade between China and the countries of the region. 27. The Chinese investments in the UAE from 2016 to 2019 amounted to over $23.5 billion, the largest Chinese investment in MENA. This partnership fits China's objective to enhance the BRI's connectivity throughout the region. No other MENA country can match the UAE's trade connectivity. Oman is located in an important place for economic and trade shipping between Asia, Africa, and Europe. It stands at the intersection of the BRI's land and maritime routes. It also shares with Iran the Strait of Hormuz, one of the most important oil transportation routes in the world. The BRI meets the fundamental needs of Oman's goal of economic diversification. The most important result of cooperation between China and Oman is the China-Oman Industrial Park project in the Special Economic Zone. The park is situated in the middle of the Indian Ocean, opening directly into international waters and lying in the vicinity of the international trade route between Asia, Africa, and Europe. The Special Economic Zone is the largest in the MENA region and among the largest in the world. Chinese companies are taking the lead in developing the industrial park, financing the project at an estimated cost of $10.7 billion. 28. To China, Oman will play an increasingly important role in the materialization of China's maritime road. The Chinese presence will give Beijing a competitive advantage over its rivals, such as India. It will also expand China's presence in the Indian Ocean and Arabian Sea. Oman's location is important for the success of the BRI's priority of connectivity. To expand and secure its economic interests in the Gulf, China has managed to strike strategic relationships with all the countries in the region. Comprehensive strategic partnerships have been established with Saudi Arabia, Iran, and the UAE. These 3 states function as pivots or hubs in China's global partnership network. They are seen as strong countries that are crucial to China's interests in the Gulf. 29. China's investments in the 3 countries account for 73% of China's total investments in the region from 2016 to 2019, 30 making them comprehensively strategic to China's energy and non-energy investments. Meanwhile, strategic partnerships have also been established with the other Gulf countries. These are seen as relatively small in terms of their political and economic powers, but they exhibit a high degree of desire for bilateral economic and trade cooperation with China. They can help to protect China's interests in the Middle East. 31. Although their economic and political significance is not as comprehensive as that of Saudi Arabia, Iran, and the UAE, it can be argued that China's investments in the GCC states are highly important to President Xi's authority and reputation within China. President Xi is looking for more success stories for his landmark BRI projects to strengthen his authority in China amid growing concerns among many BRI states about a Chinese project. 32. Therefore, linking Chinese investments in the 85 China and the Gulf region 85 GCC states to the BRI can alleviate the concerns. President Xi may see his economic success in the GCC states as a platform to support his foreign policy and BRI project inside China, thus strengthening his authority. Meanwhile, China is careful in labeling the BRI with unstable Iran and Iraq. Any setback to China's BRI investments in Iraq and Iran will be seen as Xi's policy failing abroad, undermining his authority within the Chinese Communist Party, CCP. The relative stability of the GCC states and their continued economic development present more sustainable and profitable relationships to the Chinese government than Iran or Iraq. Meanwhile, China is also concerned about the negative impacts of some developments in the Middle East in general and the Gulf region in particular on its own security and stability. The Chinese government was distrustful of the Arab Spring and its potentially infectious impacts on social and economic stability in China, concerned that the rising democratization sentiment sweeping the Arab world could politically mobilize dissatisfied Chinese social groups into what was popularly labeled a Jasmine Revolution in China. 33. Moreover, China was concerned about the impact of the Arab Spring on Chinese Muslims, as the new Islamist governments in the Arab world could provide support to the separatist Islamic movements in China's Xinjiang region. 34. China shared the Gulf countries' opposition to the rise of the democratization sentiment and rejection of terrorism and state interventions in the internal affairs of others. What the relationship means for the Gulf region. There are reasons why Gulf countries have pursued strategic partnerships with China. Some of the motives mirror those of China mentioned above. First, economic imperatives play an important role in all countries of the Gulf region's calculation for enhancing cooperation cooperation with China. Many Gulf states, including Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Iran, Oman, Kuwait, and the UAE, rely on China's energy market to sell their oil. In 2019, the region's earnings from oil sales to China were $40.1 billion, Saudi Arabia, $23.7 billion, Iraq, $16.4 billion, Oman, $10.8 billion, Kuwait, $7.3 billion, UAE, and $7.1 billion, Iran, $0.35. In addition, all GCC states have adopted ambitious visions to achieve economic diversification and development. 36. In order for these initiatives to succeed, cooperation with the second most powerful economy in the world is important. China's state-led economic development can serve as a model for the Gulf states. First, China's model is based on reform from above, which is suitable for the Gulf states, where proposing and implementing reforms depends on government control. Second, it is based on economic reform without political reform. 37. Which fits well with what the Gulf governments desire. Third, China applies a non-interventionist approach to its relations with the countries of the region, which suits the Gulf government's sensitivity to outside pressure. These three factors make China a good development model to follow for the countries in the Gulf region. It is why many of the countries in the region are looking east to seek opportunities with China. China's investments in energy, infrastructure, technology, and trade can help Gulf states ensure the stability of energy relations and support domestic development programs and regional connectivity. Iran is hopeful that the BRI will enhance its economic development and revive its historical role as a bridge between the East and the West. 38. So far, U.S. sanctions are hindering this hope. Saudi Arabia, meanwhile, established a high-level joint commission to strategically bridge the BRI and the Saudis' 2030 vision. Likewise, the UAE sees this partnership as important to enhancing its dynamic economy in the region through collaboration with the second most powerful economy in the world. To Oman, Kuwait, Iraq, Bahrain, and Qatar, relations with China are necessary for their diversification efforts and obtaining an additional source of revenue for countries that still depend on oil as a primary source of government revenue. 86. Mohammed bin Huwaid. 86. Second, political motives also play an important role in contributing to the development of strategic relationships between Gulf countries and China. Two important political motives can be explained here. One is related to Iran and the other is related to the GCC countries. Iran's political motive is a desire to use China as a shield against U.S. pressure. Iran understands that there is a convergence of interests between itself and China in regard to dealing with the United States. The two countries share a resistance to U.S. dominance of the international system. This is why China rejects U.S. efforts to weaken Iran and limit Beijing's relations with Tehran. 39. Despite China maintaining cooperation with Washington and not actively opposing its policy in the Gulf region, Iran has been leaning toward Beijing for political support. From Iran's perspective, China can support its efforts to resist U.S. dominance and hegemonic policy in the Gulf region by forging political, economic, and military cooperation. 40. The Iranian government believes China will come to its rescue as it did in the past during the war with Iraq, the post-war rebuilding process, and the development of its nuclear program. 41. The GCC countries are, on the one hand, trying to hedge against the rising China-Iran relationship and, on the other hand, trying to offset services that may be lost as a result of a decline of U.S. leadership in the Middle East. The GCC states want to leverage their profile with China for Beijing to balance its relations with Iran and, to some of them, not impede the leading role of Saudi Arabia and the UAE in the region. Responses to a rising Iran loom large in such calculations, and this could play out in two ways. First, enhancing a more cooperative approach with China, and second, undermining Iran's efforts to cultivate stronger relations with China. This explains why GCC member states are pushing for stronger and comprehensive strategic partnerships with China. Such partnerships are important to elevate the importance of the GCC states to China. The GCC countries, particularly Saudi Arabia and the UAE, may consider the CCWAEC land corridor as running contrary to their interests. 42. Which may encourage them to work with CPEC to undermine the CCWAEC. The development of the Iranian Chabahar port, a potential competitor to Gwadar, gives great incentive to GCC member countries to support CPEC. Chabahar, located in the Gulf of Oman, was established by India to undermine the importance of Gwadar port as a transit hub and route for Central Asian republics and Afghanistan. The Gwadar and Chabahar issues have shaken Iran-Pakistan relations. Both countries have now allied themselves with opposing powers, namely India and China, respectively. GCC member countries can benefit from this friction by supporting the Gwadar port to counter the rise of Chabahar. 43. They therefore use their partnerships with China to hedge against any risks that may favor Iran's position in the region. China welcomes intra-Gulf competition to further its partnerships and develop port facilities and infrastructure. The Gulf countries acknowledge that the BRI is a robust economic project and are keen to engage with it to gain economic and political advantages. Saudi Arabia and the UAE envision their future energy needs being met through the use of renewable and nuclear energy. In this regard, these countries can produce more oil for export, and China can serve as a reliable market for their oil. This positive environment around the BRI and GCC member countries is a great way for China to increase its economic and political gains and enhance the BRI. China understands that without the cooperation of GCC member countries, Chinese investments in Gwadar will be in jeopardy. Gwadar is meant to serve as the safest and shortest route for Chinese oil supplies from Gulf countries. It is not only cost-effective, but also safe and secure in comparison to the maritime route. Currently, Chinese oil tankers take 20 days on average to reach the Gulf. However, Gwadar reduces the distance by several thousand kilometers. Thus, Gwadar provides China with a land-based oil supply port that is controlled by a close partner, Pakistan. 44. For China's investment in Gwadar to yield profit, GCC member countries have to 87 China and the Gulf region 87 be parts of the connectivity process presented by the BRI. This is why China is investing in major infrastructure projects in Gulf countries under the BRI. The GCC states' strategic partnerships with China are also aimed at hedging against the possible future demise of the alliance system in the region. The GCC states are concerned about the long-term credibility of U.S. security guarantees. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Bahrain are taking the lead to push for a more active foreign policy in the region to face off some of the threats to their regional system, including Iran's interventions in the internal affairs of Gulf countries and the Islamist jihadist groups that threaten the stability and security of the principle of the nation-state in the region. For now, this active policy requires U.S. support and backup. The fear, however, is about possible U.S. retrenchment and withdrawal of support. These states are therefore trying to secure alternative sources of support from other global powers, including China, to sustain their active policy. China's balanced policy. China's strategy of establishing partnerships reflects its balanced approach toward the Gulf region. China is keen to enhance its relationships with the countries of the Gulf, given the sub-region's strategic importance to the BRI. It seeks to hedge against all powers in the region in favor of achieving its interests. Hedging is a balanced foreign policy strategy in which a state seeks to offset risks by pursuing multiple policy options. 45. For this, China favors partnership over alliance in order to cultivate a middle position that forestalls or avoids having to choose one side at the obvious expense of another. 46. It wants to balance its delicate political relations with the three main powers in the region, Saudi Arabia, Iran, and the UAE. Choosing a comprehensive strategic partnership is thus assigned to the three powers that China values them and will not alienate any of them or prioritize relations with one over the others. 47. This balanced policy is to keep China away from any involvement in clashes between between the three nations and to avoid unnecessary entanglements in the geopolitics of the region. The three countries are currently at the heart of a regional rivalry that fuels political divides. China needs to maintain neutrality toward this ongoing rivalry. For a long time, China has needed to secure oil and gas supplies as well as its investments in the significant diaspora community in the region while avoiding being sucked into intractable regional conflicts. This balanced approach can be seen as a way of achieving this. President Xi's back-to-back visits to Riyadh and Tehran in January 2016 and to Abu Dhabi in July 2018 are clear evidence of China's balanced approach in the region. This approach is also evident in China's stances on the Iranian nuclear program and the war in Yemen. In its effort to strike a balance between Iran and Saudi Arabia, China on the one hand endorsed the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action (JCPOA) or the Iranian nuclear deal with world powers in 2015, and on the other hand, it supported the Saudi-backed government of President Abdurrahman Mansur Hadi in its war against the Houthi rebels in Yemen. 48. China is also using this approach to hedge against any possible India-Iran ties that could endanger China's influence in Pakistan. It is very unlikely that China or Iran will stop promoting or building up their harbors, and such divergent attitudes may lead to future economic rivalry or even disputes. China is therefore using its relations with the countries in the Gulf region to hedge against any risks that may endanger its economic interests as a result of India's rising influence in the region through Iran. Despite China's claims that it merely wants to secure a stable procurement of energy, India is suspicious about Beijing's establishment of itself in and around the Gulf region, as India considers the Gulf region as part of its rightful sphere of strategic influence. The 2015 Indian Navy Maritime Security Strategy identified the Gulf region as one of its primary areas of interest. 49. China will continue to be wary of India's effort 88 Mohammed bin Wade 88 to undermine its presence in the region, especially its strategic strong point of Gwadar, and will continue to worry about a possible United States-India strategic alliance against perceived Chinese expansionism. 50. China's strategy of partnerships is also based on accommodation with the U.S. leadership in the region. A stable environment in the Gulf is an important requirement for China's energy security. To avoid trapping itself in a balance of power confrontation with the United States, China chose to establish strategic partnerships. A strategic partnership is different from an alliance or a coalition, and exhibits different properties. According to Wilkins, a strategic partnership is organized around a general purpose guided by common interests rather than a specific task led by shared values. It is a goal-driven, rather than threat-driven, arrangement, where states are not arranged to fight a certain enemy state. It is a non-binding arrangement with low commitment costs, and it is centered on economic cooperation more than anything else. 51. China recognizes its limitations with respect to the U.S. position in the region. Therefore, partnerships are China's strategy to avoid antagonizing the United States in order to keep the current benefits provided by the United States, thus maintaining the stability of the region. It is clear that China has developed close strategic ties with Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Iran despite significant U.S. influence in the region. Given China's rising economic and political power, these Gulf countries are important economic and political partners. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Iran present some economic and political advantages to China. In economic terms, Saudi Arabia's oil sector and investment opportunities, with its national plan for economic reform, have persuaded China to promote an alignment of the BRI with the Saudi Vision 2030.52. The UAE's advanced connectivity in global trade and transport logistics makes it well positioned to service trade between Asia, Africa, and Europe. In the case of Iran, China is interested in importing oil and gas and investing in its energy sector, telecom, and transport infrastructure to realize its ambitious CCWAEC. In political terms, enhancing Saudi Arabia and the UAE's connectivity to the BRI aims to counter the ambition of China's geopolitical rival, India, to undermine the BRI in the Indian Ocean. The greater the participation of GCC member countries in the CPEC, the more beneficial it is to the BRI and China's ambition of rivaling India's effort to counter China's BRI effort. China wants to use its relationship with Iran to give itself leverage against the United States on important issues such as Taiwan and resisting U.S. domination of the international system. 53. As well as slowing down Iran's strategic ties with India, China understands that Iran is not very friendly with its Arab neighbors. Iran is involved in multiple proxy wars in the Middle East and is regularly blamed by Saudi Arabia for sponsoring terrorist attacks on its oil fields. Therefore, it would be unrealistic for China to tie too many hopes to its relations with Iran. This is why China is walking a thin line between the two rivals in the Gulf region by taking a balanced foreign policy approach in the hope of making economic and political gains and avoiding risks to the BRI. Even though China emphasizes the importance of multilateral cooperation for the success of the BRI, the situation in the Gulf region has forced it to adopt a bilateral approach in its balanced foreign policy. Regional conflicts in the Gulf make multilateral cooperation impractical. China therefore regards bilateralism as the most effective diplomatic approach to achieving its national interests in the region. China has been successful in this endeavor through the cultivation of the concept of partnerships in its relationships with Gulf countries. By labeling them as states in a partnership, China is able to secure its vital national interests and pave the way for the strengthening of the relationship at a bilateral level. It can be also argued here that bilateralism has been used to protect China's energy industry from foreign competition in the 89 China and the Gulf region 89 Gulf region by China refusing to sign a free trade agreement with the GCC. Negotiations between both sides started in 2004 but, despite elevating their relations to a strategic partnership, they have failed to reach a free trade agreement. Their negotiations stalled over China's insistence on protecting its domestic producers by refusing access to GCC petrochemical exports to its markets. 54. Conclusion. China-Gulf relations have clearly evolved from mutual indifference to deep partnerships. Mao's policy created a deep separation between China and most Gulf states, but this has significantly changed with China's modernization process and ambition to build itself as a world power. China has managed to achieve its interests in the Gulf region by adopting a balanced foreign policy in its dealings with the countries in the region. The balanced foreign policy has been applied to protect China's vital interest in the region. The BRI investments in the Gulf are very important to China, and the GCC states in particular are economically attractive to China. Applying the concept of partnerships is an important formula in China's balanced foreign policy approach in the region. With this, China has managed to prioritize its BRI goals without getting involved in intense rivalries between Gulf countries. A peaceful Gulf is a priority for China. Therefore, it is likely that China will continue this policy of establishing bilateral partnerships and avoiding involvement in regional security affairs. Gulf states have themselves pursued relationships with China to improve their economic and political competitiveness and to maximize their gains in order to balance their relationships with the United States and Iran, as is the case with GCC member states in particular. All sides in China-Gulf relations have used hedging to manage their relations and balance against the risks of an uncertain geopolitical environment. Notes 1. Bin Huaiden, China's relations with Arabia and the Gulf 1949-1999. 2. Babahani, China's foreign policy in the Arab world 1955-75. 3. Case studies. 3. Dillon, China's Muslim community, migration, settlements and sects, 163-165. 4. Calabrese, peaceful or dangerous collaborators, China relations with the Gulf countries, 471. 5. Bin Huaiden, determinants of Saudi Arabia's foreign policy towards China. 6. Bin Huaiden, China's relations with Arabia and the Gulf 1949-1999, 106. 7. Trem, Deng Xiaoping's quest for modernization with Chinese characteristics and the future of Marxism-Leninism. 8. Bing, a new approach to establishing the world situation. 9. Hu, create a new situation in all fields of socialist modernization. 2933. 10. Bin Huaben, China's relations with Arabia and the Gulf 1949-1999. 114. 11. On China's energy relationships with Middle Eastern countries. See Chapter 16 of this volume. 12. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China. China's Arab Policy Paper. 13. Belbona and Spigarelli, moving from open door to go global. China goes on the world stage. 14. Wang, number of cars in China 2009-2019. 15. International Energy Agency, World Energy Statistics. 16. BP Statistical Review of World Energy. 17. Kaiser Cross and Mao, China's strategy in the Middle East and the Arab world. 173. 18. Workman, top 15 crude oil suppliers to China. 19. Downs, China's quest for energy security. 20. Seagults, Awan and A. Hood, financial and energy security analysis of China's loan for oil deals. And Wu, China's energy security, oil and gas. 411. 21. All figures throughout are in US dollar, unless otherwise noted. 22. AEI, China Global Investment Tracker. 90. Mohammed bin Huaiden 90. 23. Fulton, an analysis of two corridors in China's One Belt One Road Initiative, China Pakistan and China Central West Asia. 24. CUIGS, the Belt and Road Initiative, BRA, implications for Iran-China relations. 25. Watkins, China and Iran flesh out strategic partnership. 26. 1. Xu and Xiaobai, aligning China's Belt and Road Initiative with Saudi Arabia's 2030 vision, opportunities and challenges. 27. Rahman, UAE-China trade to surge on the back of strong ties between the two nations. 28. Yadani, the Duck Port, Oman and the three global powers, China, USA, and India. 29. Sun, China's partnership diplomacy in the Middle East. 30. American Enterprise Institute, China Global Investment Tracker. 31. Sun, China's partnership diplomacy in the Middle East. 32. 1. A road to nowhere. Problems with China's Belt and Road Initiative. 33. Chang, Chinese policies on the Arab Spring. 34. Salim, China's emerging role in the new Arab world. 35. Workman, top 15 crude oil suppliers to China. 36. Mishrif, introduction to economic diversification in the GCC region. 37. So, the Chinese model of development, characteristics, interpretations, implications. 38. Chariatinia and Azizi, Iran and the Belt and Road Initiative, amid hope and fear. 39. Garver, China and Iran, ancient partners in a post-imperial world. 203. 204. 40. Garver, China and Iran, expanding cooperation under condition of U.S. domination. 41. Alimat, China and the Middle East, from Silk Road to Arab Spring. 42. Fulton, the GCC countries and China's Belt and Road Initiative, BRA, curbing their enthusiasm. 43. Helsingborg, Chabahar and greater agreement and rivalry among competitors in the Baluchistan region. 44. ICSANA, Gudar Port, implications for GCC and China. 45. Cheng Shui, the essence of hedging, Malaysia and Singapore's response to a rising China. 46. Go, Southeast Asian perspectives on the China challenge. 47. Li and Zexing, the Belt and Road Initiative in the Gulf region, progress and challenges. 48. Chang, the Chinese perspectives on the Yemen crisis. 49. Indian Navy, ensuring secure seas, Indian maritime security strategy. 50. Miller, China's Asian dream. 184. 185. 51. Wilkins, Russo-Chinese strategic partnership, a new form of security cooperation. 52. 1. Xu and Xiaobai, aligning China's Belt and Road Initiative with Saudi Arabia's 2030 vision, opportunities and challenges. 53. Garver, China and Iran, ancient partners in a post-imperial world. 54. Hui and Yi, challenges and opportunities of the China Gulf Cooperation Council Free Trade Agreement. References American Enterprise Institute, China Global Investment Tracker, continuously updated. www.ai.org/China Global Investment Tracker. Bebehani, Hashim, China's Foreign Policy in the Arab World 1955-75. 3 case studies. London, KPI, 1981. Belbona, Paola and Francesca Spigarelli, moving from open door to go global. China goes on the world stage. International Journal of Chinese Culture and Management 11, 2007, 93 107. Bin Huaiden, Mohammed, China's relations with Arabia and the Gulf 1949-1999. London, Routledge, 2002. Bin Huaiden, Mohammed, determinants of Saudi Arabia's foreign policy towards China. Journal of Strategic Studies 37, 2007, 2740. British Petroleum, BP Statistical Review of World Energy. London, BP, 2017. www.bp.com/content. Damn BP on Corporate PDF Energy Economics Statistical Review 2017. BP Statistical Review of World Energy 2017 Full Report.pdf. Calabrese, John, Peaceful or Dangerous Collaborators. China's Relations with the Gulf Countries. Pacific Affairs 64-4, 1992-1993, 471-485. Chang, I.J., The Chinese Perspective on the Yemen Crisis. In Stephen W. Day and Noel Bremy, EDS, Global, Regional, and Local Dynamics in the Yemen Crisis. Chem, Palgrave Macmillan, 2020, 197-111. 91 China and the Gulf Region. 91 Chang, I.J., Chinese Policies on the Arab Spring. In Robert Mason, ed. The International Politics of the Arab Spring, New York. Palgrave Macmillan, 2014, 177-191. Cheng Shui, Cook, The Essence of Hedging, Malaysia and Singapore's Response to a Rising China, Contemporary Southeast Asia 32, 2008, 159-185. Deng Xiaoping, A New Approach to Establishing the World Situation, in Selected Works of Deng Xiaoping, Volume 3, Beijing, Beijing Foreign Language Press, 1994. Dillon, Michael, China's Muslim Community, Migration, Settlement and Sects, Richmond, Curzon Press, 1999. Downs, Erica Strecker, China's Quest for Energy Security, Santa Monica, CA, Rand Corporation, 2006. Fulton, Jonathan, An Analysis of Two Corridors in China's One Belt One Road Initiative, China Pakistan and China Central West Asia, Proceedings of International Conference on Interregional Connectivity, South Asia and Central Asia, Lahore, Department of Political Science, Center of Excellence China Studies, GC University, 2016. Fulton, Jonathan, The GCC Countries and China's Belt and Road Initiative, BRA, Curbing Their Enthusiasm, Washington, D.C., Middle East Institute, 2017, www.may.edu/publications GCC Countries and China's Belt and Road Initiative, Recurbing Their Enthusiasm. Garver, John, China and Iran, Ancient Partners in a Post-Imperial World, Seattle, W.A., University of Washington Press, 2006. Garver, John, China and Iran, Expanding Cooperation under Condition of U.S. Domination, in Nidhoresh, ed. Toward well-oiled relations, China's presence in the Middle East following the Arab Spring, New York, Palgrave Macmillan, 2016, 206-215. Goals, Eugene, Yumal 1, and Ehud Ron, Financial and Energy Security Analysis of China's Loan for Oil Deals, Energy Research and Social Science 24, 2017, 4250. Gidani, Arjun, The Duck Port, Oman and the Three Global Powers, China, USA, and India, Chennai, Chennai Center for China Studies, March 3, 2020, www.c3sindia.org/WP Content Uploads 2020-03 3 Duck Port File.pdf Go, Evelyn, Southeast Asian Perspectives on the China Challenge, Journal of Strategic Studies 30, 45, 2007, 800 and 932. Hu Yaobang, Creates a New Situation in All Fields of Socialist Modernization, Beijing Review 2537, 1982, 1819. Hoseinber, Mohammed, Chabahar and Greater Agreement and Rivalry Among Competitors in the Baluchistan Region, Journal for Iranian Studies 11, 2016, https://rusina3s.org English WP Content Upload Sites to 2017-05 Chabahar and Gudar Agreements and Rivalry Among Competitors in Baluchistan Region. PDF ICSANA, Gudar Port, Implications for GCC in China, Washington, D.C., International Center for Strategic Analysis, 2014, www.icsana.com/index.php question option equals com content and view equals article and it equals 433 and cat equals 9 indictment equals 561 and lang equals on. Indian Navy, Ensuring Secure Seas, Indian Maritime Security Strategy, New Delhi, Ministry of Defense, Navy, 2015, International Energy Agency, World Energy Statistics, 2019, www.iea.org/classic stats related databases World Energy Statistics Wan Chen, Meng Shu, and Wen Xiaobiao, Aligning China's Belt and Road Initiative with Saudi Arabia's 2030 Vision, Opportunities and Challenges, China Quarterly of International Strategic Studies 4-3, 2018, 363-379, Kaiser Cross, Sarah and Yufeng Mao, China's Strategy in the Middle East and the Arab World, in Joshua Eisenman and Eric Helgenbottom, EDS, China Steps Out, Beijing's Major Power Engagement with the Developing World, New York, Routledge, 2018, 170-192, Li Liu and Wang Zisheng, The Belt and Road Initiative in the Gulf Region, Progress and Challenges, China International Studies, 66, 2017, 110-131, Miller, Tom, China's Asian Dream, Empire Building Along the New Silk Road, London, Zed Books, 2019, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China, China's Arab Policy Paper, Beijing, Chinese Government, 2006, www.fmprc.gov.cn/mfyingzxxx660 2805, T1331683.html Mishrif, Ashraf, Introduction to Economic Diversification in the GCC Region, in Ashraf Mishrif and Yusuf Al-Balushi, EDS, Economic Diversification in the Gulf Region, Volume 1, The Private Sector as an Engine of Growth, London, Palgrave Macmillan, 2018, 126, Ali Mat, Muhammad, China and the Middle East, From Silk Road to Arab Spring, London, Routledge, 2013, 92 Mohammed bin Huwaid 92 Asiuigs, Prezem Islah, The Belt and Road Initiative, BRA, Implications for Iran-China Relations, Praglad Strategy, 11, 2018, www.schweiz.iran.chwp Content Uploads The Proxy War 1.pdf Weege, Gonzalo and Alice Yi, Challenges and Opportunities of the China Gulf Cooperation Council Free Trade Agreement, Hastings International and Comparative Law Review 41, 2017, 123-158, Rahman, 3rd, UAE-China Trade to Surge on the Back of Strong Ties Between the Two Nations, The National News, July 18, 2020, www.thenationalnews.com/Business Economy UAE-China Trade to Surge on the Back of Strong Ties Between the Two Nations 1.10509999 Salim, Mohammed El Said, China's Emerging Role in the New Arab World, Journal of Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies, in Asia, 7-4, 2013, 3656, Schramm, Stuart, Deng Xiaoping's Quest for Modernization with Chinese Characteristics and the Future of Marxism-Leninism, in Michael Yung Mao Cao and Susan H. Marsh, EDS, China and the Era of Deng Xiaoping, A Decade of Reform, New York, Routledge, 1993, 408-433, Shariatinia, Mohsen and Hamid Reza Ozitsi, Iran and the Belt and Road Initiative, Amidst Hope and Fear, Journal of Contemporary China 28-120, 2019, 984-994. So, Alvin, The Chinese Model of Development, Characteristics, Interpretations, Implications, Perspectives on Global Development and Technology 13-4, 2014, 444-464. Sun T. Yang, China's Partnership Diplomacy in the Middle East, The Asia Dialogue, March 24, 2020, https://theasiadialogue.com 2020-03-24 China's Partnership Diplomacy in the Middle East 1, Andrew, A Road to Nowhere, Problems with China's Belt and Road Initiative, Houston, TX, China Studies Program, Baker Institute for Public Policy, June 27, 2019, https://blog.bakerinstitute.org/2019-06-27 A Road to Nowhere, Problems with China's Belt and Road Initiative, Watkins, Simon, China and Iran Flesh Out Strategic Partnership, Petroleum Economist, September 3, 2019, www.petroleumeconomist.com Articles, Politics, Economics, Middle East 2019 China and Iran Flesh Out Strategic Partnership, Wilkins, Thomas, Russo-Chinese Strategic Partnership, A New Form of Security Cooperation, Contemporary Security Policy 29-2, 2008, 358-383, Wang, Samantha, Number of Cars in China 2009-2019, Statista, January 2020, www.statista.com/statistics 285,306 Number of car owners in China, Workman, Daniel, Top 15 crude oil suppliers to China, World Top Export, 2020, www.worldtopexports.com Top 15 crude oil suppliers to China, Wu Kang, China's Energy Security, Oil and Gas, Energy Policy 73, 2014, 411, 9393 DOI, 10.4324/9781003034520-97 China and the Levant. Unlike any other world power, Yoram Evron, the Levant is one of the most conflict-prone sub-regions in the Middle East and has relatively few natural resources. Hence, over the years it has played a secondary role for China compared with other parts of the Middle East. Nevertheless, due to its geographical location at the crossroads between Asia, Europe, and Africa, for centuries world powers have sought influence and dominance there, entangling the region in global diplomatic, military, and economic competition. Such a dynamic may seem increasingly relevant to China, which, in addition to its bilateral relations with each of the region's states, might be utilizing the region to promote its global posture as the largest trading country in the world, and particularly after 2014. 2013, when it initiated the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, its mega plan to interconnect the Eurasia region, China has assigned greater importance to global transportation routes. In addition, Beijing has been seeking a position as a world power since the early 2010s, as it has increased its attempts to establish a diplomatic presence in conflict resolution processes worldwide. From both perspectives, the Levant offers China potential gains, but the region can also prove costly to any external power intending to play an active role there. The way China chooses to maneuver between these opportunities and challenges provides some valuable indications about its approach to the Middle East and to foreign affairs in general. The Levant's potential utility notwithstanding, in this chapter we argue that over the years China has avoided assigning this region a substantial role in its Middle Eastern involvement. Put differently, China's interests and activity in the region have remained country-focused. Despite its awareness of the economic, political, and strategic potential of the Levant as a region, China has avoided taking the measures needed to realize this potential. In fact, China's involvement in the Levant has remained in line with its pragmatic approach to the Middle East ever since the late 1970s, an approach that emphasizes economic gains while minimizing political investment and risk-taking. Thus, despite the efforts of certain Levant players to pull it in, China remains hesitant about including the region in the BRI's ground transportation routes designed to promote physical connectivity across the sub-region while connecting it with other sub-regions of the Eurasian sphere. 4. It has also limited its diplomatic involvement in the region's conflicts to declarative and other measures that involve few costs. 5. By demonstrating this argument, the chapter calls into question the prevailing view that China invests in unstable and poorly developed areas in order to establish political influence there. The that trap theory, and bet 94 Yoram Evron 94 as part of the BRI, it is expanding its political and even military involvement in the Levant region. 6. China's involvement in the Levant has gone through several stages since its first encounters there in the 1950s. Through the early 1970s, China's policies in the region were underpinned by the class struggle ideology and strategic logic of the Cold War. Thus, its goals were to weaken the superpowers by advancing the revolution and undermining the hold of the United States and the Soviet Union on the region. In the Levant, such a policy included steadfast support for the Palestinian struggle against Israel and an unsuccessful attempt to alienate Syria from the Soviet Union, China's arch-rival during a significant portion of that period. The replacement of the revolutionary ideology with an economic development-oriented foreign policy in the late 1970s, the cooling down of the Sino-Soviet tensions starting in the early 1980s, and the erosion of the anti-Israeli Arab front line changed China's calculations concerning the Levant. As the political importance of the Palestinian national struggle for China declined, Lebanon became enmeshed in brutal civil war and forceful external intervention by Syria and Israel, and Syria had few economic benefits to offer. Israel and Jordan therefore became the only attractive Levant players for China, Israel for its advanced military and civilian technologies, and Jordan for providing it with a land bridge to Iraq, an important arms customer during the Iran-Iraq War, 1980-1988. 7. As the end of the Iran-Iraq War reduced China's interest in Jordan and China-Israel defense technology connections were cut off in the early 2000s, China's limited interest in the Levant declined even further. That situation started to change in early 2010. Economically, the region's importance for China remains small. Its total trade with and infrastructure projects in the Levant countries, not including Egypt, constitutes less than 1% and 3%, respectively, of its total trade and infrastructure projects in the Middle East. 8. But in addition to its growing interest in Israel and Jordan as sources of advanced civilian technologies, in the case of the former and markets for infrastructure construction projects, the Levant became relevant to China for two more reasons. First, despite the fact that the BRI's original ground route was supposed to bypass the Levant, the initiative's ever-broadening scope and the Levant's geostrategic location have made its incorporation in this initiative almost unavoidable. Second, the region's conflicts, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and the Syrian civil war, provided China with opportunities to promote its image as a world power and to support its preferences of global order. These factors frame the analytical perspectives of this chapter. The first factor, the connectivity perspective, focuses on China's intentions and measures to advance cross-border connectivity through the Levant. In this regard, we examine the extent to which China assigns the Levant such a role, the particular ways in which it expects the region to serve its interests, how the Levant states see China in that context, and the measures China is taking to realize its plans. The second factor, relations with world powers, concentrates on China's utilization of the region's conflicts and political dynamics to improve its political and perhaps also strategic posture vis-a-vis the other world powers. It also examines how local players regard China's mediation efforts. To understand these two factors, we should first review the historical involvement of world powers in the Levant. The world powers' involvement in the Levant. At historical perspective, the Levant is one of the most pluralistic and heterogeneous subregions in the Middle East, characterized by enormous ethnic, cultural and religious diversity. It is populated by Muslims, Christians, and Jews, who are subdivided into various sects and ethnic groups, and have yet to agree about the national boundaries and identity of the region states. As a result of this 95 China and the Levant 95 situation, and further aggravating it, the Levant is also home to multiple non-state actors. Some of them use violent means to realize their political goals, while challenging the sovereignty and social and political structure of the Levant states, as well as the stability of the region as a whole. The Levant's diversity has not always resulted in the intense political struggles we see today. Throughout its history, it has also been known for its cosmopolitanism and the coexistence of its ethnic and religious groups. 9. Its strategic location has always made it a crucial trade route, offering its people and rulers abundant economic opportunities. The concentration of holy places for the three main Abrahamic religions in the Levant and the discovery of hydrocarbon resources around it have only increased the flow of people and trade across the region and increased its attractiveness to external players. Yet these factors have also been responsible for the region's turmoil over the years. In particular, the Levant's strategic, economic, and religious importance has attracted the intensive involvement of world powers that have tried to consolidate their influence and control there. This involvement has been an integral part of the Levant's history. Its changing form over the years has been a crucial factor behind the region's stability, or lack thereof. It has also determined the extent to which the Levant could serve as a strategic global pathway and gateway to the inner parts of the Middle East. Simultaneously, the involvement of world powers in the Levant has been a costly and risky act for the world powers themselves. Arguably, this experience is relevant to China, no matter what form of involvement it will adopt in the Levant. The Levant's present political division into nation-states, as well as many of its struggles and hostilities, are the outcome of the 1916 Sykes-Picot Agreement between Great Britain and France. As both powers had vital political, strategic, and economic interests in the region, they took it over from the Ottoman Empire following the latter's defeat in World War I. They divided the region up into separate political entities, which by 1948 became the independent states of Syria, Lebanon, Israel, and Jordan. The political borders that divided the region into separate states were set in accordance with British and French considerations, which to a certain extent ignored local religious, ethnic, and political conditions. In doing so, they created long-term regional conflicts between and within the region's states, but also secured secured their direct control of the region for about 3 decades. This control maintained a degree of regional stability that turned the region into a relatively secure gateway to other parts of the Middle East and an intercontinental bridge for people, goods, and commodities. Nevertheless, such security came with a price. Throughout the period in which they dominated the Levant, France and Britain implemented various means to ensure the stability, cooperation, and infrastructure required by connectivity across the region. Their control over the region was established under the League of Nations mandate and enforced by the military presence and appointment of local leaders who they nominated or legitimized. 10. Concurrently, they invested abundant resources in developing, operating, and securing transportation and other infrastructure throughout the region. In fact, British and French companies were already involved in the construction and operation of the infrastructure in the Levant and surrounding regions when they were assigned control of the region. Some striking examples are the construction of railways in Egypt by British firms and the development of the Suez Canal by French and British companies. Such activities continued after they received their mandate from the League of Nations, and included the expansion and operation of the port of Haifa and the Iraq-Haifa and Iraq-Tripoli pipelines. 11. But direct control over the Levant was ultimately too costly. Thus, after World War II, Britain and France gave up their control of the region. The outbreak of the Cold War replaced the direct British and French control over the Levant with the indirect dominance of the region by the United States and the Soviet Union, as part of their efforts to include the Middle East in their respective international blocs. While 96 Iran Iran 96 securing their access to the region's energy sources and sea lanes, both superpowers tried to expand and consolidate their influence there. Their methods for exercising control, however, were different from those of the British and French. The direct control that the latter two countries had exercised was replaced by strong American and Soviet political and military assistance to their respective allies and protégés in the Levant, limited military intervention, financial aid, active diplomatic support, active and intensive mediation in regional conflicts, and active intervention in domestic military and political struggles. Through such means, by the second half of the 1950s, the United States had consolidated its political influence over Israel, Lebanon, and Jordan, while the Soviet Union became the patron of Syria and the Palestinian resistance movement. The division of the region between two competing superpowers impacted it politically, militarily, and economically. As each superpower supported certain states while trying to weaken the other's protégés, they intensified existing conflicts, which culminated in a series of regional, local, and internal military conflicts. Under such conditions, cross-regional transportation and supply lines such as the Iraq-Haifa pipeline, the Iraq-Tripoli pipeline, and the Hijaz Railway either stopped operating or were severely interrupted. The end of the Cold War altered the situation fundamentally. For the first time since World War I, the Levant region was free of the competition of world powers. Russia was too weak to intervene there, and Syria and the Palestinians found themselves with no active patron. Under such conditions, they became more sensitive to U.S. pressure and subsequently agreed to negotiate with Israel. That process yielded some partial results on the Israeli-Palestinian front and a peace accord between Jordan and Israel. 12. Positive developments also took place on the Syria-Lebanon front when weakening Syria withdrew its forces from Lebanon, ending a 25-year direct intervention there. At about the same time, the civil war in Lebanon ended and Israel pulled out its forces from South Lebanon. Nevertheless, these developments did not promote regional economic cooperation, not to mention land connectivity. Suspicion and hostility between the region states remained high, and Syria and the Palestinians had no trust in the United States. 13. The outbreak of the Arab Spring in 2010 and the subsequent civil war in Syria further disrupted the region's stability. Syria became the center for the activity of various violent non-state organizations as well as a political and military battlefield through which other players increased their participation in the region's conflicts: Turkey, Iran, and, most importantly, Russia. In fact, Russia's military involvement in Syria brought world power politics back to the Levant. 14. However, the Arab Spring also opened up a few long-term paths of cooperation. By blocking Jordan's land path to Syria's Mediterranean ports, thus reducing connectivity inside the Levant, the Syrian civil war turned Israel into Jordan's land corridor to the Mediterranean. 15. There is no consensus about the contribution of Russia's involvement in the Syrian civil war to regional stability. 16. But it seems safe to argue that its influence in that respect is greater than that of its predecessor. Unlike the Soviet Union, Russia has diplomatic relations with all the Levant states. Unlike the United States, it maintains open communications with many of the region's important non-state actors, Hezbollah, Hamas, thus allowing a certain degree of coordination and negotiation with them. Indeed, Russia appears to have brought the situation in Syria under a certain amount of control. Inevitably, Russia's military and political involvement has also provided it with diplomatic and economic roles in the region. For instance, in 2019 Russia's state-controlled oil company Rosneft signed a 20-year deal with Lebanon to manage and upgrade an oil storage facility in Tripoli. Concurrently, it showed interest in restoring the Iraq-Tripoli oil pipeline and playing a role in Syria's energy market. 17. Whether these plans materialize or not, they demonstrate Russia's intention to expand its growing influence in the region to the economic arena. 97. China and the Levant. 97. However, such a move requires considerable financial resources, which Russia does not possess. At face value, China looks like the most suitable state to fill this gap, while partnering with Russia in reconstructing Syria and Lebanon. 18. But such an involvement comes with a severe risk that, as detailed below, China has been hesitant to take. The connectivity perspective as mentioned, the Levant does not occupy a major place in the BRI despite its geopolitical location. However, assuming that as part of the BRI China is looking for alternative or complementary routes to the Suez Canal. 19. The Levant region includes several land corridors that can serve such an end. Drawing on initiatives that have been already suggested in this respect, we can mention at least 3 such corridors. The first is the Tripoli-Syria railway network, which can link the Lebanese port of Tripoli to the rail network of Iraq and Syria, and through it to Turkey as well. Existing plans that support such an initiative are those to reopen the Iraq-Tripoli pipeline, extend the length of Tripoli port quay and deepen its basin, and backfill its back zone. 20. Such projects, if they materialize, could turn this corridor into a regional logistics network that spreads across Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Turkey, and other Middle Eastern states, while also providing shipping and transshipment access to the Eastern Mediterranean. Another potential corridor is the one connecting Israel's Haifa port with Jordan. In November 2016, Israel completed the construction of a railway from Haifa to Beit Shean, a city on Israel's eastern border. The long-term plan, as discussed between the Israeli and Jordanian authorities, is to connect this railway to the Jordanian railway system, which might be connected to other Middle East states. 21. Such a route could connect the Mediterranean with the Persian Gulf. Another version of this route is a railway network that connects Jordan's Aqaba port with Iraq on one hand and Syria on the other, thus turning Jordan into a gateway between Asia and Europe, as well as Turkey and GCC. 22. Jordan announced a plan to construct such a railway network in early 2020. Finally, there is the proposed railroad that would form a land bridge between the Red Sea and, by extension, the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean. That line, known as the Red Med Railway, will connect Eilat on the Red Sea to Ashdod on the Mediterranean. Both ports are located in Israel. According to Israeli official sources, it may also join up with the Jordanian railway system at AQABA.23. To be sure, these corridors are currently currently hypothetical. A precondition for their construction and operation is regional security and political stability, as well as multi-level coordination between the states crossed by the corridors. This is also the case for the Red Med corridor, although it is confined to a single country, as it would challenge the unique position of the Suez Canal. Its operation is expected to antagonize Egypt, with which Israel has close strategic cooperation. 24 Obviously, the creation of such cross-border coordination and collaboration is quite challenging. Overcoming the obstacles involved seems impossible without the involvement of a third party to provide incentives for enduring collaboration, mediation, and problem-solving. As the BRI's initiator and main driving force, this role should naturally be assumed by China. Indeed, one of the BRI's defining documents states that under the BRI, efforts should be made to integrate the development strategies of the countries along the Belt and Road, and enhancing policy coordination is an important guarantee for implementing the initiative. 25 In undertaking this role, China will have to exercise diplomatic skills, make large economic investments, and operate efficient mechanisms. 26 These undertakings are very demanding, and, as we have suggested, not only economically and diplomatically. Hence, to create any of these corridors, China may be forced to compromise on one of the basic features of its Middle East policy, maintaining a low level of political involvement. Indeed, it may find that actually 98 must become more involved in regional politics, inter alia, by promoting and facilitating collaboration between rival countries, as well as building and exercising influence in these countries' political and business circles. 27 However, as of the early 2020s, China seems reluctant to undertake any such endeavor in the Levant. Indeed, over the years it has been involved in the planning and construction of certain segments of these corridors. For instance, Chinese companies are already involved in the Ashdod and Haifa ports, two important sites on these corridors. In 2014, the China Harbor Engineering Company, CHEC, won tenders to build a new port in Ashdod, and in 2015 China's Shanghai International Port Group, SIPG, won a tender to operate the new port in Haifa for 25 years. 28 China has also showed interest in becoming involved in the Red Med project, if it indeed materializes. 29 But none of these initiatives or declarations requires cross-border coordination. Moreover, since the outbreak of the Arab Spring uprising, China's involvement in infrastructure investments and projects in the Levant has taken place only in the relatively stable countries of Israel and Jordan, and in a way that did not require cooperation or coordination with third-party states. In Syria, Lebanon, and the Palestinian territories, which are much less stable and whose prospects for economic development are small, Chinese economic involvement is yet to be seen, although Chinese companies have been invited there time and again. 30 Apparently, China regards the Levant as so turbulent, split, and subject to other world powers' involvement that it puts at grave risk and questionable profitability any connectivity project that might take place there. Concerns over the U.S. sanctions imposed on the Assad regime in Syria have most likely aggravated this hesitancy even further. Finally, with the exception of Syria and the Palestinian Authority, the Levant states examined here are hesitant about deepening economic relations with China. As traditional allies of the United States and recipients of large-scale U.S. aid, and facing growing U.S. pressure to cool down relations with China, they are increasingly aware that getting closer to China might come with considerable political and economic costs. 31 In addition, alongside the enthusiasm of certain local players about potential economic gains involved in relations with China, there are also warnings about the related risks. In Israel, for instance, there are concerns that Chinese investments in local high-tech companies will result in intellectual property rights violations, and that Chinese involvement in national infrastructure projects might jeopardize Israel's national security. 32 In Lebanon, there are concerns that loans and financial aid from Beijing will put the country in a debt trap, and will allow it to avoid making the economic reforms that it needs so badly, thus worsening its condition in the long term. 33 China, the Levant, and the consolidation of the world power position. Surprising as it may be, part of China's involvement in the Levant takes place as part of the international diplomacy game in the region. Over the years, China has seen the Middle East as one of the front lines of the struggles between the world powers. As such, these world powers have intervened in local and regional politics in an attempt to consolidate their hold on the region. They have established a military presence there, utilized the region's ports in the Mediterranean for economic and strategic purposes, and attempted to force their respective ideologies and values on the local people and nations. For China, these efforts have been the main engine behind the Middle East political dynamic. As Yitzhak Schitzer put it in 1979, the Chinese hardly seem to recognize any problem in the Middle East which has not been created or sustained by foreign intervention. 34 Echoing this position over a decade later, Lillian Harris claimed that China's belief that the major threat to the Middle East arose from outsider interference remained consistent. 35 China and the Levant. 99 As China's involvement in the Middle East deepened, its perspective on the region became more nuanced. For instance, in 2013 News in June, a leading Middle East expert at the influential China Institute of Contemporary International Relations, CICIR, argued that the complex history of the Middle Eastern region has led to a very complicated situation as regards identity. A stable nation seeks common national, ethnic, historical and cultural identities. However, in the Middle East, tribal identity and religious identity are often stronger than, and at odds with, national identity. 36 Nevertheless, the traditional Chinese perspective about the decisive impact of external powers on the dynamics of the Middle East remained dominant. Assessing the reasons behind the Middle East turmoil since the early 2000s, New expressed a common view among Chinese Middle East experts that the U.S. invasion of Iraq in 2003 was a major factor in promoting the turmoil. 37 Such a perspective regards the Middle East as a major playground for world powers, and consequently a place where any potential world power should have a presence. That is certainly the case for the Levant, where world powers traditionally have been deeply involved. In line with such a perspective, the political attention that China assigned to the Levant has changed depending on its level of involvement in the politics of the world powers at any given time. During the Maoist period, when China was deeply concerned with the respective threats of the United States and the Soviet Union, it tried unsuccessfully to utilize the inherent tension, as it saw it, between the Palestinians and to a lesser degree Syria and the superpowers to weaken the latter's influence while strengthening its own position inside the communist bloc. In the late 1970s, China believed that the only victors in any Middle East conflict would be the Soviet Union. For that reason, it supported the peace process between Israel and Egypt, which strengthened the U.S. position in the region. 38 In the following years, as China shifted its focus to economic development and the United States gained a dominant position in the region, its interest in the Levant conflict declined. Instead, it started to show interest in the Israeli-Arab peace process negotiations that had been taking place since the early 1990s. Finally, since the early 2010s, as Beijing started openly challenging America's world leadership, it has utilized the Levant conflicts as a means of advancing its status as a world power. In doing so, China followed the principles that have underscored its involvement in the Middle East since the early 1980s: avoidance of significant political, economic, or military investments or risk-taking, avoidance of taking sides in regional conflicts, and avoidance of confrontation with other world powers. 39. Starting with the Arab-Israeli peace process, in 1991 China evinced interest in being part of the multilateral talks that were launched at the Madrid conference, the first attempt to achieve a comprehensive solution to the Israeli-Arab conflict. China also presented a 5-point peace proposal for the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. 40. However, ultimately it decided not to participate in the conference, while its peace proposal made no impact whatsoever. A decade later, China already had a greater presence in world politics, but it still adhered to its low-profile approach to the Middle East. Accordingly, it searched for a greater diplomatic role but kept away from actual involvement. Thus, in 2002, it nominated a special envoy to the Middle East, who was largely focused on the Israeli-Arab conflict but had no impact on the peace process. 41. In 2003, China made another peace proposal, 42, and a few years later started showing interest in being included in the international effort to solve the Palestinian issue. For instance, in December 2006, it hosted a symposium on the promotion of peace in the Middle East. A few years later, it started searching for a seat at the table of the Middle East Quartet. The United States, Russia, the United Nations, and the European Union, established in 2002 to promote the peace process. 43. 100. Iran. Iran 100. In the early 2010s, after the Arab Spring uprisings erupted and China openly declared its desire for a position as a world power, Beijing recommenced its non-committal diplomatic initiatives in the Levant. In March 2012, it issued a 6-point declaration concerning the civil war in Syria, calling on the Syrian regime to start a political dialogue immediately with the rebel forces through an impartial mediator from the United Nations or the Arab League. Then, in October of that year, it converted its 6-point statement into an official initiative, a 4-point plan to resolve the crisis. 44. Less than 1 year later, following the separate visits to China of the president of the Palestinian Authority, PA, Mahmoud Abbas, and Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in May 2013, Chinese President Xi Jinping made a 4-point proposal for the settlement of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. 45. The following year, China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi made a 5-point proposal to settle the Gaza armed conflict, which was raging at that time. 46. To be sure, similar to the 1991 and 2003 proposals, none of these diplomatic measures reflected a genuine intention to become actively involved in conflict resolution efforts in the Levant. They were not innovative in any way, were not followed up by Beijing, and were not taken seriously by the other players. 47. Similarly, the special envoy's impact was negligible. Thus, neither Israel nor the PA regarded China as an effective mediator. Convinced that China's interests in the region are mostly economic and unwilling to dilute U.S. dominance in the process, Israel has politely ignored China's requests to join the quartet. The PA, for its part, has apparently lost faith in China's support. While giving lip service to China's alleged efforts to promote peace in the region, it is actually disappointed with China's closer relations with Israel and with what the Palestinians regard as China's abandonment of its historical commitment to the Palestinian cause. 48. But resolving the region's conflicts was not the prime goal of those initiatives. Instead, they were designed to point out the weaknesses of the international efforts in that area and to present an alternative set of principles regarding world order, urging the international community in all 3 proposals that it made between 2012 and 2014 to bolster its efforts to solve the respective conflicts. China implicitly accused the powers involved of making insufficient efforts so far. In the case of the 2012 Syria proposal, it also included an explicit call in item 4 to avoid politicizing or militarizing international aid. The 2013 and 2014 proposals on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict did not endorse the quartet as the 2003 proposal did. Moreover, similar to the Syria proposal, the 2013 proposal also called on the international community to act fairly and objectively, item 4, thereby implying that this was not the attitude that had been adopted. Without stating it explicitly, these charges cannot refer to anyone except the United States, the principal mediator in the Israeli-Palestinian negotiations since their launch at the Madrid conference in 1991 and the dominant world power in the Middle East during the 3 decades preceding these proposals. Implicit accusations against Western powers of not being even-handed have also emphasized China's 8 vetoes as of May 2020 against UN Security Council (UNSC) resolutions on Syria, 49, which in part have been designed to expose the declining ability of the United States to shape Syria's reality. But those vetoes and the Syrian civil war as a whole have also showed how China's passive approach to the Levant has remained unchanged. While Russia blocked some Western-led UNSC resolutions by itself, while China abstained, by 2021 there have been no cases in which China played a similar role. Moreover, the civil war in Syria provided China with various opportunities for military involvement. It could have joined the international campaign against the Islamic State or accepted the invitation of Syria's president to join the fighting against rebel groups that include UR fighters. 50. But unlike Russia, which utilized the war to establish a military presence and political influence in the Levant, China dismissed all these opportunities. 101. China and the Levant. 101. A similar outcome occurred on the Israeli-Arab front. Contrary to China's expectations that America's influence in the Middle East would decline, it was Washington that in 2020 brought about the most significant development in Israeli-Arab relations since the mid-1990s, a peace agreement between Israel and some Middle East states. Thus, nearly 20 years after it decided to increase its diplomatic profile in the Levant, and contrary to mounting expectations that the BRA would deepen its political involvement in the region, China's influence in the region has remained far behind that of the United States and Russia. Conclusion: due to its geostrategic location at the crossroads between 3 continents and its position as a land bridge between the Mediterranean and the Persian Gulf, the Levant region has traditionally attracted other world powers that have sought political influence and a military presence there. Given China's attempts to establish itself as a world power since the early 2010s and its increasing dependence on global transportation routes, it was only natural to assume that it would adopt a similar approach to the region. The positioning of the BRA since 2013 as the cornerstone of its foreign and economic policies has only heightened such expectations, as political and economic players in the Levant states attempted to attract Chinese investments as well as political and even military in the case of Syria's civil war involvement in the region. Nevertheless, despite these expectations, China has so far avoided any significant economic investment in the development of cross-regional land corridors in the Levant. Furthermore, it has not made any considerable political or military effort to promote stability in the region, a precondition to realizing the region's connectivity potential, or to compete with other world powers in influencing the area. Instead, China has taken a different approach to the region, which includes several elements. First, it has adopted a state-centric focus, which concentrates on the particular benefits and conditions in each of the Levant states and operates independently vis-a-vis the state accordingly. Second, similar to its conduct in other parts of the Middle East, it remains idle while other world powers, mainly the United States and Russia, take on the political and military burden of regional stabilization, thereby preparing the ground for regional economic development in which it can play a greater role at a later stage. Third, it utilizes the region's conflicts to point out the weaknesses of America's global leadership while highlighting its own alternative principles of the world order. We can expect this approach to remain unchanged for the foreseeable future. As of the early 2020s, the Levant conflict seemed yet to be over and the grip of other world powers on the region seems as strong as ever. Russia returned to the region in the mid-2010s for the first time after 25 years as a military player. The United States has remained the main deal broker there, as the 2020 peace initiative between Israel and some Middle East states shows. Israel's reluctance to coming in the same year to Washington's demand that it cool down its relations with China reconfirms traditional contentions about China's limited leverage in this region. 51. This state-centric, passive, pragmatic approach to the Levant provides us with some insights, which also apply to some extent to the Middle East as a whole. The great expectations about the BRI notwithstanding, China's experience in the Levant shows that it is very prudent about its implementation and is still adhering to its foreign policy guidelines regarding the region. These guidelines mean that China is focusing on economic gains while avoiding political involvement, concentrating its activity in stable states where its return on investment is less risky, giving priority in the region to the development of maritime trade routes rather than land ones, avoiding open conflicts or competition with the United States, and coordinating its 102 Iran 102 political moves with Russia. Put differently, China's approach to the Levant has yet to meet the level of a world power. Notes 1. The Levant sub-region, as it is regarded in this chapter, consists of Syria, Lebanon, Israel, the Palestinian Authority and Gaza Strip territories, Jordan, and part of Egypt. A broader definition of the Levant also includes Cyprus and parts of Turkey. For analytical coherence, the chapter focuses on China's approach to an involvement in Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Israel, and the Palestinian territories. China's considerations and measures concerning the Suez Canal and Egypt as a whole are excluded from the analysis, as they are substantially different than those concerning the rest of the Levant. 2. Jonathan Fulton, China's changing role in the Middle East, Washington, D.C., Atlantic Council, 2019, 5-7. Camilla T. N. Sorensen, that is not intervention, that is interference with Chinese characteristics, new concepts, distinctions and approaches developing in the Chinese debate and foreign and security policy practice, The China Quarterly 239, 2019, 594-613. 3. Zhong Huden, Zhonggyo du Zhongdongyang's Mei Yuanhua, Dan Lai Zai Jiaqiang, China's policy on the Middle East has not changed, but the intensity is strengthening. Shi Jutaishi, November 2013, 44-46, Xiang Wenlun, Yi Yalu, Yu Zhonggyo to Zhongdong's One Belt One Road in China's Middle East Strategy, Hia Fisu 2, 2016, 127-145, Henrik Stahl Hai-Human Stig Stendlai, China's Realism in the Middle East, Survival 61-6, 2019, 153-166. 4. As demonstrated elsewhere, such connectivity underlies the BRI concept. See Peter Wolf, China's Belt and Road Initiative, Challenges and Opportunities, Bonn, German Development Institute, 2016, 5. Tim Summers, Rocking the Boat, China's Belt and Road and Global Order, in Anyashirvan Edashami and Nifhoresh, EBS, China's Presence in the Middle East, The Implications of the One Belt, One Road Initiative, London, Routledge, 2018, 25. 5. For a conceptual classification of China's conflict resolution efforts, see Santi Gang and Yahya Zelbir, China's participation in conflict resolution in the Middle East and North Africa, a case of quasi-mediation diplomacy, Journal of Contemporary China 27-110, 2018, 224-243, Mordechai Shaziza, China's mediation efforts in the Middle East and North Africa, Constructive Conflict Management, Strategic Analysis 42-1, 2018, 29-41. 6. For instance, Peter Frankopan, How Long Can China Stay Out of Middle East Politics? The New Arab, September 27, 2017, Willem Oesterveld, China in the Middle East, Testing the Waters, Linking the Lands, The Diplomat, August 25, 2017, https://diplomat.com 2017-08 China in the Middle East Testing the Waters, Linking the Lands, David Perez Desrosiers, A Comparative Analysis of China's Relations with Lebanon and Syria, Sociology of Islam 7-3, 2019, 203, 7. Curtis Ryan, Between Iraq and a Hard Place, Jordanian-Iraqi Relations, Middle East Report 215, 2000, 41, 8. Based on 2018 figures, National Bureau of Statistics of China, www.stats.gov.cn/TJSJNDSJ 2019 INDEXEH.HDM, China Global Investment Tracker, www.ai.org/China Global Investment Tracker 9 for a general overview of the Levant region and the world powers intervention therein. See George Lenkowski, The Middle East and World Affairs, 4th ed., Ithaca, NY, Cornell University Press, 1980, 314-359, Fabrice Balanche, The Levant, Fragmentation and Remapping, in Andrew J. Tabler, ed. The Lines That Bind, 100 Years of Sykes-Picot, Washington, D.C., The Washington Institute, 2016, 325, Mustafa Aydin, ed. The Levant, Search for a Regional Order, Tunis, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, 2018. 10. For instance, Philip S. Khoury, Syria and the French Mandate, The Politics of Arab Nationalism, 1920-1945, Princeton, N.J., Princeton University Press, 1987, 293-298. 11. Lemsowski, The Middle East and World Affairs, 707-710, Itamar Rabinovich, Oil and Local Politics, The French-Iraqi Negotiations of the Early 1930s, in Uriel Dan, ed. The Great Powers in the Middle East, 1919-1939, New York, Holmes and Meyer, 1988, 172-175, Johnny Mansour, The Hijaz-Palestine Railway and the Development of Haifa, Jerusalem Quarterly 28, 2006, 521, 12. Itamar Rabinovich, The Lingering Conflict, Israel, the Arabs, and the Middle East, 1948-2011, Washington, D.C., Brookings Institution Press, 2011, 2354, 13. Rabinovich, The Lingering Conflict, 205-246, 14. Jacob Shapiro, Russia-U.S. Relations and the Future of Syria, Russia and Global Affairs, September 12, 2017, 15. Yoram Evron, Can China Participate in Middle East Stabilization Efforts by Supporting Regional Connectivity? Asia-Pacific Bulletin 363, 2016, 103. China and the Levant 103-16. For example, Robert G. Rabel, Russia's Strategy for the Middle East, Stabilize, Revitalize, Create Chaos, The National Interest, March 14, 2020, https://nationalinterest.org feature Russia's Strategy Middle East Stabilize, Revitalize, Create Chaos 133,177-17 email communication with Fabio and Dio, March 1, 2020. See also Victor Katona, Russia is taking over Syria's oil and gas, oil price, February 14, 2018, https://oilprice.com Imrajin Russia is taking over Syria's oil and gas.html, Chloe Cornish and Henry Foy, Rosneft's Lebanon deal reveals Russia's bid for Mideast influence, Financial Times, February 1, 2019, www.fd.com content 1B9339602,56111 times 10 to the 9th B329C76CEB5FFDF. Yasmin Ali, Iraq Tripoli oil pipeline expected back in service. Business Week, January 30th, 2019. www.businessnews.com.lb/CMS story details 6915 Iraq Tripoli oil pipeline expected back in service. 18 Samuel Ramani, Russia's eye on Syrian reconstruction. SEDA, Middle East analysis. Carnegie Endowment, January 31st, 2019. https://carnegieendowment.org SEDA 78261. See also Igor A. Matveev, How Russia Could Facilitate China's Role in Rebuilding Syria. Al Monitor, August 23, 2019. Zhu Yixiang, Evolving Sino-Russian Cooperation in Syria. Peace Brief 236, September 2017. www.jstor.org/StableRESREP 20214. Refracted equals Excelsior %38235146963C240CED14C0E998C8D7817 and SEC equals 1 hash metadata underscore info tab contents 19. For instance, Giorgio Cafiero, China plays the long game on Syria. Middle East Institute, February 10, 2020. www.may.edu/publications China plays long game Syria. James Dorsey, China shows greater interest in Syria amid coronavirus pandemic and deteriorating ties with the U.S. Wyan, June 15, 2020. 20 Tripoli Special Economic Zone, Tripoli Logistics Support, https://cz.gov.lb/El Tripoli Logistics Support, Lebanese Oil and Gas Initiative, Lebanese officials push for restoration of Iraq-Lebanon pipeline, June 5, 2019. https://logilebanon.org key issue Lebanese officials push for restoration of Iraq-Lebanon pipeline 21 Or Kirshagi and Rari Jones, Israel builds railway in hope of boosting commerce with Arab neighbors, Wall Street Journal, June 22, 2016. www.wsj.com/articles Israel builds railway in hope of boosting commerce with Arab neighbors 1466614190022. Jordan unveils its railway development strategy, Railway Pro, February 26, 2020. www.railwaypro.com WP Jordan unveils its railway development strategy 23 Israel Prime Minister's Office, PM Netanyahu's remarks to the foreign press, January 16, 2014. www.gov.il/on the Department's news SPEECHLAAM 160,114 24 MMM. Egypt looks to build rail links between Mediterranean and Red Sea ports. The Arab Weekly, May 20, 2018. https://thearabweekly.com Egypt looks to build rail links between Mediterranean and Red Sea ports. 25 People's Republic of China, National Development and Reform Commission, NDRC, Vision and Actions on Jointly Building Silk Road Economic Belt and 21st Century Maritime Silk Road, March 28, 2015. https://recon Asia, production.s3.amazonos.com/media filer public E02202280177746346 FC 9094046586F1CA23 Vision and Actions on Jointly Building Silk Road Economic Belt and 21st Century Maritime Silk Road. PDF 26 Wolf, China's Belt and Road Initiative 12. 27 This argument draws on Yoram Evron, the challenge of implementing the Belt and Road Initiative in the Middle East, connectivity projects under conditions of limited political engagement. The China Quarterly 237, 2019, 196 197, 211 212. 28 Yubi Ben Yahoo, China to be Israel's biggest infrastructure partner, Globes, April 29, 2015. www.globes.co.il/on article China becoming Israel's biggest infrastructure partner 1001031699029 Levi Oder, Sino-Israeli Relations, Just Do It. Jerusalem Post, March 17, 2016. 30 For instance, Roshan Stone and David L. Suber, China eyes Lebanese port to launch investments in Syria, region, Al Monitor, March 29, 2019. Abbas Al-Wadi, Syria courts Chinese construction firms to rebuild after war, Bloomberg, December 16, 2019. Josie Enser, Syria in, serious dialogue with China about joining Belt and Road Initiative, says Assad, The Telegraph, December 16, 2019. James M. Dorsey, Syria lures but will China bite? GCSP, June 2020. https://dam.gcsp.ch/files Syrian China Dorsey, Alison T. Moose, Hezbollah prefers China to IMF for Lebanon bailout, Asia Times, June 17, 2020. 31 Jesse Marks and Salvatore Borgognon, can Jordan harmonize Chinese and American interests in the Levant? The Diplomat, May 4, 2018. Sophie Schulman, the U.S. demands Israel takes its side in the new Cold War with China, Calculist, May 17, 2020. 32 Israel's ties with China are raising security concerns, The Economist, October 11, 2018. www.economist.com Middle East and Africa 2018 10-11 Israel's ties with China are raising security concerns 104 Yoram Evron 104 Angel Vora, China wants to be Lebanon's savior, Foreign Policy, July 9, 2020. 34 Yitzhak Schicher, The Middle East and China's Foreign Policy 1949-1977, Cambridge University Press, 1979, 2. 35 Lillian C. Harris, China considers the Middle East, London, I.B. Torres, 1993, 157. 36 News in June, Trends in Middle Eastern Politics, Contemporary International Relations 23-1, 2013, 22-23. 37 Wu Yafang, Yiyanla, Yuzlin Kuo, Yiju Zaynar, after 1 year, the Islamic State is still there, Shijitashi 13, 2015, 44-47. See also Yansheng, Yuzlin Guo, why Lation Xiangxiang, Zongyoqian Ju Yilang Dashiwa Liming, Tanzongdong Joshi, why the Islamic State arose. China's former ambassador to Iran Hua Liming discusses the situation in the Middle East, Guangdong Rai Bao, September 1, 2014. 38. Memorandum from Michelle Luxembourg of the National Security Council staff to the President's Deputy Assistant for National Security Affairs, Aaron, December 16, 1977, in David P. Nichols, ed. Foreign Relations of the United States, 1977-1980, FRUS, Volume, XIII, China, Washington, D.C., U.S. Government Printing Office, 2013, https://hist.ori.state.gov/his-auric-aldo-documenti as FRUS 1977-80V13T70. 39C Note 2. 40 Colin McCarris, The New Cambridge Handbook of Contemporary China, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 2001. 41. 41 For example, Chinese Special Envoy leaves for Middle East, People's Daily, November 5, 2002, http://english.peopledaily.com.cn/200,211.05 and 20021105105 1063115.html 42 Embassy of the People's Republic of China in the Kingdom of Norway, China's 5-point proposal on the current Middle East question, May 28, 2003, http://no.chinaembassy.org and TTXW T110428.htm 43 During his 2014 visit to the region, China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi clarified that even if China did not become part of the quartet, it would continue to work in its own way to move the peace process forward. China's role in the Middle East will be enhanced. FM, China Daily, January 10, 2014, http://usa.chinata.ily.com.cn/world 2014-0110 content T17227 405.htm. See also Zhichenju, China's new diplomacy in the Middle East and its implication for the United States, Journal of Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies, in Asia 3-4, 2009, 46, 44. China raises 6-point statement for resolving Syria issue, Xinhua, March 4, 2012, http://news.xinhuanet.com English China 2012-0304 C12 2786 700.htm. China presents a 4-point proposal for resolving the civil war in Syria, The New York Times, November 1, 2012, www.newyorktimes.com 2012 1102 World Middle East, Syria.html _R=045 Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China, Chinese President makes 4-point proposal for settlement of Palestinian question, May 6, 2013, www.fmprc.gov.cn/mfi WJB 663,304 ZZJG 663,346 663,590 GJLB 663,594 2,868 663,726 2,870 663,730 T103783.html 46 Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China, China raises 5-point peace proposal on settling Israel-Palestine conflict, August 8, 2014, www.fmprc.gov.cn/mfi CXXX 662,805 T11803006.html 47 Yoram Evron, China's diplomatic initiatives in the Middle East, the quest for a great power role in the region, International Relations 31-2, 2017, 130-137, Guy Burton, Rising Powers in the Arab-Israeli Conflict since 1947, Lenham, M.D., Lexington Books, 2018, 131-132, 48 Guy Burton, How Do Palestinians Perceive China's Rise? Nottingham, China Policy Institute, University of Nottingham, 2016, 711, 49 For example, see United Nations Security Council fails to adopt draft resolution on Syria that would have threatened sanctions due to negative votes of China, Russian Federation, July 19, 2012, www.un.org/press on 2012, SC10714.doc.htm 50 Katie Hunt, U.S. likely to get Beijing's quiet support in bid to destroy ISIS, analysts say, CNN, September 11, 2014, Loeb Pauly and Jesse Marks, is China increasing its military presence in Syria? The Diplomat, August 20, 2018, 51 Israel, U.S. near deal to exclude China from Israeli 5G networks, U.S. official, Reuters, August 14, 2020, www.reuters.com/article Israel USA 5G China Israel U.S. near deal to exclude China from Israeli 5G networks U.S. official USKCN 2582CF, REEGOZ, U.S. to Israel, no more Chinese deals, Pompeo's flying visit, Breaking Defense, May 13, 2020, https://breakingdefense.com 2020-05 Us to Israel no more Chinese deals Pompeo's flying visit 105 China and the Levant 105 references Al-Wadi, Abbas, Syria courts Chinese construction firms to rebuild after war, Bloomberg, December 16, 2019, Aliyah, Yasmine, Iraq Tripoli oil pipeline expected back in service, Business Week, January 30, 2019, www.businessnews.com.lb/CMS story details 6915 Iraq Tripoli oil pipeline expected back in service American Enterprise Institute, China Global Investment Tracker, continuously updated, www.ai.org/China Global Investment Tracker Aid Mustafa, ed. The Levant, Search for a Regional Order, Tunis, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, 2018, Ballanche, Fabrice, The Levant, Fragmentation and Remapping, in Andrew J. Tabler, ed. The Lines That Bind, 100 Years of Sykes-Picot, Washington, D.C., The Washington Institute, 2016, 325, Ben-Gad Al-Yahu, Duby, China to be Israel's biggest infrastructure partner, Globes, April 29, 2015, www.globes.co.il/on article China becoming Israel's biggest infrastructure partner 10010316990 Burton, Guy, How Do Palestinians Perceive China's Rise? Nottingham, China Policy Institute, University of Nottingham, Burton, Guy, Rising Powers in the Arab-Israeli Conflict since 1947, Lenham, M.D., Lexington Books, 2018, Cafiero, Giorgio, China Plays the Long Game on Syria, Washington, D.C., Middle East Institute, 2020, www.may.edu Publications China Plays Long Game Syria Shaziza, Mordech AI, China's mediation efforts in the Middle East and North Africa, Constructive Conflict Management, Strategic Analysis 42-1, 2018, 2941, China raises 6-point statement for resolving Syria issue, Xinhua, March 4, 2012, http://news, xinhuanet.com English China 2012-0304 C 122786700.htm China's role in Middle East will be enhanced, FM, China Daily, January 10, 2014, http://USA, ChinaDaily.com.cn/world 2014-0110 content 172274005.htm Chinese Special Envoy leaves for Middle East, People's Daily, November 5, 2002, http://English, peopledaily.com.cn/200,211.05 and 200211051 1063115.html Cornish, Chloe and Henry Foy, Rosneft's Lebanon deal reveals Russia's bid for Mideast influence, Financial Times, February 1, 2019, www.feet.com/content 1B93396 256111 times 10 to the 9th B329C76C85 FFDF to Stone, Ross Hahn and David L. Suber, China is Lebanese port to launch investments in Syria region. Al Monitor, March 29, 2019. Dorsey, James M. China shows greater interest in Syria amid coronavirus pandemic and deteriorating ties with the U.S. Wine, June 15, 2020. Dorsey, James M. Syria lures but will China bite? GCSP, June 2020. https://dam.gcsp.ch/files.Syria China Dorsey Egozi, Ari, U.S. to Israel. No more Chinese deals. Pompeo's flying visit. Breaking Defense, May 13, 2020. https://breakingdefense.com 2020-05. Us to Israel. No more Chinese deals. Pompeo's flying visit. Amer. Egypt looks to build rail links between Mediterranean and Red Sea ports. The Arab Weekly, May 20, 2018. https://thearabweekly.com. Egypt looks to build rail links between Mediterranean and Red Sea ports. Embassy of the People's Republic of China in the Kingdom of Norway. China's 5-point proposal on the current Middle East question. May 28, 2003. http://no.chinaembassy.org and ttxw t110428.htm. Answer. Josie. Syria in serious dialogue with China about joining Belt and Road Initiative, says Assad. The Telegraph, December 16, 2019. Evron, Yoram. Can China participate in Middle East stabilization efforts by supporting regional connectivity? Asia Pacific Bulletin 363, 2016. Evron, Yoram. The challenge of implementing the Belt and Road Initiative in the Middle East. Connectivity projects under conditions of limited political engagement. The China Quarterly 237, 2019. 196 216. Evron, Yoram. China's diplomatic initiatives in the Middle East. The quest for a great power role in the region. International Relations 31 2, 2017. 125 144. Evyatar, Elen. Sino-Israeli Relations. Just do it. Jerusalem Post, March 17, 2016. Franco Pan, Peter. How long can China stay out of Middle East politics? The New Arab, September 27, 2017. Fulton, Jonathan. China's changing role in the Middle East. Washington, D.C. Atlantic Council, 2019. Harris, Lillian C. China considers the Middle East. London, I.B. Torres, 1993. 106 Yoram Evron 106 Hayum, Henrik Stolhain and Stig Stenzlai. China's realism in the Middle East. Survival 61 6, 2019. 153 166. Hirschal Ure and Rory Jones. Israel builds railway in hope of boosting commerce with Arab neighbors. Wall Street Journal, June 22, 2016. www.wsj.com/articles. Israel builds railway in hope of boosting commerce with Arab neighbors. 14666141190. Hunt, Katie. U.S. likely to get Beijing's quiet support in bid to destroy ISIS. Analysts say. CNN, September 11, 2014. Israel Prime Minister's Office. PM Netanyahu's remarks to the foreign press. January 16, 2014. www. Governor.il on Department's News. SPEECHLAAM 160,114. Israel's ties with China are raising security concerns. The Economist, October 11, 2018. www.economist.com. Middle East and Africa 2018 10-11. Israel's ties with China are raising security concerns. Israel, U.S. near deal to exclude China from Israeli 5G networks. U.S. official. Reuters, August 14, 2020. www.reuters.com/articles. Israel USA 5G China Israel U.S. near deal to exclude China from Israeli 5G networks. U.S. official USKCN25A2CF. Jordan unveils its railway development strategy. Railway Pro, February 26, 2020. www.railwaypro.com. WP Jordan unveils its railway development strategy. Katona, Victor. Russia is taking over Syria's oil and gas. Oil price, February 14, 2018. https://oil price. Energy General. Russia is taking over Syria's oil and gas. HTML Curie, Philip S. Syria and the French Mandate. The Politics of Arab Nationalism, 1920-1945. Princeton, N.J. Princeton University Press, 1987. Lebanese Oil and Gas Initiative. Lebanese officials push for restoration of Iraq-Lebanon pipeline. June 5, 2019. https://logilebanon.org. Key issue. Lebanese officials push for restoration of Iraq-Lebanon pipeline. Lankowski, George. The Middle East and World Affairs. 4th ed. Ithaca, NY, Cornell University Press, 1980. Macfarquhar, Neil. China presents a 4-point proposal for resolving the civil war in Syria. The New York Times, November 1, 2012. www.newyorktimes.com/2012 1102 World Middle East, Syria.html question_R=0 Macaris, Colin. The New Cambridge Handbook of Contemporary China. Cambridge University Press, 2001. Mansour, Jaume. The Hijaz-Palestine Railway and the Development of Haifa. Jerusalem Quarterly 28, 2006, 521. Marx, Jesse and Salvatore Borgognon. Can Jordan harmonize Chinese and American interests in the Levant? The Diplomat, May 4, 2018. Matviv, Igor A. How Russia could facilitate China's role in rebuilding Syria. Al Monitor, August 23, 2019. Memorandum from Michel Luxembourg of the National Security Council staff to the President's Deputy Assistant for National Security Affairs. Aaron, December 16, 1977. In David P. Nichols, ed. Foreign Relations of the United States, 1977-1980, FRUS, Volume, XIII, China, Washington, D.C., U.S. Government Printing Office, 2013, https://history.state.gov/historical documents FRUS 1977-80v138070 Moose, Allison T., Hezbollah head prefers China to IMF for Lebanon bailout, Asia Times, June 17, 2020, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China. China raises 5-point peace proposal on settling Israel-Palestine conflict, August 8, 2014, www.fmprc.gov.cn/MFINZXX6602805, T11803006.SHTML. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China. Chinese president makes 4-point proposal for settlements of Palestinian question. May 6, 2013. www.fmprc.gov.cn/MFINWJB663304 ZZJG 663,346 663,590 GJLB 663,594 2,868 663,726 2,870 663,730 T1037823.SHTML. National Bureau of Statistics of China. Website www.stats.gov.cn/TJSJNDSJ 2019 INDEXEH.HTM. News in June. Trends in Middle Eastern Politics. Contemporary International Relations 23-1, 2013, 1836. Oosterveld, Willem. China in the Middle East. Testing the waters, linking the lands. The Diplomat, August 25, 2017. https://thediplomat.com 2017-08 China in the Middle East testing the waters, linking the lands. Polly, Logan Jesse Marks. Is China increasing its military presence in Syria? The Diplomat, August 20, 2018. People's Republic of China, National Development and Reform Commission, NDRC, Vision and Actions on Jointly Building Silk Road Economic Belt and 21st Century Maritime Silk Road, March 107 China and the Levant 107-28, 2015, https://Recon Asia, production.s3.amazonos.com/media filer public E022028027746346 FC9094046586F1CA23 Vision and Actions on Jointly Building Silk Road Economic Belt and 21st Century Maritime Silk Road.pdf Rebel, Robert G. Russia's Strategy for the Middle East, Stabilize, Revitalize, Create Chaos, The National Interest, March 14, 2020, https://nationalinterest.org feature Russia's Strategy in Middle East, Stabilize, Revitalize, Create Chaos 133,177 Rabinovich, Itamar, The Lingering Conflict, Israel, the Arabs, and the Middle East, 1948-2011, Washington, D.C., Brookings Institution Press, 2011, Rabinovich, Itamar, Oil and Local Politics, The French-Iraqi Negotiations of the Early 1930s, in Uriel Dan, ed. The Great Powers in the Middle East, 1919-1939, New York, Holmes and Meyer, 1988, 170-182, Raman, Samuel, Russia's Eye on Syrian Reconstruction, Seda, Middle East Analysis, Carnegie Endowment, January 31, 2019, https://carnegieendowment.org Seda 78,261 Rosiers, David Perez Des, A Comparative Analysis of China's Relations with Lebanon and Syria, Sociology of Islam 7-3, 2019, 189-210, Ryan, Curtis, Between a Rock and a Hard Place, Jordanian-Iraqi Relations, Middle East Report 215, 2000, 4042, Shapiro, Jacob, Russia-U.S. Relations and the Future of Syria, Russia and Global Affairs, September 12, 2017, Shisher, Yitzhak, The Middle East and China's Foreign Policy 1949-1977, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1979, Schulman, Sophie, The U.S. Demands Israel Takes its Side in the New Cold War with China, Calculist, May 17, 2020, Sorensen, Camilla T.N., That is not intervention, that is interference with Chinese characteristics, New Concepts, Distinctions and Approaches Developing in the Chinese Debate and Foreign and Security Policy Practice, The China Quarterly 239, 2019, 594-613. Summers, Tim, Rocking the Boat, China's Belt and Road and Global Order, in Anurash Iravan Edajami and Nivtoresh, EDS, China's Presence in the Middle East, The Implications of the One Belt, One Road Initiative, London, Routledge, 2018, 2437, Santi Gang and Yahya Zelbir, China's Participation in Conflict Resolution in the Middle East and North Africa, A Case of Quasi-Mediation Diplomacy, Journal of Contemporary China 27-110, 2018, 224-243, Xian Winlin, Yida Yao, Yu Zongyou to Zongdong's One Belt, One Road, and China's Middle East Strategy, Hiafisu 2, 2016, 127-145, Tripoli Special Economic Zone, Tripoli Logistics Support, https://cz.gov.lb/L-Tripoli Logistics Support United Nations, Security Council fails to adopt draft resolution on Syria that would have threatened sanctions, due to negative votes of China, Russian Federation, July 19, 2012, www.un.org/press on 2012, SC10714.doc.htm Vara, Angel, China wants to be Lebanon's savior, Foreign Policy, July 9, 2020. Wolf, Peter, China's Belt and Road Initiative, Challenges and Opportunities, Bonn, German Development Institute, 2016. Wu Yiafang, Yinayanla, Yuzlin Kuo, Yiju Zaynar, after 1 year, the Islamic State is still there. Shiji Taishi 13, 2015, 4447. Zhu Yixiang, Evolving Sino-Russian Cooperation in Syria, Peace Brief 236, September 2017, www.jstor.org Stable RES REP 20214, Refracted equals, Excelsior %32351469633C2E40CED14C0E998C8D7817 SEQ equals, 1 hash metadata underscore info tab contents Yansheng. Yuzilin Kuo, Wai Leishi Xiangxiang, Zongyoqian Ju Yilang Dashi Wa Liming, Tan Zongdong Joshi, Why the Islamic State arose. China's former ambassador to Iran Wa Liming discusses the situation in the Middle East. Guangdong Rai Bao, September 1, 2014. Zhong Huden, Zhonggyo Dui Zongdonglangs Mei Yuanhua, Dan Letter Zai Jiaqiang. China's policy on the Middle East has not changed, but the intensity is strengthening. Shiji Taishi, November 2013, 4446. Zhu Zhijin, China's New Diplomacy in the Middle East and its implication for the United States. Journal of Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies, in Asia, 34, 2009, 4152. 108 doi, 10.4324/9781003034520-10. 8 China in North Africa history, economic engagement and soft power Tinhin Al-Kai over the past 2 decades, as the West perceived North Africa one predominantly through a narrow security prism, at best as a partner in the war on terror, and at worst as a hotspot for instability and a reservoir of upcoming migrants. China significantly increased its presence in the region. Beijing is offering a different deal. At the 8th Ministerial Meeting of the China-Arab Forum in July 2018, President Xi Jinping preached the virtues of his foreign policy flagship, the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, insisting that development was key to resolving many security problems in the Middle East and North Africa, MENA. Xi announced during this meeting new loans worth $20 billion, to as well as $106 million in new financial aid to the MENA region aimed to boost infrastructure construction, industrial revival, and new trade relations. 3 motivated by vital resources and new markets to fuel its economy, coupled with a commitment to increase its global influence. Since the early 2000s, Beijing has embarked on a comprehensive economic and diplomatic offensive that is challenging Western supremacy in the region. While North African countries have different political economies, they all share a strategic geographic location, are middle-income economies, and have long and overall friendly relationships with China. These features mean that the region is an interesting spot for Beijing's international projection. It is important to note, however, that within the MENA region, Beijing's relations with Gulf countries are most significant. In 2018, total trade volumes between China and Gulf Cooperation Council (GCC) countries was estimated at $163 billion, while Sino-North African trade stood at just $26.48 billion. Nonetheless, Algeria and Egypt are part of a small list of 5 MENA countries enjoying comprehensive strategic partnerships with China, the highest level of Chinese diplomatic partnership. 5. The BRI is set to further increase Chinese presence in North Africa in the foreseeable future, going beyond this implicit and often alarmist Western Western discourse depicting China as a neo-colonial power in the global south. 6. As well as Beijing's rosy framing of the relationship as win-win cooperation between southern brothers. 7. This chapter analyzes the relationship between China and North Africa as a political economic construction evolving within global and domestic power dynamics, competing interests, and prevailing ideologies. This chapter is organized as follows. The first section begins by tracing the history of Sino-North African relations from Mao's three-world theory to Xi Jinping's BRI. The chapter then scrutinizes Sino-North African economic relations, debunking some misconceptions, before looking at 109 China and North Africa, 109 Beijing's soft power projection in the region, and discussing the perception of North African elites and ordinary citizens of China's rise. The final section offers concluding remarks. From revolutionary politics to business, China's relations with North Africa followed a trajectory from ideological affinities and political interests in the first 3 decades following the founding of the People's Republic of China, PRC, in 1949 to economic pragmatism starting from 1979, reflecting China's changing domestic imperatives and its evolving perception of the external world. Here ideologies are not to be perceived as free-floating neutral sets of belief, disconnected from structures, interests, and power. Rather, ideologies are understood as embedded and implicated in the structures and institutions that constitute any political context. 8. The analytical challenge lies in going beyond the binary between interests and ideology to investigate the ways in which the two are inherently linked, and to examine how ideology has been mobilized by China and North African countries to advance perceived interests during different periods. What follows describes the evolution of Sino-North African relations in light of changing foreign policy paradigms. Three-world theory. The PRC's relationship with North Africa can be traced back to the 1950s when close ties with national liberation movements were established. The Bandung Conference in 1955, also known as the Afro-Asian Conference, was a milestone for Sino-North African relations. Chinese Premier Yu Enlai attended the conference, as did Egypt's President Gamal Abdel Nasser, and delegations from Algeria's National Liberation Front, Front de Liberation Nationale, FLN, Tunisia's Neo-Dast Party, and Morocco's Istiqlal Party, among others. 9. Following the conference, Egypt became the first African country to establish formal relations with China in 1956. Sino-North African relations during the first decades following the establishment of the PRC can be understood through the prism of China's three-world theory. Mao first described the theory in an interview with U.S. journalist Anna Louise Strong, in which he explained that the world was not bipolar and that between the United States and the Soviet Union lay the rest of the world, the middle zone, chiefly the third world. 10. Later, in 1956, Zhu Enlai's speech at Bandung stated that China would side with the third world, fighting against imperialism and colonial domination. However, with mounting tensions between China and the Soviet Union, China revised its initial third world theory by defining the first world as a single imperialist bloc counting both the United States and the Soviet Union. The second world comprised other developed nations, and the third world was composed of colonies and former colonies. 11. China viewed itself as the natural vanguard of liberation and emancipation movements, and the three-world theory was its attempt to gain a leading position within the developing world. 12. In this vein, China plays a central role in supporting Algeria's struggle for independence from French colonial rule. China was an early supporter of the FLN and was the first non-Arab state to recognize the Provisional Government of the Algerian Republic, GPRA, in December 1958. Between 1958 and 1962, China provided assistance to the National Liberation Army, Army de Liberation Nationale, ALN, the armed wing of the FLN, in the form of funds, arms, and training for Algerian fighters. 13. Algeria's nationalism was rooted in socialist thought as an alternative paradigm to the oppressive nature of the capitalist colonial system. Yet the relationship between Maoist China and the FLN was not simply based on abstract ideological affinities. It was arguably a strategic alliance that worked in the interests of both parties. 14. 110 Tiananmen Al-Qadi 110. Overwhelmed with the consequences of the Great Leap Forward, the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, used its support for Algeria to reaffirm its commitment to revolutionary ideology and expand its influence in North Africa. On the other hand, the FLN relied on the help of China to gain a monopoly over the representation of the Algerian nationalist movement. 15. In 1963, Premier Yu Enlai undertook a historic African tour over 2 months from December 1963 to February 1964, during which he visited Algeria, Egypt, Morocco, and Tunisia. 16. During his visits, Yu expressed China's strong support for the fight of African and Arab governments against imperialism and reiterated the 5 principles of peaceful cooperation as the guiding principles of South-South relations. These principles, which still shape Beijing's foreign policy to date, are mutual non-aggression, non-interference in each other's internal affairs, mutual respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, equality and benefit, and peaceful coexistence. 17. The principle of non-interference represents the hallmark of Chinese foreign policy in the region, and is welcomed by the North African states, which all suffered from Western imperialism. Beyond appealing revolutionary speeches, China proved to be a generous donor to the region during this period. 18. Driven by political imperatives, chiefly the desire for leadership over developing countries, China signed aid agreements with all North African countries soon after their independence, except for Libya, since Tripoli continued to recognize the Republic of China, Taiwan, as the legitimate Chinese government until 1978. Ideological divergences with Tunisia, which adopted an anti-communist discourse and pro-Western policies after independence, did not, however, prevent Beijing from signing an aid agreement with the country in 1972. See Table 8.1. Under Mao, China's close cooperation with countries in the periphery was fruitful, as it allowed it to end more than 2 decades of exclusion from international institutions. It was thanks to the support of third world countries that the PRC was able to take over the representation of China in the UN Security Council, replacing Taiwan in 1971. The PRC obtained a victory with 76 votes in favor, 35 against, and 17 abstentions. This win would not have been possible without the support of 26 African countries, including all North African states except Libya. As acknowledged by Mao himself, we were brought back into the United Nations by our African friends. 19. Peace and development. At the end of the 1970s, Marxism-Leninism lost its relevance as China embarked in an ambitious project of pragmatic developmentalism championed by Deng Xiaoping and his successors. Table 8.1. First Chinese international aid agreements with North African countries, 1958-1979 countries. Year of recognition. First aid agreement value, US dollar millions. Algeria 1962-1958 193, Egypt 1956-1958 100, Libya 1978-1982, and Tunisia 1957-1972 97, Morocco 1057 1976 32. Source, compiled by the author based on data from Broadcom, 1998, 45-46. Asterisk. D. Brodigam, Chinese Aid and African Development, Exporting Green Revolution, London, Palgrave Macmillan, 1998. 111 China and North Africa. 111 Deng put forward the four great economic modernizations theory, a program of reform directed to improving agriculture, industry, national defense, and science and technology. 20. The developmental imperatives of this new paradigm led Beijing to launch a strategic rapprochement with industrial states, while its previously much publicized relations with third world countries were sidelined. In 1982, the 12th National Congress of the CPC made a clear ideological move away from war and revolution to peace and development. 21. Shortly after the close of the 12th Congress, then Premier Zhao Ziyan left for a visit to 11 African countries of mixed political and ideological orientations, including Egypt, Algeria, and Morocco. 22. Throughout the 1980s up until the mid-1990s, Sino-North African relations stalled as China shifted its focus to supporting domestic economic development by attracting foreign direct investment (FDI) and growing domestic industries. Meanwhile, North African countries were busy battling rising social tensions and structural adjustment programs under the guidance of the International Monetary Fund (IMF) and the World Bank. Starting from the late 1990s, China entered the new stage of incorporation into global capitalism by moving from attracting FDI into its territory to going out, promoting the expansion of China's indigenous firms in international markets. With China's accession to the WTO in 2001, the creation of the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation (FOCAC) in 2000 and the China-Arab States Cooperation Forum (CASCF) 23 in 2004, relations between China and North African countries grew further. 24. Total trade volumes increased more than 17-fold between 1999 and 2017, from $1.76 billion to $30.26 billion. 25. Yet, despite much fanfare around FOCAC and CASCF, relationships between China and North African countries have remained mostly bilateral. North Africa is one of the world's least integrated regions with insignificant formal interregional trade and cooperation. The absence of an effective North African regional bloc means relationships with foreign players are fundamentally bilateral, limiting the bargaining power of North Africa as a region. This allows Beijing to generate more significant economic and diplomatic dividends. Notwithstanding evident asymmetries in Sino-North African relations, North African governments overall perceive China's presence in the region as an appealing alternative to Bretton Woods institutions and Western powers, which imposed a so-called Washington Consensus as the only game in town in the 1990s.26. These policies have proved at best unfit to North Africa's socio-economic and political realities, and have at worst been counterproductive for long-term growth and social cohesion. The non-prescriptive nature of Beijing's engagement with the region, based on its non-interference policy, represented a refreshing change for North African governments. That being said, it is in North Africa that the resilience of China's non-interference policy has been most severely tested. 27. In Libya, while Beijing expressed reservations over the North Atlantic Treaty Organization's NATO campaign, it chose not to use its United Nations Security Council (UNSC) veto to stop the military intervention. 28. Instead, it abstained when Resolution 1973 was passed to protect civilians and impose a no-fly zone. Concurrently, it supported the Security Council in imposing an asset freeze, travel ban, and arms embargo against Gaddafi's regime. 29. Beijing's adoption of a flexible approach to its non-interference doctrine regarding Libya was arguably to protect its own economic interests, but ultimately, with Libya sliding toward a bloody civil war, Chinese officials had to announce that China was ceasing all its economic activities in the country. The number of Chinese companies operating in Libya shrank by more than 45% in the first 2 months of 2011, and over 35,000 Chinese citizens were evacuated from Libya. 30. This inconsistent usage of non-interference is raising concerns that the policy is merely applied to benefit Beijing's interests while allowing it to turn a blind eye on various socio-political conflicts affecting the region. 112 Tiananmen al-Qadi 112 Belt and Road Initiative under Mao Zedong. China's interactions with North Africa were shaped by two desires: to lead the Third World, and to gain recognition as the legitimate representative of China in the United Nations. In contrast, Xi Jinping's Belt and Road Initiative (BRI) is driven by domestic economic growth objectives and the goal of expanding China's influence in the global arena. Launched in 2013 by President Xi, China's BRI, sometimes referred to as the New Silk Road, is one of the most ambitious infrastructure projects ever conceived, with hundreds of projects across the world, stretching from ports, airports and highways to fiber optic cables and smart cities. The BRI aims to improve global trade, connectivity and cooperation. 31. China has pledged an estimated $1 trillion in investments and signed memoranda of understanding with 138 countries, including all North African states. The BRI, symbolically set to end in 2049 for the PRC's 100th anniversary, serves multiple economic and geostrategic aims. From an economic standpoint, the initiative will contribute to closing the gap between China's eastern and western provinces, securing long-term energy supplies from Central Asia and the Middle East, finding new markets for China's excess production capacity, and internationalizing the RENMINBI. 32. On a geostrategic level, the BRI will help China strengthen its ties with participating countries, establishing new partnerships and expanding China's global influence. Through China's development financiers, most notably, the China Development Bank, CDB, and the Export-Import Bank of China, EXIM, as well as more recent financial institutions like the Silk Road Fund, Beijing could export its business practices, standards, and norms. This could, in turn, lead countries participating in the BRI to distance themselves from dominant paradigms if they wish to do so. With this latest foreign policy paradigm, China has shown renewed interest in North Africa, a region connecting Asia, Africa, and Europe. Egypt, for instance, holds a pivotal role in the BRI as the Suez Canal represents the only maritime connection between the three continents. In September 2019, the Chinese ambassador to Egypt announced an increase of Chinese investments in the country from $7 billion to $15 billion. 33. Moreover, Algeria, Egypt, Morocco, and Tunisia all have free trade agreements with the European Union (EU). Unlike China, Chinese manufacturers are looking into the option of localizing activities in the region to take advantage of free trade agreements and boost trans-Mediterranean trade, as well as trade with sub-Saharan Africa, a key goal of the BRI. While North African leaders perceive the BRI as an initiative that will help to close existing infrastructure gaps and speed up technological upgrading, Western powers have shown skepticism regarding the BRI. China's growing footprint in North Africa is seen as a threat to the interests of the traditional powers, especially France and Maghreb countries. China outranked France as Algeria's first trading partner in 2013, and in recent years Chinese multinationals have moved into sectors historically dominated by French players, such as civil engineering, telecoms, and transport infrastructure. 34. French national champions such as Total, Ajib, Vinci, Alcatel, Bouygues, and Alstom, among others, must now compete with Chinese giants, which benefit from state state support and financing to a level that France can no longer match. During the 2018 trip to China, French President Emmanuel Macron urged developing countries to be cautious, stating that the BRI could turn partner states into vassal states. 35 But the reality is that France, like other Western powers, is unable to put similar infrastructure and investment deals on the table for North African countries. The Euro-Mediterranean Partnership, launched in 2008, with the aim of promoting economic development, stability, and integration between the two shores of the Mediterranean, ended up being nothing more than a partnership in policing irregular migrants going to Europe. 113 China and North Africa. 113 From the Brotherhood of Anti-Colonialism and the Anti-Hegemonic Third World Theory to the pro-business, pro-free trade BRI, Chinese-North African relations mirror the evolution of China's dominant foreign policy paradigms. Far from abstract ideological romanticism and idealism, the relationship between the Asian giant and North Africa has been shaped by evolving interests and power dynamics. The cultivation of good relations for decades makes the region a desirable partner in China's projection in the outside world. Economic relations, win-win or win-lose. The literature assessing the impact of an increased Chinese presence in North Africa falls within the broader discussion of China and Africa. For critics, China is the latest actor in a long line of self-interested powers whose presence undermines local manufacturing capabilities and export potential. 36 According to this view, China offers no meaningful employment prospects to locals, as Chinese firms mainly employ Chinese nationals, while their activity hinders transparency and accountability. Proponents of China, however, argue that the price competitiveness of Chinese firms allowed North African countries to catch up in infrastructure building and telecommunications. 37 Chinese firms bring technical and commercial know-how and contribute to widening market access. Projects get built relatively fast, without the unproductive strings that traditionally are imposed by Western states. The next section highlights key features of China's economic engagement in North Africa, debunking some misconceptions about Chinese investments in the region. Trade between China and the northern shores of Africa can be chronicled to the Pharaonic period. There is anecdotal evidence that China extended its trade to the pharaohs and Cleopatra, who ornamented their wardrobes with Chinese silk garments. Yet it was only at the turn of the 21st century that trade between the two regions increased significantly, making China a top 3 import origin for all North African countries and a top 10 export market for Egypt and Libya. In the decade between 2004 and 2014, trade between China and North Africa grew by 20% annually on average, going from $4.4 billion to reach $28.7 billion, figure 8.1.38, while the European Union remains by far North Africa's first trading partner, with total trade volumes reaching $132.6 billion in 2017. In recent years, China has become a major trading partner to all countries. 39 The Arab Spring had a negative impact on Chinese-North African economic relations. In 2010, China received 10% of Libya's oil exports, representing 3% of China's total oil imports, at roughly 150,000 barrels per day. 40 Libyan exports were impacted by the unrest following the 2011 toppling of Muammar al-Gaddafi. However, Libyan oil exports to China have resumed in recent years to reach $3.8 billion in 2018. Similarly, Egyptian-Chinese trade experienced a downturn following the events in Tahrir Square in January 2011, before sharply picking up just after the 2014 military coup, which brought President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi to power. Egyptian imports from China increased from $10.46 billion in 2014 to a staggering $47.83 billion. The decline in commodity prices since 2014 has also significantly impacted the value of North African exports to China, even while Chinese exports to the region remain steady. It is important to note that, unlike China's trade with the Gulf, which is characterized by a trade surplus in favor of Gulf states, data on Sino-North African trade indicates a significant trade deficit for North African countries. For instance, in 2018, Algeria's imports from China 114 tin Hinan al-Qadi 114 stood at around $8 billion, while Algeria's exports to China did not exceed $1.17 billion. 41 This puts the trade deficit at around $6.8 billion for 2018 only. In the same year, Tunisia imported over $1.4 billion of goods and services from China, but it sold as little as $195 million to the Asian country. 42 Trade figures with other North African countries also indicate trade deficits with China. The composition of trade between China and North Africa mirrors key features of China's trade patterns with the rest of the African continent. Manufactured goods such as electronics, automobiles, cellular phones, and clothing represent the lion's share of Chinese exports to North Africa, while oil, minerals, and agricultural products constitute the bulk of North African exports to China. Energy resources dominate imports from Libya, Algeria, and Egypt, and minerals and agricultural goods occupy an important place of Moroccan and Tunisian exports to China. With the rising demand for foreign food in China, agricultural exports from North Africa have grown in importance in recent years. The region's integration into EU food supply chains, which require high-quality standards, make food exports from the region appealing to Chinese consumers. Egypt is, for instance, China's first supplier of oranges, with Egyptian oranges representing up to 40% of the market share. 43 Morocco is the 5th biggest supplier of oranges to China, and it has recently started to increase its citrus exports to the Asian country. China's trade competitiveness in manufacturing has arguably further accelerated North African deindustrialization, which started in the 1980s. Deindustrialization in the textile sector provides a clear example of the negative impact of Chinese exports on local North African. 100%. 50%, 0%, 50%, 100%, 150%, 0.00, 10.00, 20.00, 30.00, 40.00, 50.00, 60.00, 70.00 Chinese exports to North Africa. Chinese imports from North Africa. Total growth figure 8.1 Sino-North African trade, US dollar billions. Source, compiled by the author using data from the China-Africa Research Initiative, Johns Hopkins University, www.sascarry.org. Data China Africa trade 115 China and North Africa 115 manufacturers, especially in lucrative third-party markets such as the European Union. In 2004, the removal of the multi-fiber arrangement, MFA, which imposed quotas on the amount developing countries could export to developed countries, led Chinese clothing to flood the European market, causing an immediate crisis in the Moroccan, Tunisian, and Egyptian textile industry. 44 After intensive lobbying by European and North African manufacturing firms, the European Union reintroduced a quota system restricting imports from Chinese garments in 2005. Nonetheless, this quota system was short-lived, as it was dismantled again in 2007, exposing North African economies to fierce Chinese competition. According to the director of the Moroccan Association of Textile and Clothing Industries, just a few months after the lifting of quotas, southern Mediterranean textile exports to the European Union fell by 22%. 45 This has caused significant job losses in what is known to be a labor-intensive industry. While North African consumers have benefited from the price competitiveness of Chinese goods. These represent a challenge to North African manufacturers in both their respective domestic markets and in third country markets, fueling chronic unemployment in the region. However, this is only part of the story. A full assessment of the impact of China's economic engagement in North Africa requires us to look at China's role as an investor in the region. Investment following Beijing's going out strategy in the early 2000s, many Chinese enterprises, both public and private, ventured to invest abroad. As with other parts of the globe, the presence of Chinese multinationals in North Africa has increased steadily since then, thanks to a combination of appealing financial terms and astute diplomacy. According to the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Commerce's MOFCOM annual statistical communique on Chinese foreign direct investment, North Africa receives an insignificant share of China's outward investment, figure 8.2. In 2015, the Maghreb captured as little as 0.14% of total Chinese FDI. 8.46. It is important to mention that it is challenging to measure the exact amount of FDI from China. With regard to Chinese trade and investment figures, Mohan and Tan Mullen state that the figures are extremely speculative and lend themselves to inflation and purposeful misinterpretation, and these naturalized statistics need to be critically examined. 47. There are large discrepancies between different data sources as different methods are used to measure FDI. For instance, according to the Central Bank of Egypt, in 2018 Chinese investment in Egypt amounted to $192.4 million, 48, but according to MOFCOM data, Chinese investment in Egypt the same year was $221.97 million. 49. These discrepancies are due not only to the fact that much of China's foreign aid is entangled with its outgoing FDI, but sometimes projects contracted to Chinese firms are also aggregated as Chinese investment. However, just because Chinese companies are involved in infrastructure building in developing countries does not mean that they are investing in these projects. 50. In North Africa, Chinese firms often win bids issued by local governments to provide services or build infrastructure in return for remuneration. The distinction between service provision and FDI is essential because these two transactions generate opposite financial flows. When a Chinese company invests, it transfers capital to the beneficiary country, but when a Chinese company performs a service, it receives a payment from the recipient country for carrying out the project. The data indicated in figure 8.2, like other data sources on Chinese investment, does not account for this important nuance. Algeria's East-West Highway, Algiers New Airport, and the Great Mosque of Algiers are all portrayed in popular media and reports as Chinese investments, but are in fact juicy contracts awarded to Chinese firms by the Algerian government. It is estimated that Algeria granted 116 Tinhanen Al-Qadi 116 contracts worth over $20 billion to 50 Chinese companies, making the country the biggest market in Africa for Chinese construction firms and one of the most important around the world. 51. Closer scrutiny of Chinese statistics relating to turnkey contracts completed each year indicates that the level of these services has consistently been much higher than the amount of Chinese direct investment in North Africa. In 2015 alone, Chinese service providers completed services in the Maghreb for the sum of $9.94 billion, an amount 50 times higher, $230 million, than that of Chinese investments in the same year in the Maghreb. 52. In any given year, capital inflows from Chinese FDI are much smaller than the outflows generated by service provision. Beyond transferring little capital to the region, Chinese firms have received criticism from local governments and citizens for employing Chinese workers, thus limiting job opportunities in economies already struggling from high unemployment rates. This being said, since the launch of the BRI in 2013, China has shown greater interest in investing in North Africa. Chinese firms have expanded investment to the non-energy sector to incorporate electronics, automotive, and textiles, as envisaged in China's 2016 Arab Policy Paper. Both private and public multinationals have made efforts in recent years to improve their image in the region by hiring more local workers and implementing programs for knowledge transfer. For instance, Huawei played a significant role in the deployment of Tunisia's broadband network and has trained thousands of Tunisian ICT engineers through its Seeds of the Future and Huawei Academy programs. 53. The Chinese tech giant has pledged to train 10,000 new Tunisian students over the next 5 years and to actively contribute to Tunisia's digital transformation. Huawei received an award for 20 years of exceptional contribution at the 2019 Tunisia Investment Forum, TIF, an event attended by then Prime Minister Youssef Chahed and over 1,200 Tunisian officials and business leaders. 54. 500 1,000 1,500 2,000 2,500 3,000 2,000 2001 2002 2003 2004 2005 2006 2007 2008 2009 2010 2011 2012 2013 2014 2015 2016 2017 2018 Algeria, Egypt, Libya, Morocco, Tunisia. Figure 8.2 Chinese FDI stock and contracts in North Africa, US dollar millions. Source, compiled by the author using data from the China-Africa Research Initiative, Johns Hopkins University, www.sascarry.org. Chinese investment in Africa 117 China and North Africa 117. The Chinese expansion in the digital sphere in the region is part of the Digital Silk Road, which brings advanced digital infrastructure to BRI countries such as 5G networks, e-commerce hubs and smart cities. One of the most important BRI projects in the region is Tangier Tech City, a Chinese-built smart city in northern Morocco. Initially, this megaproject was expected to create 100,000 jobs, house 300,000 people and strengthen Morocco's trade relationship with China. 55. On completion, the city was set to constitute China's most prominent industrial platform in Africa, with around 200 Chinese companies specializing in sectors such as aeronautics, automobiles, and ICTs. 56. However, a dispute between the Chinese group and Moroccan authorities over the ownership of the site has led the Chinese constructor to withdraw from the project. According to Ilyas Al-Amari, the head of the Tangier Tetuan Al-Hosima region, there were disagreements about the ownership of the city. He stated that, "Our partners are Chinese, but this does not mean that the city belongs to the Chinese." 57. Ultimately, the China Road and Bridge Corporation took over 8, but the size of the project has been significantly downsized. The COVID-19 pandemic further hindered several BRI projects. Disruptions to supply chains around the world, lockdowns, and travel restrictions on foreign workers, especially Chinese workers, resulted in project suspensions and slowdowns. 58. Moreover, various projects will face difficulty getting off the ground because of problems of financial viability. Even before the pandemic, there were concerns about the capacity of countries to pay back BRI-related loans. Some have accused China of pursuing a policy of debt trap diplomacy, luring developing nations into agreeing to unsustainable loans to pursue large infrastructure projects so that Beijing can later seize the asset, thereby extending its strategic or military reach. But so far, there is very little evidence backing this claim. 59. The global health crisis could represent the death knell for some BRI projects, as Chinese capital will be increasingly mobilized to meet domestic needs. In sum, Sino-North African relations can be described as an instance of win much, win little. China's economic relations with North Africa reproduce characteristics of unequal exchanges between economies with diverging levels of sophistication and diversification. Chinese investments have remained scant, and capital outflows from North Africa to China have so far always been more significant than Chinese capital inflows in the region, despite efforts to reverse this trend in the past decade. BRI projects do, however, bear the promise of bringing more investment in infrastructure, manufacturing and the tech sector. Chinese soft power, A partial charm offensive entangled with economic and political interests is the role of soft power being played out, winning the hearts and minds of the people in the region and the argument beyond it. China's soft power push has accelerated over the past decade in a context where traditional powers are perceived to be scaling back their global commitments. A recent survey from the Arab Barometer on ordinary citizens' perceptions of China in the MENA region reveals that China's influence in the region is seen as beneficial overall. 60 China's own development model and its infrastructure building and investments largely contribute to China's positive image, though this image is tainted by perceptions of poor quality Chinese products and services, promotion of authoritarianism, and human rights abuses in general and against the Euro community in particular. What follows delves into some key aspects of China's soft power in the region. 118 Tianhe Al-Qadi 118 development policy and the Chinese model. Possibly the most successful aspect of China's soft power in North Africa and the global south is China's model of development. The post-Cold War liberal global order described by Francis Fukuyama as the end of history has been seriously challenged by the rise of China. While Beijing has been skeptical about the transferability of the China model outside its borders, governing elites across developing countries have mentioned the China model as an example to follow in light of the apparent failure of the Washington Consensus. North African political leaders have praised the Chinese model, also known as the Beijing Consensus, identifying it as an example of how strategic state intervention in the economy can yield rapid modernization and poverty reduction. 62. The most controversial aspect of the Chinese model, sometimes referred to as the Beijing Consensus, lies in its authoritarian nature. The rise of China challenges the assumption that economic development requires the adoption of democratic values and practices, a key tenet in the dominant development paradigm since the end of the Cold War. Some have argued that the BRI may further expand Chinese standards of trade and investment, increase the power of Chinese-led financial institutions, and accelerate the spread of Beijing's social and political governance. As suggested by Shen Wei, the BRI is not only deployed to facilitate trade but to also socialize participant countries into the new framework that is to be established around the project. 63. Notwithstanding the growing influence of China, the international system shaped by Western superpowers is likely to prevail in the foreseeable future. There is no substantial evidence to suggest that China is actively working on imposing its model and institutions to other countries. Beijing might become an indirect normative power not by directly promoting its political or economic model, but by setting an example, opening the possibility for other countries to mimic its model. 64. China seems more interested in forcing adjustments to the current global order than in radically overthrowing it. International Chinese institutions will continue to coexist in complementarity with Western powers, providing North African countries more options to shape their development strategies. Culture and people-to-people exchange. While China has gained a strong foothold in North Africa economically and diplomatically, the influence of its culture is lagging far behind Western culture. North Africans tend to have scant knowledge of Chinese culture, language and traditions. Algeria is host to one of the largest Chinese communities on the African continent, with an estimated 60,220 contracted Chinese workers living in the country as of 2018.65. But despite this rather substantial number, there has been little social mixing with the local community, due to the language barrier and the fact that Chinese workers tend to live in isolated compounds. In its attempt to expand its cultural and linguistic influence, China has established Confucius Institutes in Tunisia, Morocco, and Egypt. 66. Confucius Institutes are modeled on Western cultural institutes such as France's Institut Français, Germany's Goethe Institute, or the United Kingdom's British Council. Such bodies have operated in Africa since the late 19th century. Despite entering 100 years late in the game, China is now only second to France when it comes to the number of its cultural institutes worldwide. 67. Tourism has also been an important way of developing cross-cultural awareness. With a rapidly increasing middle class, the number of Chinese tourists traveling overseas has boomed in the past decades. North African countries have tried to introduce incentives to attract some 119 China and North Africa 119 of them. Morocco, for instance, removed visa requirements for Chinese citizens visiting the kingdom in 2016. This led the number of Chinese tourists to increase from 118,000 in 2017 to 200,000 in 2019.68. This number remains insignificant compared with the estimated 150 million Chinese tourists traveling annually. 69. Yet the flow of Chinese tourists has already encouraged businesses in the hospitality sector to cater to the tastes of Chinese customers. Hotels in Marrakech have introduced Chinese meals to their menus, and hotels are adding Chinese TV channels to their TV subscriptions. Similar patterns are taking place in Egypt and Tunisia. China's overall positive image in the region, however, is negatively impacted by China's crackdown on the Uyghurs. It is reported that China has forced as many as 1 million Uyghurs into internment in Xinjiang, China's westernmost province. Meanwhile, North African governments, similar to other MENA governments, have remained silent. The fear of jeopardizing their economic relationships with China or being left out of the BRI has led governments across the region to turn a blind eye to China's treatment of the Uyghur community. But beyond economic reasons, many North African and Middle Eastern governments have poor human rights records themselves and tend to prioritize social stability over political rights, much like China. Egypt has even appeared to help China with its Uyghur crackdown. In 2017, Egypt detained dozens of Uyghur students in the country without providing explanations, denying them access to lawyers and their families. 70. Cairo also deported at least 12 Chinese Uyghurs back to China during the same year. Pandemic diplomacy. Since the COVID-19 pandemic, China has launched a campaign to cast itself as a global health leader. The virus initially threatened to damage China's international reputation, but Beijing quickly responded, shifting the narrative from China as a non-transparent, authoritarian state that allowed the spread of the pandemic to an image of a responsible global leader capable of fighting the pandemic domestically and globally. Beijing's international, masked diplomacy emerged as a strategy to enhance its image as a responsible superpower. China made various contributions to the fight against COVID-19 in North Africa. It provided personal protective equipment, PPE, to countries across the region and shared medical advice. In May 2020, it sent a medical team to Algeria to provide technical and medical expertise on the diagnosis and treatment of COVID-19.71. Private Chinese businesses also joined the fight against the coronavirus, with the most visible support being from the Jack Ma Foundation, which offered 3 rounds of medical equipment to all African countries. 72. More recently, China has engaged in what has been described as vaccine diplomacy. Xi Jinping announced that China would make any COVID-19 vaccine it develops a global public good that would be accessible and affordable to developing countries. 73. Egypt's early January 2021 implementation of Sinopharm's vaccine came after participating in clinical trials involving thousands of Egyptians, including Egypt's health minister. 74. Morocco and Algeria also deployed Sinopharm jabs as part of their national rollout plans. Beijing's vaccine diplomacy not only reinforces China's soft power in the region, but also strengthens its diplomatic ties with BRI countries and boosts its financial financial returns. While the PRC is projecting its soft power through medical support and cooperation, the United States and other Western powers have shown little leadership to help curb the spread of the pandemic. In the eyes of many MENA countries, especially those facing severe economic crises, Western states have been selfish, hoarding vaccines at the expense of developing countries. The COVID-19 crisis will likely propel Sino-North African relations once the 120 Tinhin al-Qadi 120 coronavirus is brought under control, although the economic crisis generated by the pandemic is highlighting the fragility of some of Beijing's commitments in the region. Conclusion from Mao's Three World Theory to Xi Jinping's Belt and Road Initiative, China and North African states have developed and sustained strong relations that, over time, have mirrored the evolution of China's dominant foreign policy paradigms. Far from ideological romanticism, the relationship between the Asian giant and North Africa has been shaped by evolving interests and power dynamics. Despite much fanfare, South-South cooperation and win-win relations, Sino-North African relations reproduce the same patterns of unequal exchange observed in North Africa's economic relations with Western countries. This is due primarily to the low levels of diversification and sophistication of North African economies. Concurrently, the expanding Chinese trade presence in North Africa has undeniably induced pain to the region's manufacturing sector, hindering key employment-generating industries. But it is also the case that in countries like Algeria and Egypt, the price competitiveness of Chinese construction firms and their preferential access to government loans has helped to build much-needed infrastructure. In a global context characterized by the retreat of the United States from its leadership role, especially under the Trump administration, China has signaled its desire to play a more active role in the international system and has doubled down on soft power. China's development model, which has lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty while maintaining its closed, authoritarian system, represents an interesting model for many leaders across the MENA region. While Chinese culture and language remain rather weak in the region, the rise of China as a superpower is challenging established international norms and practices, opening new paths for North African countries in the global order. The BRI offers a window of opportunity for deepening Sino-North African relations, with announced increased Chinese investment into manufacturing and tech sectors. This discussion inspires a serious rethink of that old chestnut, regional integration. Integration will contribute to improving the bargaining power and competitiveness of North Africa as a region in a way that can allow each country to better harness the benefits of foreign investment in general and Chinese investment in particular. Moving beyond the current bilateral relations with China is hence a necessary step to help even out the unbalanced relationships of the Asian giant with the region. Notes 1 for the purposes of this chapter, North Africa includes Egypt, Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, and Morocco. 2 all figures throughout are in US dollar, unless otherwise noted. 3 Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China, the 8th Ministerial Meeting of the China-Arab States Cooperation Forum, CASCF, held in Beijing, July 10, 2018, www.fmprc.gov.cn/FINCXXX660 T157661.SHTML 4 World Integrated Trade Solution, WITS, https://wits.wrldbank.org. 5 other MENA countries with strategic comprehensive partnerships with China are Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Iran. For more on China's partnership diplomacy, see Chapter 20 of this volume. 6 C. Herbert Joch, Chinese Investments in Africa, 21st Century Colonialism. New Labor Forum, blog, the 17th of May 2011, https://newlaborforum.cuni.edu/2011-05-17 Chinese Investment S and Offer I Kutuo, First Century Colonialism, 2 Kambilumumakasango, China-Africa Relations, a Neo-Imperialism or Neo-Colonialism, a Reflection Asterisk, African and Asian Studies 10, 2-3, the 1st of January 121 China and North Africa 121 2011, 234-266, a Diora Osandiodi, China and Africa, Human Rights Perspective, Africa Development 41-1, 2016, 4980, 7 C. Zhangwu and Jiang Cheng, Poverty Alleviation in the People's Republic of China, the Implications for Sino-African Cooperation and Poverty Reduction, African Development Review 22, S1, 2010, 629-643, Jason Zian and Safai Vachetto, China's Business Engagement in Africa, The Chinese Economy 44-2, 2011, 4357, D.H. Shin, An Opportunistic Ally, Harvard International Review 29-2, 2007, 5256, 8 David Hudson and Adrian Leftwich, From Political Economy to Political Analysis, Developmental Leadership Program, 25, 2014, 123, 9 Thierry Perrault, La China Maghreb, de l'Esprit de Bandung et Grave l'Esprit du Capitalisme, Review de la Régulation, Capitalism, Institutions, Puvars, 21, 2017, 10 Stephen Chen, ed. The Morality of China in Africa, The Middle Kingdom in the Dark Continent, London, Z Books, 2013. 11 Herbert S. Yee, The Three World Theory and Post-Mao China's Global Strategy, International Affairs, Royal Institute of International Affairs 1944, 59-2, 1983, 239-249. 12 Arbid, 13 Ayman Belhaj, D. Gangsun and Zalbir Yahya, China and North Africa, A Strategic Partnership, in Yahya H. Zalbir and Gregory White, EDS, North African Politics, Change and Continuity, London, Routledge, 2015. 14 Kyle Haddad Fonda, An Illusory Alliance, Revolutionary Legitimacy in Sino-Algerian Relations, 1958-1962, The Journal of North African Studies 1903, 2014, 338-357. 15 Haddad Fonda, An Illusory Alliance. 16 Muhammad S. Alimat, China and North Africa since World War II, A Bilateral Approach by Muhammad S. Alimat, Lanham, M.D., Lexington Books, 2014. 17 Richard A. Idu and Steve Hess, Non-Interference 2.0, China's Evolving Foreign Policy Towards a Changing Africa, Journal of Current Chinese Affairs 44-1, 2015, 107-139. 18 Victor Carnero Vieira, From Third World Theory to Belt and Road Initiative, International Aid as a Chinese Foreign Policy Tool, Contexto International 41-3, 2019, 529-551. 19 and Chen Li, China and Africa, Policy and Challenges, China Security 3-3, 2013. 20 Wei Wei Zhang, Ideology and Economic Reform under Deng Xiaoping, 1978-1993, London, Routledge, 1996. 21 Vieira, From Third World Theory to Belt and Road Initiative. 22 Zhu Tongdan, Sino-African Relations in the 1990s, 6. 23 on FOCAC and CASCF, see Chapter 26 of this volume. 24 Yahya H. Zalbir, Expanding Sino-Maghreb Relations, NT, 30. 25 World Integrated Trade Solutions, WIT, https://wits.worldbank.org. 26 The Washington Consensus is a set of 10 economic policy prescriptions considered to constitute a blueprint for indebted economies across the global south in the 1980s and 1990s. Policies included trade liberalization, privatization of state-owned enterprises, and financial deregulation. 27 Sudan is another illustration of China's changing norm of non-interference in the region. With mounting international criticism on Beijing's close ties with Omar al-Bashir's regime amid allegations of genocide in Darfur, China used its influence with the Sudanese government and in the UN Security Council to help the deployment of UN peacekeepers to Darfur in 2008. 28 Andrew Garwood Gowers, China and the responsibility to protect the implications of the Libyan intervention. Asian Journal of International Law 22, 2012, 375-393. 29 Garwood Gowers, China and the responsibility to protect. 30 Lise Janvier and Jacob Kohlser, Chinese investments and employment creation in Algeria and Egypt. African Development Bank, 2012, https://ecdpm.org wp and uploads 2013 10 Chinese NTS employment creed in Algeria Egypt 2012.pdf. 35,860 Chinese nationals in Libya evacuated. People's Daily, March 11, 2011, http://en.people.cn/90,001 90,776 90,883 7306385.html 31 Yip and Wall, Understanding China's Belt and Road Initiative, Motivation, Framework and Assessment, China Economic Review 40, 2016, 314 321. 32 Wall, Understanding China's Belt and Road Initiative. 33 Egypt Independent, China plans to increase investments in Egypt by $15 billion. Ambassador, Egypt Independent, September 29, 2019, Sec. Business, https://egyptindependent.com China plans to increase investments in Egypt by $15 billion. Ambassador 122 Tin Hinan El-Qadi 12234 Thierry Perrault and Fatima Talahide, China Algeria, Un Relation Singulier en Afrique, Paris, Ravi Nouve, 2014. 35 Andrew Chafsky and James McBride, China's Massive Belt and Road Initiative, CFR, the 28th of January 2020, www.cfr.org/backgrounder China's Massive Belt and Road Initiative. 36 Lumumba Songo, China-Africa Relations. 37 Jason Ziyun and Safai Vachetto, China's Business Engagement in Africa, the Chinese Economy 44-2, 2011, 4357. 38 The Observatory of Economic Complexity, OEC, Bilateral Trade Data, https://oec.world on profile bilateral country partner CHN 39 The Observatory of Economic Complexity, OEC, Bilateral Trade Data. 40 Frederick Lurie and Sandiao Utami, China's Balancing Act in Libya, Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, https://carnegieendowment.org 2020-05-10 China's Balancing Act in Libya, pub 81757-41 The Observatory of Economic Complexity, OEC, Bilateral Trade Data. 42 The Observatory of Economic Complexity, OEC, Bilateral Trade Data. 43 World's Top Exports, Oranges Imports by Country, June 14, 2020, www.worldstopexports.com/international markets for imported oranges by country. 44 Janvier and Kohlser, Chinese investments and employment creation in Algeria and Egypt. 45 Mohamed Tazi, Director of the Association Moroccan des Industries du Textile et Habillement, AMITH, quoted in media reports, www.leconomism.com/article 904882 Exportations Textile Guerre des Chiffres 46 http://fec.mofcom.gov.cn/article TJSJ47 Giles Mohan and Maytan Mullins, Chinese Migrants in Africa as New Agents of Development, an Analytical Framework, the European Journal of Development Research 21-4, 2009, 588-605. 48 Central Bank of Egypt, Foreign Direct Investments in Egypt by Country, www.cbe.org.eg/layouts 15, won't be framed. Aspects question source equals 1988085 55 CD4D5 BD91 D4F81 CCE70 CB and file equals net foreign direct investments in Egypt FDI by country annual.xls%201.xls action equals default 49 MOFCOM. The statistical bulletin of China's outward foreign direct investment. 50 The standard definition of foreign direct investment adopted by international organizations entails an investor holding 10% or more of shares or voting rights of a company and the investor being involved long-term in the management of this company. EGC OECD definition and OECD Economic Outlook 2003. 51 Vincent Castle, Paul Mahia, and Jacob Kohlser, the BRICs in North Africa, changing the name of the game. Abidjan, African Development Bank, 2011. 52 Perrault, La China Maghreb. 53 Huawei helps Tunisia promote ICT talents and digital economy. The 4th of April 2019, www.huawei.com on News 2019 for Tunisia talents digital economy. 54 Capitalist, 2019, DIF 2019, Huawei recompense pour saves 20 ND existence on Tunisia, http://capitalist. Com Tunisia 2019-06-25 type 2019 Huawei recompense pour saves 20 ND existence on Tunisia 55 Reuters, 2019, Morocco's BMCE Bank looks to build on China ties to deliver $11 billion tech city, www.reuters.com/article Morocco China Bank. Morocco's bank looks to build on China ties to deliver $11 billion tech city at USKC N1 UK23856. Chinese CCCC and CRBC companies take over construction of industrial hub near 10 years. The North Africa Post, April 29, 2019, http://northafricapost.com 30,377 Chinese CCCC CRBC companies take over construction of industrial hub near 10 years. HTML 57 Construction Review Online. Morocco begins construction of new tech city in 10 year. Construction Review Online, the 9th of July 2019, https://constructionreviewonline.com 2019-07 Morocco begins construction of new tech city in 10 year. 58 Peter J. Buckley, China's Belt and Road Initiative and the COVID-19 crisis. Journal of International Business Policy 33, 2020, 311, 314. 59 Lee Jones and Shahar Hamari, debunking the myth of debt trap diplomacy. Chatham House, 2020, 44. 60 Arab Barometer, is this China's moment in MENA? July 2020, www.arabbarometer.org/2020-07 is this China's moment in MENA 61. For more on China's soft power in MENA, see Chapter 18 of this volume. 62 Kal Haddad Fonda, Egypt and other Arab states embrace a Chinese model of development. World Politics Review, March 2017, www.worldpoliticsreview.com/articles 21,545 Egypt and other Arab states embrace a Chinese model of development. 123 China and North Africa 12363 found in Larry Cottabacker, Law at the End of the Day. Reflections on Shenwei, One Belt One Road Initiative and Beyond in the context of anti-globalization, Law at the End of the Day. Blog, April 25, 2017, https://lcbackerblog.blogspot.com/2017-04 Reflections on Shenwei One Belt One. HTML 64 Horty Kuro, China's impact on the Middle East and North Africa's regional order, unfolding regional effects of challenging the global order. Contemporary Arab Affairs 13-1, 2020, 86-104, 65 China Med data, number of Chinese contract workers in Algeria, 2018, www.chinamed.it/China Med data North Africa Algeria 66. The Algerian government has so far refused to open a Confucius Institute on its territory, citing religious reasons. 67 Kamili Hadu, China's language and cultural centers are growing faster across Africa than we thought. Courts Africa, August 2018, https://qz.com Africa 1351749 China's Confucius Institutes in Africa spread Mandarin culture 68 Yahya H. Zelbier, expanding Sino-Maghreb relations, Chatham House, 2019, 69 Zheng Sai, decades of growth spur rise in overseas travel, China Daily, September 2019, www.chinadaily.com.cn/global 2019-09-20 content, 375-11366.htm, 70 Human Rights Watch, Egypt, don't deport Uyghurs to China, July 8, 2017, www.hrw.org/news 2017-07-08 Egypt, don't deport Uyghurs China 71 Algeria and other countries in the region helped China itself at the onset of the outbreak, 72 Jack Ma Foundation donates masks, testing kits to Africa for COVID-19 control, Xinhua March 17, 2020, www.xinhuanet.com/English 2020-0317C 1388764.htm 73 China-Africa cooperation, diplomats from 50 African countries visit Sinopharm CNBG, CGTN, https://news.cgtn.com/news 3551444434514464666364646464646 index.html 74 Ruth Michelson, vaccine diplomacy sees Egypt roll out Chinese coronavirus jab, www.theguardian.com global development 2020 DAC 30 vaccine diplomacy sees Egypt roll out Chinese coronavirus jab references, 35,860 Chinese nationals in Libya evacuated, People's Daily, March 11, 2011, http://en.people.cn/90,001 90,776 90,883 7306385.html Adu, Richard and Steve Hess, Non-Interference 2.0, China's Evolving Foreign Policy Towards a Changing Africa, Journal of Current Chinese Affairs 44-1, 2015, 107-139, Alden, Chris, China in Africa, Survival 47-3, 2005, 147-164, Backer, Larry Cotta, Law at the End of the Day, Reflections on Shen Wei, One Belt One Road Initiative and Beyond in the Context of Anti-Globalization, Law at the End of the Day, blog, April 25, 2017, https://lcbackerblog.blogspot.com/2017-04 Reflections on Shen Wei One Belt One.html Belhaj, Imin, Santi Dang, and Yahya Zelbier, China and North Africa, a strategic partnership, in Yahya H. Zelbier and Gregory White, EDS, North African Politics, Change and Continuity, London, Routledge, 2015, Brodigam, Deborah, Chinese Aid and African Development, Exporting Green Revolution, London, Palgrave Macmillan, 1998, Buckley, Peter J., China's Belt and Road Initiative and the COVID-19 Crisis, Journal of International Business Policy 33, 2020, 311-314, Castle, Vincent, Paul Mahia, and Jacob Colser, the BRICs in North Africa, Changing the Name of the Game, Abidjan, African Development Bank, 2011, Chen, Stephen, ed. The Morality of China in Africa, The Middle Kingdom in the Dark Continent, London, Z Books, 2013, Atsky, Andrew and James McBride, China's Massive Belt and Road Initiative, CFR, January 28, 2020, www.cfr.org/backgrounder China's Massive Belt and Road Initiative, China-Africa Cooperation, diplomats from 50 African countries visit Sinopharm CNBG, CGTN, October 16, 2020, https://news.cgtn.com/news 3551444434514464666364666464646 index.html China plans to increase investments in Egypt by $15 billion, Ambassador, Egypt Independent, September 29, 2019, https://egyptindependent.com China plans to increase investments in Egypt by $15 billion Ambassador 124 Tinhine Nilkadi 124, data on export, import, tariff, NTM, World Integrated Trade Solution, continuously updated, https://wits.worldbank.org Egypt, don't deport Uyghurs to China, Human Rights Watch, July 8, 2017, www.hrw.org/news 2017-07-08 Egypt, don't deport Uyghurs China, Egypt's health minister receives second shot of Chinese coronavirus vaccine, politics, Egypt, Aram Online, October 2020, http://english.aram.org.eg/news content 164,388,741 Egypt politics, Egypt's health minister receives ND shot of Chinese. Aspects Garwood Gowers, Andrew, China and the responsibility to protect the implications of the Lydian intervention, Asian Journal of International Law 22, 2012, 375-393, Haddad Fonda, Kyle, Egypt and other Arab states embrace a Chinese model of development, World Politics Review, March 2017, www.worldpoliticsreview.com/articles 21,545 Egypt and other Arab states embrace a Chinese model of development, Haddad Fonda, Kyle, an illusory alliance, Revolutionary Legitimacy in Sino-Algerian Relations, 1958-1962, The Journal of North African Studies 1903, 2014, 338-57, Wang, Yuping, Understanding China's Belt and Road Initiative, Motivation, Framework and Assessment, China Economic Review 40, 2016, 314-321, Huawei helps Tunisia promote ICT talents and digital economy, Huawei, April 4, 2019, www.huawei.com on News 2019 for Tunisia talents digital economy Hudson, David and Adrian Leftwich, From Political Economy to Political Analysis, Developmental Leadership Program, 25, 2014, 123. Is this China's moment in MENA? Arab Barometer, July 2020, www.arabbarometer.org/2020-07 Is this China's moment in MENA? Jack Ma Foundation donates masks, testing kits to Africa for COVID-19 control, Xinhua, March 17, 2020, www.xinhuanet.com/English 2020-03-17C 1388764.atm Janvier, Least and Jacob Colser, Chinese Investments and Employment Creation in Algeria and Egypt, Abidjan, African Development Bank, 2012, https://ecdpm.org WP Content Uploads 2013 10 Chinese Investments Employment Creation Algeria Egypt, 2012.pdf George Herbert, Chinese Investments in Africa, 21st Century Colonialism, New Labor Forum, May 17, 2011, https://newlaborforum.cuni.edu/2011-05-17 Chinese Investments in Africa 21st Century Colonialism Jones, Lee and Shahar Hamari, Debunking the Myth of Debt Trap Diplomacy, How Recipient Countries Shake China's Belt and Road Initiative, Chatham House, August 19, 2020, www.chathamhouse.org 2020 08 Debunking Myth Debt Trap Diplomacy Lee and Chen, China and Africa, Policy and Challenges, China Security 33, 2013, Lai Jiatu, Kame, China's language and cultural centers are growing faster across Africa than we thought, Courts Africa, August 2018, https://qz.com Africa 1351749 China's Confucius Institutes in Africa Spread Mandarin Culture Lumumba Sango to Ikumbi, China-Africa Relations, a Neo-Imperialism or Neo-Colonialism, a Reflection, African and Asian Studies 10, 2-3, 2011, 234-266, Marafa, Lal Mohammed, Africa's Business and Development Relationship with China, Uppsala, Nordisk African Institute, 2009, www.devoportal.org/get, devo2:272966, full text 02.pdf Michelson, Ruth, Vaccine Diplomacy sees Egypt roll out Chinese coronavirus jab, December 30, 2020, www.theguardian.com/global development 2020-30 Vaccine Diplomacy sees Egypt roll out Chinese coronavirus jab Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China, the 8th Ministerial Meeting of the China-Arab States Cooperation Forum, CASCF, held in Beijing, July 10, 2018, www.fmprc.gov.cn/mfyxxx660 2805 T157661.shtml Mohan, Giles, and May Tan Mullen, Chinese Migrants in Africa as New Agents of Development, an Analytical Framework, the European Journal of Development Research, 21-4, 2009, 588-605. Morocco begins construction of new tech city in 10-year, Construction Review Online, July 9, 2019, https://constructionreviewonline.com 2019-07 Morocco begins construction of new tech city in 10-year, number of Chinese contract workers in Algeria, China Med continuously updated, www.chinamed.it China Med North Africa Algeria, OEC, bilateral trade data, the Observatory of Economic Complexity, continuously updated, https://oec.world on profile bilateral country, SAO partner CHN 125 China and North Africa 125 Alamat, Muhammad S, China and North Africa since World War II, a bilateral approach, Lenham, N.D., Lexington Books, 2014, Oranges imports by country, world's top exports, June 14, 2020, www.worldstopexports.com/international markets for imported oranges by country Osan Diodi, Adara, China and Africa, Human Rights Perspective, Africa Development 41-1, 2016, 4980, Peralt, Thierry, La China Maghreb, de l'esprit abandon et grave les rage du capitalisme, Review de la Regulation, Capitalism, Institutions, Pouvars, 21, June 1, 2017, Peralt, Thierry and Fatih Talabite, China Algerie, une relation singulière en Afrique. Paris, Ravi Nouve, 2014, Jing Cao, From Revolution to Business, China's Changing Discourse on Africa, in Stephen Chen, ed. The Morality of China and Africa, The Middle Kingdom in the Dark Continent, London, Z Books, 2013, Quiro, Jordi, China's Impact on the Middle East and North Africa's Regional Order, Unfolding Regional Effects of Challenging the Global Order, Contemporary Arab Affairs 13-1, 2020, 86-104, Shin, D.H., An Opportunistic Ally, Harvard International Review, 9-2, 2007, 52-56, Sai Cheng, Decades of Growth Spur Rise in Overseas Travel, China Daily, September 2019, www.chinadaily.com.cn/global 2019-09-20 Content, 375-11366.htm Vieira, Victor Carnero, From Third World Theory to Belt and Road Initiative, International Aid as a Chinese Foreign Policy Tool, Contexto International 41-3, 2019, 529-551. Very, Frederick and Sandiao Utami, China's Balancing Act in Libya, Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, May 10, 2020, https://carnegieendowment.org 2020-05 10 China's Balancing Act in Libya, Pub 81757 Wu Zhong and Jiang Cheng, Poverty Alleviation in the People's Republic of China, The Implications for Sino-African Cooperation and Poverty Reduction, African Development Review 22-1, 2010, 629-643, Yan Zutang, Sino-African Relations in the 1990s, CSIS Africa Notes, April 19, 1988, Yi, Herbert S., The Three World Theory and Post-China's Global Strategy, International Affairs, Royal Institute of International Affairs 1944, 59-2, 1983, 239-249, Yun, Jason Z. and Safai Vachetto, China's Business Engagement in Africa, The Chinese Economy 44-2, 2011, 43-57, Youssef, Naor, Egyptian police detain mayors and deport them to China, The New York Times, July 26, 2017, www.newyorktimes.com/2017-07-06 World Asia Egypt Muslim Twitters Deportations Xinjiang China, HTML Zhong Weiwei, Ideology and Economic Reform under Deng Xiaoping, 1978-1993, London, Routledge, 1996, Zelbir, Yaya H., Expanding Sino-Maghreb Relations, Chatham House, February 2020, www.chathamhouse.org 2020-02 Expanding Sino-Maghreb Relations 126 doi, 10.43224/9781003034520-11 9 China-Egypt relations during the BRI era and beyond. Unusual connections between China and Egypt have a long historical basis. Historical records and archaeological excavations indicate that the earliest direct contacts between China and Egypt date back to the 1st or 2nd century BC and comprise goods and personnel exchanges between China's Han Dynasty and Hellenistic Egypt during the Ptolemy Dynasty. After the second half of the 2nd century AD, Egypt became a transit point of the maritime Silk Road, which connected China to Europe, and experienced prosperous trade activities. Archaeologists have unearthed a large number of Chinese porcelains in the ancient city of Fustat, including Sangkai, Celadon, and white porcelain from the Tang Dynasty, and blue and white porcelain and colored porcelain from the Ming and Qing dynasties. These findings are evidence of ancient trade links between the Chinese and Egyptian peoples. During the Arab Islamic era, Cairo, the capital of contemporary Egypt, and the Al-Azhar Mosque, a beacon of Islamic civilization, were both built and flourished under the Fatimid dynasty. It was also at that time that Egypt sent diplomatic envoys to China for the first time. It is well documented that in the year 1008, the Fatimid Egyptian sea captain Damiyat, in the name of his ruling imam, Al-Hakim by Amr Allah, traveled to a Buddhist pilgrimage site in Shandong in order to present Emperor Zenzong of the Song dynasty with gifts from his imam Tat I. As a result, Egypt became one of the few Middle Eastern countries to establish diplomatic relations with China in pre-modern times. In modern history, Egypt has also developed close relations with China. It was both the first Arab and the first African country to establish diplomatic relations with the People's Republic of China, PRC. From 1990 to 2019, Chinese heads of state visited Egypt 10 times in total, more than their visits to any other country in the Middle East or Africa. Egypt is China's first comprehensive strategic partner in North Africa. It is also the only Middle Eastern country to have participated in China's anti-Japanese war anniversary parade in September 2015.2. This chapter answers the following questions. How has the relationship between contemporary China and Egypt evolved? What role has Egypt played in China's Belt and Road Initiative, BRA, since it was launched in 2013? In which direction will China-Egypt relations head in the future? 127 China-Egypt relations during BRA and beyond. 127 The development of contemporary China-Egypt relations, from ideological sympathy to economic cooperation as early as 1947, before the founding of the People's Republic of China, PRC, Mao Zedong stated in his article, "The current situation and our task, our own destiny should be entirely controlled by ourselves. We should eliminate all the weak and incompetent mentality within ourselves. All views that overestimate the power of the enemy and underestimate the power of the people are wrong." 3D statements reflect Mao's critical view of China's weak diplomatic history prior to the establishment of the PRC. As a result of this view, China adopted a lean to one side policy and allied with the Soviet Union after 1949. However, Sino-Soviet relations began to deteriorate after 1956 due to ideological disagreement with regard to the Soviet Union's Stalinization and Marxist revisionism. As a result, Mao Zedong adjusted China's national strategy to oppose both the United States and the Soviet Union simultaneously. In order to break the diplomatic siege of the United States and the Soviet Union, intermediate zone and third world countries became China's primary partners. 4 Egypt established diplomatic relations with China on May 30, 1956, becoming the first country in the entire African region and the Arab world to establish diplomatic relations with China. Within the international environment, the importance of Egypt, which occupied a pivotal position in the third world, was highlighted by China. After the Egyptian Revolution of 1952, China gradually became interested in the situation in the Middle East and increased its support for Arab countries' national liberation movements and the Palestinian cause against Israel, attempting to establish a unified front against the imperialist Camp Dac 5. Following the July Revolution in 1952, Egypt's relations with Western countries became increasingly tense, while its cooperation with the Soviet Union and other socialist countries strengthened. 2 decisive events contributed to the establishment of diplomatic relations between China and Egypt. First, from April 18, 1955, a total of 29 countries in Asia and Africa convened the Bandung Conference, also known as the First Asian African Conference, in Bandung, Indonesia. Through the conference, they actively advocated the joint boycott of colonialism and neo-colonialism, and promoted economic and cultural exchanges among Asian and African countries. During the conference, Chinese Prime Minister Zhu Enlai and Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser took the opportunity to establish a personal friendship. During the meeting, they reached a general policy of cooperation, announcing plans that, starting from economics and trade, first set up business representative offices to each other, and gradually normalize relations between the two countries. After the end of the Bandung Conference, despite the progress made in Sino-Egyptian relations, the establishment of diplomatic ties between the two countries had not been finalized. 6 The Soviet Union also declared its conditional approval for the United Nations to implement a comprehensive arms embargo on the Middle East. In April 1956, without consultation with Egypt, Khrushchev stated that if Western countries promised not to sell weapons to the Middle East, the Soviet Union would be willing to enforce the embargo. Aware that member states of the United Nations might impose a comprehensive arms embargo on the Middle East, the Egyptian government announced its official recognition of the People's Republic of China on May 16, 1956 to open an option for a third path. 7 From 1966 to 1969, due to the outbreak of the Chinese Cultural Revolution, the Chinese diplomatic mission in Egypt was completely paralyzed, which led to the stagnation of Sino-Egyptian relations. However, despite the wave of Chinese ambassadors recalled from middle 128 to 128 Eastern countries at that time, the Chinese embassy in Cairo was left as China's only remaining diplomatic institution in the region, showing China's appreciation of Egypt's regional status. During the period from 1970 to 1979, China pursued a foreign policy of establishing an anti-Soviet united front and made pragmatic adjustments to its foreign policy toward the Middle Eastern region. The Fourth Middle East War, or the Yom Kippur War as it is referred to in English, which broke out in October 1973, changed the course of bilateral stagnation between China and Egypt. During the war, in addition to criticizing the imperialist U.S. and revisionist Soviet Union, China also substantially supported Egypt by providing it with $10 million in cash, 100,000 tons of wheat, and 30,000 pieces of military equipment. 10 After Egypt and Israel signed a peace agreement in 1979, Egypt became severely isolated in the Arab and Islamic worlds. However, China not only expressed a full understanding of Egypt's peace initiative, but also tried to dissuade Arab countries and Palestinian factions from boycotting Egypt by emphasizing the importance of Arab unity. These supportive actions from China further strengthened China-Egypt relations. 11 In 1978, at the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, the Chinese government decided to shift its focus to economic development and committed itself to creating a peaceful international environment conducive to China's modernization. 12 Guided by this national policy, striving for a peaceful international environment and pursuing national economic interests became the primary goals of China's foreign policy. Around the same time, on October 13, 1981, Mubarak was elected president of Egypt and began to pursue the principle of prioritizing Egypt's national interests. Mubarak's maintenance of a delicate balance across Egypt's foreign relations was a success for Egyptian diplomacy. During the 1980s, Mubarak attached great importance to Egypt's relationship with China, and the leaders of the two countries exchanged frequent visits. Mubarak visited China a total of 9 times, including twice during his tenure as vice president. Since the 1980s, China-Egypt relations have developed in a comprehensive fashion and have been vigorously elevated. 13 The two countries have deepened their mutual understanding and increasingly rely on each other as their common interests and stances forces have increasingly aligned. They have frequently supported each other and cooperated in international affairs. In 1989, when Western powers imposed economic sanctions on China, Egypt invited the then Chinese President Yang Shangkun to visit Egypt and expressed understanding and support for China. In addition, at international events, China and Egypt have also jointly opposed Western standards of human rights, interventionism. 14 Since the end of the Cold War, in addition to continuing to strengthen the economic cooperation that began in the 1980s, China and Egypt have also improved bilateral cooperation in politics, security, culture, and education. In terms of politics, during his visit to China from April 5, 1999, Egyptian President Mubarak announced the establishment of a Sino-Egyptian strategic cooperative relationship. Egypt became the first country in both Africa and the Middle East to establish this kind of relationship with China. 15 Subsequently, in June 2006, the two countries signed the framework on deepening the strategic cooperation between the two countries. 16 On the economic front, the two governments have actively promoted the expansion of economic cooperation, and bilateral trade has maintained an overall trend of growth. As for investment, in the first decade of the 21st century, China's investment in Egypt increased significantly in both quantity and variety, covering oil exploration, electrical appliance manufacturing, textiles, communications, railways, and other fields. 129 China-Egypt relations during BRI and beyond. 129 China-Egypt relations in the BRI era, strategic synergy. In September and October 2013, Chinese President Xi Jinping proposed cooperative initiatives for the construction of the New Silk Road Economic Belt and 21st Century Maritime Silk Road in Kazakhstan and Indonesia, respectively. These initiatives have since been designated collectively as the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI. In recent years, the BRI has been a top priority in China's diplomacy. During his presidential campaign in 2014, Egyptian President El-Sisi proposed a Renaissance plan that included a number of projects and strategic development plans in specific areas. Due to the huge potential for development cooperation between the two countries, strategic synergy has become a common term in the speeches, official documents, and media reports of Chinese and Egyptian leaders when referring to the bilateral relationship. 18 As far as China is concerned, its strategic resources and capabilities are not sufficient to singularly conduct all development projects in Egypt, and as a foreign country, China cannot understand Egypt's national conditions more clearly than Egypt itself. Therefore, any Chinese development initiative must be in line with Egypt's own strategy. As far as Egypt is concerned, China's BRI provides an opportunity for Egypt to better achieve its national strategic goals in terms of financial resources and technology. In view of this, both countries require China's BRI to connect with Egypt's own national development strategy. There are two factors that ensure the strategic connection between China and Egypt: strong recognition and support from the elites of both countries, and the existing long-term cooperation mechanisms between the two countries. First, political elites in both countries are aware of the importance of strategic synergy. When meeting with President El-Sisi in 2017, President Xi Jinping emphasized that China and Egypt should connect their development strategies and facilitate infrastructure construction and production capacity cooperation. Given Egypt's status as a major representative of emerging economy in the Arab, African, and Islamic worlds, China intends to brand its relations with Egypt as a pilot model in BRI countries. 19 Egyptian elites also believe that Egypt should connect with China's BRI. President El-Sisi said at the press conference for the 2017 World Youth Forum that Egypt would work with China to develop mutually beneficial cooperation within the framework of the BRI. 20 Second, the existing cooperation mechanisms between China and Egypt guarantee strategic synergy. China and Egypt have formed joint committees, working groups, and coordination committees in many fields, the most important of which include the China-Egypt Economic and Trade Joint Commission, the China-Egypt Defense Cooperation Committee, the China-Egypt Science and Technology Joint Commission, the China-Egypt Cultural Joint Committee, and the China-Egypt Agriculture Joint Committee. It is worth mentioning that in 2014, the Egyptian government established a China Affairs Group directly led by its Prime Minister in order to promote and implement political and economic cooperation between China and Egypt. 21 Taking science and technology cooperation as an example, China and Egypt had at least three levels of strategic interface: the top-level design between the two governments, the country's multilateral cooperation framework, and private sector market mechanisms. First, the two governments have a well-established top-level design for technology transfer cooperation. The first scientific and technological cooperation agreement between China and Egypt, signed on April 3, 1983, established the basic framework for the two countries to share scientific and technological knowledge and experience. 22 From 1990 to 2019, the Sino-Egyptian Intergovernmental Joint Committee on Science and Technology Cooperation held 8 sessions, usually co-chaired by the heads of the science and technology departments of the governments of the two countries, mainly to introduce the two countries' science and technology 132 on 130 development and planning, and to design technology strategy synergy measures. 23 Under the Chinese Ministry of Science and Technology, the technical management departments of the two countries have also achieved regular exchanges and cooperation. For example, the China-Egypt Pesticide Management Organization held its first meeting and signed a cooperation memorandum in 2014, and has since held the exchange meeting 3 additional times. 24 In addition, in 2014, China and Egypt signed a comprehensive strategic partnership agreement, of which technology transfer, such as space cooperation, is a particularly prominent part. On January 16, 2016, the Economic and Commercial Counselor of the Chinese Embassy in Egypt, acting on behalf of China's Ministry of Commerce, together with the Director of Egypt's National Institute of Remote Sensing Space Science, officially signed the People's Republic of China Government Assistance Agreement for the implementation of the Satellite Assembly Integration and Test Center project in Egypt. This project has become China's largest non-reimbursable aid project for technical cooperation since the Tanzania-Zambia Railway was built in 1960s.25. On January 22, 2019, China and Egypt signed an agreement to implement Egypt's Mitrasat-2 satellite, which is being designed by both countries' scientists. The implementation of this project has the potential to strengthen the construction of Egyptian aerospace technology and lay the foundation for further deepening scientific and technological cooperation between China and Egypt. 26 Second, China and Egypt have carried out technical cooperation through the China-Arab State Technology Transfer Center. Responding to the initiative of President Xi Jinping at the 6th China-Arab Ministerial Cooperation Forum, the Chinese Ministry of Science and Technology decided in January 2015 that Ningxia Province would be responsible for accumulating national scientific and technological innovation elements and technical resources to lead the construction of the China-Arab State Technology Transfer Center in cooperation with the Arab League Secretariat. Through the center, China and Egypt primarily carry out technical cooperation in the following 2 respects. First, by actively engaging with Egypt's Arab Institute of Technology and Maritime Transport, the China-Arab State Technology Transfer Center holds technology promotion meetings in Egypt and provides foreign aid technical training courses, as well as national innovation and entrepreneurship training courses, to cultivate the seeds of technology transfer between China and Egypt. On April 30, 2017, the China-Egypt Science and Technology Cooperation Project Promotion and Synergy meeting, jointly organized by the China-Arab Technology Transfer Center and the Arab League Maritime Academy, was held at the Arab League Maritime Academy located in Cairo. 27 The China-Arab Technology Transfer Center, in close cooperation with the International Cooperation Cooperation Department of the Chinese Ministry of Science and Technology and the China Science and Technology Exchange Center has hosted, undertaken, and co-sponsored a science and technology workshop, which focuses on the application of special technologies, such as the ADUIOBOOK satellite, dry farming and water conservation, and desertification, several times. The science and technology workshop offers 11 sessions of training courses that are received by trainees from many Arab countries, including Egypt. Second, a network of Sino-Egyptian technology transfer and cooperation institutions has been established in cooperation with relevant domestic and foreign enterprises, scientific research institutions, universities, and intermediary service institutions. At present, the main collaborating institutions in Egypt are the Arab Institute of Science and Technology and the Egyptian Academy of Science and Technology, and the Chinese partners include the Chinese Academy of Tropical Agricultural Sciences, Shanghai Jiaotong University, Ningxia University, Northern Minzu University, the Silk Road Group, and Shanghai Shenwang Health Technology Company. 28 131 China-Egypt relations during BRA and beyond 131. Third, private Chinese companies have also taken part in technology transfer and cooperation between the two countries through investment and by setting up factories in Egypt. For example, in April 2019, Egyptian Minister of Military Production Mohammed El Asser and Egyptian Minister of Trade and Industry Amr Nasser attended the signing ceremony of a partnership agreement between China and Egypt to jointly manufacture electric vehicles in Egypt. The project's investor is Wangxiang Group, from Hangzhou. The cooperation agreement includes the joint manufacture of 2,000 buses within 4 years. The project will also cooperate with Egyptian military factories to manufacture other types of electric vehicles. 29. Another example is China's Yashi Egypt Fiberglass Company, Limited, which is a Chinese industrial manufacturing project in Egypt with the largest amount of investment, the most advanced technology and equipment, and the fastest construction speed among Chinese private enterprises in Egypt. The Chinese company has invested $520 million in Yashi Egypt's factories and production lines. It has been active since 2012 and represents 3 of the world's most advanced glass fiber production lines, with an annual output of 200,000 tons. By cooperating with the Chinese company, Egypt took only 7 years to become the 5th largest glass fiber exporter in the world. 30 Prospects for future China-Egypt relations. Beyond economic cooperation, shared recognition of the state-led development model. In the future, both China and Egypt will have to improve their national governance capacity. The modernization of governance systems is an area in which the two countries may learn from each other. In terms of domestic functions, the state is an entity composed of a group of political institutions that formulate and implement relevant policies. These institutions include the military, police, tax and administrative departments, courts, and welfare agencies. As far as international functions are concerned, the state is a sovereign entity that controls territories and is responsible for practicing international relations. 31 State capability is closely related to the government's institutional functions, including defending national territory, formulating and enforcing rules, collecting taxes, and managing the economy. 32 Building a strong country, legal system, and responsive government are the internal goals of the modernization of governance in both countries. On the basis of their common understanding and objective of building national capacity, China and Egypt may further connect their economic development strategies in the future. First, both China and Egypt attach importance to the relationship between infrastructure construction and economic development in order to achieve long-term development and make the results truly benefit ordinary people. Since Egyptian President El-Sisi came to power, he has actively promoted the construction of large infrastructure projects. 33 Although these projects are capital-intensive and time-consuming, they not only absorb excess labor in Egypt and reduce unemployment, but also help ordinary people improve their quality of life. According to China's development experience, large-scale infrastructure construction can be combined with manufacturing and industrialization to produce an important driving force for economic development. Therefore, infrastructure construction is a potential point for future China-Egypt cooperation. At present, the Chinese government encourages and supports the participation of qualified Chinese companies in the construction of large-scale projects in Egypt. In December 2014, the Egyptian government signed a preliminary agreement with China. According to the agreement, China Port Engineering Company, Limited will build a 900-kilometer high-speed railway in Egypt, connecting the Mediterranean city of Alexandria and the southern city of Aswan. The high-speed rail will reach speeds of up to 350 kilometers per hour. In addition, in January 2016, 132 Egypt and China Railway Construction Corporation signed a memorandum of understanding on the construction of Cairo's 6th subway line. The 30-kilometer subway line will extend from southern Cairo to Al-Kosas in Al-Khalubia province, with 24 stations in total and an estimated daily passenger flow of 1.5 million. In 2016, China State Construction Engineering Corporation and the Egyptian government signed a memorandum of understanding to initiate the first phase of the construction of Egypt's new capital administrative region. 34 Second, the energy sector, especially the development of green energy projects, may become the focus of future cooperation between China and Egypt. Egypt's energy demand is highly dependent on petrochemical products. In Egypt's current energy structure, 88% of Egypt's energy consumption comes from oil and natural gas, and the rest comes from renewable energy sources. Water, wind, and solar energy account for 9%, 2%, and 1%, respectively. 35 With its rapid population growth, Egypt's demand for energy is also increasing. Due to the non-renewable nature of petrochemical energy and its high pollution characteristics, the Egyptian government is committed to developing renewable and clean energy. Chinese energy companies are actively cooperating with Egypt to promote Egypt's clean energy development projects. In 2015, China Yongli Solar, one of the world's largest manufacturers of solar and photovoltaic panels, signed a memorandum of understanding with Egypt's Ministry of Power and Energy. According to the memorandum, the two parties will cooperate to establish a solar power factory with a total capacity of 100 gigawatts of solar photovoltaics as a production goal. 36 The Benban Photovoltaic Industrial Park in Aswan Province, which has a total load of 2,000 MW, is the first solar village in Egypt and was expected to be an important contributor to the realization of Egypt's goal of 20% clean energy consumption in 2020. Two Chinese companies, EGMCHINT and TBEA's Xinjiang New Energy Company, Limited, undertook the construction of two projects in Benban Photovoltaic Industrial Park with loads of 165.5 megawatts and 186 megawatts, respectively, and 50% of the equipment and components in the park came from China. 37 Security cooperation for a stable development environment. Maintaining a stable environment is key to continued development. In this regard, the consensus between China and Egypt is anti-terrorism, anti-extremism, opposition to power politics, and support for the political settlement of disputes. Inheriting China's peaceful tradition and integrating the world's advanced security experience and concepts, China's defense white paper entitled China's Military Strategy declares that the Chinese military adheres to the security concepts of common security, comprehensive security, cooperative security, and sustainable security. 38. In view of these new security concepts, China and Egypt seek to effectively pursue peace and deterrence, strengthen cooperation between the two countries in the areas of traditional security and non-traditional security, and improve the construction of a stable security environment for the two countries. China and Egypt have long-term cooperation in the field of traditional security. At present, traditional security cooperation between the two sides includes high-level military visits, military school exchanges, equipment technology cooperation, and joint training. As early as the Mao Zedong period, China provided Egypt with weapons and equipment for revolutionary causes. This type of military assistance was due mainly to political considerations, that is, to support Egypt's national liberation movement. Since 1979, military cooperation between China and the Middle East has continuously grown stronger. In May 1979, China and Egypt signed a $167 million military sales contract under which China exported 50 fighter jets and 248 engines to Egypt. This was the first time China had sold weapons to a foreign country. 39. 133 China-Egypt relations during BRA and beyond. 133 Since the 1980s, Egypt has also imported frigates, submarines, aircraft, and other equipment from China. It is worth noting that Egypt also exports weapons and equipment to China. In 1978, Egypt exported 16 MiG fighters and 10 anti-ship missiles to China, which played an important role in updating China's military industry. 40. At present, Egypt's security demands and Sino-Egyptian strategic cooperation demands are becoming stronger. As its interests in the Middle East gradually increase, China is attempting to maintain and protect those interests by strengthening its relations with Egypt and other countries. China's interests in the Middle East include sovereign interests, such as gaining support on issues involving Taiwan, Xinjiang, and Tibet. Security interests, which include the maintenance of the security of China's western frontier and overseas interests in the Middle East, and economic interests, including the promotion of China's external trade and energy security. In addition, Egypt still has a strong interest in importing China's missiles, radars, fighters, and other equipment. Joint military exercises between China and Egypt mark the further deepening of military exchanges between the two sides. In September 2015, the Chinese Navy and the Egyptian Navy held their first joint drill in the Mediterranean Sea. The subjects of the drill were formation movement and navigational supply. 41. In addition, high-level visits between the Chinese and Egyptian armed forces have also strengthened mutual understanding and mutual trust. In March 2019, Chinese Defense Minister Wei Feng visited Egypt and held talks with President SISIA. 42. In October 2019, Egyptian Defense Minister Mohammad Zaki visited China. 43. The two sides hope to further strengthen defense cooperation by carrying out more pragmatic measures in counter-terrorism, joint exercises and joint training, military building, and their defense industries. China and Egypt are also strengthening cooperation in the non-traditional security field, especially with regard to counter-terrorism. First, China believes that Egypt is an important partner not only in the Middle East and North Africa, but also in the global war on terrorism. Egypt is one of the frontline countries in the anti-terrorism war in the region because it is fighting hard against extremist armed groups on the Sinai Peninsula and plays a central role in the traditional Sunni anti-terrorist camp. As for China, it maintains a strong focus on the threat posed by extremism and seeks to keep this threat outside its borders. In view of these considerations, the two countries have strengthened cooperation in the collection and sharing of information on terrorist activities, the reciprocal repatriation of terrorist suspects, and the elimination of sources of terrorist funding. Second, there is extensive cooperation between China and Egypt in advocating moderate Islam and fighting violent extremism. The Al-Azhar Mosque in Egypt is the center of contemporary Islam, and its moderate Islamic ideas have an important impact on the entire Sunni Muslim world. President al-Sisi advocates a modern Islamic revolution and opposes extreme ideas. 44. The Chinese government also advocates moderate Islam and is committed to strengthening religious exchanges with the Islamic world, exploring cooperation in the field of de-radicalization, and jointly curbing the growth and spread of extremism, for which Egypt is an important partner. Conclusion. The prominent presence of Nasser's political legacy currently accompanies post-revolution totalitarianism in the al-Sisi government's domestic and foreign policy. Domestically, this new Nasserism utilizes nationalistic Egyptian rhetoric opposed to the language of political Islam and pan-Islamism, and evokes memories of Egypt's rapid modernization, industrialization, social justice, public education, and women's emancipation in the middle of the 20th century. As for Egypt's external affairs, Nasser's three circles theory argues that the mission of the 134 1952 revolution had three spheres: the Arab world, Africa, and the Muslim world. This perspective still suits Egypt's current geopolitical strategy. With the apparent Americanization of the Egyptian government's foreign policy, Egypt is likely to re-adopt the independent stance of the non-alignment movement that Nasser himself initiated and advocated, which calls for a more pluralistic and just world order and defends developing countries' right to development. Under Nasser's presidency, Egypt, on the basis of similarities between both countries' anti-imperialist and anti-colonial ideologies, as well as their shared third world identity, became the first African country to establish official diplomatic relations with the People's Republic of China. This historical legacy may be a true source of cooperation between Egypt and China in pursuing justified political rights and common prosperity for developing countries across the globe, especially in Africa and the Middle East. Moreover, Egypt's Nasserist experience with combating Islamism in its domestic politics inspires China's attempts to gain moral and ideological support from the major Sunni Arab country in its own struggle against radical Islamic movements. Egypt now faces the critical question of how to achieve economic progress with negligible stability. This matter hangs, however, on Egypt's need to create an achievement-based Arab legitimacy that matches that of Nasser and his regime in the 1950s and 1960s. Such legitimacy will be necessary for the Egyptian government to carry out a wide range of social and economic reforms. Given its perspectives on economic development and its own previous experience, China is very likely to help Egypt achieve state-driven economic growth through its huge foreign exchange reserves and production capabilities. Since the beginning of the 21st century, and with the establishment of comprehensive strategic partnership between China and Egypt, the strategic synergy between China's BRI and Egypt's own 2030 vision strategy has injected new momentum into and created new opportunities for in-depth Sino-Egyptian cooperation. From a broader perspective, Sino-Egyptian strategic cooperation is not only conducive to the development and stability of both China and Egypt, but also conducive to peace and prosperity in Africa and the Middle East. The future high-quality and high-level development of the Sino-Egyptian strategic cooperative partnership will depend on constructing a safe environment with new security concepts to effectively prevent and respond to various security risks, promoting state capacity building with a new development concept, grasping the pulse of the digital economy era, and building independent innovation capacity, promoting cooperation in production capacity, advancing the process of industrialization in Egypt, and achieving sustainable economic development, and broadening exchange mechanisms between China and Egypt, establishing multi-level communication channels, especially for youth groups, and promoting people-to-people communication. communication. Notes 1 Shenfue, cultural flow between China and the outside world, Beijing, Foreign Languages Press, 1996, 125. To Mohammed Al-Badri, Egypt and China, Historical Relationship into the Future, Global Times, May 28, 2020, www.globaltimes.cn/content 1189854.html3 Mao Zedong, Selected Works of Mao Zedong, Beijing, People's Publishing House, 1991, 1260. Author's translation. For in order to break the diplomatic siege imposed by the United States and the Soviet Union, Mao Zedong successively proposed the strategic thinking of two intermediate zones and three worlds theory. The so-called two intermediate zones refer to a first intermediate zone between the United States and the Soviet Union, consisting of independent national states striving for national independence, and a second intermediate zone consisting of Western Europe, Japan, Canada, and Australia, and excluding the United States. The intermediate zone concept and the three world theory regard 135 China-Egypt relations during BRA and beyond 135 the United States and the Soviet Union as the first world, developing countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, including China, as the third world, and developed countries between the two as the second world. Mao Zedong believed that the countries and peoples of the Third World were the basic forces against imperialism, colonialism, and hegemonism in the international arena. They were the direct allies that China must win over. In Mao's revolutionary theory, the victory of the Third World was regarded as the victory of China. 5 Xianchun, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Zhongdong Jiang Jiaojunlai, Unified Ideographs, Unified Ideographic, Unified Ideographa, Unified Ideographia, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideography, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Zhuanlai and establishment of diplomatic relation with Middle Eastern countries, Shi Jinbolin, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographa, Unified Ideograph, 1, 2006, 50. 6 Ma Lippin, Unified Ideographic, Unified Ideographs, Unified Ideograph, 1 Long Yu Zhang I Jian Xiao, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographa, Unified Ideograph A, Unified Ideography, Unified Ideographs, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographa, Unified Ideographia, Bandung Conference and the establishment of diplomatic relation between China and Egypt, Al-Aboshiji, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, 3, 2000, 1417, 7 Wang Jingli, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographic, Unified Ideograph, Zhongyo Yu Zhongdong Guangxi de Huigu Yusi Kaoi, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideography, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographic, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideography, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, the reflection of China's relation with the Middle East, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographia, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, 4, 2010, 912, 8 Li Denki, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Hu Lang Chen Shai De Zonggang De Wei Jiao's Hangs, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographs, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographs, Unified Ideographic, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographia, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, China's foreign policy towards the Middle East in post-Cold War era, Taipei, Zhangcheng Shubinch, 1995, 4142, 9 all figures throughout are in US dollar, unless otherwise noted. 10 Yetzhak Shicher, The Middle East and China's Foreign Policy, 1949-1977, New York, Cambridge University Press, 1979, 51, 11 and Huihuao, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph of, Chichu Thousand Yu Gonggu de Zongai Guangxi, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideography, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideography, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographs, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, continuing development and strengthening of China-Egypt relation, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographia, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, 4, 2010, 29, 12 Deng Xiaoping, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Deng Xiaoping's Yuanji Daisanwan, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Selected Works of Deng Xiaoping Volume 3, Beijing, Ren and Shubinch, 1993, 57, 13 Chen Wanli, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Ajuajang Song to Ping Hangs Nu, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographia, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographs, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, The Balanced Strategy in Egypt's Foreign Policy, Al-Aboshiji Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographa, 2, 2001, 25-27, 14 Ma Lippin, Unified Ideographic, Unified Ideographs, Unified Ideograph, Miangxiang Ershi Shiji to Zongai Guangxi, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, 21, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph Awa, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographs, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Sino-Egypt relation towards 21st century, Al-Aboshiji Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, 1, 2001, 15, 15 Santi Gang and Yahya Zelbir, China-Arab State Strategic Partnership, Method-Reality, Journal of Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies in Asia, 8-3, 2014, 7101, 16 Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China, Joint Press Communique on the 50th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between China and Egypt, November 7, 2006, www.fmprc.gov.cn/webs 674,904 1179 674,909 T2792007.html 17 Wang Linggong, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographa, Zhongyo Uag Jingmai Guangxi Jiangxi, Unified Ideographs, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideography, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideographic, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified Ideograph, Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Analysis of commercial and trade relation between China and Egypt. Al-Hado-Shijianju. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. 1, 2006, 2023. 18 Gen 1. Strategic synergy between Egypt, Vision 2030, and China's Belt and Road Initiative. Outlines of global transformations. Politics, economics. Law 11-5, 2018, 219-235. 19. Xi Jinping meets Egyptian President El-Sisi. Xinhua News, September 5, 2017. www.xinhuanet.com. Politics 2017-0905C. 112160765.htm. 20. President El-Sisi gives press conference at the World Youth Forum, Embassy of Egypt, November 9, 2017. www.egyptembassy.net/news. President El-Sisi gives press conference at World Youth Forum 21 Yangguang. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. AG Durang Kushia Yugonjihua. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Ideographic comma. Unified ideograph. Unified ideographia. Unified ideography. Unified ideograph. Unified ideographia. Unified ideograph. Population, unemployment and industrialization in Egypt. Unified ideograph. Unified ideographia. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. West Asia and Africa 6, 2015. 135. 22. Egypt-China Economic Relations. State Information Service Egypt, January 19, 2016. www.cis. Governor.eg story 116883. Lang equals CHCN. 23. The 8th session of Sino-Egyptian Intergovernmental Joint Committee on Science and Technology Cooperation, China International Science and Technology Cooperation, September 29, 2018. www.cistc.gov.cn/info. Detail.html. Question 8 equals 96,901 and column equals 20524. The 3rd session of China-Egypt Pesticide Management Technology Exchange Meeting was held in Beijing. So News, January 31st, 2019. www.sohu.com/8292638965660,60425. China assists Egyptian Satellite Assembly and Integration Test Center Project. Tencent News, September 3rd, 2018. https://new.q.com/om201809032018090381217081217 13621 13626. China and Egypt signed the agreement on the implementation of the Egyptian Satellite 2. Xinhua News, January 22nd, 2019. www.xinhuanet.com/2019-0122C 12100447777.htm. 27. China Arab Countries Technology Transfer Center and Business Delegation visit Egypt. People's Daily, May 4th, 2017. http://world.people.com.cn/n1 2017-0504C1002 292545006.html. 28. Chen Haiyao, Nu Guiyuan, and Li Guofeng. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Ideographic comma. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Ideographic comma. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Tianjin Zonglu Jishu Jiani Zongsen Yunshin Mashi. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. The operation mode of China Arab Technology Transfer Center. Kanishiji. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. Unified ideograph. 24. 2017. 30. 29. China and Egypt will jointly produce electric cars in Egypt. China Africa Trade Research Center, April 30th, 2019. http://news.afrindex.com. Jackson Article 11, 795.html. 30. China's Yashi firm celebrates largest fiberglass production in Egypt. Xinhua News, August 29th, 2018. www.xinhuanet.com/English 2018-08-29C 137426120.htm. 31. Christopher Pearson, The Modern State, London, Routledge, 2011, 45. 32. Melanie Kamet, Ishak D1, Alan Richards, and John Waterbury, A Political Economy of the Middle East, Boulder, CO, Westview Press, 2015, 13-14. 33. The Mega National Projecta, A Locomotive of Development, State Information Service, Egypt, April 3rd, 2016. www.cis.gov.eg/Sorry 99743. The Mega National Projects percent 2% 80% A6 A Locomotive dash of Development. Lang equals honest 34 Mordecai Aisha Comprehensive Strategic Partnership, A New Stage in China-Egypt Relations, Middle East Review of International Affairs 23, 2016, 45. 35. Egypt Apes Nations Project, May 19th, 2016. https://egyptword.wordpress.com. 36. Yungli Solar and Misr Asset Management to sell solar energy to building materials industries. Global Cement, February 28th, 2019. www.globalcement.com/news item 8877. Yungli Solar and Misr Asset Management to sell solar energy to building materials industries. 37. Egypt's Binban Solar Park to operate at full capacity in 2019. Xinhua News, May 6th, 2019. www.xinhuanet.com. English 2019-0506C 138036315.htm. 38. China's Military Strategy White Paper, Ministry of Defense of the People's Republic of China, May 26, 2015. www.mod.gov.cn/regulatory 2015-0526 content 4617812.htm. 39. Yao Ziyan, Contemporary China Middle East Relations, Beijing, Chinese book publisher, 2018, 191-192. 40. Egypt's Morsi Firms China Ties, The Wall Street Journal, August 29, 2012. www.wsj.com/articles SB10000723904442305077617271550304084241. Egypt, China Whole Naval Drills in Mediterranean Sea, Said El Balad, August 21st, 2019. https://c. News Egypt China Whole Naval Drills 42. China, Egypt to further further enhance defense cooperation. Xinhua News, March 26, 2019, www.xinhuanet.com English 2019-03-26C, 137922937.htm 43, Defense Minister back home after China visit, State Information Service, Egypt, October 25, 2019, https://sis.gov.eg/story 142,249 Defense Minister back home after China visit, Lang equals Anna 44, Egypt Sisi calls to confront extremism and spread moderate thought, Egypt Independent, September 30, 2019, https://egyptindependent.com Egypt Sisi calls to confront extremism and spread moderate thought references Kamet, Melanie, Isaac D1, and Alan Richards, A Political Economy of the Middle East, Boulder, CO, Westview Press, 2015, Chaziza, Mordech AI, Comprehensive Strategic Partnership, A New Stage in China-Egypt Relations, Middle East Review of International Affairs 23, 2016, 4150, Chen 1, Strategic Synergy between Egypt, Vision 2030, and China's Belt and Road Initiative, Outlines of Global Transformations, Politics, Economics, Law 11.5, 2018, 219-235, El Badri, Mohammed, Egypt and China, Historical Relationship into the Future, Global Times, May 28, 2020, www.globaltimes.cn/content 118984.html Shenfue, Cultural Flow Between China and the Outside World, Beijing, Foreign Languages Press, 1996, Shisher, Yitzhak, The Middle East and China's Foreign Policy, 1949-1977, New York, Cambridge University Press, 1979, Sun Tigang and Yahya Zelbir, China-Arab State Strategic Partnership, Method Reality, Journal of Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies, in Asia, A3, 2014, 7101, Hiao Zian, Contemporary China-Middle East Relations, Beijing, Chinese Book Publisher, 2018, 137 doi, 10.4324/9781003034520-12 10 China and Saudi Arabia from enmity to strategic hedging. Nasser al-Tamimi. Saudi Arabia and the People's Republic of China, PRC, have expanded and transformed the nature of their relationship since the establishment of diplomatic ties 1990. Both have much to gain. China seeks energy supplies and would like to expand its strategic interests within the framework of the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI. Saudi Arabia, on the other hand, can benefit from diversifying its relationships and expanding its diplomatic and economic, and even military, ties with the world's fastest-growing major economy. However, the relationship faces several challenges. For example, Saudi relies on the United States for security and geopolitical assistance, while the U.S.-China competition has grown rapidly in recent years and is likely to escalate in the future. In addition to long-running U.S. security concerns regarding China, the United States is particularly concerned about the increasing military and technological cooperation between Riyadh and Beijing. On the other hand, there are Saudi concerns about the U.S. commitment to its security, which makes it look at diversifying its foreign policy and hedging against any uncertainty. This chapter discusses Saudi-Chinese relations. It follows the trajectory of this relationship over the last several decades, explaining its nature, opportunities, and various challenges. Looking forward, it tries to forecast the outlook for Saudi-Chinese relations. In doing so, the chapter is divided into several sections. It begins with a brief historical context of the evolving China-Saudi bilateral relationship from the recent past to the present. Then it discusses the development of bilateral relations within the framework of the BRA and explains the logic behind the paradigm shift in relations to comprehensive strategic partnership announced in early 2016. Finally, it addresses how the U.S. features in China-Saudi relations or the strategic interactions within the China-United States-Saudi triangle. Historical review. Changing camp. Saudi Arabia's diplomatic relations with China go back to 1939, when the kingdom was the first Arab country to establish political ties with China. See Table 10.1 for a chronological overview. Point 1. The relationship became even closer when the two countries signed the Treaty of Amity in Jeddah on November 15, 1946.2. However, the diplomatic relations between the two countries were cut off when the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, came to power in 1949.3. The ties further deteriorated with the establishment of the PRC regime, and Saudi Arabia 138 Nasser al-Tamimi 138 promptly switched diplomatic relations with the Republic of China, ROC, in Taiwan. In the 1960s and 1970s, the kingdom took an active part in the World Anti-Communist League founded by Chiang Kai-shek, the ruler of China from 1928 until he was overthrown by CCP in 1949, and the founding president of the ROC. 4. The political system that the CCP had established in 1949 led China to align with the Soviet Union in the bipolar Cold War system. 5. For Saudi Arabia, after the establishment of diplomatic relations with the United States in 1943, the two countries had created a strong bond, 6. Cemented by the historic meeting between King Abdulaziz Al Saud and U.S. President Franklin Roosevelt in 1945 that laid the foundations for a new alliance between the two countries, which lasted for decades to come. During the 1950s and 1960s, the Chinese leader Mao Zedong viewed the existing world order as unfair. Consequently, he sought cooperation with former colonies and semi-colonies in Asia, Africa, and Latin America to establish a new order that replaced or challenged what Mao called the imperialist Western system. 7. China attempted to export its brand of communism and supported the revolutionary movements throughout the Middle East, including the Gulf region. 8. From the other side, China was perceived by Saudi Arabia as a threat to its stability due to Beijing's support of anti-monarchy forces in the Arabian Peninsula, such as the Popular Front for the Liberation of the Occupied Gulf and the Socialist Party in South Yemen. 9. Ultimately, relations between Riyadh and Beijing were limited, and as a result interactions were restricted mainly to non-governmental contact regarding religious issues due to their divergent political and ideological motives. Saudi Arabia and China were in opposing camps in the bipolar world order. 10. As the Cold War made it difficult for both China and Kingdom to shake off their self-imposed ideological and political constraints. 11. Saudi Arabia was the only Arab country to vote against China's admission to the United Nations in 1971, instead supporting Taiwan. 12. However, in the 1960s China-Soviet relations deteriorated, which prompted Beijing to reassess its policies towards the Middle East in general, and the Arabian Peninsula in particular. The Chinese leaders concluded that developing diplomatic relations with status quo states such as Saudi Arabia and ending its support to revolutionary movements would serve their national interests better. 13. Thus, the early 1970s marked the beginning of China's push for its rapprochement with the Arab Gulf states. 14. That push began to gain more momentum during the Deng Xiaoping era, when Beijing abandoned the export of socialism and adopted a more pragmatic foreign policy as the country needed a favorable international environment in which to develop its economy. 15. Consequently, Beijing launched several offensives aimed at winning Riyadh's formal recognition. See Table 10.1 for several political reasons, the most important of which were: Saudi Arabia's strategic partnership with the United States provided enough leverage to influence American policies in the Middle East and beyond. It was the most important Arab country due to the kingdom's global and regional political influence, its enormous financial resources, and its position as the undisputed center of Islam, housing Mecca and Medina, the two holiest cities for Muslims. The country played a key role in the global energy market as a de facto leader of the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC. It represented an important economic market for Chinese goods and was a gateway to the region's wider consumers. China saw in Saudi Arabia a chance to gain further legitimacy by urging Gulf states to shift diplomatic recognition to Beijing, away from Taiwan. 139 China and Saudi Arabia 139 Table 10.1 Timeline of contacts between China and Saudi Arabia, 1949-1990 Year Place Notes 1939 China and Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia was the first Arab country to establish political ties with China. 1946 Jeddah Saudi Arabia and China inked a deal of friendship in Jeddah. 1949 China and Saudi Arabia diplomatic relations were severed between the two countries after the Communist parties took over of power in China. 1952 China and Saudi Arabia Chinese Muslims organized the first Hajj team of 16 people. 1955 Bandung International Conference of Non-Aligned Countries in Indonesia. Chinese Premier Zhu Enlai met with Saudi Crown Prince and the future King Faisal to discuss the Hajj of Muslim Chinese with him. 1955-1964 China and Saudi Arabia. China sent Muslims every year to Saudi Arabia for Hajj pilgrimage. 1965-1978 China and Saudi Arabia. The pilgrimage was suspended. 1979 China and Saudi Arabia. The Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in 1979 brought Riyadh closer to Beijing as China, Saudi Arabia, and the United States created the Triple Alliance to counter the Soviet efforts in Afghanistan. 1979 China resumed Hajj activities. 1981 Cancun, Mexico. Chinese Premier Zhao Ziyaoyang shook hands with Crown Prince Fahd at the North-South Conference. 1984 Saudi Arabia King Fahd granted an audience to Ilyas Shenzaixi, Vice President of the China Islamic Association, and extended an invitation for larger future pilgrimages. 1985 Oman. The first Sino-Saudi official meeting took place in Oman in November 1985 as Chinese Vice Premier Yao Yilin initiated a conversation with Crown Prince Abdullah. 1985 China and Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia began negotiating to purchase Chinese CS-2 missiles, codenamed East Wind, from Beijing after it became apparent that the United States would be prevented by congressional opposition from selling Saudi Arabia up to 48 F-15 jet fighters. 1986 China and Saudi Arabia. The Chinese CS-2 missiles deal was finalized in December 1986. 1987 Saudi Arabia. The first major envoy of Chinese entrepreneurs visited Saudi Arabia, headed by Jia Shi, President of the China Council for Promotion of International Trade. The delegation met with the second Deputy Prime Minister Prince Sultan and negotiated for increased Sino-Saudi economic collaboration. 1988 Washington, D.C. Chinese and Saudi ambassadors to the United States signed a memorandum of understanding stating their intention to establish commercial representative offices, creating the first permanent representative bodies between the two nations. China confirmed the sale of CS-2 missiles to Saudi Arabia. Continued 140 Nasser al-Tamimi 140. Meanwhile, the Islamic Revolution in Iran in 1979, followed by the outbreak of the Iran-Iraq War, changed the strategic calculations in Saudi Arabia. Probably the most significant event in the evolving relationship between China and Saudi Arabia was the secret Chinese CS-2 ballistic missile deal negotiated with Beijing in the mid-1980s. The deal was among several main reasons that led to the opening of Saudi diplomatic relations with China in July 1990.18. Riyadh had already begun to appreciate Beijing's growing role in the Middle East and international affairs, especially its permanent membership on the United Nations Security Council, UNSC, 19 arms sales, its rapidly growing economy, and its future energy imports potential. After diplomatic recognition, growing interdependence. Once the official diplomatic connections were established in 1990, the ties between China and Saudi Arabia developed rapidly, helped by the joint efforts of the leaders, governments, and people of both countries. Four main factors worked as the catalysts for the rapid expansion of bilateral relations over the next 2 decades. First, China's spectacular economic growth was accompanied by a sharp increase in oil demand, which led to the transformation of the country from an energy self-sufficient state to a net importer of oil in 1993. This elevated the search for long-term suppliers of energy that have played a pivotal role in mutual Sino-Saudi relations since 20. Second, China was looking to export more goods and weapons to the Middle East to support its economy and acquire more hard currency. Third, since the 9/11 terrorist attacks, Saudi Arabia has been seeking to rebalance its relations with major world powers. As a result, the Saudis have been pursuing a hedging strategy towards the United States by developing a more robust relationship with Asian powers. China in particular. 21. The U.S. invasion of Iraq in 2003 and its catastrophic repercussions affirmed this trend. Finally, Riyadh was worried that the shale boom in America could significantly diminish its share of the U.S. market, and China began to look even more attractive as a strategic partner. 22. Consequently, the situation pushed Washington to reassess its strategic calculations towards the Middle East region in general and Saudi Arabia in particular. Perhaps these concerns deepened even further after the Obama administration announced its withdrawal from Iraq, and then the outbreak of the Arab Spring in 2011, in addition to the U.S. efforts to reach a nuclear agreement with Iran. In this complicated environment, China began to look even more attractive as a strategic partner. 23. Within this strategic background, Saudi-Chinese relations have grown steadily, and political visits have increased rapidly. Between 1991 and 1998, over 16 high-level exchanges and political contacts reached their highest point when King Abdullah, then Crown Prince, visited China for the first time in 1998, becoming the highest-level Saudi official ever to visit China, which he called the best friend of Saudi Arabia. 24 Year Place Notes 1989 Beijing. China appointed as its first representative Arabic fluent businessman, Deng Xiaochun. July 21, 1990 Saudi Arabia. China and Saudi Arabia established diplomatic relations. Source: collated by author from various media reports. Table 10.1 continued 141 China and Saudi Arabia 141. The Sino-Saudi relationship expanded further, with even higher-level official visits. Among these, 2 were particularly significant. The first was Chinese President Jiang Zemin's visit in 1999, and the second was King Abdullah's trip in 2006.25. Jiang's visit to Saudi Arabia was the first ever state visit made by a Chinese head of state to the kingdom, and marked the culmination of years of increasingly frequent contacts from political leaders and increased trade, which more than quadrupled during the 1990s. During his visit, Jiang signed a strategic oil partnership, which opened new horizons for cooperation in the energy sector and contributed to making Saudi Arabia the top oil supplier to China in 2002, and to it remaining so for many years to come. 26. The year 2006 was a turning point in China-Saudi relations, as King Abdullah was the first ever Saudi monarch to visit China. During his visit, the two countries signed 5 agreements, including one on closer energy cooperation. 27. However, the significance of the visit lies in the fact that it came after several years of strained relations between Washington and Riyadh against the background of the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, and then the invasion of Iraq in 2003. In April 2006, a short 3 months later, President Hu Jintao visited Saudi Arabia and signed agreements on energy and security cooperation. Hu made another official trip to Riyadh in February 2009.28. Having 3 consecutive head of state visits in such a short time was very significant and further highlighted the serious trajectory of Sino-Saudi relations. All these visits were among the main reasons for some important historical changes within the United States-China-Saudi Arabia triangle, including It steadily expanded economic ties between Saudi Arabia and China. By 2007, Saudi Arabia had become China's largest trading partner in the Middle East. 29. In 2008, the two countries agreed to upgrade their bilateral relationship to a strategic partnership. 30. It contributed to strengthening energy relations, as in 2009 China overtook the United States to become the second largest market for Saudi crude oil after Japan. 31. It opened the way for cooperation in areas beyond oil, including some security issues related to combating terrorism, maritime piracy, and the exchange of military visits. They sent political messages during crises or diplomatic tensions with the United States. Perhaps this matter was evident during the tense Saudi-American relations after 9/11, the invasion of Iraq, and then President Obama's promises to withdraw from Iraq. It increased China's involvement in the Middle East, especially in the economic sphere. 32. Despite these positive developments, the Arab Spring of 2011 brought with it some political tensions as China and Saudi Arabia supported opposing camps in Syria. Beijing maintained its traditional opposition to military intervention, while Riyadh saw the situation at the time as an historic opportunity to weaken the pro-Iran camp and tip the regional balance in Riyadh's favor. That said, China-Saudi relations became more diverse and were quite strategic in the energy sector. It was clear that they were unlikely to be affected by the events in Syria. 33. During the visit of Premier Wen Jiabao in January 2012, the two sides signed an $8.5 billion 34 joint venture agreement for an oil refinery in Yanbu, a nuclear cooperation accord for the development of atomic energy for peaceful purposes, and agreed to bolster strategic ties. 35. A year later, China became Saudi Arabia's largest trading partner. 36. In addition, then Crown Prince and now King Salman visited China in March 2013 and March 2014, during which numerous economic agreements were signed. 37. These political 142 Nasser al-Tamimi 142 exchanges laid more foundations to push relations between China and Saudi Arabia to higher levels of cooperation, even after the change of political leadership in both countries. Political relations. Going strategic Sino-Saudi diplomatic ties have witnessed a steady development over the last 3 decades as both sides focus on issues where there is common ground and avoid causes of conflict such as human rights records or interference in each other's domestic affairs. This framework of delicate political interaction has so far proven a success. Indeed, despite all odds and the turmoil that swept the Middle East over the past decade, China-Saudi relations have showed high resilience. In an interview, China's State Councilor and Foreign Minister Wang Yi offered a concise and meaningful summary of the nature of relations between Riyadh and Beijing. China and Saudi Arabia have always been supporting one another on issues concerning each other's core interests, upholding fairness and justice on the international stage, and unswervingly safeguarding the common interests of the two countries and other developing nations. 38. Certainly, China refrained from commenting on the October 2018 Khashoggi affair, while Saudi Arabia's support for China's position on issues related to Taiwan, Hong Kong, One China policy, and Xinjiang have remained consistent. 39. In this context, Saudi Arabia is seeking to achieve several strategic aims by strengthening its ties with China. First, it is focused on securing buyers and markets for its energy exports. For Riyadh, safeguarding demand for its energy is integral to its national security and survival. A second concern is balancing Saudi foreign policy with the great powers. China represents a stable and reliable strategic partner that complements and provides leverage in the kingdom's strategic relations with the United States. 40. Third, the synergy between China's Belt and Road Initiative (BRA) and the Saudi Vision 2030 is another important consideration for decision makers in Riyadh. 41. Finally, closer ties with China help in seeking new investment opportunities, whether in China or by attracting more Chinese investments and high tech to support Saudi economic diversification plans. From China's perspective, relations with Saudi Arabia serve diverse interests. First and foremost is energy security, achieved by building a long-term, stable, and reliable partnership with the most important oil producer in the world. 42. Second, it balances its strategic posture against U.S. influence and limits Washington's capability to influence energy flow to China in a crisis or war. 43. Third, it expands its economic ties with the largest economy in the Middle East and Africa. Finally, Saudi Arabia offers unique attributes that support the BRA due to its important geostrategic location. 44. Within this strategic background, one of the most important developments in Sino-Saudi relations was President Xi Jinping's visit to Saudi Arabia in January 2016, during which Beijing and Riyadh signed a comprehensive strategic partnership agreement. In the joint communique, the two countries articulated a commitment to enhance close cooperation in the political, economic, commercial, cultural, humanitarian, military, security and energy fields at the regional and international levels. The two sides decided to upgrade bilateral relations between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the People's Republic of China to a comprehensive strategic relation. 45. 143. China and Saudi Arabia 143. The BRI era, a comprehensive engagement. China's spectacular economic development has been accompanied by a sharp increase in oil demand. China's share in global oil consumption rose from less than 4% in 1993, since the country became an oil importer, to almost 13.7% by the end of 2019.46. In the process, Saudi Arabia became the center of gravity for Chinese economic activities in the Middle East, largely as a result of the size of its economy and its enormous crude oil reserves, production, and export capacity. Today, Saudi Arabia is China's largest trading partner in the West Asia and Africa, as well as China's largest global supplier of crude oil. See tables 10.2 and 10.3. China, in turn, is Saudi Arabia's largest trading partner and largest oil customer. 47. China is also the largest trading partner for Saudi Arabia's chemical industry, accounting for almost a quarter of the kingdom's exports from this sector. 48. The bilateral trade volume jumped from $418 million when diplomatic relations were established in 1990 to $78.04 billion at the end of 2019, representing almost 187-fold increase. 49. Saudi Arabia has also been the largest recipient of Chinese contracting and investment in the region, valuing a total of nearly $38.9 billion from 2005 to 2020. This represents more than 15.8% of all Chinese investment in the Middle East and North Africa. MENA and the energy sector attracted the lion's share, accounting for more than 37% of the total. 50. Saudi Arabia, in turn, has invested or is planning to invest about $35 billion in projects in China, with production capacity reaching 7.5 million tons in chemicals, which accounts for 45% of total overseas production capacity of Saudi producers overseas. 51. Table 10.2. China crude imports. Selected countries and regions. 2010-2019. Millions of barrels per day. Region country 2010-2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, Middle East 2260, 2607, 2700, 2940, 3222, 3414, 3600, 3653, 4050, 4005, 101% of total 47.3%, 51.5%, 49.8%, 52%, 52.2%, 50.8%, 48.1%, 43.5%, 43.9%, 44.4% Saudi Arabia 893, 1005, 1075, 1078, 993, 1011, 1017, 1044, 1135, 1667% of total 18.7%, 19.9%, 19.8%, 19.1%, 16.1%, 15.1%, 13.4%, 12.4%, 12.3%, 16.5% Russia 306, 371, 487, 491, 665, 852, 1051, 1201, 1436, 1559 Iraq 225, 276, 313, 471, 572, 643, 643, 738, 902, 1037 Iran 425, 554, 438, 420, 8, 548, 531, 623, 621, 584, 295 total imports 4781, 5062, 5417, 5656, 6177, 6715, 7605, 8401, 9229, 10130 Source: China official data, Mies and author calculations. Table 10.3 Saudi top oil markets. Selected countries 2010-2019 millions of barrels per day. Country 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019 China 893, 1005, 1075, 1078, 993, 1011, 1017, 1044, 1135, 1667 Japan 1067, 1687, 1.138, 1105, 1089, 1130, 1183, 1295, 1164, 1068 South Korea 798, 832, 857, 828, 843, 835, 874, 862, 875, 807 India 526, 636, 699, 772, 702, 763, 782, 717, 798, 850 USA 1082, 1186, 1361, 1325, 1162, 1050, 1097, 946, 869, 502 total exports 5797, 7046, 7411, 7542, 7106, 7393, 7648, 6967, 7373, 7037 Source: Jody, Mies, 144 Nasser Al-Tamimi 144 Nevertheless, the scope of Saudi China interests has grown in recent years, from a narrow focus on the crude trade to wide-ranging investments in renewable and nuclear energy, infrastructure, industry, finance, transport, communications, and high-tech, especially within the framework of China's BRI and Saudi Vision 2030. Saudi Arabia was one of the first countries to welcome the BRI in 2013, and then became a founding member of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank (AIIB) in 2014.52. However, the paradigm shift in Sino-Saudi relations within the framework of BRI occurred in 2016. The establishment of the Bilateral Comprehensive Strategic Partnership and the founding of the China-Saudi Arabia High-Level Joint Committee in 2016 during President Xi's visit to the kingdom marked a milestone for the development of bilateral relations. 53 After the 2030 vision was proposed and presented at the G20 Hangzhou Summit in 2016, China and Saudi Arabia established a high-level joint commission to strategically dock the BRI and the 2030 vision. 54 Later they established 6 subcommittees responsible for politics and diplomacy, the BRI, key investment cooperation programs, energy, trade and investment, and culture, technology, and tourism. 55 The high-level joint committee acts as the mechanism for planning and coordinating policy cooperation between the BRI and Vision 2030.56 Significant progress has been made under this framework, including the establishment of a joint investment fund, the construction of the Chinese industrial park in Jazan City, and the finalization of an energy cooperation package. 57 China and Saudi also adopted the 1+2+3 cooperation pattern by taking energy cooperation as the core, infrastructure construction and trade and investment facilitation as the 2 wings, and high and new technologies in the fields of nuclear energy, space satellite and new energy as the 3 breakthroughs. 58 Since 2019, Xi Jinping has conducted 3 visits with Saudi King Salman bin Abdulaziz and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the latest in February 2019. These recent visits of the leadership and other officials produced an array of financial commitments aimed at better integrating the Chinese and Saudi economies within the framework of the BRI and Vision 2030.59. This includes at least $75 billion of promised investments on projects such as energy, high-tech, telecommunications, and manufacturing combat drones. 60 In the BRI era, construction infrastructure is one of the items that tops the agenda between China and Saudi Arabia. The kingdom is by far the top projects market in MENA and is home to almost half of all projects planned in the Gulf Cooperation Council (GCC.61). Critical to Vision 2030 are the country's $1.4 trillion worth of major projects planned or under construction, including the $500 billion NEOM Future City. 62 In this regard, China has become an important stakeholder in Saudi Arabia's projects market, and the presence of Chinese companies has grown significantly in recent years. Among flagship projects being developed as part of Saudi Vision 2030 strategic partnership between China and Saudi, there are 3 that cannot be overlooked. The first is the Mecca-Medina high-speed railway that was undertaken by China Railway Construction Corporation (CRCC). It is the first light rail in Saudi Arabia and the first of its kind built by a Chinese company in the Middle East. 63 The success of this project has contributed to Saudi Arabia's better service for Muslims during their Hajj and Umrah, and strengthened the reputation of Saudi Arabia in the Arab and Islamic world. 64 The success of this high-profile project is expected to help Chinese companies sign new contracts to build similar projects in Saudi Arabia and the Middle East. The second is the Yanbu Aramco Sinopec refining company, Yazref, jointly established by China Petrochemical Corporation, Sinopec, and Saudi Aramco, which was officially put into operation in January 2016.65. Yazref has become a model for China-Saudi energy cooperation and future bilateral cooperation within the BRI. 66 It represents Sinopec's first overseas refining and chemical project, as well as China's largest investment project in Saudi Arabia. 67 145 China and Saudi Arabia 145 China and Saudi Arabia cooperation also extended to the 3 breakthroughs, including high-end new technologies in the fields of nuclear energy, space satellites, and new energy. The kingdom identified technology as a key driver for its Vision 2030 and economic diversification plans, where digitization, artificial intelligence (AI), big data, 5G, and the Internet of Things (IoT) are seen as key enablers of wide-ranging reforms. In October 2020, the Saudi Data and AI Authority (SDAIE) launched the country's national strategy for data and AI. The kingdom is aiming to become a global leader in the field as it seeks to diversify its oil-based economy. 68. It also aims to rank among the top 15 nations for AI by 2030. It will train 20,000 data and AI specialists and experts and grow an ecosystem of 300 active data and AI startups. 69. Although currently AI and big data are estimated to have an economic value of $4.5 billion in Saudi Arabia, by 2030 AI and big data are expected to contribute $135 billion to the Saudi economy, representing 12.4% of national GDP. 70. With its provision of AI, smart cities, nanotechnology, and other related fields, China has the potential to dramatically change the digital landscape of Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is cooperating with several leading Chinese companies in these fields and looking to benefit from China's Baidu satellite navigation, which Beijing has integrated into its BRI Mega Project. 71. The kingdom already agreed to a China-led Digital Economy International Cooperation Initiative in 2017 and joined the Digital Silk Road (DSR) in 2019.72. Riyadh also announced it will collaborate with China's Alibaba Cloud and Huawei in projects that aim to harness AI for smart city developments and workforce transformation. 73. As for the nuclear field, in July 2017, the Saudi government approved a national project for atomic energy, including plans to build large and small nuclear reactors for electricity production and desalination. In this context, several memoranda of understanding (MOUs) have been signed by Riyadh and Beijing since 2012, in addition to a feasibility study of HDGR construction in Saudi Arabia and agreements on cooperation on uranium exploration. 74. People-to-people exchanges such as language and culture, art and civilization, international tourists, and heritage protection have also become an indispensable component of China-Saudi Arabia relations and have been increasing in recent years. For example, in 2019 Riyadh introduced Chinese language to the Saudi curriculum, and China opened a Confucius Institute at King Saud University in Riyadh. 75. Yet, despite this optimistic background, there are prominent challenges and risks that could complicate the trajectory of Saudi Arabia-China relations in the medium and long term. To begin with, economic risks could add uncertainties to future cooperation. China's economic growth in the coming decade will be much slower than in the last, which means less oil consumption and uncertainty over China's future oil imports. 76. On the other hand, despite the diversification programs within the framework of Vision 2030, the Saudi economy will remain dependent on energy exports for many years to come. Dependence on oil means growth, exports, and government spending remain highly vulnerable to fluctuations in international oil prices. Eventual slumps will lead to weaker growth and a more challenging macroeconomic environment. Meanwhile, the United States-China trade war, including Washington sanctions on Chinese high-tech firms, has heightened Beijing's anxiety about the security of its energy supplies and the risks of excessive reliance on foreign oil imports. 77. China, which became a net oil importer in 1993, relied on imports for 71% of its consumption in 2019. In that year, 85% of China's oil imports of 10.2 megabyte traveled long distances by sea. 78. Thus, China must worry about oil price spikes, politically motivated embargoes, and long maritime supply chains through choke points that could be blockaded or disrupted. 79. 146. Nasser al-Tamimi 146. China's response is likely to focus on reducing its need to import through a combination of developing domestic resources, conventional and unconventional, increased efficiency, and investing in renewable energy, nuclear, hydro, wind and solar, and electrification of the transport system. In this regard, a recent authoritative Chinese study predicts that China's oil demand could peak at almost 14.5 million barrels per day (MBD) by 2025, before declining to 12 megabyte D by 2035 and to 8.5 megabyte D by 2050. 80. China is taking drastic measures in pursuing an oil cap pathway that would affect global energy markets and could have major repercussions on the Saudi oil exports. 81. This situation may also be accompanied with bad news for the Saudi petrochemical sector. Indeed, China's petrochemical capacity is projected to grow significantly over the coming years, which would inevitably reduce the country's reliance on imports. 82. Taken together, this would deal a heavy blow to the Saudi economy, especially if reforms falter and the country remains dependent on oil for its development. Above all, China's engagement in Saudi Arabia's tech spheres will worry the United States, as Washington has warned consistently about the negative impact of this development on U.S. security interests. 83. If the United States-China competition escalates, it is possible that Riyadh might come under pressure and face a policy dilemma. Military and security cooperation, limited in scope despite the increased economic and political engagement between the two states. China-Saudi defense ties have been limited in scope. They are confined to joint exercises, counter-terrorism cooperation, sales of some weapon systems, and joint production of unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs. Saudi Arabia was the world's largest arms importer in 2015-19 and accounted for 12% of all imports of major arms. Nevertheless, China accounted for less than 1% of Saudi Arabia's arms imports during that period. 84. The United States was by far the largest arms supplier to Saudi Arabia in 2015-2019, accounting for 73% of Saudi Arabian arms imports. 85. China has supplied UAVs to Saudi Arabia since 2014. Riyadh confirmed in December 2015 that Saudi Arabia had acquired a number of UAVs from China to operate in Yemen. 86. In 2016, roughly 50 special forces personnel, 25 each from China and Saudi Arabia, took part in the first ever joint counter-terrorism exercise between the two countries. 87. In 2017, China and Saudi Arabia agreed to build a factory in Saudi Arabia to manufacture CH-4K Rainbow UAVs. 88. In July 2019, the Consultative Assembly of Saudi Arabia agreed on a draft MOU to cooperate in the military use of the Baidu navigation satellite system, BDS, China's alternative to GPS. 89. In November 2019, China and Saudi Arabia conducted a 3-week joint naval exercise at a Saudi Arabian naval base. The joint exercise was designed to build trust between the two sides to combat maritime terrorism. In short, military cooperation between China and Saudi is still in its infancy. Beijing has a limited capacity to compete with Western arms suppliers, while Saudi military's long-term dependence on U.S. hardware means that any new Chinese arms will not easily integrate with pre-existing systems. 90. Strategic outlook. Hedging against uncertainty. While Saudi Arabia seeks the economic and political benefits of an increased Chinese role in the Gulf region, it knows that it needs to balance this with the shorter-term imperative of not 147 China and Saudi Arabia 147 alienating the United States. In the long term, Saudi Arabia is aware that China's economic growth could eventually translate into increased military power in the Middle East and beyond, allowing it to adopt more assertive policies in the region in pursuit of its strategic goals. Thus, it is impossible to ignore relations with this emerging great power. However, Saudi leaders do not currently believe that China has the military and logistical capabilities, and possibly the political will, to provide a credible alternative to the U.S. security umbrella in the Middle East. 91. The kingdom's reliance on the United States is most profound around security, and U.S. military bases in the the Gulf region remain vital for Riyadh's defense. Despite the increasing uncertainty in United States-Saudi relations, the security umbrella provided by the U.S. military will remain crucial for maintaining peace and stability within the Middle East and in defending its wider regional interests for years to come. 92. On the other hand, strong ties with Saudi Arabia are still vital to serving strategic U.S. goals, such as countering terrorism and potential threats from Iran, propping up stability of energy markets and global trade, and pushing back against Russian and Chinese influence. In addition, the kingdom constitutes a major U.S. defense market. 93. In this context, Saudi Arabia's strong military ties with the United States may limit their support for an increased Chinese military presence in the Gulf, at least in the short term. The bottom line is that Riyadh does not want to damage its military ties with the United States by engaging in deeper military cooperation with China. That said, the United States will likely pressure Riyadh to limit its engagement with China, particularly in military affairs. Indeed, as the rivalry between Washington and Beijing may escalate in the future, Saudi Arabia could be forced to strike a difficult balance between the immediate need to deepen ties with China, its top trade partner and buyer of its crude and petrochemical, and the obligation to appease its historical ally, the United States. Still, Washington's reluctance to engage militarily in the region will stoke fears among Saudi leaders that the United States cannot be counted on for support in the event of conflict. In turn, Saudi Arabia may accelerate efforts to reduce its reliance on U.S. security, notably by strengthening ties to other security providers such as Russia and China. Saudi Arabia is likely to seriously consider multiple political security arrangements, particularly if the United States partially withdraws from the Middle East or the tension between Washington and Riyadh intensifies. Even if China cannot project the same type of military power that Washington can in the Gulf today, it is assumed among many Saudis that it will be able to do so in the future. 94. As China's capabilities grow and its dependence on energy from the Middle East and Africa rises, Beijing is likely to use its growing military and security assets to advance and secure these vital interests in the coming years. 95. Saudi Arabia cautiously welcomes the prospect of a growing Chinese role in the region, although it wants to ensure that China remains invested in protecting its interests. Nevertheless, this will also force Beijing to make some hard choices. If China wants to increase its influence in Saudi Arabia and Gulf region in general, it will have to involve itself in the geopolitical complexities of the region and be more assertive in its use of economic and other strategic assets there. 96. Conclusion. Today, Saudi Arabia is China's largest trading partner in West Asia and Africa, as well as China's largest global supplier of crude oil and the largest regional recipient of Chinese investment. China, in turn, is Saudi Arabia's largest trading partner and its largest oil customer. Beijing and Riyadh have much to offer each other. Despite the risks and challenges discussed above, the bilateral relations are likely to expand over the next 2 decades, and possibly beyond. 148. Nasser Al-Tamimi. 148. Riyadh certainly sees China as a superpower in the making and expects the country to stay as a top destination for its energy exports in the near future. Thus, it would make sense for Saudi Arabia to strengthen ties with this rising power. However, China's interests, presence and influence in the Middle East are likely to grow. Consequently, its bilateral relationship with Saudi Arabia will continue to be an important pillar of its role in the region. That said, Saudi Arabia is unlikely now, or in the immediate future, to seek to use China as a military replacement to the United States. Maintaining good relations with the United States remains a key foreign policy objective for the kingdom. However, Riyadh is likely in the longer term to seriously consider multiple political security arrangements if Washington were to put some distance between itself and the Middle East, or if the rift developing between Saudi Arabia and the United States were to widen. Notes 1. Nasser Al-Tamimi. China-Saudi Arabia relations, marriage of convenience or strategic alliance. 1990-2012, London, Routledge, 2014, 59. 2. Al-Tamimi, China-Saudi Arabia relations, 60. 3. Mustafa Gholam, China's relations with Arab Gulf states, and Ahmed Al-Masri and Kevin Curran, EDS, Smart Technologies and Innovation for a Sustainable Future, Advances in Science, Technology and Innovation, Chem, Springer, 2019, 65. 4. C. Al-Tamimi, China-Saudi Arabia relations, 62. Encyclopedia Britannica, Chiang Kai-shek, Chinese Statesman, October 27, 2020, www.britannica.com/biography Chiang Kai-shek. 5. Liu Zhengmin, Historical Evolution of Relationship Between China and the Gulf Region, Journal of Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies, in Asia, 10-1, 2016, 3. 6. Wu Rua and Jun Zhao, The Continuous Weakening of Ideology and the Construction of China-Saudi Arabia Relations, A Historical Review, Asian Journal of Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies, 14-4, 2020, 554-566. 7. Zhang Chuchu and Yao Chaowei, Bridging the Gap Between Overseas and Chinese Perceptions on Sino-Middle Eastern Relations, A Chinese Perspective, Globalizations, 18-2, 2020, 273-284. China 19%, EU 28, 15%, India 9%, Japan 8%, USA 7%, South Korea 6%, UAE 6%, Singapore 3%, Egypt 2%, Bahrain 2%, others 23%, China EU 28, India, Japan, USA, South Korea, UAE, Singapore, Egypt, Bahrain, others. Figure 10.1. Saudi Arabia's top trade partners in 2019 as percentage of total trade. Source, IMF, 149. China and Saudi Arabia 149. 8. Zhang and Zia 8, Bridging the Gap, 3. 9. Makio Yamada, Islam, Energy, and Development, Taiwan and China and Saudi Arabia, 1949-2013, American Journal of Chinese Studies, 20-1, 2015, 79-80. 10. Salam Sangjis, Saudi Foreign Policy Towards China in the Post-Arab Uprisings Era, A Neoclassical Realist Approach, Asian Journal of Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies, 14-1, 2020, 51. 11. Wu and Zhao, The Continuous Weakening of Ideology, 2. 12. Senjas, Saudi Foreign Policy Towards China, 56. 13. Senjas, Saudi Foreign Policy Towards China, 56. 14. Senjas, Saudi Foreign Policy Towards China, 56. 15. Zhang and Zia 8, Bridging the Gap, 3. 16. C. Al-Tamimi, China-Saudi Arabia Relations, 64. Yitzhak Shicher, In Search of Alternatives, China's Middle East Policy After Sadat, The Australian Journal of Chinese Affairs, 8, 1982, 107. 17. T. Y. Wang, Competing for Friendship, The Two Chinas and Saudi Arabia, Arab Studies Quarterly 15, 3, 1993, 70. 18. Bruce Riedel, Saudi Arabia's Relations with China, Functional, but Not Strategic, The Brookings Institution, July 20th, 2020, www.brookings.edu/articles Saudi Arabia's Relations with China Functional but Not Strategic. 19. Wang, Competing for Friendship, 69. 20. Manakar Dalraj, The Belt and Road Initiative in China's Relations with Iran and Saudi Arabia, A Delicate Balancing Act, in Alan Chong and Fan Kwang Min, EDS, Critical Reflections on China's Belt and Road Initiative, Singapore, Palgrave Macmillan, 2020, 130. 21 Al-Tamimi, China-Saudi Arabia Relations, 3-4. 22 Al-Tamimi, China-Saudi Arabia Relations, 116. 23 Al-Tamimi, China-Saudi Arabia Relations, 116. 24 Senges, Saudi Foreign Policy towards China, 57. 25 Santi Gang and Yajing Wang, on the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership between China and Saudi Arabia, Arab World Studies, 4, 2020, http://mideast.shisu.edu.cn/05AAC39968132522 page. HTN 26 Bing Bing Wu, Strategy and Politics in the Gulf as Seen from China, in Bryce Wakefield and Susan L. Levinstein, EDS, China and the Persian Gulf. Implications for the United States, Washington, D.C., Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars, 2011, 12. 27, China, Saudi Arabia forge closer relationship, China Daily, January 24, 2006, www.chinadaily.com.cn English Doc 2006-01-24 Content, 515060.htm 28 Andrew Scobell and Ellie Resonator, China in the Middle East, The Wary Dragon, Santa Monica, CA, Rand Corporation, 2016. 29 Sean Foley, When Oil is Not Enough, Sino-Saudi Relations in Vision 2030, Asian Journal of Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies, 11-1, 2017, 109. 31 Chen, Meng Shu and Chao Biaowen, Aligning China's Belt and Road Initiative with Saudi Arabia's 2030 Vision, Opportunities and Challenges, China Quarterly of International Strategic Studies 4-3, 2018. 31 Jad Muawad, China's Growth Shifts the Geopolitics of Oil, The New York Times, March 19, 2010, www.newyorktimes.com/2010-0320 Business Energy Environment, 20 Saudi.html, 32 Wu, Strategy and Politics in the Gulf, 10. 33 Yazid Saidi, China's Position on Syria, Malcolm H. Carnegie Middle East Center, February 8, 2012, https://carnegiemec.org 2012 020 China's Position on Syria Pub 47,132-34 All figures throughout are in US dollar, unless otherwise noted. 35 IHS Market, Saudi Arabia Country Monitor, November 2020, London, IHS Market, 2020, 14, https://bit.ly/se36 Chen, Shu, and When, Aligning China's Belt and Road Initiative, 365. 37 IHS Market, Saudi Arabia Country Monitor, November 2020, 1438, China stands ready to promote comprehensive strategic partnership with Saudi Arabia, FM, Xinhua, July 5, 2020, www.xinhuanet.com/English 2020 0705C 139188830.htm 39 IHS Market, Saudi Arabia Country Monitor November 2020, 14, 40 Buzinski and Orion, slowly but surely, 41 Jonathan Fulton, Situating Saudi Arabia in China's Belt and Road Initiative, Asian Politics and Policy, 12-3, 2020, 79, 42 Go Lam, China's Relations with Arab Gulf States, 66, 150 Nasser Al-Tamimi 150 43 Cordesman Anthony H, China in the Gulf, a new partnership with Iran, CSIS, July 15, 2020, www.csis.org/analysis China Gulf New Partnership Iran 44 Fulton, Situating Saudi Arabia in China's Belt and Road Initiative, 367-45, Saudi Arabia, China issue joint communique on establishing comprehensive strategic partnership between the two countries, Saudi Press Agency, SPA, January 20, 2016, www.spa.gov.sa/view story. PHP, News = 144874346 International Energy Agency, Oil Market Report, August 2020, August 13, 2020, 46, https://websor.iea.org/Oil Market Report August 2020 47 John B. Alterman, Chinese and Russian Influence in the Middle East, Statement before the House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on the Middle East, North Africa, and International Terrorism, May 9, 2019, https://docs.house.gov/Committee Calendar, by event.aspects question event ID = 109,455-48 CAPSARC, Policy and Economic Frameworks to Deepen Sino-Saudi Cooperation, Workshop Briefs, February 2020, https://ideas.repec.org/PPRC Brief KS, 2020, WB04.html 49 Zhongrua, China, Saudi Arabia celebrate 30 years of ties, China.org.cn, July 22, 2020, www.china.org.cn/World 2020 0722 Content, 7630067.9.htm 50 American Enterprise Institute, The China Global Investment Tracker, CGIT, January 2021, www.aei.org China Global Investment Tracker 51 Dania Saudi Arabia's $35 bill of petchem investments in China may be affected by coronavirus, GPCA, S&P Global Platts, April 14, 2020, www.spglobal.com/Platts on Market Insights latest news petrochemical 041420 Saudi Arabia's 35 bill of petchem investments in China may be affected by coronavirus. Ka52 Sean Foley, Saudi Arabia's relations with Asia, Asia Society, September 21, 2020, https://Asia Society, or Asia's new pivot Saudi Arabia 53 interview, China-Saudi Arabia relations develop with concept of community with shared future, says Ambassador, Xinhua, July 21, 2020, www.xinhuanet.com/English 2020 0721C 139229127.htm 54 Chen, Shu, and When, Aligning China's Belt and Road Initiative, 370-371, 55 Chen, Shu, and When, Aligning China's Belt and Road Initiative, 370-371 56 Dong Chen and Wen Khan, Deepening Cooperation between Saudi Arabia and China, CAPSARC, March 27, 2019, www.capsarc.org/Research Publications Deepening Cooperation between Saudi Arabia and China 57 Chen and Han, Deepening Cooperation between Saudi Arabia and China, 58 Ministry of Foreign Affairs of China, China's Arab Policy Paper, January 13, 2016, www.fnprc.gov, CN5CXXX 662,805, T1331683.html 59 Lindsay Ford and Max Hill, China's Evolving Ties with the Middle East, Asia Society, August 8, 2019, https://asiasociety.org Asia's New Pivot China 60 Ford and Hill, China's Evolving Ties, 61 Mead, Saudi Arabia 2020 with Coronavirus Update, April 2020, https://buy.mead.com/Product Report Saudi Arabia 62 Mead, Saudi Arabia 2020 with Coronavirus Update, 63 to Yifan, Roundup, China, Saudi Arabia I new level of friendship as diplomatic ties hit 30-year mark, Xinhua, July 22, 2020, www.xinhuanet.com/English 2020-07-22C 139232784.ATM 6410 Shu and when aligning China's Belt and Road Initiative 372 65 Yanhua's joint venture refinery shines as example for beneficial China-Saudi energy cooperation. Xinhua, July 9, 2018. www.xinhuanet.com/English 2018-07-09C 137312287.ATM 66 Yanhua's joint venture refinery shines. 67-2 Roundup. 68 Lisa Barrington Aziz El Yaqu Albi, Saudi's launch national artificial intelligence strategy. Reuters, October 21, 2020. www.reuters.com/article Saudi economy AI Saudi's launch national artificial intelligence strategy NKBN 2761 LZ69 Barrington El Yaqubi, Saudi's launch national artificial intelligence strategy. 70 National strategy for data and AI to support Saudi 4IR ambitions and Vision 2030 goals. Business Monitor Online, November 11, 2020. https://bit.ly2k9xgli 71 John Dobson. Middle East is benefiting from China-US tensions. Sunday Guardian Live, October 24, 2020. www.sundayguardianlive.com/World Middle East benefit in China-US tensions 72 Robert Mogilnicki. China could be the big winner of Saudi Arabia's race to become a tech hub. Foreign Policy, October 8, 2019. https://foreignpolicy.com 2019 1008 Saudi Arabia racing high-tech hub. China is ready to join the 151 China and Saudi Arabia 15173C. Vivian Nareem, Saudi deal with Huawei for Arabic-specific AI risks US hire. Bloomberg, October 22, 2020. www.bloomberg.com/news articles 2020 1022 Saudi Arabia Huawei signed deal to develop Arabic-specific AI. Sref equals TZXSDL10. Carl Flinders, Saudi Arabian authorities work with Chinese IT giants on digital goals. Computer Weekly, October 22, 2020. www.computerweekly.com News 252490964 Saudi Arabian authorities work with Chinese IT giants on digital goals. 74C Christopher M. Blanchard and Paul K. Carr, prospects for enhanced U.S.-Saudi nuclear energy cooperation. Congressional Research Service, CRS, August 13, 2020. https://fos.org SGPCRS MIDE AST IF10 799.pdf. Sarah Burkhardt, Erica Wenig, David Albright, and Andrea Stricker, Saudi Arabia's nuclear ambitions and proliferation risks. Washington, D.C., Institute for Science and International Security, 2017. https://isisonline.org ISIS reports detail Saudi Arabia's nuclear ambitions and proliferation risks. 4075 China-Saudi Arabia relations develop with concept of community with shared future, says Ambassador. Xinhua, July 21, 2020. www.xinhuanet.com/English 2020-07-21C 139229127.ATM 76 Fitch Solutions, China Country Risk Q4 2020. London, BMI Research, 2020. 3777 Erica Downs, High Anxiety. The Trade War on China's Oil and Gas Supply Security, the Center on Global Energy Policy at Columbia University, November 12, 2019. www.energypolicy.columbia. EDU Research Commentary High Anxiety Trade War on China's Oil and Gas Supply Security 78 Erica Downs. Supply security concerns are supporting the liberalization of China's oil and natural gas industry. Forum 125, 2020. www.oxfordenergy.org/WPCMSWP Content Uploads 2020 09OEF 125 1.PDF 79 John Kemp, U.S.-China Cold War with Redirect Energy Flows. Kemp, Reuters, July 28, 2020. https://uk.reuters.com/article Global Energy Kemp column U.S.-China Cold War with Redirect Energy Flows Kemp USKC N24221G80 Yang Fu Kyung, China Oil Cap Research Main Report 2019. The China Oil Consumption Cap and Policy Research Project, October 15, 2019. http://nrdc.cn Public Uploads 2019 1015 5-54566F052C.pdf 81 Dong Mei Chen, The Impact of China's Oil Cap Pathway on Saudi Arabia's Economic Transition. CAPSARC, December 23, 2019. www.capsarc.org/research publications The Impact of China's Oil Cap Pathway on Saudi Arabia's Economic Transition 82 Fitch Solutions, China Petrochemicals Report Q4 2020. London, BMI Research 2020. 6. 83C Alexander Cornwell, Gulf states should consider U.S. ties when dealing with China official. Reuters, May 7, 2020. www.reuters.com/article Health Coronavirus USA Gulf USKB N22J2WA. Robert Mogilnicki, China could be the big winner of Saudi Arabia's race to become a tech hub. Foreign Policy, October 8, 2019. https://foreignpolicy.com 2019 1008 Saudi Arabia racing high-tech hub. China is ready to join an 84 SIPRA. Trends in international arms transfers, 2019. March 9, 2020. https://bit.ly2hbyge85 SIPRA. Trends in international arms transfers, 2019. 86 Fitch Solutions, Saudi Arabia Defense and Security Report 2020. London, BMI Research, 2020. 17. 87 Jeffrey Becker, Erica Downs, Bendu Thomas, and Patrick DeGaetano, China's presence in the Middle East and Western Indian Ocean, Beyond Belt and Road, CNA, February 2019. www.cna. Org Research OBOR88K CADL, China, Saudi Arabia launch joint naval exercise. Media, Reuters, November 20, 2020. www.reuters.com/article China-Saudi military China-Saudi Arabia launch joint naval exercise. Media US L3N28010M89RWR Advisory Group. Saudi Arabia agrees to cooperate in the military use of China's bilateral navigation satellite system. July 11, 2019. www.rwadvisory.com/Saudi Arabia agrees to cooperate in the military use of China's bilateral navigation satellite system. 90 IHS Market, Saudi Arabia Country Monitor November 2020. London, IHS Market, 2020. 14. https://bit.ly39C82B991 Nasser Al-Tamimi. The GCC's China policy, hedging against uncertainty. In Camille Lungs, Jonathan Fulton, Santi Gang and Nasser Al-Tamimi. China's Great Game in the Middle East. London, European Council on Foreign Relations, 2019. https://ecfr.eu publication China Great Game Middle East 92 Al-Tamimi. The GCC's China policy, 93. Biden presidency likely to revive some, but not all, Obama-era policies towards MENA. Business Monitor Online, November 11th, 2020. https://bit.ly 3NWZZWT 94 Sean Foley, Saudi Arabia's relations with Asia, Asia Society, September 21st, 2020. https://Asia Society, or Asia's new pivot Saudi Arabia 152 Nasser Al-Tamimi 15295 Al-Tamimi, the GCC's China policy, 96 Al-Tamimi, the GCC's China policy, references Al-Tamimi, Nasser M, China-Saudi Arabia relations, marriage of convenience or strategic alliance 1990-2012, London, Routledge, 2014. Alterman John B. Chinese and Russian influence in the Middle East. Statement before the House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on the Middle East, North Africa, and International Terrorism. May 9th, 2019. https://docs.house.gov/committee calendar by event.aspects question event ID equals 109,455 American Enterprise Institute China Global Investment Tracker continuously updated. www.aia.org/China Global Investment Tracker Barrington Lisa and Aziz El Yacoubi. Saudis launch National Artificial Intelligence Strategy. Reuters, October 21st, 2020. www.reuters.com/article Saudi economy AI Saudis launch National Artificial Intelligence Strategy at INKB N2761 LZ Becker, Jeffrey, Erica Downs, Ben Thomas, and Patrick de Gaetano. China's presence in the Middle East and Western Indian Ocean, beyond Belt and Road. CNA, February 2019. www.cna.org/research OBOR Blanchard Christopher M. and Paul K. Carr. Prospects for enhanced U.S.-Saudi nuclear energy cooperation. Congressional Research Service, CRS, August 13th, 2020. https://fos.org SGPCRS Mideast, IF10799.pdf. Burkhardt, Sarah, Erica Wenig, David Albright, and Andrea Stricker. Saudi Arabia's nuclear ambitions and proliferation risks. Washington, D.C., Institute for Science and International Security, 2017. https://isisonline.org ISIS reports detail Saudi Arabia's nuclear ambitions and proliferation risks. 40 Business Monitor Online. Biden presidency likely to revive some, but not all, Obama-era policies towards MENA. November 11th, 2020. https://bit.ly 3NWZZWT Business Monitor Online. National Strategy for Data and AI to support Saudi 4IR ambitions and Vision 2030 goals. November 11th, 2020. https://bit.ly 2K9XGLI CADL, Kate, China, Saudi Arabia launch joint naval exercise. Media, Reuters, November 20th, 2020. www.reuters.com/article China Saudi military China Saudi Arabia launch joint naval exercise. Media US L3N28010M Sanjis, Sinam, Saudi foreign policy towards China in the post-Arab uprisings era. A neoclassical realist approach. Asian Journal of Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies, 14-1, 2020, 5167. Shendong May, the impact of China's oil cap pathway on Saudi Arabia's economic transition. CAPSARC, December 23rd, 2019. www.capsarc.org/research publications. The impact of China's oil cap pathway on Saudi Arabia's economic transition. Shendong May and Wen Khan, deepening cooperation between Saudi Arabia and China. CAPSARC, March 27th, 2019. www.capsarc.org/research publications. Deepening cooperation between Saudi Arabia and China. Chen Wan, Meng Shu and Chao Biaowen, aligning China's Belt and Road Initiative with Saudi Arabia's 2030 vision. Opportunities and challenges. China Quarterly of International Strategic Studies, 4-3, 2018, 363-379. China, Saudi Arabia forge closer relationship. China Daily, January 24th, 2006. www.chinadaily.com. CN English Doc 2006-0124 content 515060.atm. China stands ready to promote comprehensive strategic partnership with Saudi Arabia. FM, Xinhua, July 5th, 2020. www.xinhuanet.com/English 2020-0705C 139188830.atm. Cordis Man Anthony H. China in the Gulf. A new partnership with Iran. CSIS, July 15th, 2020. www.csis.org analysis China Gulf new partnership Iran Cornwell, Alexander, Gulf states should consider U.S. ties when dealing with China official. Reuters, May 7th, 2020. www.reuters.com/article Health coronavirus USA Gulf USKB, N22J2WA, Dobson, John, Middle East is benefiting from China-U.S. tensions. Sunday Guardian Live, October 24th, 2020. www.sundayguardianlive.com/World's Middle East benefit in China-U.S. tensions. Balraj, Medicare, the Belt and Road Initiative in China's relations with Iran and Saudi Arabia, a delicate balancing act. In Alan Chong and Fan Kwang Min, EDS, critical reflections on China's Belt and Road Initiative. Singapore, Palgrave Macmillan, 2020, 125-138, 153 China and Saudi Arabia 153 Downs. Erica, high anxiety, the trade war on China's oil and gas supply security, the Center on Global Energy Policy at Columbia University, November 12th, 2019, www.energypolicy.columbia.edu/research commentary high anxiety trade war on China's oil and gas supply security Downs. Erica, supply security concerns are supporting the liberalization of China's oil and natural gas industry. Forum, 125, 2020, www.oxfordenergy.org/WPCMSWP content uploads 2020 09OEF 125.1.pdf Encyclopedia Britannica, Chiang Kai-shek, Chinese statesman, October 27th, 2020, www.britannica.com/biography Chiang Kai-shek Fitch Solutions, China Country Risk Q4 2020, London, BMI Research, 2020, Fitch Solutions, China Petrochemicals Report Q4 2020, London, BMI Research, 2020, Fitch Solutions, Saudi Arabia Defense and Security Report 2020, London, BMI Research, 2020, Foley, Sean, Saudi Arabia's relations with Asia, Asia Society, September 21st, 2020, https://Asia Society, or Asia's new pivot Saudi Arabia Foley, Sean, when oil is not enough, Sino-Saudi relations and Vision 2030, Asian Journal of Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies, 11, No. 1, 2017, 107-120. Ford, Lindsay and Max Hill, China's Evolving Ties with the Middle East, Asia Society, August 8, 2019, https://asiasociety.org Asia's new pivot China Flinders, Carl, Saudi Arabian authorities work with Chinese IT giants on digital goals. Computer Weekly, October 22, 2020, www.computerweekly.com/news252490964 Saudi Arabian authorities work with Chinese IT giants on digital goals. Fulton, Jonathan, Situating Saudi Arabia in China's Belt and Road Initiative, Asian Politics and Policy, 12/3/2020, 362-383. Ghulam, Mustafa, China's Relations with Arab Gulf States, and Ahmed Al-Masri and Kevin Curran, EDS, Smart Technologies and Innovation for a Sustainable Future, Advances in Science, Technology and Innovation, Chem, Springer, 2019, 6372. International Energy Agency, Oil Market Report, August 2020, August 13, 2020, https://webstore, IA.org Oil Market Report, August 2020. Interview, China-Saudi Arabia relations develop with concept of community with shared future, says Ambassador, Xinhua, July 21, 2020, www.xinhuanet.com/English 2020-0721C 139229127.htm CAPSARC, Policy and Economic Frameworks to Deepen Sino-Saudi Cooperation, Workshop Briefs, February 2020, https://ideas.repec.org/PPRC with brief KS, 2020, WB04.html Kemp, John, U.S.-China Cold War with Redirect Energy Flows, Kemp, Reuters, July 28, 2020, https://uk.reuters.com/article Global Energy Kemp column U.S.-China Cold War with Redirect Energy Flows Kemp USKC N242 Liu Jungman, Historical Evolution of Relationship between China and the Gulf Region, Journal of Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies, in Asia, 10-1, 2016, 125, Lance Camille, Jonathan Fulton, Santi Gang and Nasser Al-Tamimi, China's Great Game in the Middle East, London, European Council on Foreign Relations, 2019, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of China, China's Arab Policy Paper, January 13, 2016, www.fmprc.gov.cn/MFINCXXX660 T1331683.SHTML Mogilniki, Robert, China could be the big winner of Saudi Arabia's race to become a tech hub, Foreign Policy, October 8, 2019, https://foreignpolicy.com 2019 1008 Saudi Arabia racing high-tech hub China is ready to join in Muawat, Jad, China's growth shifts the geopolitics of oil, The New York Times, March 19, 2010, www.newyorktimes.com/2010-0320 Business Energy Environment, 20 Saudi.html Nareem, Vivian, Saudi deal with Huawei for Arabic-specific AI risks US hire, Bloomberg, October 22, 2020, www.bloomberg.com/news articles 2020-10-22 Saudi Arabia Huawei sign deal to develop Arabic-specific AI, SREF equals TZXSDL10 Real, Bruce, Saudi Arabia's relations with China, functional, but not strategic, The Brookings Institution, July 20, 2020, www.brookings.edu/articles Saudi Arabia's relations with China functional, but not strategic RWR Advisory Group, Saudi Arabia agrees to cooperate in the military use of China's BeiDou navigation satellite system, July 11, 2019, www.rwadvisory.com/Saudi Arabia agrees to cooperate in the military use of China's BeiDou navigation satellite system Saudi, Dania, Saudi Arabia's $35 bill of petchem investments in China may be affected by coronavirus, GPCA, S&P Global Platts, April 14, 2020, www.spglobal.com/Platts on Market Insights latest news petrochemical 041420 Saudi Arabia's $35 bill of petchem investments in China may be affected by coronavirus, Ka 154 Nasser Al-Tamimi 154, Saudi Arabia 2020 with coronavirus update, Middle East Economic Report, April 2020, https://buy, me.com product report Saudi Arabia country monitor, London, IHS Market, 2020, Saudi Press Agency, SPA, Saudi Arabia, China issue joint communique on establishing comprehensive strategic partnership between the two countries, January 20, 2016, www.spa.gov.sa/view story. PHP, Newsit equals 1448743 Say Yazid, China's position on Syria, Malcolm H. Carnegie Middle East Center, February 8, 2012, https://carnegiemec.org 2012-0208 China's position on Syria Pub 47132 Scobell, Andrew and Ali Resonator, China in the Middle East, The Wary Dragon, Santa Monica, CA, Rand Corporation, 2016, Shisher, Yitzhak, In Search of Alternatives, China's Middle East Policy After Sadat, The Australian Journal of Chinese Affairs 8, 1982, 101-110, SIPRA, Trends in International Arms Transfers, 2019, March 9, 2020, https://bit.ly to HBYGE Santi Gang and Wang Yejing, on the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership between China and Saudi Arabia, Arab World Studies, 4, 2020, http://mideast.sisu.edu.cn/05AAC399613252 page.htm to YFAN, Roundup, China, Saudi Arabia a new level of friendship as diplomatic ties hit 30-year mark, Xinhua, July 22, 2020, www.xinhuanet.com/English 2020-0722C 139232784.htm Wang, TY, Competing for Friendship, The Two Chinas and Saudi Arabia, Arab Studies Quarterly 15-3, 1993, 6382, Wu Bingbing, Strategy and Politics in the Gulf as Seen from China, in Bryce Wakefield and Susan L. Levinstein, EDS, China and the Persian Gulf, Implications for the United States, Washington, D.C., Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars, 2011, 1026, Wu Ru and Jun Zhao, The Continuous Weakening of Ideology and the Construction of China-Saudi Arabia Relations, A Historical Review, Asian Journal of Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies 14-4, 2020, 554-566, Yamada, Makio, Islam, Energy, and Development, Taiwan and China and Saudi Arabia, 1949-2013, American American Journal of Chinese Studies, 22-1, 2015, 7798. Yanbu's joint venture refinery shines as example for beneficial China-Saudi energy cooperation. Xinhua, July 9, 2018. www.xinhuanet.com/English 2018-0709C 137312287.atm Yangfu Qiang, China Oil Cap Research Main Report 2019, The China Oil Consumption Cap and Policy Research Project, October 15, 2019, http://nrtc.cn Public Uploads 2019 1015, 5-54566F052C.pdf Zhongshuchu and Yao Jiaowei, Bridging the Gap Between Overseas and Chinese Perceptions on Sino-Middle Eastern Relations, A Chinese Perspective, Globalizations 18-2, 2020, 273-284, Zhongrua, China, Saudi Arabia celebrate 30 years of ties, china.org.cn, July 22, 2020, www.china.org.cn World 2020 0722 Content, 763000679.atm 155 DOI, 10.4324/9781003034520-13 11 Turkey's relations with China and the Belt and Road Initiative Altay Adel in August 2019, a few months before COVID-19 first appeared in China and eventually engulfed the entire world. Turkey's Ministry of Foreign Affairs announced the Asia New Initiative, designed as a holistic and comprehensive policy towards Asia and the Pacific, home to the rising powers of the 21st century, one encompassing a wide range of issue areas, including trade, technology, defense industry, investments, educational exchanges, and political and cultural dialogues. Minister Mevlu, combining Diaresis T. Cavusoglu, said that the purpose is to consolidate Turkey's position as a connector between Europe and Asia, and to contribute to our sustainable development process and our progress as an information society, to defining Turkey as the easternmost European and the westernmost Asian country. 3. Turkey's Asia New Initiative provides a multidimensional and multi-stakeholder framework for Ankara's efforts to improve relations with Asian countries, and while the initiative covers the entire Asian region, China appears to be one of the focal points, as the initiative itself has an emphasis on economic relations. China is Turkey's largest trading partner in Asia, while at the same time, the Belt and Road Initiative, BRA, in which Turkey has expressed keen interest at both the government and the business community levels, promises to open up new opportunities for Turkey in its economic relations with the world's second-largest economy. It is probably a coincidence that the Asia New Initiative was announced by the Turkish Ministry of Foreign Affairs only a few weeks after President Recep Tayyip Erdogan's visit to Beijing. However, Turkey's efforts to establish more constructive relations with China in the economic field have been real and significant. Turkey's relations with China defy easy explanation, and it would be an oversimplification to argue that it is all about business. As will be discussed below, there are significant political and diplomatic issues between the two countries, and there have been times when these issues have significantly and negatively affected the economic linkages between them. There have been ups and downs in the relationship, and while mutual benefits on the economic side are welcomed and actively worked on by both parties, one could also observe that business can be put on hold or even derailed due to political issues. This is why the Turkish-Chinese relationship can be difficult for outsiders to understand. Rapprochement between Ankara and Beijing has often led to comments among international pundits implying that Turkey is distancing itself from the democratic West and getting closer 156 out to 156 to the authoritarian East. Others comment that perhaps China is buying Turkey on the cheap. The former argument becomes more vocal at times when Turkey has troubled relations with its Western partners, such as the United States and the European Union (EU), and the latter surfaces more often at times when Turkey's economic woes deepen, such as when the currency crash happened in 2018. Yet Turkey's efforts to improve relations with China, to the extent that they are successful, are neither a Cold War-like binary choice nor a submission to China's economic might. Instead, Turkey aims for a diversification of foreign relations, both politically and economically, and the rapprochement with China is a pragmatic rather than ideological choice. In this picture, the BRA, with its actual and expected economic benefits for Turkey, offers fertile ground upon which this pragmatism can grow. Historical background of Turkish-Chinese relations. The year 2021 marked the 50th year anniversary of diplomatic relations between the Republic of Turkey and the People's Republic of China, PRC. However, relations between the Turks and the Chinese have their origins much deeper in history, when centuries ago Turkic nomads traded merchandise between their territories and the Chinese imperial realm. It was the time of the ancient Silk Road, along which not only goods, but also ideas, worldviews, beliefs, and cultural products were exchanged. These early exchanges continue to resonate in today's discourses on the BRA, as Turks refer to the ancient Silk Road and their ancestors' place in it when making a point on the relevance of modern Turkey for the modern version of the Silk Road, the BRA. If we fast forward to the modern era, the Republic of Turkey was founded in 1923 as the successor of the Ottoman Empire, at a time when the successor of another empire, the Republic of China, founded in 1911 following the fall of the Qing Empire, was suffering a political void and internal turmoil. There were efforts at contact between the two young entities in this period, culminating in the opening of a Turkish consulate in Nanjing. Both countries were then involved in a profound process of state building, which in China's case was hampered by the Japanese invasion and another internal struggle, this time between the communists and the nationalists. After World War II, the Japanese invasion of China was over, and soon thereafter, in 1949, the PRC was proclaimed under the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party, CCP. As the international system came to be defined by the bipolarity of the Cold War of the 20th century, the two countries found themselves in opposite camps. Turkey became a member of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, and as a member of the Western Bloc, it refused to recognize the PRC, maintaining relations with the nationalist government in Taiwan as the legitimate representative of the Chinese people. In the Korean War of 1950-53, in which Turkey participated with a battalion, Turkish troops engaged in battle against the People's Liberation Army. During the early decades of the Cold War, Turkey and China, as members of two opposing blocs and worldviews, remained largely isolated from each other with minimal interaction. This situation began to change in the late 1960s due to two factors. First, following the Sino-Soviet split, the United States embarked on a normalization process with China, opening the way for Turkey, its then loyal ally, to do the same. Second, Turkey was becoming aware of the economic opportunities that China's large market could potentially offer. Although both economies were relatively closed back then, with Turkey implementing an import substitution strategy and China adopting Mao's version of a socialist economy, some initial attempts at small-scale trade were nevertheless being made, mostly through third-party intermediaries such 157 Turkey's relations with China and the BRI 157 as merchants from Lebanon and Pakistan. China's economy was already under the Turk spotlight. Then, Turkey's state planning agency published a report arguing that establishing formal relations with the PRC would mean a gain of between $25 million and $30 million per year for the Turkish economy. 4. Turkey's Ministry of Foreign Affairs called on business people to get involved with China. 5. And the business community responded to the call by exploring the opportunities. A report published in 1969 by the Izmir Chamber of Commerce, ZTO, reveals how the Turkish business community viewed China then. The volume of our industrial production has been increasing since we have adopted a planned economy. Turkey has to find markets for these products. In order to close our trade deficit, Turkey should better improve relations with the countries of the Eastern Bloc, especially with continental China, which is implementing a multilateral trade policy. 6 Turkey and China established diplomatic relations on August 5, 1971 through a memorandum signed by the two countries' ambassadors in Paris. In the turbulence of Turkish domestic politics, this development did not come easily. Proponents of recognizing China were pointing to continental China's growing economy and Washington's changing policy towards this country, whereas opponents were referring to Turkey's ideological polarization between the right and the left, which was already plaguing the society and politics then and would continue to do so throughout the 1970s, arguing that establishing relations with Red China would only make the domestic political scene more dangerous, as it would mean a new open channel for Beijing to export its Maoist ideology. 7 The military memorandum issued on March 12, 1971, which forced the government to resign, only served to make the China question more complicated. Nevertheless, the recognition went through, followed by a trade agreement 3 years later. Despite these developments in the diplomatic field, relations including economic ties between Turkey and China remained limited during the 1970s, as both countries were preoccupied with their own internal issues. This was the time when ideological polarization in Turkey escalated significantly and frequently turned violent, paving the way to the military coup of September 12, 1980. Import substitution industrialization was a failure, leading to serious deficits and shortages in the country. China, in the meantime, was experiencing the final stages of Mao's rule, followed by struggles for succession. On top of all this, the Cold War was at its peak, making it difficult for countries in opposite camps to establish constructive relations despite official mutual recognition. The 1980s brought an initial momentum to Turkish-Chinese relations. Both countries started to liberalize their economies and integrate with global markets. China did so after 1978 with Deng Xiaoping at the helm, and Turkey with a liberalization package issued on January 24, 1980, masterminded by Turgut Özal, first as a top bureaucrat under the military regime, then as a prime minister after the democratic elections of 1983. Both countries joined, in their own way and gradually, the neoliberal wave shaping global capitalism in this period. Parallel to these developments, commercial exchanges between the two countries also began to take off. Turkish leaders' official visits to China in 1982 by President Kenan Evren and in 1985 by Prime Minister Turgut Özal had economic issues at the top of their agenda. Business representatives joined these visits, and they were called on by the government to reap the benefits of these visits and benefit from the Chinese market. During Özal's visit in 1985, a trade deal worth $150 million was signed, with an annex of product lists that Turkey was supposed to sell to China and vice versa. Although this deal and other attempts to improve trade did not produce 158 much in the way of results, the 1980s were important for the relationship, as it was then that the two sides seriously began to study and understand each other, exploring opportunities and laying down the foundations for a longer-term relationship. The early 1990s brought in new parameters to define the relationship. The dissolution of the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War caused seismic changes in both the regional and the international order. Bipolarity was over, replaced by uncertainty. In this period, Turkey adopted an activist foreign policy towards the newly independent republics of Central Asia and the Caucasus, emphasizing common Turkic heritage and ethnic bonds. For China, this new foreign policy stance by Turkey was worrying, as it risked the spillover of the common ethnicity discourse onto its own territory, to the Xinjiang Ural Autonomous Region, which would spur separatist tendencies. In the meantime, transnational activism by the Euro diaspora based in Turkey and Turkish politicians' support for the diaspora leaders led to a serious deterioration in the relationship between China and Turkey, resulting in greater pressure by Beijing on Ankara to curb the Euro diaspora's anti-China activities in Turkey. In the second half of the decade, as Russia increased both its political and economic influence in Central Asia and the Caucasus, and China's economic clout expanded rapidly, Turkey sought to cooperate with these powers instead of contradicting their priorities and chose to seek support for the Euro nationalist movement's activities, adopting a policy of supporting Euros economically and culturally, while at the same time refusing to endorse any attempt against China's territorial integrity. In the 1990s, trade relations between the two countries failed to live up to expectations. In a report for the Turkish Industry and Business Association, TUMLAUD-SAD, Mehmet combining dialysis, explained why it looks like our economy administration is still working on the same China dossier, not really bringing any novelty or a strategic approach that would respond to the changing conditions in both Turkey and China and the developments in the relations between the two countries. When this issue is brought up, they continue hiding behind excuses such as how difficult entering the Chinese market is, the discouraging effect of the geographical distance between the countries, or that we do not have enough products to sell to China in large amounts, and so, after OGA, combining dialysis, published his report, ironically Turkey's imports from China began to increase and China's entry into the World Trade Organization, WTO, in 2001 only served to add further momentum to Turkey's buying spree from China. In the same period, there has been only a modest increase in Turkey's exports to China. This was a time when Turkish business people were impressed by the size of the China's market. However, after going to China, observing the commercial environment there, and thinking that exporting was difficult given challenges like language barriers, product standards, and high competition, many decided to become importers instead, buying low-priced Chinese products and selling them in Turkey for a handsome profit. In 2000, during a visit by the Chinese President Jiang Zemin to Turkey, the two sides signed an agreement for closer cooperation, which in economic terms only led to a further widening of Turkey's trade deficit against China. With the parliamentary elections on November 3, 2002, a new era began in Turkey, with the newly founded Justice and Development Party, AKP, entering the office as a single-party government with a majority in the parliament, after more than a decade of coalition politics that defined the Turkish political scene. The foreign policy approach of the new government emphasized economic pragmatism rather than ideological choices, and in moving away from an exclusive focus on relations with the West, it aimed at enlarging the geographical scope. 159 Turkey's relations with China and the BRI 159 of Turkish foreign policy, engaging more constructively with non-Western countries. This brought new energy to Turkey's approach to China. On the trade front, the early 2000s were still problematic for Turkey, as imports continued to soar, as did Turkey's deficit against China. As lower-cost Chinese products continued to flood the Turkish market, they came to be seen as a threat to local production. In response, the Turkish government adopted a series of protection measures against Chinese products, and although these measures remained in effect until 2017, they did little to stop the inflow of Chinese products. Moreover, it was not only about Turkey's domestic market. Chinese products caused losses of market share for Turkish competitors in third markets, further adding fuel to the perception of Chinese threat in Turkish eyes. Turkey still has a trade deficit with China. However, back then, as the end of the first decade of the 2000s neared, an edge dialogue between the two countries strengthened at every level, culminating in an upgrading of the relations to the level of strategic cooperation. In 2010, there was a gradual paradigm shift on the Turkish side with respect to how China was viewed as an economic partner. Rather than remaining fixated on the bilateral merchandise trade and the deficit, new forms of economic linkages came to the forefront, such as foreign direct investment, defense industry cooperation, large-scale infrastructure projects, and technology transfer. A number of agreements were signed in these areas during Premier Wen Jiabao's visit to Turkey in 2010, the same year that China ascended to the second place in the ranking of the world's largest economies measured as total gross domestic product (GDP). China in this period came to be seen by both the Turkish government and the business community as a long-term partner with which to build multidimensional economic relations based on mutual benefits. The Turkish discourse with respect to objectives in economic relations with China shifted from one of trying to close the trade deficit to rebalancing the relationship by creating greater value added through investments, infrastructure projects, and technology cooperation. The BRI, launched in 2013, provided a perfect framework for Turkey to pursue these objectives. Turkish-Chinese economic relations in the BRI era. November 7, 2019 was a historic day for Turkey's relations with China. The first block train departing from Xi'an in China had arrived in Istanbul en route to its final European destination of Prague. The 850-kilometer-long China Railway Express Chang'an, carrying 40 containers, became the first train to take the China Central Asia-West Asia corridor of the BRI, using the Baku-Tbilisi-Kars line that was opened in October 2017, entering Turkey and crossing the Marmara, the underground tunnel spanning between the two sides of the Bosphorus Straits in Istanbul. While the passing of this train was greeted with a celebratory mood in Turkey, there were also some doubts. Would the trains coming to Turkey and bringing in Chinese products to the Turkish market return empty to China? What was Turkey going to export to China using the rail corridors of the BRI? Another block train departing from Istanbul to China on December 5, 2020 provided a partial answer to those questions. The train carried Turkish products, mostly refrigerators, exported to China. Turkey's Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, Abdülkarim İsmailoglu, informed the public that this route reduced the transport time of export products between Turkey and China from 1 month to 12 days, and Marmara-wise integration with this route reduced the transport time from China to West Europe to 18 days. 12. This is certainly a significant approach. However, the real question concerns the extent to which exports through rail transportation can contribute to a narrowing of Turkey's trade deficit with China. 160 out of 160. Since 2013, when the BRI was launched, Turkey's trade deficit with China has actually shrunk. That year, Turkey exported $3.6 billion worth of goods to China and imported $24.4 billion of goods in return, creating a $20.8 billion deficit. 13. In 2019, these numbers were $2.7 billion, $19.1 billion, and $16.4 billion respectively, and the COVID-19 pandemic seems to have changed little with respect to volumes traded between Turkey and China. In the first 11 months of 2020, the period for which the most up-to-date data was available at the time of writing, Turkey's exports to China totaled $2.6 billion and imports $20.5 billion, for a deficit of $17.9 billion. The narrowing of Turkey's trade deficit with China since 2013 is not a result of increasing exports, which has not been the case, but of faster declining imports, mostly due to the shrinking purchasing power of the Turkish lira. Export trains to China have little to change here in this picture. The BRI, however, is expected to help rebalance Turkey's economic relationship with China in ways other than directly increasing exports to this country. The BRI's importance for Turkey is that it offers a platform through which more Chinese investment can be drawn to the economy, and while this would certainly help balance the relationship with China, its more important contribution to and real value for Turkey's economy will depend on the extent to which it will support Turkey's efforts to improve its domestic capabilities in areas vital for the country's sustainable development, such as logistics infrastructure, energy efficiency and self-sufficiency, and technological capabilities. Foundations for BRI cooperation between Turkey and China were laid down by an agreement signed during the G20 summit in Antalya, Turkey in November 2015. Aligning the Silk Road economic belt in the 21st century maritime Silk Road with the Middle Corridor Initiative is a memorandum of understanding that provides the setting for comprehensive cooperation between Turkey and China within the framework of the BRI, covering areas such as policy dialogue on major development strategies, plans and policies, cooperation in bilateral infrastructure projects in Turkey, China and third countries, including highway, railroad, civil aviation, ports, oil and gas pipelines, power grids and telecommunication networks, mutual efforts to open up markets to each other and to expand two-way flow of trade, financial integration and the use of home currencies in trade and investment, and the promotion of people-to-people exchanges. So far, the largest Chinese investment in Turkey that can be considered within the BRI framework is the Comfort Container Port at Ambar on Istanbul's outskirts. In 2015, a consortium of Chinese companies led by COSCO Pacific purchased a 65% stake in the port for $940 million and expanded the port with further investments in the following years, increasing the processing capacity from 1.3 million to 2.1 million 20-foot equivalent units, turning Comfort into the fifth largest container port of Turkey. This port is playing a crucial role for exports and imports of Turkey's largest province and industrial center, Istanbul, and it is a strategic hub between the Aegean Sea and the Black Sea. Moreover, the Research and Development (R&D) center that Comfort launched with a 4.5 million lira investment in 2019 is accredited by the Ministry of Industry and Technology, becoming the first R&D center of the country in the port management sector. 14. The Comfort case is important, not only because it is the largest Chinese investment in Turkey, but also because it contributes to Turkey's efforts to improve its own infrastructure and logistics capabilities, a vital prerequisite for sustainable economic development. Turkey's vision in this area is to upgrade its ports, with a focus on the ports of Kandahar north of Izmir, Filyos port near Zonguldak on the Black Sea, and the Mediterranean port of Mersin, parts of the new Three Major Ports on Three Seas initiative by the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure, improve railroads by focusing on high-speed rail technologies and increasing 161 Turkey's relations with China and the BRI 161 the share of railway transportation, not only inside the country but also internationally, while reducing the share of the land roads, and connect ports with railroads in order to enable more efficient intermodal transportation. Chinese involvement in Turkey's transportation infrastructure in general, and railways in particular, is expected to bring an alternative external source of not only finance but also technology and know-how to contribute to Turkey's plans, and the BRI is offering a platform for cooperation in this area. There was already a certain level of collaboration in railroads before the BRI was launched. Chinese companies had completed a number of projects including one segment of the Istanbul-Ankara high-speed railway line. However, the BRI has brought new momentum together with new resources to the field. The setting for further cooperation in this area was established with another intergovernmental agreement signed during the G20 summit in Antalya in 2015, the Agreement on Cooperation in the Field of Railways, which not only covers the entire range of activities related to the development of railroads, but also directly refers to the construction of the Edirne-Kars high-speed railway, which will connect the westernmost point of Turkey with the country's easternmost point, forming the Turkish segment of the railway corridor between China and Europe. Another field in which Turkey needs to improve its capabilities, and hence is looking forward to greater cooperation with China within the BRI framework, is energy. Turkey wants to reduce its dependence and become self-sufficient in terms of energy security, and while indigenous energy generation is a key objective here, technological capabilities and know-how need to be improved as well, in order to ensure sustainability sustainability in the long run. From Ankar's perspective, collaboration with China is expected to serve this purpose. Currently, the Turkish government has 2 nuclear plants in the pipeline, one currently under construction in Mersin by a Russian company and the other to be built in Sinop by a Japanese-French consortium. For the third nuclear plant that is planned to be constructed in Kırklareli, Turkey has already signed an agreement of exclusivity with China's State Nuclear Power Technology Corporation (SNPTC) in 2014. This project will incorporate 4 nuclear reactors with a total capacity of 5,000 megawatts and a price tag between $22 million and $25 million. Turkey's cooperation with China in this specific case will also entail joint development with the United States, because the third-generation nuclear technology offered by SNPTC is a product of the company's collaboration with the United States-based Westinghouse Electric Company. The Turkish-Chinese Agreement for Cooperation in Peaceful Uses of Nuclear Energy, signed in 2012 and coming into effect in June 2016, covers the entire range of activities where Turkey and China will cooperate, including designing, constructing, and operating nuclear plants, joint research and development, and mining and waste management. On the non-nuclear side, an agreement for cooperation in renewable energy and coal signed in 2016 will open up a new chapter in energy cooperation, since both countries' industries excessively depend on coal, which has already been subject to significant Chinese involvement in Turkey. Since 1994, China Machinery Engineering Corporation (CMEC) has completed a number of coal plant projects in various parts of the country, from Zonguldak on the Black Sea to Sirnak near the Iraqi border, eventually moving to the thermal energy sector in 2011 and building 12 plants in different parts of Turkey. In the meantime, both Turkey and China are making significant efforts to transition to cleaner and renewable forms of energy as well, and Turkey is already making use of Chinese technology in order to increase its capabilities in solar and hydro energy. A leading Chinese firm, CSUN, is a major investor in Turkey in the solar field, producing solar and photovoltaic cells at its Istanbul plant since 2013. In both logistics and energy, Turkey is looking forward to receiving more Chinese investments, not only because they would contribute to improving Turkey's infrastructure in 162 out of 162 respective fields, but also because they would contribute to the Turkish economy technology-wise. All the agreements and memoranda of understanding mentioned above include clauses on technology transfer and code production without exception. This is an area where China's technology firms that are present in the Turkish market are also playing a crucial role. For instance, Chinese telecommunications company Huawei has provided Turkey's landline and cellular operators with infrastructure services since 2002, and while the company does not produce its products in Turkey, it has been investing in R&D in Turkey, including a telecommunication systems lab established in partnership with Istanbul Technical University (TU Umlaut) in 2008, an R&D center opened in 2010 in Istanbul with a total investment of $50 million, and a planned Smart Cities Research Lab to be opened in the Information Valley, an innovation and technology hub launched by the Ministry of Industry and Technology. A cooperation protocol for this lab was signed between the company and the Turkish authorities in March 2019. Executives of Huawei Turkey have declared their intentions to establish a pioneering communications network for Turkey, encouraging the sound development of the ITC sector in Turkey, and bringing to Turkey a range of smart technologies and solutions including 5G, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, smart city campus. 15 Another Chinese telecommunication company active in Turkey, ZTE, which had entered the market by purchasing a 48% stake in TTS, a leading local company, is planning to open a GSMR Center of Excellence. 16 The digital economy is also emerging as a priority field for Turkish-Chinese cooperation, and Alibaba's 2018 purchase of one of Turkey's largest digital commerce platforms, Trendyol, for $728 million has been an important milestone in this respect. There is ample room for further growth in this field, as well as for Chinese investment in the Turkish digital commerce sector. Turkish producers see setting up shop in China's leading digital commerce platforms such as Wall, Taobao and JD.com as a highly useful means to export their products to overseas markets. The Turkish government supports this idea, and the presidential decree supporting digital activities and market entry, dated May 26, 2020, now makes it possible for membership fees for these platforms to be subsidized by the state up to 80%. As the COVID-19 pandemic led to an increasing societal emphasis on digital rather than physical connectivity, the focus of the BRI is shifting to the concept of the Digital Silk Road, which is offering significant potential for Turkish companies, hence the active government support. There is a financial side to all trade, investment, and infrastructure transactions, and there has been remarkable improvement in this field as well with respect to Turkey's role in the BRI, mainly resulting from the fact that the banking sector has been one of the areas in which Chinese investment has been the strongest so far in the Turkish market. In 2015, the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, ICBC, which is the world's largest bank in terms of market value and total assets, bought a 75.5% stake at Textile Bank, changing the name of the bank to ICBC Turkey following the acquisition. As of December 2020, having made further share acquisitions, ICBC's share in the capital of the bank is 798.4 million liras, corresponding to a 92.8% stake. The bank has 39 branches in Turkey. Another Chinese bank, the Bank of China, has established a subsidiary in Turkey, which was granted a license by the Turkish authorities to open branches and officially commenced activities in January 2017. Bank of China has a 99.99% stake in Bank of China Turkey, which has a paid-up capital of 1.05 billion liras. At the time of writing, the bank had yet to open branches in Turkey. These banks contribute to a more balanced economic relationship between Turkey and China by developing financial facilities for investment projects, including in relation to the BRI. ICBC and Bank of China take part in bank syndications for long-term infrastructure and energy projects in Turkey. Their participation in the project finance for the 1915 Dardanelles 163 Turkey's relations with China and the BRI 163 Bridge project and the nuclear thermal power plant project, ICBC's interest in investment loans for the Salt Lake natural gas storage project, and the third Bosphorus Bridge Northern Motorway project are some recent examples. In the meantime, since 2017, Turkish commercial banks have signed a number of credit deals with Chinese institutions, including not only the above-mentioned banks, but also others like Chinese Exim Bank, China Development Bank, and Sinosure, with the most recent deal out of the time of writing being a 3-year $250 million loan agreement between two, combining Diaresis, KAI's Bankas and ICBC, signed in November 2020. Another important aspect of the financial side of Turkey's economic relations with China related to Turkey's participation in the China-led Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB. Turkey joined the bank as a founding member as of January 15, 2016, and currently it has a contribution of $2.61 billion to the bank's capital, corresponding to a 2.5% share in votes. 17. The first, and so far the largest, credit facility open for Turkey is the $600 million loan approved for for the Salt Lake Natural Gas Storage Project in 2018. The bilateral currency swap agreement between the central banks of the two countries is also a significant dimension of the financial relationship. The agreement, first signed in 2012 and renewed twice in 2015 and 2019, provides lira and renminbi liquidity for the two sides and helps to reduce foreign currency conversion costs, which is particularly useful for the conduct of mutual trade in local currencies, a practice that is encouraged by both governments, although Turkish-Chinese merchandise trade is still largely conducted in US dollars. 18 Diplomatic and political relations between Turkey and China. The past few years have witnessed increasing diplomatic traffic between Turkey and China. Between 2013 and 2021, Presidents Erdogan and Xi met in person 6 times for various occasions. 2 dialogue mechanisms. The Turkish-Chinese Intergovernmental Cooperation Committee co-chaired at the level of deputy prime ministers and bringing together two countries' senior bureaucrats, and the Turkish-Chinese Ministers of Foreign Affairs consultation mechanism were brought to life, with both having their inaugural meetings in November 2016 and the former also issuing an action plan for the development of bilateral trade and investment cooperation between Turkey and China. In the meantime, Turkish diplomatic missions in China and their Chinese counterparts in Turkey invested more in public diplomacy, promoting cultural, tourism, and education-related exchanges between the two countries. There has also been greater activism between Turkey and China in terms of multilateral diplomacy. The fact that Turkey and China chaired the G20 in 2 consecutive years, 2015 and 2016 respectively, brought the two countries into a close working relationship at the level of not only governments but also civil society, business communities, academia, and think tanks. Other platforms, such as the Conference on Interaction and Confidence Building Measures in Asia, CICA, and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, where Turkey is a dialogue partner, have also proven to be useful for diplomatic contacts between Turkey and China. Despite improving dialogue at the diplomatic level, the euro issue remains a thorn in the relationship, undermining mutual trust and confidence at times, and risking derailing the ties even in areas where mutual economic benefits are involved. There have been several such instances over the past years. In 2009, following the Ürümqi riots where more than 200 people lost their lives, Erdogan, then as Turkey's prime minister, remarked that the events unfolding in the region amounted to almost genocide. 19 in 2015, reports circulating in the Turkish press, and especially on social media, regarding an alleged ban of Ramadan fasting in the Xinjiang region have led to protests by the Turkish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which summoned the 164 Chinese ambassador for an explanation, as well as provoking anti-Chinese demonstrations in Turkey's major cities. In both cases, China responded in kind, criticizing Turkey's attitude. In February 2019, answering a question at a press conference, the spokesperson of the Turkish Ministry of Foreign Affairs stated that the policy of systematic assimilation against the Uyghur Turks carried out by the authorities of China is a great shame for humanity, and invited the Chinese authorities to respect the fundamental human rights of Uyghur Turks and to close the internment camps. 20 As expected, relations between Ankara and Beijing soured immediately, and China's ambassador in Ankara remarked that criticizing your friend publicly everywhere is not a constructive approach. If you choose a non-constructive path, it will negatively affect mutual trust and understanding, and this will be reflected in commercial and economic relations. 21 For Ankara, there are two sides to the Uyghur issue and how it impacts relations with China. On one side of the situation, the Turkish government is obliged to be vocal in its criticism with respect to the situation of the Uyghurs. Turkish people, regardless of political or ideological persuasion, have great sympathy towards the Uyghurs, who are a Turkic-speaking and predominantly Muslim ethnic group, referred to as our kinsmen in the above-mentioned official foreign ministry statement from February 2019. Any negative development with respect to the Uyghurs can and does draw significant publicity in Turkey, as was the case in the incidents of 2009, 2015, and 2019. Ankara cannot afford to ignore the situation of the Uyghurs, not only because the people are sensitive to this issue, thus making it also a domestic politics issue, but also because the Turkish government, especially President Erdogan himself, positions itself as the protector of oppressed Muslims around the world. On the other side, since as early as the 1990s, Turkey has realized that nothing can be gained either for its own benefit or for those of the Uyghurs by confronting China and contradicting Beijing's interests. Some form of understanding needs to exist between Ankara and Beijing on the issue, which is why the Turkish government frequently emphasizes its support for China's struggle against terrorism and separatism as well as respect for the sanctity of its territorial integrity. Minister Kavusoglu's remarks at the United Nations Human Rights Council meeting held in Geneva, Switzerland only a few days after the ministry's statement in February 2019 clearly show how the Turkish government approaches this issue. While recognizing China's right to combat terrorism, we think that a distinction should be made between terrorists and innocent people. 22 Turkey is willing to improve its relations with China, with a focus on the economic realm, but the Uyghur conundrum is real and profound. This is why Ankara has to maintain a delicate balance here. It has to speak up for Uyghurs' rights, but at the same time it has to comply with China's concerns, or at least make genuine efforts towards that end. What does the future hold? On January 13, 2021, the first batch of injections of COVID-19 vaccine was made in Turkey, using a Chinese vaccine developed by the company Sinovac Biotech. 3 million doses had arrived in Turkey on December 31, and they began to be applied after 14 days of safety trials. On January 25, 2021, Turkey received 6.5 million further doses from China. By that time, Turkey had already recorded more than 2.4 million infections and 25,073 deaths due to COVID-19. At the time of writing, it is still too early to determine whether preliminary data about the vaccination results looks promising. If the Chinese vaccine helps the Turkish society to recover from the pandemic, it can be expected to have a positive effect on the relations between the two countries as well. 165 Turkey's relations with China and the BRI. 165 Turkey wants to improve economic ties with China and benefit from the opportunities brought about by the BRI for two reasons. First, although Turkey remains economically anchored in the West, particularly in Europe, which receives half of Turkey's exports and sources close to 70% of its foreign investment, given the constant turbulence in relations, Turkey sees a benefit in diversifying partners and avoiding excessive dependence on the West or on any other party. China is a natural choice for Turkey in this respect, being a leading actor in the global economy and now opening a new and inclusive window of opportunity with the BRI. Second, Turkey needs to place its economy on a sustainable development path, and this is especially vital after the significant loss of value in Turkish lira over the past few years and the pandemic-related economic adversity the economy is experiencing. This is only possible through structural reformation and progress. In this respect, Turkey has to upgrade its economy by improving its physical infrastructure, increasing its technological capabilities and achieving energy self-sufficiency to the extent that this is possible. Both of these objectives, diversification of partners and structural improvement of the economy, will be even more crucial in the post-pandemic world. The most important lesson that the pandemic has taught to countries is that they should be self-reliant as much as possible, and in areas where they must depend on others, they should diversify partners and avoid excessive dependence on one single party. For Turkey, improving economic relations with China in the post-pandemic era will make sense from both of these perspectives. The Uyghur issue will continue to impact the relationship, and Turkey will need to maintain the delicate balance discussed above, defending the rights of its ethnic brethren while at the same time addressing China's concerns. It is important to note that Turkey's balancing act is positively received by the Chinese side. In February 2019, only a few days after the harsh statement by the Turkish Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the correspondingly strong statement by the Chinese side in return, China's ambassador in Ankara met with Turkish business executives and changed the tone, announcing that his country was willing to further improve economic ties with Turkey. He claimed that China would double the amount of its imports from Turkey, double the amount of its direct investments into Turkey, and double the number of Chinese tourists visiting Turkey by the year 2021. 23 A couple of months later, President Erdogan was back in Beijing, warning against those who exploit the where issue, those who try to gain something from the issue by acting emotionally without thinking of the relationship that Turkey has with another country. As long as the two sides are willing to maintain the balance and prefer dialogue to conflict, and mutual benefits are available, common ground can be found. Notes 1 Turkish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Turkey's Enterprising and Humanitarian Foreign Policy, Ankara, NT, www.mfa.gov.tr/synopsis of the Turkish Foreign Policy.on.mfa 2 Turkish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, 11. Combining Diaresis, U, Combining Diaresis, Kelseiler Toplants, St. Buckins and Akels Konusmus, 11. Ambassadors Meeting, Opening Remarks by the Minister, Ankara, August 5, 2019, www.mfa, Governor.tr Data Bakan BKON 2019 TR.pdf3, Yeniden Asya Akum, the Asia New Initiative, Milliyet, December 27, 2019, www.milliyet.com, TRCA Set Yeniden Asya Salimi 610998844 Ozgan Acre, DPT Nin Raparu, KZL Sing Laticaretu, Combining Diaresis, Rkia Carl Cisa Dilicati, DPT's report, Turkey turns out profiting from trade with Red China, Kamhoriaid, August 10, 1971, 7, 5, Sinhok Kamhoriaid Investment 10, we have officially recognized the People's Republic of China, Kamhoriaid, August 6, 1971, 7, 6, Izmir Tikaret Odas Sin Tikaret Istir, Izmir Chamber of Commerce wants trade with China, Milliyet, December 2, 1969, 9, 166 Altay Adel 166 7 Altay Adel, 12 March 1971 Matras V2, Combining Diaresis, Rkia Sinhok Kamhoriaid Tenmas, the memorandum of the 12th of March 1971 and Turkey's recognition of the People's Republic of China, in Selçuk Azenbel, Eisenbike 2 Yen, and Altay Adel, EDS, 2, Combining Diaresis, Rkia to Sanaido, Combining Diaresis, Su, Combining Diaresis, Mek, CAZ, Economic VQ, Combining Diaresis, Ta, Combining Diaresis, Reliskler Yenya Klasmlar, thinking about China and Turkey, new approaches to political, economic and cultural relations, Istanbul, Boğaziçi University Press, 2013, 162, 8, Evren, Serba Balgais and Karaverm Zaman Geldi, Evren, it's time to decide on free zones, Milliyet, December 27, 1982, 4, 9 all figures throughout are in US dollar, unless otherwise noted, 10 Mamadogu, Combining Diaresis, Ku, Combining Diaresis, 2000, Leolara Dogra Yenya Konemixu, Combining Diaresis, Perugu, Combining Diaresis, Cisadilla, Sin, China, the new economic superpower towards the 2000s, Istanbul, T-Umlaut S8D, 1995, 5758, 11 Haytais Karahan, Sindeniphelit Mesolesson and Asolesser, the real story of the China import question, Yeni Safak, March 21, 2017, www.ynisafak.com/Yazarlar Hatisikurhan Sinden Ifalat Mesolazine Nasli Asteri 203688312, Sin Ilkirakat Dreni Istanbul Ganu Gerland, first export train to China seen off from Istanbul, who, Combining Diaresis, Rye 8, December 5, 2020, www.hurriyt.com.tr/Economy Sinail Birakat Dreni Istanbul New Gerland 41680333813. All the trade figures in this section have been sourced from the website of the Turkish Statistical Institute, www.dyk.gov.tr 14, Comport, Lyman Sektoru, Combining Diaresis, New, Combining Diaresis, Anilk R. Gamer Kazeni Kurju, Comport established the first ever R&D center of the port management sector, Denise Haber Agents, March 18, 2019, www.denisehaber. Net Comport Lyman Silik Sector Umanilk RG Merkazani Kurju Haber, 87363.htm, 15, Huawei 2, Combining Diaresis, Rkia Darya Yapakak, Huawei will do R&D in Turkey, 10 Okatans, March 30, 2019, http://technokatnews.com Huawei Turkey RG Yapakak 16, Natas VZTE Den 2, Combining Diaresis, Rkia Darya Tag, R&D breakthrough in Turkey by Natas NZTE, Cybermag, November 29, 2017, www.cybermagonline.com/Natas Vieten Turkey Large Tigi 17 Asian Infrastructure and Investment Bank, members and prospective members, Beijing, January 13, 2021, www.aiib.org/on about AI governance members of Bank Index.html 18 Dorak Kiser, Sydney Karam Larry Yaplin Finance Alice Berlik Larry, financial cooperation with Chinese institutions, Shanghai, 2, Combining Diaresis, Rkia Bankers Representative Office, 2019, 19, Erdogan, Adeta Bursoygram, Erdogan, almost a genocide, Milliyet, July 11, 2009, www.milliyet.com.tr Dunay Erdogan Adela Bursoygram 1116463320 Turkish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, statement of the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Hami Aksoy, Ankara, February 9, 2019, www.mfa.gov.tr/SC, 06, Wider Turkalerni Nalikajir and Santa Clara Ilalari Via Duriham Hayan Defadi, hk.on.mfa 21, Sindentu, Combining Diaresis, Rkia Iger 2, Combining Diaresis, Kalari Tadidi, China threatening Turkey on Euro Turks, Euronews, March 1, 2019, https://tr.euronews.com/2019-0301 Sinten Turkey Iger Turkalari Tadidi Economic Iliskilari Telki Iderson is 22, Turkey wants to see world free of nuclear weapons, FM, Anadolu Agents Energy, February 26, 2019, www.aa.com.tr/on energy diplomacy Turkey wants to see world free of nuclear weapons, FM 23628-23 Dan Lee, Siniconomis and Yeliz Mezi 2, Combining Diaresis, Rkia Isen for Sailor New Year, the development of China's economy presents opportunities for Turkey. Written text of the speech by the Chinese ambassador to Turkey at the meeting organized by the Turkish Industry and Business Association, TU Umlaut S8D and Chinese Turkish Research Center, Cisadilla TAM, March 18, 2019, Turkish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Turkey's Enterprising and Humanitarian Foreign Policy, Ankara, NT, www.mfa.gov.tr/synopsis of the Turkish Foreign Policy.on.mfa references Zucker, Özcan, DPT Nin Raparu, KZL Sinlatıkaretu, combining Irisis, Rkiai Karl Sisadilakati, DPT's report, Turkey turns out profiting from trade with Red China, Cumhuriyet, August 10, 1971, Asian Infrastructure and Investment Bank, members and prospective members, Beijing, January 13, 2021, www.aiib.org/on about AI governance members of bank index.html Apple, Alt-AA, 12 March 1971 Mushras V2, combining Irisis, Rkiai Nin Sinhak Cumhuriyet Tenmas, the memorandum of the 12th of March 1971 and Turkey's recognition of the People's Republic of China, in Selçuk Azenbel, Eisenbeit Tugen, and Alt-AA Apple, EDS, 2, combining Irisis, Rkiai Sanaidu, combining Irisis, Su, combining Irisis, Mek, CAZ, economically 167 Turkey's relations with China, and the BRI 167 Ku, combining Irisis, Ta, combining Irisis, Reliskler Yenya Klasmar, thinking about China and Turkey, new approaches to political, economic and cultural relations, Istanbul, Boğaziçi University Press, 2013, 147-169, Sinhak Cumhuriyet Resmen Tenk, we have officially recognized the People's Republic of China, Cumhuriyet, August 6, 1971, Sinten 2, combining Irisis, Rkiai Iker 2, combining Irisis, Rkaleri Tadidi, China threatening Turkey on Euroturks, Euronews, March 1, 2019, https://tr.euronews.com/2019-0301 Sinten Turkey Iker Turkaleri Tadidi Ekonomik Iliskileri Telkiiders News, Sinil Kirakat Treni Istanbul Ganu Gerland, first export train to China seen off from Istanbul, who, combining Irisis, Rai 8, December 5, 2020, www.hurriyt.com.tr/economic Sinil Kirakat Treni Istanbul Ganu Gerland 4168033 Deng Li, Sin Economis and Angelis Mezi 2, combining Irisis, Rkiai Isen for Sailor Su New Year, the development of China's economy presents opportunities for Turkey, transcripts of the speech by the Chinese ambassador to Turkey at the meeting organized by the Turkish Industry and Business Association, TU Umlaut SAD and Chinese Turkish Research Center, CSADILA TAM, March 18, 2019, Erdogan, Adeta Bursoygram, Erdogan, almost a genocide, Milliyet, July 11, 2009, www.milliyet.com, TR Dunay Erdogan Adela Bursoygram 11164663, Evren, Serba Balgisen Karaverm Zaman Geldi, Evren, it's time to decide on free zones, Milliyet, December 27, 1982, Huawei 2, combining Irisis, Rkiai Dargayabukak, Huawei will do R&D in Turkey, Technokentins, March 30, 2019, http://technokentnews.com, Huawei Turkey Dargi Apukak, Izmir Tikarat Odas Sinlay Tikarat Islir, Izmir Chamber of Commerce wants trade with China, Milliyet, December 2, 1969, Karahan, Haytais, Sindenifel Mesolesson and Asolesser, the real story of the China import question, Yeni Safak, March 21, 2017, www.ynisafak.com/Yazarlar Hat Isikurhon Sindenifel Mesolazine Nasli Asteri 2036883 Kiser, Dark, Sinikaram Lerli Aplin Finance Salisbury Larry, financial cooperation with Chinese institutions, Shanghai, 2, combining Irisis, Rkiai's Bankers Representative Office, 2019, Comport, Lyman Sectoru, combining Irisis, New, combining Irisis, Anil Kargamer Kazini Kurju, Comport established the first ever R&D center of the port management sector, Denise Haber Agents, March 18, 2019, www.denisehaber. Netcomport Lyman Silik Sector Unil Karji Merkizani Torju Haber, 87363.htm, Natas VZTE Den 2, combining Irisis, Rkiai Dargay Tag, R&D breakthrough in Turkey by Natas NZTE, Cybermag, November 29, 2017, www.cybermagonline.com/Natas Vietanen Turkey Artatiji Ogu, combining Irisis, Ku, combining Irisis, Mehmet, 2000, Lealara Dogra Yeni Ekonomiksu, combining Irisis, Hurgu, combining Irisis, Cisadilla, Sin, China, the new economic superpower towards the 2000s, Istanbul, TU Umlaut SAD, 1995, Turkey wants to see world free of nuclear weapons, FM, Anadolu Agens Energy, February 26, 2019, www.aa.com.tr/on energy diplomacy Turkey wants to see world free of nuclear weapons from 23,628 Turkish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, 11, Ba, combining Irisis, U, combining Irisis, Kel Seiler Toplets, Saint Bakins and Akels Konismus, 11, Ambassadors Meeting, opening remarks by the Minister, Ankara, August 5, 2019, www.mfa, Governor.tr Data Bakan BKOM 2019 tr.pdf Turkish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, statement of the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Hami Aksoyoy, Ankara, February 9, 2019, www.mfa.gov.tr/sc, 06, Wider Turkler Yunlikature and Santa Clara Ilalari Via Doriham Hayan Vefadi, hk.on.mfa, Yenite and Asia Akum, the Asia New Initiative, Milliyet, December 27, 2019, www.milliyet.com.tr/CASF United Asia Salimi 6109984168 doi, 10.4324/9781003034520-14, 12 China-Iran relations a low-quality comprehensive strategic partnership Jacob Posita, even a superficial look at the partnership between the People's Republic of China, PRC, and the Islamic Republic of Iran, IRA, is sufficient to raise several fascinating and policy-relevant questions. Despite not being a newcomer to the region, since the launch of the Belt and Road Initiative, BRA, in 2013, Beijing has quickly enhanced its presence in the Persian Gulf, drawing the attention not only of regional actors but also of the United States. One in direct contrast with a dramatic rupture in the relations between Washington and Tehran in the aftermath of the 1979 revolution, Beijing has maintained and progressively increased its ties with the Islamic Republic. Notwithstanding the ostensible incompatibility between a communist country and an Islamic theocracy, the PRC and the IRA have consequently built a complex, often incoherent, partnership whose future is under scrutiny. Today, the relationship is defined by a dominant development and seemingly inescapable structural element, China is a great power that has assumed the role of the principal, if not the sole, challenger of U.S. global primacy. Iran is a middle power that competes for regional hegemony. In short, the two countries form an archetypical great power-middle power relationship. The resulting power asymmetry is exacerbated by two main intervening factors. First, China is engaged in great power competition with the United States. Historically, the PRC has prioritized its relations with the United States over those with Iran, and this is unlikely to change in the foreseeable future. At the same time, Beijing is building a strong but carefully balanced regional presence in the Middle East, whereby Iran is a key actor but certainly does not occupy a special seat above the others. Consequently, Iran's problematic behavior in the region and its rivalries with Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, UAE, China's two other key partners in the Persian Gulf, negatively influence Beijing's willingness to intensify its relationship with Tehran. Yet the state of the Sino-Iranian partnership tends to be measured in terms of quantity rather than quality, even though the measurable extension of the political, economic, security, military, and people-to-people engagement between the two countries is nonetheless crucial. The lack of quality, which encapsulates the level of stability, sustained commitment, mutuality, and institutionalization in the relationship, is often overlooked. However, it is this missing element, and the struggle to effectively improve it in the foreseeable future, that represents the main obstacle to deepen and expand the Sino-Iranian partnership. 169 China-Iran relations. 169 Pre-BRI history. The emergence and stratification of the current dysfunction relations between China and Iran date to the country's pre-modern imperial past, a reference that is constantly evoked to legitimize the current relations under the BRI umbrella. 3 However, official diplomatic relations between Beijing and Tehran were established in 1971, when Iran was still a monarchy under Mohammad Reza Shah, and China was still ideologically committed to Mao Zedong's particular brand of communism. For in the 45 years between the establishment of official ties and the announcement of the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership, CSP, in 2016, all the elements and paradoxes that contribute to the insubstantial nature of current Sino-Iranian relations lacking quality have been on full display. Ties between the two countries increased at the end of the 1960s when Mohammad Reza Shah, a staunch ally of the United States and an equally firm anti-communist, but also voracious in pursuit of Iran's imperial grandeur, began appreciating China's growing power. For instance, in 1967 the Shah publicly acknowledged that Iran was ready to support the admission of the PRC to the United Nations, but only if this would not result in the expulsion of Taiwan from the organization. 5 The Shah's bid towards China was mainly motivated by the evidence of China's growing global relevance and was an attempt to reduce the appeal of Chinese propaganda among the Iranian left, which constituted one of, if not the main, opposition factions to the monarch in the mounting revolutionary zeitgeist of the 1970s. For China, though, the interest was equally utilitarian and embedded in Cold War dynamics. Despite a lack of ideological overlap, the PRC found in Iran an important partner in limiting the global, and in that case, regional, influence of the Soviet Union. In fact, after the Sino-Soviet split of the early 1960s, China became eager to counterbalance the Soviet Union, even if this would have entailed building a relationship with an anti-communist monarchy aligned with Washington. Notably, during his visit in 1973, the first of a high-ranking Chinese official, Foreign Minister Ji Pengfei, expressed China's wish, and its firm support for the principle, that affairs in the Persian Gulf should be managed by regional countries without the interference of external actors. 7 While at that time the reference was mainly directed towards the Soviet Union, the principle of non-interference, now targeted at the United States, remains one of the cornerstones of China's current policy towards the region. The relaunch of bilateral relations after the 1979 Islamic Revolution in Iran was, again, an exercise of political realism. In several pre-1979 speeches, Ayatollah Khomeini equated China with the United States and Britain as a supporter of the corrupt reign of the Shah. Yet, in contradiction to the seemingly unresolvable ideological differences, the claims of support for the overthrown regime, and the foreign policy principle of neither East nor West, the newly formed Islamic Republic found itself needing to turn towards China to overcome the international isolation brought on by the revolution. On the Chinese side, the main driving force behind the establishment of official ties with Iran, limiting and contrasting the expansionism of the Soviet Union, was still valid, regardless of who held power in Tehran. Therefore, in the several years after the 1979 revolution, Chinese diplomats began a careful effort to relaunch the relationship. At the same time, the PRC developed the cautious approach that still characterizes China's Iran policy. The great emphasis on the narrative of the civilizational similarities between the two countries was not matched by an equal commitment towards the Iranian demands, especially those concerning the United States. According to Garver, one reason for China's stress on civilizational commonalities was probably that this mitigated the rejection of Iranian pleas for stronger, bolder, higher-profile Chinese support against the U.S. pressure. Beijing's strategic objective was long-term, to build 170 a stable, friendly, cooperative relation with a major regional power situated in a very important region of the world. But this could not be achieved at the cost of undermining China's drive for development. 9 The Iraq-Iran War, 1980-1988, somehow confirmed the PRC's cautious approach towards its relationship with the IRI. In the name of non-interference and neutrality, but also given the longer and arguably deeper ties shared by China and Iraq, 10 Beijing urged the two countries to resolve their dispute peacefully, avoiding identification of the aggressor, state. 11 Nonetheless, China kept supplying both belligerents with arms. According to Garver, in the case of Iran, the sale of weapons was crucial in the normalization of PRC-IRA relations. 12 Ironically, although China's role as an arms supplier during the Iraq-Iran War was comparatively inferior to that of the Soviet Union, the United States, and France, Beijing's public assessment was that prolonging the war, which was indeed fueled by the constant flow of weapons, invites exploitation by hegemonistic powers. 13 What emerged from the Iraq-Iran War, therefore, was the Chinese strategic understanding of Iran as an important partner in the region, but also as one of the pieces of a broader regional and global strategy that has tended to prevail over the bilateral relationship. Furthermore, the reconstruction phase that followed the war opened a third pattern. The PRC became involved in a relevant number of infrastructure projects, seizing the opportunity offered by a country devastated by 8 years of conflict and substantial international isolation. In the following 2 decades, Sino-Iranian relations did not diverge significantly from the path of the 1980s, beyond the fact that at the beginning of the 1990s China became a net importer of oil, which resulted in a progressive increase in the flow of petroleum from the IRA to the PRC. 2 major events further exemplify the ever-present quality issue in the relationship: the 1997 Chinese disengagement from nuclear cooperation with Iran, and the exploitation of the Iranian domestic market, deeply affected by United Nations Security Council (UNSC) sanctions under the presidency of Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. In October 1997, President Jiang Zemin met President Bill Clinton in Washington. Washington. During the summit, Jiang delivered a pledge not to sell nuclear weapons power plants, a uranium hexafluoride plant, heavy water reactors, or a heavy water production plant to Iran. China also agreed not to undertake new nuclear cooperation with the Islamic Republic. 14. Such an abrupt withdrawal shocked the Iranians, who had relied on China as their main provider of nuclear technology for the previous 15 years. The decision was probably motivated by the potential reputational damage caused by the feared emergence of an undisclosed Iranian military nuclear program, as well as an unwillingness to undermine Beijing's relations with the United States, which undoubtedly put the mounting evidence of Iran's covert and possibly weapons-oriented programs on table during the pre-1997 talks. 15. The lesson was twofold. First and foremost, Chinese leaders clearly prioritized their relationship with the United States over that with Iran. Second, the PRC demonstrated a new approach towards non-proliferation, which set China as a responsible stakeholder interested in preserving the nuclear status quo by distancing itself from potentially rogue programs. This new identity emerged clearly during the JCPOA negotiations, when China not only actively supported the multilateral settlements of the Iranian nuclear crisis, but between 2006 and 2010 also voted in favor of the 6 UNSC resolutions that imposed international sanctions on the IRA. 16. It was during the initial period of international sanctions, which overlapped with the presidency of the populist leader Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, that China acquired a dominant position within the Iranian domestic market. Around $40 billion 17 worth of Chinese goods were imported into Iran during the 8-year Ahmadinejad tenure, while the simultaneous 171 China-Iran relations 171 Sinization of the energy industry was deemed by many Iranian reformists as more dangerous and inefficient. The flood of Chinese goods generated complaints about the dubious quality of made-in-China products, but it also pushed small local producers to protest the unfair competition. 18. The seemingly low quality of the Chinese goods that began flooding the Iranian domestic market during the Ahmadinejad tenure is the litmus test of one of the main obstacles to any decisive upscaling of China-Iran relations. The state of emergency of the IRI's economy caused by sanctions gives the PRC the chance to offer Tehran an essential lifeline at the expense of the quality of the partnership itself. The BRI, an unfulfilled ambition. In 2013, the newly appointed General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party and President of the PRC, Xi Jinping, announced the launch of the BRI. Since then, it has become China's omnicomprehensive foreign policy tool. The prospect of Beijing finally adopting a larger international role was built around the concept of win-win cooperation, a refrain that reflects 5 main dimensions around which the relationship between China and the BRI's recipient countries would be developed: policy coordination, facilities connectivity, unimpeded trade, financial integration, and people-to-people ties. 19. Such a broad manifesto of cooperation could potentially enhance not only the level of interconnectivity and integration between China and the countries on its periphery, but also positively affect the quality of this engagement. When it comes to Iran, the emergence of the BRI has certainly resulted in a relaunch of the civilizational solidarity described by John Garver. 20. The menu of ideas and historical references offered by the BRI has been exploited by Chinese and Iranian leaders to link the prospect of a new era of connectivity and cooperation to the ancient past of the two countries. In an op-ed published in the Global Times in August 2019, the Iranian Foreign Minister Javad Zarif described his travels to China as a millennia-old ritual between two great civilizations. The relationship between Iran and China stretches back 2,000 years when explorers and merchants made contact along the Silk Road. These early contacts set the stage of a special connection between two of the greatest, most advanced, and most enduring civilizations in the world. 21. However, the rhetorical idealization of the imperial past of China and Iran is in sharp contrast to the striking asymmetry that characterizes their modern relationship. In fact, it is evident that the BRI has so far failed to temper the power imbalance, nor it has significantly impacted the cooperation between Iran and China. In their 2017 assessment of the impact of the BRI in Iran, Shariatinia and Dazitsi concluded that some progress had been made in the development of road infrastructure and energy investments, but when it came to the other dimensions, policy coordination, trade, people-to-people exchange, and financial integration, the improvement was minimal. They recognized that financial integration represented the main obstacle, despite being the key element enhancing cooperation in all the other areas. 22. Arguably, the main disincentive for China to deepen financial integration with Iran, and thus appreciating the spillover effect this may have, is the inefficient and unattractive environment created by international sanctions. As noted by Garlick and Havlova, the 2016-2017 period constitutes a high point for BRI investments in Iran. 23. Yet, while the push given to Chinese companies to invest was worldwide, it is quite evident that the peak experienced by the IRI is connected to the implementation of the JCPOA, January 172 to Colposia 172. 2016, and the subsequent sanctions-free window that preceded the U.S. withdrawal from the nuclear deal, May 2018. Direct exposure to sanctions, as well as the risks connected to a significantly increased involvement in a market constantly under threat of new sanction regimes, represents a strong barrier to greater BRI cooperation. From a comparative perspective, in the period between 2013 and 2018, Chinese contracting firms in Iran earned an average of $210 million per year, less than one-third of the average in Saudi Arabia in the same period. Chinese contracting turnover in Iran grew at a rate of 10% in this period, considerably lower than the rates in the UAE, 17%, and Pakistan, 27%, which had emerged as the countries at the heart of China's BRI rollout in the Middle East. 24. The comparison is even more striking when considering the potential attractiveness of the Iranian domestic market. Furthermore, Iran is also located in a pivotal position along the China-Central Asia-West Asia economic corridor, which represents the BRI's land route to connect China to the borders of Europe, bypassing Russia. Despite this unfulfilled potential, China has been able to complete some relevant projects in Iran under the BRI umbrella. Besides the petrochemical and energy sectors, the PRC efforts have mainly been directed toward the IRI's railway system, the electrification of the Tehran-Mashhad Railroad, and the construction of the Tehran-Isfahan high-speed rail, which in accordance with the CSIS's Reconnecting Asia project should be completed in 2021, represent the landmark examples of BRI infrastructure cooperation. 25. In terms of people-to-people exchange, the BRI has so far had a small impact. For instance, in 2019, the University of Mazandaran inaugurated Iran's second Confucius Institute. In the same year, Iran waived the visa requirement for Chinese nationals to boost inbound tourism. Notably, the Iranian move was not reciprocated by the PRC. 26. Overall, the impact of the BRI on Sino-Iranian relations has not matched expectations. The level of integration between the two countries has remained dependent upon the negative influence of external factors such as the U.S. sanctions. Even in terms of policy coordination and financial integration, which are the crucial factors to enhance the quality of the relationship, the BRI has not had a significant impact on the existing path. The post-2016 politics of China-Iran relations, the picture that emerges from the last 50 years of relations, relations between China and Iran, therefore, is one of largely unfulfilled expectations, at least from the Iranian side, mixed with the utilitarian realist approach of China. For the PRC, the political understanding of Iran's strategic significance is developed around a series of fundamental assumptions. The first is Beijing's recognition that Washington considers the ADUIOBOOK State 27 as such, the interest in developing a partnership with Iran, based upon the recognition of Tehran as an important regional actor and by the balancing role it exercises against the United States, is constantly mediated by the prioritization of the great power relationship with the United States and, more broadly, the long-term desire of building and securing the reputation of a responsible stakeholder within the international community. Then, at the regional level, China acts constantly to balance its relationships with Iran, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE. Such balancing action reflects the need, typical of any great power, to build influence in crucial regions. Balancing between the main Persian Gulf rivals has so far ensured Beijing has a cost-effective penetration in the region. The complex matrix that emerges from the interplay 173 China-Iran relations 173 of these fundamental assumptions has its most evident policy translation in the proposed Comprehensive Strategic Partnership of 2016. The CPS with Iran was launched during Xi Jinping's first trip to the Middle East as president in January 2016, just days after visiting Saudi Arabia. The timing was indeed key. First, it was strictly coherent with the balancing strategy that defines China's strategy in the Persian Gulf. Second, it came in the immediate aftermath of the implementation of the JCPOA, arguably part of the rationale behind the launch of the CSPs in the Persian Gulf, an upgrade that put Iran, Saudi Arabia, and, in 2018, the UAE at the top of Beijing's partnership hierarchy 28. Could be linked to the PRC's role in the Iran deal. According to Garver, starting in 2013, China undertook the role of active mediator in the negotiation between Iran and the P5+1 group. Such a role diverged from the traditional strategy of balancing from the sidelines. In terms of what prompted this shift, two factors are especially relevant for the argument presented here. One, the proposal from Hua Liming, the highly influential former Chinese ambassador to Iran, to step up the PRC's cautious balancing strategy between Washington and Tehran to an effort of direct mediation, and two, the shift towards a more assertive role in global diplomacy that followed the rise to power of Xi Jinping in 2012.29. Beijing, therefore, actively participated in the negotiations that resulted in the JCPOA, confirming the attitude towards non-proliferation already demonstrated in 1997. The deal opened a new phase of Sino-Iranian relations, but it also affected China's role in the Persian Gulf. The rationale behind the JCPOA was the acceptance of strict limitations on the Iranian nuclear program in exchange for lifting international sanctions. The main economic incentive for Tehran was getting new access to European investments and markets. In a similar scenario, China, which had acquired a dominant and substantially unchallenged position in the Iranian market during the Ahmadinejad presidency, would arguably have seen its advantage challenged by the re-inclusion of Iran within the international economy and the subsequent re-entry of the Europeans as competitors. With the JCPOA in place, China was in a position of rethinking its relationship with the IRA, given the mediation effort put in place during the negotiations and the multilateral solution reached under the framework of the UNSC. The upgrade of Iran to the status of comprehensive strategic partner was an understandable development. However, such a move would have had a seismic effect on Beijing's Persian Gulf strategy. The seismic effect was counterbalanced and ultimately overtaken by a kinetic one. Rather than balancing from the sidelines, Xi's more assertive diplomacy deepened China's footprint in the region through the signature of the CSPs with Saudi Arabia and Iran first, and the UAE 2 years later. It is important to note that the Sino-Iranian CSP was initially presented through the signature of 17 memoranda of understanding on the occasion of Xi's visit to Tehran. 30. Nevertheless, its effective implementation stalled for almost 3 years, with the Iranians showing little interest in finalizing the agreement. At the same time, it appeared that China too was not rushing its formalization. A revamp of the CSP began in August 2019 when, during the previously mentioned trip to China, Zarif proposed to his Chinese counterpart the first Iranian draft of the 25-year cooperation document between the two countries. 31. A leak of the agreement under negotiation, which substantially reiterated the areas of cooperation agreed in January 2016, became public in the summer of 2020, generating vastly exaggerated reactions, both from some Iranian politicians and Western media. 32. What emerges clearly from the controversy of the implementation of the CSP is that China is eager to maintain a cautious approach toward Iran, proposing large, all-embracing frameworks but then, in concrete, acting via small ad hoc commitments that are less problematic in case of conflictual situations with the other regional partners or the United States. Still, Beijing 174 Jacopo 174 has proven to be quite effective in playing politics with Iran. After the U.S. withdrawal from the JCPOA, China has publicly reiterated its support for the nuclear agreement and rebuffed Washington's attempt to extend the arms embargo on Iran, while blaming it for the tensions in the Persian Gulf. 33. Such a position is coherent with the effort put into the negotiations, but it also served the PRC to relaunch its image of a responsible actor vis-a-vis the reckless rejection of multilateralism of the Trump administration. Despite this, since 2018 China has dramatically reduced its official imports of Iranian oil, while the unofficial flow of Iran's petroleum towards China has continued via ship-to-ship transfers and triangulation with third countries. 34. Such a level of informality and variability in oil trade does not fully match the vocal opposition to sanctions, nor does it ensure the quality of commitment that should be intrinsic in a high-level partnership. Security implications of the Sino-Iranian partnership. Although the level of economic interaction is often understood as the barometer of the state of China-Iran relations, security cooperation is an integral part of the partnership. In that realm, China's main interests are related to the risk of spillover of Islamic extremism in the Muslim-majority Xinjiang province and energy security. Second-level objectives reflect the interest of supporting Iran as a balancer of the United States in the Persian Gulf. By ensuring the minimum level of economic and military support to Tehran, China fosters Washington's need to maintain a high level of military attention in the region, reducing its ability to focus on the Western Pacific. In other words, Iran serves China by keeping the United States away from its shores. 35. Otherwise, the IRI has shown a clear interest in expanding the defense industry cooperation with the PRC, but also in gaining access to Chinese cyber technology. One of the key passages in the leaked text of the CSP mentions that an objective of the partnership is to strengthen enforcement of the laws of bilateral security cooperation, including the fight against terrorism. 36. Islamic extremism represents a deep cause of concern for Chinese leader, and is one of the drivers of the PRC's policies towards the Islamic world. According to Garver, the fear that a major conflict involving Iran, but also Pakistan or Afghanistan, could have had disruptive effects on the stability of Xinjiang province was among the primary Chinese interests behind its active mediation to resolve the Iranian nuclear issue. The same calculus was applied to the menace posed by the Islamic State, which pushed China to increase its anti-terrorism cooperation with Russia and Iran. 37. It is worth noting that the Xinjiang issue has also reverberated within the domestic politics of Iran's relationship with China. Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader of the Islamic Republic and a staunch denouncer of abuses on Muslims around the world, has remained remarkably silent on China's crackdown on the Uyghur population. 38. In general, Iran's cautious reaction reflects both the unwillingness to upset a key partner by embracing a cause that has been championed by the Trump administration and an understanding that the issue of Islamic extremism in the Xinjiang region is of primary concern for Beijing's security. The IRI has also had a relevant place in China's energy security strategy. The CSP draft document directly indicates the provision of long-term energy security as one of the key fields of cooperation under the 25-year comprehensive partnership deal. 39. In fact, energy cooperation appears a pivotal element of the CSP. Interesting enough, China has been the main destination of Iran's oil since the 1990s, but the PRC has progressively diversified its suppliers to the point where Iran has not been among its top 3 sources of crude oil since 2012.40. Both countries have good reasons to scale up their relationship in this realm. Iran's domestic budget is reliant on oil revenues. 41. While for energy-thirsty China, the attractiveness of Tehran's cheap oil 175 China-Iran relations 175 is unsurprising, and it will hardly stop flowing in the case of a US-led effort to embargo China. 42. Yet the Islamic Republic has an even more important indirect role to play in the PRC's energy security. The fact that roughly 40% of the oil imported by China comes from the Persian Gulf makes the Strait of Hormuz a crucial choke point that needs to remain open to avoid a major disruption in the Chinese energy supply. 43. In the last few decades, Iran's Islamic Republic Revolutionary Guard (IRCG) has increased its presence in the strait, publicly threatening that blocking passage through it is an option that the IRGC keeps on the table. 44. The CSP draft document describes a substantial increment in the defense cooperation between the two countries. However, as correctly noted by Greer and Batmanglage, the draft does not provide related executive steps, detailed budget provisions, and timelines. 45. Given the sensitivity of the matter, this is not surprising. For China, significantly upscaling its military commitment towards Tehran would signify an abrupt departure from its cautious approach. In fact, in the last decade, China conducted only 3 joint naval drills with Iran, a number consistent with those with Saudi Arabia, 4, and the UAE, 1, while the value of Chinese arms exports to Iran has constantly declined since 2000.46. Despite China's clear disengagement, between 2017 and 2019, the U.S. Department of the Treasury sanctioned 2 networks of Chinese and Iranian individuals directly involved in Iran's ballistic missile program. 47. This kind of opaque cooperation is likely to continue despite the end of the UN arms embargo in 2020. In fact, in being conducted by networks of individuals, these transfers do not directly involve state-owned arms companies, reducing the political cost for the Chinese government and the risk of sanctions on companies that do lucrative business elsewhere in the region. Stronger cooperation could emerge in the form of expertise sharing and technological transfer, instead of the direct selling of arms, a development that is coherent with Iran's strategic objective of self-reliance. Finally, cooperation within the broader cybersecurity sector, where China possesses considerable expertise and technology, is highly attractive for the Iranian regime. In January 2020, Iran's ambassador to Beijing, Mohammad Khashayverzadeh, announced that China would allow Tehran to access the Baiduo navigation satellite system, China's equivalent to the US-owned GPS. Baiduo has been described as a two-way navigation system able to identify the locations of receivers, a feature that raises serious security concerns. 48. China, Iran, and the Gordian knot of the status quo. The partnership between China and Iran appears to be founded on a series of paradoxes. On paper, Tehran is Beijing's ideal partner in the Middle East. Historically, the two countries share and celebrate a glorious imperial past made of peaceful coexistence and pre-modern connectivity along the Silk Road. Geographically, Iran is strategically located at the crossroads of Central Asia, the Persian Gulf, and the gateway to Europe. Beyond the extraordinary reserves of oil and natural gas, the country offers a large and potentially attractive domestic market. The political orientation of the Islamic Republic, with its foundational rejection of the U.S. hegemony and the revisionist attitude toward the Western-dominated international system, appeals to and mirrors the sentiment of national humiliation that informs China's self-perception. Yet this is exactly where the romantic side of politics clashes with its most realistic implications. Iran's regional behavior and long-lasting animosity between the IRI and the other Persian Gulf countries, along with the seemingly unresolvable rivalry with the United States, limits Beijing's will and opportunity to deepen its relationship with Tehran. On the one hand, China needs to carefully manage its partnerships with Iran's regional rivals, Saudi Arabia and the UAE, which currently offer a more financially welcoming and politically stable environment. Simply put, Beijing will not prioritize Tehran over Riyadh and Abu Dhabi. 49. On the other, 176 Nicole Posita 176. The Islamic Republic's threat perception, which results in policies deemed highly problematic by the international community, and the harsh rivalry with the United States have impeded the normalization and stabilization of Iran's place in the international system. The menace and impact of international sanctions, along with the opportunity of using Iran as a bargaining chip in the global confrontation with Washington, further limits China's effective commitment towards the IRI. However, the United States-Iran rivalry is the source of another paradox. As defined by Professor John Garver, one unspoken but probably high-ranking geopolitical objective behind China's support for a peaceful settlement of the Iranian nuclear issue was avoiding a full-scale war between Washington and Iran, which would have led to the collapse of Iran as a balancer of the United States in the Persian Gulf. 50. Without exaggerating the primacy of this strategic calculus, it is easy to see that China's most recent encounter with the region has happened in an environment characterized by the dominant security and political role of the United States. U.S. primacy in the region, especially following the collapse of Iraq in 2003, has only been challenged by Iran. Beijing has successfully navigated through it, exploiting the pre-existing security environment to advance its economic and strategic interests, less and less timidly presenting itself as the promoter of an alternative approach to the Persian Gulf. The collapse of Iran, therefore, would cause a cataclysmic shift in the entire regional architecture. In short, the existence of the Islamic Republic as a balancer of the United States in the Persian Gulf may benefit China's regional strategy far more than it impacts its bilateral ties with Iran. Unsurprisingly, the importance of the former overwhelms the latter. Therefore, the trajectory of the Sino-Iranian partnership is strictly dependent upon the mitigation of the above-mentioned paradoxes. In the short term, despite the relaunch of the 25-year comprehensive strategic agreement between the two countries, it is unlikely that the relationship will move significantly forward from the status quo. While the U.S. withdrawal from the JCPOA and the subsequent reimposition of sanctions had a clear impact on the extent and quality of the economic ties between Beijing and Tehran, even a major change in U.S. policy vis-a-vis Iran by the Biden administration will not result in a swift and decisive upscaling of the CSP. Quality will therefore remain the main unresolved issue of China-Iran relations. In fact, structural, regional, and global factors will continue to define the cost of any significant qualitative improvement in the PRC's engagement with the IRI. So far, the cost has outweighed the incentives, and this is unlikely to change in the foreseeable future. Notes 1. Alexander Cornwell, Gulf states should consider U.S. ties when dealing with China. Official. Reuters, May 7, 2020. www.reuters.com/article Health Coronavirus USA Gulf US KBN22J2WA2 Conduit and Shahram Akbars.net. Great Power Middle Power Dynamics. The Case of China and Iran. Journal of Contemporary China. 28-117, 2018. 468. 3 Xi Jinping. Working together for a bright future of China-Iran relations. Beijing Review. January 21, 2016. www.bjrevio.com/documents 201,601 T20160122 8000474771.html question FBC LID equals IWAR2KXIXFOCO WJLFROTM4RJTEKRCU3KNG22ISPQ09APW4 HJCT5 Road 84 Bill Figure $400 billion China-Iran deal. The View from History. Gedalia. October 14, 2020. www.jadaliyya.com/details 41,852 $400 billion China-Iran deal. The View from History. 5 John W. Garver. China and Iran. Ancient Partners in a Post-Imperial World. Seattle. WA. University of Washington Press. 2006. 48. 6 Figueroa. $400 billion China-Iran deal. 7 Garver. China and Iran. 51. 8 Garver. China and Iran. 59. 9 Garver. China and Iran. 62. 177 China-Iran relations. 177 10 For instance, China and Iraq officially established diplomatic relations in 1958. 11 Hafiz al-Amadi. China and Iraq. Patterns of Interaction. 1960-1992. Economic and Political Weekly. 2954. 1994. 3317. 12 Garver. China and Iran. 80. 13 Michael Weiskopf. China plays both sides in Persian Gulf War. Washington Post. January 13, 1983. www.washingtonpost.com/archive politics 1983 01 13 China plays both sides in Persian Gulf War. 5 F921 AA 5797 467 C90 62 93 89 911 DC 14 Garver. China and Iran. 154. 15 Garver. China and Iran. 174 175 16 UN Security Council Resolutions on Iran. Arms Control Association. August 2017. www.armscontrol.org Fact Sheet Security Council Resolutions on Iran. 17 All figures throughout are in US dollar, unless otherwise noted. 18 Andrew Shirvan Edashame, Nijhoresh, and Rui Zhu. Chinese-Iranian Mutual Strategic Perceptions. China Journal. 79. 2018. 19. Full text. Vision and Actions on Jointly Building the Belt and Road. China.org.cn. March 28, 2015. www.china.org.cn/China Off the Wire 2015 0328 Content 3518638.htm 20 Garver. China and Iran. 21 Mohammed Javad Zarif. Shared Vision Binds Iran-China Relations. Global Times. August 6, 2019. www.globaltimes.cn/content 116267.html 22 Mohsen Shariatinia and Hamid Reza Ozitsi. Iran-China Cooperation in the Silk Road Economic Belt. From Strategic Understanding to Operational Understanding. China and World Economy. 25 2017. 58. 23 Jeremy Garlick and Radka Havlova. The Dragon Diggers. Assessing the cautious implementation of China's Belt and Road Initiative in Iran. Eurasian Geography and Economics 62-4. 2020. 473. 24 Lucille Greer and S. Fandayar Batmanglage. Last Among Equals. The China-Iran Partnership in a Regional Context. Washington, D.C. Kissinger Institute on China and the United States. 2020. 13-14. 25. Tehran Isfahan High-Speed Rail Construction. Reconnecting Asia. https://reconnectingasia.csisis.org/database projects Tehran Isfahan High-Speed Rail Construction 08745C54 5441 48 49 131 145 462360 E26 Maziar Mohammadi. Iran wants more Chinese tourists. A whole lot more. Al Jazeera. August 6, 2019. www.aljazeera.com/economy 2019 86 Iran wants more Chinese tourists. A whole lot more. 27 Garlic and Havlova. The Dragon Diggers. 3. 28 Dang Sun. China's Partnership Diplomacy in the Middle East. The Asia Dialogue. March 24, 2020. https://theasiadialogue.com 2020 0324 China's Partnership Diplomacy in the Middle East. 29 John W. Garver. China and the Iranian Nuclear Negotiations. Beijing's Mediation Effort. In James Reardon Anderson, ed. The Red Star and the Crescent, New York. Oxford University Press, 2018, 134. 30 Shariatinia and Azizi. Iran-China Cooperation. 48. 31C. Iran. China discuss bilateral, INTL issues. Islamic Republic News Agency. August 26, 2019. https://en.irna.ir/news 83452 387 Iran-China disc USS bilateral and Ellis US. And no hidden issue in Iran-China agreement. Zarif says. Tehran Times. July 5, 2020. www.tehrantimes.com/news 449655. No hidden issue in Iran-China agreement. Zarif says. 32 C. Jacob Posina. To understand the China-Iran deal, forget the hype and look at the context. Responsible Statecraft. July 15, 2020. https://riskandsidlastatackcraft.org 2020 0715 To understand the China-Iran deal, forget the hype and look at the context. And Greer and Batman Halliage. Last Among Equals. 33. China reiterates firm support for Iran nuclear deal. CGTN. July 14, 2020. https://news.cgtn.com News 2020 0714 China reiterates firm support for Iran nuclear deal. S7 LFSGP CRS Index. HTML. China reiterates opposition to extension of Iran arms embargo. Tehran Times. June 30, 2020. www.tehrantimes.com/news 449443 China reiterates opposition to extension of Iran's arms embargo. China says U.S. unilateral withdrawal from nuclear deal is root cause of Gulf tensions. CGTN. January 6, 2020. https://news.cgtn.com/news 2020 0106 China lands use withdrawal from nuclear deal for Gulf tensions. N24I48 SWO index.html 34 Greer and Batmanglage. Last Among Equals. 68. 35 John B. Alterman. Chinese and Russian influence in the Middle East. Statement before the House of Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on the Middle East, North Africa, and International Terrorism. May 9, 2019. 5. www.csis.org/analysis Chinese and Russian influence in the Middle East. 36 Greer and Batmanglage. Last Among Equals. 15. 178 Jacob Posita 178 37 Garver. China and the Iranian nuclear negotiations. 147. S. Fandayar and Ariane Tabatabai. Triple Axis. Iran's relations with China and Russia. London. IB Torres, 2018, 150. 38 May Samberuvash and Jacopo Sita, How the Coronavirus Crisis Exposed the False Promise of Iran-China Partnership. The National Interest, June 6, 2020. https://medionalinterare.org blog buzz How Coronavirus Crisis Expo set false promise Iran-China partners hit 161,396. Samuel Ramani, Iran's careful approach to China's Uyghur crackdown. The Diplomat, September 18, 2018. https://thediplomat.com 2018-09 Iran's careful approach to China's Uyghur crackdown 39 Greer and Batmanglage, last among equals, 28. 40. China surpassed the United States as the world's largest crude oil importer in 2017. U.S. Energy Information Administration, February 5, 2018. www.eia.gov/AI-energy detail.php question it equals 34,812 and clit equals IWAR1GWS1K N5YOG927FK3KILYQTHJAQTHJN6ZUJZJP7U. China's crude oil imports surpassed 10 million barrels per day in 2019. U.S. Energy Information Administration, March 23, 2020. www.eia.gov/AI-energy detail.php question it equals 43,216 and clit equals IWAR082XRL2YT0KYP1 as B6712VGO2D38 9KY and XPQ41 and Rezu Ekbali. Iran Parliamentary Committee lowers oil export target to 1.5 mil BD. S&P Global, January 3, 2021. www.spglobl.com/Platts on Market Insights latest news oil 010321 Iran Parliamentary Committee lowers oil export target to 15 mil BD. Clit equals IWAR2ATOXRTCJRTU2XWRGLEDS338XNEVUSROFKVUT7B4PZQSGVF2JCL7MDA42 Alterman. Chinese and Russian influence. 5. 43 Anthony H. Cordesman, China in the Gulf, a new partnership with Iran. Center for Strategic and International Studies, July 15, 2020. www.csis.org/analysis China Gulf new partnership Iran 44 Patrick Sykes, Iran's Revolutionary Guard opens new base on Hormuz Strait. Bloomberg, September 24, 2020. www.bloomberg.com/news articles 2020-09-24 Iran as Revolutionary Guard opens new base on Hormuz Strait. Iran says if it decides to block Strait of Hormuz, it will do it publicly. Fars, Reuters, June 17, 2019. www.reuters.com/article Middle East attacks Iran. Iran says if it decides to block Strait of Hormuz, it will do it publicly. Fars, ADUSKCN1TI12B45 Greer and Batmanglage, last among equals. 15. 46 Greer and Batmanglage, last among equals. 1719. 47. Treasury sanctions Iranian defense officials in the China-based network for supporting Iran's ballistic missile program. U.S. Department of the Treasury, May 17, 2017. www.treasury.gov/Presenter press releases pages. SM0088.aspects. Treasury targets procurement network supporting Iran's missile proliferation programs. U.S. Department of the Treasury, August 28, 2019. https://home. Treasury.gov news press releases SM75948. China to give Iran access to Baiduo. Mer News Agency, January 28, 2021. https://en.mer.ws.com news 169-156 China to give Iran access to Baidu. John Tsai, China's rival to GPS navigation, carries big risks. VOA, July 8, 2020. www.voanews.com/East Asia Pacific Vo News China's rival GPS navigation carries big risks. 49 Jonathan Fulton, Iran isn't the only Middle Eastern country in a unique partnership with China. Atlantic Council, July 15, 2020. www.atlanticcouncil.org/blogs Metasource Iran isn't the only Middle Eastern country in a unique partnership with China. 50 Garver, China and the Iranian nuclear negotiations. 147. References Alterman, John B. Chinese and Russian influence in the Middle East. Statement before the House of Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on the Middle East, North Africa, and International Terrorism, May 9, 2019. www.csis.org/analysis Chinese and Russian influence Middle East Beiruvesh, Meg Sam and Jacopo Sita, How the Coronavirus Crisis Exposed the False Promise of Iran-China Partnership. The National Interest, June 6, 2020. https://nationalinterest.org blog buzz How Coronavirus Crisis Exposed False Promise Iran-China Partnership 161,396. China to give Iran access to Baiduo. Mer News Agency, January 28, 2021. https://en.mernews.com news 169,156 China to give Iran access to Baiduo. China reiterates firm support for Iran nuclear deal. CGTN, July 14, 2020. https://news.cgtn.com/news 2020-07-14 China reiterates firm support for Iran nuclear deal. S7 LFSGPCRS index.html China reiterates opposition to extension of Iran's arm embargo. Tehran Times, June 30, 2020. www.tehrantimes.com news 449,443 China reiterates opposition to extension of Iran's arms embargo. 179 China-Iran relations 179. China says U.S. unilateral withdrawal from nuclear deal is root cause of Gulf tensions. CGTN, January 6, 2020. https://news.cgtn.com/news 2020-0106 China lands U.S. withdrawal from nuclear deal for Gulf tensions N24848S1 index.html China surpassed the United States as the world's largest crude oil importer in 2017. U.S. Energy Information Administration, February 5, 2018. www.eia.gov/AI-energy detail.php question it equals 34,812 and clit equals IWAR1GWS1K N5YOG927FK3KILYQTHJAQTHJN6ZUJZJP7U. China's crude oil imports surpassed 10 million barrels per day in 2019. U.S. Energy Information Administration, March 23, 2020. www.eia.gov/AI-energy detail.php question it equals 43,216 and clit equals IWAR082XRL2YT0KYP1 as B6712VGO2D38 and XPQ conduit. Dara and Shahram Akbarzadeh, Great Power Middle Power Dynamics, The Case of China and Iran, Journal of Contemporary China, 28 117, 2018, 468 481. Cordesman, Anthony H., China in the Gulf, a new partnership with Iran. Center for Strategic and International Studies, July 15, 2020. www.csis.org/analysis China Gulf New Partnership Iran Cornwall Alexander Gulf States should consider U.S.T when dealing with China. Official Reuters May 7, 2020 www.reuters.com/article X Health Coronavirus USA Gulf US KBN22J2WAMADI Hafizullah China and Iraq Patterns of Interaction 1960-1992 Economic and Political Weekly 2954 1994 3315 3318 Edashami and Raushiravan Nifhoresh and Ruizu Chinese-Iranian Mutual Strategic Perceptions China Journal 79 2018 120 S. Fandiari Dana and Ariane Tabatabai Triple Axis Iran's Relations with China and Russia London I.B. Torres 2018 Figueroa Bill $400 billion China-Iran deal The View from History Jadalia October 14, 2020 www.jadaliyya.com/details 41,852 $400 billion China-Iran deal The View from History Full text Vision and Actions on Jointly Building the Belt and Road China.org.cn March 28, 2015 www.china.org.cn/China Off the Wire 2015 0328 Content 3518268.htm Fulton Jonathan Iran isn't the only Middle Eastern country in a unique partnership with China Atlantic Council July 15, 2020 www.atlanticcouncil.org/blogs Metasource Iran isn't the only Middle Eastern country in a unique partnership with China Garlic Jeremy and Radcliffe Havlova The Dragon Diggers Assessing the cautious implementation of China's Belt and Road Initiative in Iran Eurasian Geography and Economics 62-4 2020 454-480 Garver John W. China and Iran Ancient Partners in a Post-Imperial World Seattle W.A. University of Washington Press 2006 Garver John W. China and the Iranian Nuclear Negotiations Beijing's Mediation Effort in James Reardon Anderson ed. The Red Star and the Crescent, New York, Oxford University Press, 2018, 123-148. Greer, Lucille and S. Fandiar Batmanglage, Last Among Equals, The China-Iran Partnership in a Regional Context, Washington, D.C., Kissinger Institute on China and the United States, 2020. Iran, China discuss bilateral, INTL issues, Islamic Republic News Agency, August 26, 2019, https://en.irna.ir/news 8345237 Iran, China discuss bilateral INTL issues. Iran says if it decides to block Strait of Hormuz, it will do it publicly. Fars, Reuters, June 17, 2019, www.reuters.com/article Medisa tax Iran says if it decides to block Strait of Hormuz it will do it publicly. Fars IDUSKCN1TI12B Motomedai Maziar Iran wants more Chinese tourists a whole lot more. Al Jazeera August 6, 2019 www.aljazeera.com/economy 2019-86 Iran wants more Chinese tourists a whole lot more. No hidden issue in Iran-China agreement. Zarif says. Tehran Times July 5, 2020 www.tehran.times.com News 449,655 No hidden issue in Iran-China agreement. Zarif says. Ramani Samuel Iran's careful approach to China's Uyghur crackdown. The Diplomat September 18, 2018 https://thediplomat.com 2018-09 Iran's careful approach to China's Uyghur crackdown. Saudi Dania and Rezu Ekbali Iran Parliamentary Committee lowers oil export target to 1.5 mil BD S&P Global January 3, 2021 www.spglobal.com/Platts on Market Insights latest news oil 010321 Iran Parliamentary Committee lowers oil export target to 15 mil BD CLID equals IWAR2ATOXRTC JRTU2XWRGLEDS3 3X and EVAU0FKVUT7 before PZQSGV2J CL7 MDACEDA Jacopo to understand the China-Iran deal. Forget the hype and look at the context. Responsible Statecraft July 15, 2020 https://responsiblestatecraft.org 2020 0715 to understand the China-Iran deal. Forget the hype and look at the context. Chariatinia Mosan and Hamid Reza Ozitsi Iran-China cooperation in the Silk Road Economic Belt from strategic understanding to operational understanding. China and World Economy 25-5 2017 4661 180 Jacopo Sita 180 Santi Gang China's Partnership Diplomacy in the Middle East The Asia Dialogue March 24, 2020 https://theasiadialogue.com 2020 0324 China's Partnership Diplomacy in the Middle East 6 Patrick Iran's Revolutionary Guard opens new base on Hormuz Strait Bloomberg September 24, 2020 www.bloomberg.com/news articles 2020-09-24 Iran's Revolutionary Guard opens new base on Hormuz Strait Tehran Isfahan high-speed rail construction reconnecting Asia https://reconnectingasia.csis or database projects Tehran Isfahan high-speed rail construction 08745C545441 E1145464623660 Treasury sanctions Iranian defense officials in the China-based network for supporting Iran's ballistic missile program. U.S. Department of the Treasury May 17, 2017 www.treasury.gov/press center press releases pages SM0088.aspects Treasury targets procurement network supporting Iran's missile proliferation programs. U.S. Department of the Treasury August 28, 2019 https://home.treasury.gov/news press releases SM759 UN Security Council resolutions on Iran Arms Control Association August 2017 www.armscontrol or fact sheet Security Council resolutions on Iran Weisskopf Michael China plays both sides in Persian Gulf War Washington Post January 13, 1983 www.washingtonpost.com/archive politics 1983 0113 China plays both sides in Persian Gulf War E5F921AA 5797 467 C90 62 93 89 911 ECZI John China's rival to GPS navigation carries big risks VOA July 8, 2020 www.voanews.com/East Asia Pacific Vo News China's rival GPS navigation carries big risks Xi Jinping working together for a bright future of China-Iran relations Beijing Review January 21, 2016 www.bjreviw.com/documents 201,601 T2016016022 8000474771.html question FBC LID equals IWAR2KXIXFO code WJLFROTM4RJTEKRCU3KNG22ISPQ09APW4SA HJCT5 Road 8 Zarif, Mohammed J. Shared vision binds Iran-China relations. Global Times, August 6, 2019. www. globaltimes.cn content 1162671.html 181 doi 10.4324/9781003030520-15 13 Israel and China past distance, present cooperation, uncertain future. Roy Yelnik on October 1, 1949, Chinese Communist Party, CCP, leader Mao Zedong declared the establishment of the People's Republic of China, PRC. Several days later, one of the dailies of the young state of Israel reported, the Chinese Revolution, a great milestone in the chronicles of mankind. The news article began by declaring that it is possible that any of the other things which will occur this year will be drifted by the tides of time and leave no mark on the history of mankind. The writer went on to compare developments in China with the American Revolution of 1776, the French Revolution of 1789, and the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917. The article clarified the bright future that awaited China, explained the positive geopolitical implications of the Chinese Communist rise to power, and described the uniqueness and virtues of the Chinese people and the benefit for them and for the whole world. 1. This reflected a generally positive Israeli reaction to the news of the PRC's establishment, but it was not mutual. It took many more years for China to recognize the state of Israel and to establish diplomatic relations. This chapter discusses the country's relations over 3 time periods: the past, 1949-2010, the present, 2010-2020, and the future, 2021. Past, 1949-2010. The first part of the analysis examines the establishment of modern China until the collapse of the Soviet Union and the transition from a bipolar to a unipolar world structure. At this point, we saw a shift in Sino-Israeli relations, and in 1992, a Chinese embassy was first established in Tel Aviv and an Israeli embassy in Beijing. The years 1949-1992 are divided into 3 distinctive periods. From 1949-1955, the states, particularly Israel, made initial contact in pursuant to mutual recognition and initiation of full diplomatic relations. From 1955 to 1978, a rift arose between the parties, slow in progress. After 1978, the two maintained a covert relationship until it became public in 1992. The second period begins with the establishment of full diplomatic relations in January 1992. After almost 2 decades of warming diplomatic and trade relations, the period ended in 2010 in the wake of 2 security crises, known as the PHLCON crisis and the Harpy crisis, to be discussed later in this chapter, and the time needed to recover from the crises. These security crises brought the parties a path of limited cooperation and, despite these limitations, 182 Roy Yelnik 182, the economic relationship grew rapidly, with trade increasing from around $50 million in 1992 to close to $7 billion in 2010.3. Before the crises, Chinese recognition of Israel was a critical component of Israel's diplomatic legitimacy on the world stage. For the first time since Israel's establishment, all permanent UN Security Council members fully recognized Israel. China had also softened its tone with respect to Israel and its Middle East policy. Throughout the relationship, China has enjoyed access to advanced technology in high-tech, agriculture, and industry. The first crisis occurred in 1999 when Israel reneged on its promise to deliver the LM 2075 PHLCON, an airborne early warning and control (AWNC) active electronically scanned array radar system. The second took place in 2004 after Israel canceled the deal for the Harpy, a loitering munition system. These incidents led the parties to re-examine the boundaries of their relationship, and they arose from U.S. dissatisfaction with growing Sino-Israeli military and security cooperation. The Americans feared that Israel was leaking their technology to China, and that China was leaking it to other adversaries. The resolution of these crises yielded a path of limited cooperation between Israel and China. The countries were able to determine the boundaries of their partnership, which stipulated that security cooperation and collaboration in closely related fields were mostly off-limits due to U.S. concerns such as a leak of American military technology. In October 2010, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu canceled his planned trip to China at the last minute in order to speak in front of the Jewish Federations of North America's General Assembly. 5. The cancellation aroused anger among the Chinese, as it was a clear sign of Netanyahu's will to prioritize his relationship with American Jews over that with the Chinese people. Since then, Netanyahu has not canceled any diplomatic functions with China. Present, 2010-2020. 2 years after Netanyahu's cancellation, his perception shifted. He instructed his ministers to make only essential trips abroad, but emphasized that all trips to China were permitted since they fell into this category, and actively encouraged travel to the PRC. 6. In 2013, the Israeli government doubled down with decision number 251, which directs the expansion of all non-sensitive aspects of Israeli-Chinese cooperation shortly before the Prime Minister's visit to China. This has played a pivotal role in shaping Israel's China policy over the last several years, embodying its desire to strengthen cooperation through the promotion and expansion of economic ties between the two countries. 7. Netanyahu visited China for the second time in March 2017 to strengthen bilateral economic ties and to mark 25 years of friendship. 8. The Belt and Road Initiative, BRA, was announced by Chinese President Xi Jinping in 2013, the same year that the Israeli government made strides in developing its ties with China. During Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi's visit to Israel that December, the Israeli Prime Minister addressed the initiative by stating that it will be important for global trade and China's trade, adding that, "We greatly appreciate the Chinese people. We are 2 ancient nations, rooted in a glorious past and with a promising future." 9. To further demonstrate Israel's support of China and the BRA, Netanyahu declared during his second visit to Beijing in March 2017 that good ties between the countries were like a marriage made in heaven. He added that, "We are the Chinese, perfect junior partner for that effort," referring to the BRA. 10. This chapter analyzes the reasons for Israel's perfect junior partner designation and explores the challenges that Israeli policymakers need to face in order to achieve this goal. President Xi said during the same visit that the countries will promote joint projects as a part of building the Silk Road economic belt and 21st century maritime Silk Road. 11. 183 Israel and China 183. Although the BRI does not indicate which Chinese development projects are under its purview, the presence of Chinese companies in Israeli infrastructure projects has expanded considerably since 2009. The main projects and acquisitions that have been launched include: in 2009, China Civil Engineering Construction Corporation, CCECC, completed both bores of the 8.6-kilometer Carmel tunnels in Haifa. 12. CCECC, in collaboration with Danya Subbus Company, built the Akil Carmel Railway in 2017.13. Since 2011, China Railway Tunnel Group Company, Limited, CRTG, and CCECC have been involved in the Red Line Tunnel in Tel Aviv Light Rail. In 2019, CRTG and CCECC began to be involved in the construction of the Carmel tunnels and Road 16.14, the port sector in Israel, which is highly critical to the Israeli economy. 99% of Israeli goods reach their destinations by sea, has also attracted Chinese attention. In March 2015, Shanghai International Port Group, SIPG, won the tender to operate the northern port in Haifa, a facility being built by Astrom Group and Shapir Engineering. 15. The construction of the South Port Terminal at Ashdod started in 2014 and is planned to be completed in 2020, built by Pan Mediterranean Engineering Company, PMEC, a unit of China Harbor Engineering Company. Another way in which China benefits from Israeli technological expertise is through the acquisition of Israeli firms. China National Chemical Corporation acquired Israeli pesticide manufacturer Dama Agricultural Solutions, formerly known as Makdishim Agan, in 2011. Bright Foods acquired Nuva, Israel's biggest food processing cooperative, in 2014, and Fosun International acquired Israeli cosmetics producer Aiva in 2016. These are only a few of several examples of Chinese acquisitions in Israel. In July 2019, the MRC Group, comprising China Harbor, Israeli-based Mivtach Shamir, and Rapid Communication and Infrastructure Limited, RAPAC, purchased Yalin Taver Power Plant, the first of 5 Israel electric power stations to be privatized under the electricity sector, Reform. 16. Each acquisition was driven by various factors, but they all helped to meet China's domestic consumption needs. Israel is a particularly valuable investment candidate because of its political stability relative to the rest of the region. Following Israel's peace treaties with multiple historical adversaries, Israeli assets are at a lower level of risk than ever before. Despite all these Chinese operations within Israel, Israel did not enjoy more significant Chinese investment as part of the BRI. Israel's size and lack of experience with international development projects were drawbacks, and China usually invests in countries that are well connected to global shipping lanes and places that bring the benefit of connection to many places. Israel has not been blessed with major trade routes that pass through. 17. The northern port in Haifa attracts a lot of attention, both internally and externally. In July 2018, 180 acres of the northern port were transferred to SIPG for a 25-year management period. This sparked a heated discussion in the Israeli press and academia, as well as a special discussion by the Israeli cabinet to discuss the implications of China's entry into Israel in strategic areas and the fear that the growing Chinese presence would harm cooperation with the United States. 18. It also came up in discussions between U.S. National Security Advisor John Bolton and Israeli PM Netanyahu when they met in January 2019. 19. In this meeting, Bolton 184 Royelnik 184 encouraged Israeli officials to take a tougher stance against Chinese electronics manufacturer ZTE and Huawei. 20. Chinese management of the port carries significant implications for Israel and its strategic ties to the United States. While the direct implications of the port are of interest to China and the United States, their concerns are related more to a Cold War-type struggle. Similar to the Soviet-American struggle during the Cold War, Washington and Beijing are competing over areas of control and patronage. The question of influence over Israel is very important to both countries. From the U.S. perspective, Israel is its oldest and most important ally in the Middle East and one of the current administration's closest friends. From Beijing's perspective, the opportunity to increase its influence on a country that maintains such close ties with the United States can have deep implications for China's international status. There has been no official public reference by either Israel or the United States to the extraordinary 2018 publication by the CCP of an article in the Israeli newspaper Haaretz entitled, "China does not aspire to world hegemony." The article sent a reassuring message to the Israeli public that Beijing has no interest in exploiting its presence to increase its control over the country and no desire to compete with the United States for world domination. 21. 2 months later, as part of an effort to avoid losing what it has already gained, Beijing inaugurated the Chinese Enterprises Association in Israel. The new association hosted Erez Lin, an Israeli journalist who subsequently published his view of the Israel-China relationship in the newspaper Israel Hayom. 22. Lin's article identified many strengths of the Chinese market and regime, at times sounding like Chinese propaganda. In the last paragraph, Lin explained why the new association had been established and concluded that the Chinese deeply believe in the Israeli market and are in Israel to stay. Although changes to the contract signed between Israel and the SIPG could result in a financial loss for the Chinese company, it is unlikely that the concern was the motivation behind China's Haaretz piece and its establishment of the new association. The CCP likely had 2 further motives: to mitigate a feared domino effect and to embarrass the United States on the ground of one of its closest allies, as explained above. If the agreement between SIPG and Israel is cancelled over security or strategic concerns, other countries may re-examine their ties with China. This might entail more rigorous checks of all contracts, including those that have already been signed. Such a pattern could endanger Beijing's BRI because, without cooperation from European countries, the initiative might prove unable to implement its projects or be financially viable. Diplomatic political relations in service of technological innovation. From 1992 to 2019, China was diligent in voting against Israel, usually with a majority opinion, in international forums. 23. Despite this, Israel and China have upheld a tradition of high-ranking state visits during these years. Several Israeli prime ministers have visited China. Table 13.1. Members of the Knesset and other senior officials also began to understand China's global importance, visiting China and meeting with Chinese personalities. Chinese leaders reciprocated. Foreign Minister Kai An-kitchen visited Israel in December 1997, Vice Premier Tang Jiaxuan in December 2004, Vice Premier Liu Yandong in March 2016, and Vice President Wang Qisheng in October 2018. The most notable visit was that of Chinese President Jiang Zemin in April 2000, which was immediately followed by the aforementioned PHOCON crisis. 24. The visits reflected a rapprochement between the parties using political channels, but the emphasis was on economic cooperation. 25. In particular, Israel's innovation reputation garners special attention from China. Over the years, Israeli high-tech accomplishments have attracted 185 Israel and China 185 investment from the biggest technology companies in the world, including Facebook, Apple, Google, and Intel, who have sought to open research and development (R&D) centers in Israel. They were soon joined by their Chinese counterparts, with Chinese mobile giant Xiaomi establishing a development center in 2015.26. In October 2017, Alibaba, China's largest e-commerce company, announced that it would establish an R&D center in Israel and signed several strategic deals, including with a QR code startup and an augmented reality startup. 27. China's interest in Israel has not been confined to industrial R&D, it also includes other industries as well as academia. For several years, Chinese official delegations have been traveling in Israel to encourage academic cooperation, collaborating recently on early childhood development research. 28. In December 2017, the Technion, Israel Institute of Technology, established a satellite campus in China. China, the first Israeli university to do so. The campus was built in Guangdong, donated by Li Ka-shing after he saw the potential of innovation on economic growth, a central goal of the CCP and the strength of Israeli academic institutions. 29 China SunPower's 2014 acquisition of telemedicine provider Natalie further highlights Prime Minister Netanyahu's marriage made in heaven description of the bilateral relationship. The company's technology provides clinical health care for remote patients and can redirect up to 70% of those seeking admission to emergency rooms. This technology now helps the Chinese authorities to reduce demand for rural hospitals dramatically. 30 Nevertheless, Israel has failed to gain the status of a strategic partner alongside other countries in the region. Saudi Arabia signed a comprehensive strategic partnership with China, which is regarded as the highest level of bilateral relationship that a state can have with China. 31 There are 4 more Middle Eastern countries with comprehensive strategic partnerships and 8 with strategic partnerships, but Israel is not one of them. 32 It has instead been designated as an innovative comprehensive partnership. Current and future challenges. 2021 The Sino-Israeli relationship has faced several challenges since its inception, most of which have been due to international political factors rather than endogenous issues. The most significant are Iran, the Palestinians, and of course the United States. While Israel maintains internal criticism of China, especially for human rights reasons and to some extent for responsibility for the COVID-19 crisis, which caused almost 800,000 Israelis to lose their jobs, these criticisms do not present an existential threat to the relationship. 33 The main reason for Israel's restraint is the Chinese use of soft power toward the Israeli elite. 34 China's Middle Eastern aspirations sometimes run counter to Israeli interests. Its strategic partners include Iran and several Sunni countries. While Iran is an adversary of Israel in Table 13.1 Israeli leaders' official visits to China. Name of Israeli leader and position date of visit Chaim Herzog. President December 1992 Yitzhak Rabin. Prime Minister October 1993 Moshe Katsav. President December 2003 Ehud Olmert. Prime Minister January 2007 Ehud Barak. Prime Minister June 2011 Benjamin Netanyahu. Prime Minister May 2013 and March 2017 Shimon Peres. President April 2014 186 Roy Yelnek 186 The United States. The others are increasingly aligned with Israel. Even though the Iranian oil stopped flowing at the same rate as before the imposition of U.S. sanctions by President Donald Trump, China has a long-term energy cooperation agreement with Iran. 35 Iran's sanctions-induced economic isolation makes it a desperate business partner. Therefore, the Chinese understand that they can trade with Iran more easily than with countries that are open to the United States and the West. Israel finds itself in a relationship with the ally of its chief rival. This is indicative of the Chinese model, putting economics ahead of political, ideological, or humanitarian interests. Whenever possible, it avoids choosing sides in rivalries or conflicts. In spite of this doctrine, Israel and China have found a viable path of collaboration. However, a future development that pitted Israel or an ally against one of China's partners would put the two states in a difficult situation. 36 China's international actions are driven by the country's practical needs, which is why it maintains good relations with both Iran and Israel. Above all else, Beijing is focused on growing its economy pursuant to raising living standards and maintaining internal stability. All countries prioritize their own national economic and security interests to a certain extent, and doing so sometimes requires maintaining positive relations with countries that are hostile to one another. The United States does this, as do European nations, between the United States and Russia, for example. And so does Israel, which is a major supplier of arms to China's rival, India. What makes China different from most countries is that the scale and range of its actions help define the international order. On the Palestinian issue, as well, leaders in Jerusalem and Beijing do not see eye to eye. Over the years, the Chinese have almost unreservedly supported Palestinian demands for the establishment of an independent state. In 1974, China was the first country to allow the Palestinians to establish an embassy within its borders as part of PRC's Third World Solidarity and to convey a message that movements like the Palestinian Liberation Organization had a safe home in China. The message was aimed at the same movements, as well as the ideological and political struggle over the nature of the international arena. During the Mao Zedong years, the CCP supported several Palestinian terror organizations, including the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine and the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine. 37 China's consistent condemnation of Israel serves as another boon to the Palestinians. During the IDF Operation Pillar of Defense in November 2012, a Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman expressed concern about the conflict and called on both sides, and Israel in particular, to exercise restraint and avoid harming civilians. 38 Later that month, China voted in favor of UN General Assembly Resolution 6719, which granted the Palestinian Authority the status of a non-member observer state in the United Nations. 39 In August 2014, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi announced a 5-point peace proposal on settling the Israel-Palestine conflict, saying that China was willing to contribute to the pre-existing international efforts and to work with the international community to make contributions to ending the Israel-Palestine conflict. 40 At the beginning of 2016, Chinese President Xi reaffirmed China's support for a Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital in a meeting with the Arab League. Xi also announced an aid package of 50 million yuan, approximately $7.6 million, for the construction of solar panels for electricity generation in the Palestinian territories. 41 In July 2020, he reiterated in his conversation with Palestinian Authority Chairman Mahmoud Abbas that China supports the just demands of Palestine, and Abbas responded that China was the most loyal friend of the Palestinian people, saying that in Ramallah they expect China to play an important role in promoting justice for the Palestinians. 42 The current Chinese support, with all of its moral rhetoric, is only symbolic. However, Xi's 50 million yuan donation is neither a significant investment nor a Chinese obligation to take 187 Israel and China 187 part in establishing a Palestinian state. Ultimately, Chinese support for the Palestinians should be seen as posturing to the Arab world rather than representing a substantive commitment to Palestinian national aspirations. However, in the wake of Israel's peace agreements with Morocco, Sudan, Bahrain, and the United Arab Emirates, this approach may change because it will no longer serve the Chinese pursuit of Arab states. 43 Some have accused China of using soft power in its approach to Israel and the Middle East. 44 And there are even those in Israel who have advocated that Israel limit its relationship with China outright. One example was in 2016 when a group of rabbis called on Israeli Health Minister Yaakov Litzman to withdraw from the health cooperation agreement with China. 45 One of the main voices calling to end the sale of human organs to China is Jacob J. Levy, head of the heart transplant unit at the Sheba Hospital. In December 2019, Levy published an article in a scientific medical journal where the authors concluded that a variety of evidence points to what the authors believe can only be plausibly explained by systematic falsification and manipulation of official organ transplant datasets in China. Some apparently non-voluntary donors also appear to be misclassified as voluntary. 46. This paper, like other activities of Levy, led to a letter from rabbis calling for the severance of ties with China. But according to a 2019 Pew Research Center study, the connections with Iran and the Palestinians, and the actions of Levy and others, have failed to deter the Israeli public. It sees its relationship with China as full of political and economic potential. Finally, the main challenge facing China and Israel is finding an appropriate level of cooperation amidst the trade war between China and the United States. The United States and Israel have been key allies since 1967, and the former's support is indispensable to the latter. Since the onset of the trade war, Israel has found itself trading carefully. Although China cannot be a major Israeli strategic ally, and has no interest in assuming this role, its economy carries opportunities that Israel cannot ignore. Until now, Israel has managed to find a delicate balance, but the escalation of the struggle has forced it to redefine its ties to China. As in the PHLCON and Harpi crises, it is Israel's relationship with the United States that will determine the boundaries and the nature of its relationship with China. U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo began a May 2020 visit to Israel with a press conference in which he discussed multiple issues but referred to China as a country that obfuscates and hides information. This was the central purpose of the visit. 47. The U.S. Secretary of State came to Israel amid a pandemic to ensure that Israel remained on the American side. Several days later, the Israeli Finance Ministry announced that the IDE Technologies company and Bank Leumi, not China's Hutchison Water, had won the contract for the construction of the Sorek 2 desalination plant. 48. Hutchison would have been the latest Chinese contractor to partner with an Israeli utility on critical infrastructure. China Harbor had established a waste disposal facility in southern Israel and was competing to do so again in Ramat. HOVV. 29. The proximity of Pompeo's visit to the announcement of Hutchison's failure to secure the contract raises the possibility that the events were related. Pompeo's visit was not the only message from the U.S. side toward Israel. In May 2020, a U.S. official asked Israel, among other allies, to sever ties with China in areas with security risks. 49. Conclusion. Since the Israeli government changed its policy towards China in 2013, much of its work has been to promote relations with China. The rising trade volume and the diversity of economic relations indicate strengthening ties. At the same time, this cooperation is based mainly on economic interests and not on common values or shared regional or international interests. Israel is 188 facing a more complicated situation in its triangulation between the United States and China, and it also has to deal with China's close relations with Iran. It is therefore required to find the balance between an open and competitive market and the protection of strategic relationships, balancing between the need to act morally and the need to pragmatically negotiate its assets between rival world superpowers. Acknowledgement. The author wants to express his gratitude to Alex Leopold for his wonderful help. Notes. 1. Israel Epstein, The Chinese Revolution, a great milestone in the chronicles of mankind. Cole Hyam, October 7, 1949. 2. To all figures throughout are in U.S. dollar, unless otherwise noted. 3. Israel trade balance, exports and imports by country, 2010, World Integrated Trade Solution, https://wits.worldbank.org/country profile on country ISR year 2010 trade flow expim partner by country 4 Yoram Evron, Hebrew punctuation Jershayim, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter Samek, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter final Saudi, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter Samek, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Samek, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter final Nun, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Tet, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Kaf, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter final Mem, Hebrew letter He, Hebrew letter Saudi, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Kaf, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Nun, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter final Mem, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter P, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter final Mem, Hebrew punctuation Jershayim, foreign relations, Israel-China relations in retrospect, obstacles, successes and possible directions. IUNM, Multidisciplinary Studies in Israeli and Modern Jewish Society, 18, 2008, 248. 5. Barak Ravid, after 3 years of negotiations, Netanyahu to visit China, Haaretz, March 28, 2012, www.haretz.com/1.5209360 Barak Ravid. Hebrew letter Nun, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter Nun, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter He, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter final Mem, Hebrew letter Saudi, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Saudi, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Nun, Hebrew letter Samek, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Ayin, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter final Saudi, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Samek, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter final Nun, Netanyahu lies Harim, Sims Mubanasa Al Out Lechal, Hots Milesin, Netanyahu to ministers, reduce travel abroad, except for China, Haaretz, www.haretz.co.il/news Barak Ravid 1.181496997 Gilad Morag. Hebrew letter Nun, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter Nun, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter He, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Ayin, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Dela, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Kov, Hebrew letter Nun, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Tav, Netanyahu, Israel Lu Meshivat Lianda America Yak, Netanyahu, Israel is not committed to American positions. INET, January 28, 2014, www.ynet.co.il/articles 0, 7340, L448223200.html, Eital Shalev. Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Tet, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter He, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter Zayin, Hebrew letter Kov, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter He, Hebrew letter Kov, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter He, Hebrew letter Kaf, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Kaf, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Nun, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter Nun, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter He, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter He, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Kov, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Samek, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter final Nun, Bematar Lechizikeh Hakisher Hakelkli, Netanyahu Hamriel ADUIOBOOK be sin. In order to strengthen economic ties, Netanyahu took off to visit China. Walla, March 19, 2017. https://news.walla.co.il/item 3049661 statements by PM Netanyahu and Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi, December 18, 2013. www. YouTube.com watch. V equals KRGJPN2MSI. 10 quoted in Shannon TSC. Israel and China, marriage made in heaven, says Netanyahu, The Diplomat. March 22, 2017. TheDiplomat.com 2017-03 Israel and China, marriage made in heaven, says Netanyahu. 11 Neville Teller. China looks toward the Middle East. Post. July 26, 2017. www.jpost.com/opinion China looks toward the Middle East. 500,837 12 Golan Hosseini. The Chinese are coming. The new Silk Road passes through Israel. Calculus. June 9, 2015. www.calcalus.co.il/local articles 0 7340 L3661297 00.html 13 Rabad. Hebrew letter limd, Hebrew letter dela, Hebrew letter resh, Hebrew letter final kaf, Hebrew letter yod, Hebrew letter sadi, Hebrew letter aleph, Hebrew letter he, Hebrew letter limd, Hebrew letter kaf, Hebrew letter resh, Hebrew letter mem, Hebrew letter yod, Hebrew letter aleph, Hebrew letter limd, Hebrew letter he, Hebrew letter resh, Hebrew letter kaf, Hebrew letter bet, Hebrew letter tav, Hebrew letter he, Hebrew letter yod, Hebrew letter samek, Hebrew letter tet, Hebrew letter vav, Hebrew letter resh, Hebrew letter yod, Hebrew letter resh, Hebrew letter gimel, Hebrew letter ayin. Raga history. Hooray Vatle Carmel. Yatsalah direct. Historic moment. The train to Carmel will set off. INET. September 20th, 2017. www.ymet.co.il/articles 0 7340 L50191690 00.html 14. Chinese company connects Tel Aviv Rail. Tehran. The Times of Israel. July 6th, 2015. www.timesofisrael.com Chinese company connects Tel Aviv Rail. Tehran 15 Ali Bari Lay. Chinese company to run New Haifa Port. Iris. March 24th, 2015. www.haretz.com Israel News Business. Premium-Chinese group to run Haifa Port 1.534171216. Chinese-Israeli consortium makes 15-year gas supply deal with UK-based firm. Xinhua. November 24, 2019. https://c.lyhbsgnw17 Yoram Evron. The challenge of implementing the Belt and Road Initiative in the Middle East. Connectivity projects under conditions of limited political engagement. The China Quarterly. 237, 2019. 196 216. Jonathan Fulton. Domestic politics as fuel for China's Maritime Silk Road Initiative. The case of the Gulf monarchies. Journal of Contemporary China 29, 2020. 175 190. 189 Israel and China 189 18 Gilly Cohen. Leo Kaiser. Hebrew letter Dela, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter final nun, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Gimel, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Kov, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Nun, Hebrew letter Tet, Hebrew letter Ayin, Hebrew letter Limd, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Ayin, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter Kaf, Hebrew letter Nun, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Samek, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter Samek, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter final nun, Hebrew letter Limd, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter Limd, Diyun Haribah Cabinet Al Masmayud Nazat, Sanai Israel, an unusual cabinet discussion on the significance of China's entry into Israel. Can 11, November 29th, 2018. www.can.org.il/item. Item equals 43,49619. PM Netanyahu meets with U.S. National Security Advisor John Bolton. Israeli Prime Minister's Office. January 6, 2019. www.gov.il/on Department's News Event Bulletin 06011920 Jake Novak. Israel will soon have to choose between China and the U.S. CNBC. August 29, 2019. www.cnbc.com/2019-0829. Israel will soon have to choose between China and the U.S. HTML 21 Japi Eichson. Hebrew letter Samek. Hebrew letter Yod. Hebrew letter final nun. Hebrew letter Aleph. Hebrew letter Yod. Hebrew letter Nun. Hebrew letter He. Hebrew letter Shin. Hebrew letter Vav. Hebrew letter Aleph. Hebrew letter P. Hebrew letter Tav. Hebrew letter Limd. Hebrew letter He. Hebrew letter Gimel. Hebrew letter Mem. Hebrew letter Vav. Hebrew letter Nun. Hebrew letter Yod. Hebrew letter He. Hebrew letter Ayin. Hebrew letter Vav. Hebrew letter Limd. Hebrew letter Mem. Hebrew letter Yod. Hebrew letter Tav. Sanai Nashoif hegemonia ole emit. China does not aspire to world hegemony. Iris. December 4th, 2018. www.haretz.co.il/opinions/premium-1.671891122 Erezlin. Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Kaf, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter final Mem, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Samek, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter final Nun, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter Limd, Hebrew letter He, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter P, Hebrew letter He, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter He, Cherem Sin, Israel Hishudafa Hashaduva, China executives, Israel is an important partner, Israel Hayayum, January 5th, 2019, www.israelhadom.co.il article 621,731-23 Yoram Evron, OBOR's impact on Sino-Israeli relations, in Ed-Yashayr Ed-Shami and Nivhoresh, EDS, China's presence in the Middle East, the implications of the One Belt One Road Initiative, London, Routledge, 2018, 24 Moshe Yigar, The Long Journey to Asia, a chapter in the diplomatic history of Israel, Haifa, Haifa University Press, 2004, 280-283, 25 C. Santi Gang and Yaya H. Zalbir, China's economic diplomacy towards the Arab countries, challenges ahead, Journal of Contemporary China, 2495, 2015, 903-921, 26 Asaf Gilad. Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter He, Hebrew letter Samek, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Nun, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter P, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter Zayin, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter He, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter P, Hebrew letter Nun, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter final Mem, Hebrew letter Samek, Hebrew letter Limd, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Limd, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Kaf, Hebrew letter Zayin, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Tav, Ziomi Hosinit Mephat Chai Panchelolari B. Merkez Birikovat, Xiaomi developing mobile face recognition in the center in Rehovot, Calculist, November 15, 2015, www.calcalist.co.il/internet articles 0, 7340, L3673445, 00.html, 27 Israel Fisher and Ruth Levy. Hebrew letter Ayin, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter P, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Kaf, Hebrew letter Zayin, Hebrew letter P, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter Lind. Alibaba Tiftich Merkaz Pitoh Israel. Alibaba will open a development center in Israel. The Marker, October 11, 2017. www.themarker.com. Wall Street 1.4511562. Rebecca Fannin, Israel China deal making. Is it all hype or steady progress? Forbes, February 26, 2018. www.forbes.com/sites Rebecca Fannin 2018-02-26 Israel China deal making. Is it all hype or steady progress? Number 6BF18CA4285E28 interview by the author with the Director of External Relations of the Israeli Ministry of Education, Delator Traxi. 29 layer detail. Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Dela, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter He, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter He, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter Dela, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Nun, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter Nun, Hebrew letter P, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter He, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter He, Hebrew letter Tet, Hebrew letter Kaf, Hebrew letter Nun, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter final Nun, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Samek, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter final Nun. Lil Mod Mi'ai Srio Mai Joshi Vachanit, Niftekas Lukat Hatachin Unbi Sin. Learning from Israel what is innovative thing. A satellite Technion campus opens in China. The Marker, December 29, 2017. www.themarker.com/news education 1.473790830 Gil Klein. Hebrew letter Samek, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter Nun, Hebrew letter P, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter He, Hebrew letter Samek, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Nun, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Kaf, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter He, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Tet, Hebrew letter He, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Nun, Hebrew letter Tet, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter P, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Lind, 70, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter final Nun, Hebrew letter Dela, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Resh, San Power Hassan and Rosh Set Hash letter B Natalie Lefisha Uvi Shell 70 million shekel. China's Sun Power buys control of Natalie at a company value of $70 million. Calculist, December 4th, 2014. www.calcalist.co.il/markets articles 0, 7340, L3646640, 00.html 31 China, Saudi Arabia form comprehensive strategic partnership. CNTV, January 20th, 2016. http://en.people.cn/n3 2016 0120 C98389 9006770.html 32 Jonathan Fulton, China's changing role in the Middle East, Atlantic Council, June 2019. www.atlanticcouncil.org WP content uploads 2019-06 China's changing role in the Middle East. PDF 33 Israel, U.S. law firm sue China for trillions over coronavirus. Post, April 19, 2020. www.jpost.com Health Science Israel law firm sue China for trillions of dollars over coronavirus. 625,128.34 Roy Yelnick, Yossi Mann, and Dudi Labelle. China's soft power pipes drilling strategy in Israel. Social issues in Israel. Forthcoming. 35 Farnaz Fasihi and Stephen Lee Myers. Defying U.S., China and Iran near trade and military partnership. The New York Times, July 11, 2020. www.newyorktimes.com/2020-07-11 World Asia China Iran trade military deal.html question AUTH equals login Facebook 36 Lahav Harkov. Proposed China Iran deal is bad news for Israel. Post, July 14, 2020. www.jpost.com Middle East Iran news. Proposed China Iran deal is bad news for Israel. 634,906.37 Nima Karami Assel. Palestine UN bid. Where does China stand? Al Jazeera, September 29, 2011. www.aljazeera.com/opinions 2011 929 Palestine unbid. Where does China stand? 38 Foreign Ministry spokesperson Hua Chunying's regular press conference on November 19, 2012. Consulate General of the People's Republic of China in New York, November 19, 2012. www.fmprc governor.cn Sunni Firth T99127.atm 190 Roy Yelnick 19039 General Assembly votes overwhelmingly to accord Palestine non-member observer state status in United Nations. Department of Public Information, News and Media Division, New York, November 29, 2012. www.un.org/press on 2012 GA11317.doc.atm 40 China raises 5-point peace proposal on settling Israel-Palestine conflict. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the People's Republic of China, August 4, 2014. www.fmprc.gov.cn/MFINCXXX 660,805 T1180306.HTML 41 China's Xi calls for creation of Palestinian state. Al Jazeera, January 26, 2016. www.aljazeera.com/news 2016-0122 China's Xi calls for creation of Palestinian state. Hebrew letter Nun, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter Samek, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter final Nun, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter Zayin, Hebrew letter final Nun. Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Kaf, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter final Mem, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Dela, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter He, Hebrew letter Saudi, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Dela, Hebrew letter Kov, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter P, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Samek, Hebrew letter Tet, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter final Nun. 42 Nessisen Le Abu Mazen, Tom Chimbadrisha Hotsai Shell Plusin, Chinese President to Abu Mazen, we support the right demands of Palestine, INET, July 21, 2020, ynet.co.il/news article H1ARRXXD, 43C Jonathan Fulton and Roy Yelenick, UAE Israel diplomatic normalization, a response to a turbulent Middle East region, comparative strategy, forthcoming, 44 Roy Yelenick, Yossi Man and Uzi Label, Chinese, soft power pipelines diffusion, SPPD to the Middle Eastern Arab countries 2000-2018, a discursive institutional study, British Journal of Middle Eastern Studies, 2020, doi, 10.108013530194.2020.173280, 45 Yair Ettinger and Ronnie Linder, citing human rights violations, Israeli rabbis protest health deal with China, Haaretz, June 5, 2016, www.haaretz.com/blocked, return to equals, https%3a%2f%2f www.haaretz.com%2f Israel-news%2f.premium- citing human rights violations, Israeli rabbis protest health deal with China 1.538034446 MP Robertson, R.L. Hind, and J. Levy, analysis of official deceased organ donation data cast doubt on the credibility of China's organ transplant reform, BMC Medethics 20, Art, 79, 2019, doi, 10.1186S12910104066, 47 Roy Yelenick, Pompeo's visit to Israel and the Chinese connection, BESA, June 5, 2020, https://isacenter.org perspectives papers Pompeo Israel China 48 Emar Eichner, Hebrew letter none, Hebrew letter mem, Hebrew letter none, Hebrew letter ayin, Hebrew letter mem, Hebrew letter shin, Hebrew letter bet, Hebrew letter resh, Hebrew letter het, Hebrew letter mem, Hebrew letter vav, Hebrew letter resh, Hebrew letter ayin, Hebrew letter final mem, Hebrew letter aleph, Hebrew letter resh, Hebrew letter he, Hebrew letter bet, Hebrew letter he, Hebrew letter samek, Hebrew letter yod, Hebrew letter none, Hebrew letter yod, Hebrew letter final mem, Hebrew letter limbed, Hebrew letter aleph, Hebrew letter zayin, Hebrew letter kaf, Hebrew letter vav, Hebrew letter bet, Hebrew letter mem, Hebrew letter kaf, Hebrew letter resh, Hebrew letter zayin, Hebrew letter he, Hebrew letter he, Hebrew letter tav, Hebrew letter p, Hebrew letter limbed, Hebrew letter he, nimna mashmer hamor impar b, Hassan and Lu Chachu Bamikraz Hohitla, a serious crisis with the United States avoided, the Chinese did not win the desalination tender, INET, May 26, 2020, www.ynet.co.il/articles 0, 7340, L5736931, 00.html 49 Lahav Harkov, U.S. asking Israel to eliminate China ties in sensitive areas, Post, May 20, 2020, www.jpost.com Israel News Israel requested indemnity after us requested cuts on trade with China 628,530 references Bari Lai, Avi, Chinese company to run new Haifa port, Haaretz, March 24, 2015, www.haaretz.com/Israel News Business.premium-Chinese group to run Haifa port 1.5341712, China, Saudi Arabia form comprehensive strategic partnership, CNTV, January 20, 2016, http://en.people.cn/n3 2016 0120 C98389 9006770.html China's Xi calls for creation of Palestinian state, Al Jazeera, January 26, 2016, www.aljazeera.com/news 2016 0122 China's Xi calls for creation of Palestinian state Cohen, Gillian Leo Kaiser, Hebrew letter Dela, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter final nun, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Gimel, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Kov, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Nun, Hebrew letter Tet, Hebrew letter Ayin, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Ayin, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter Kaf, Hebrew letter Nun, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Samek, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter Samek, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter final nun, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter Lind, D. and Haribah Cabinet Al Masmayud Nazat, Semi Israel, an unusual cabinet discussion on the significance of China's entry into Israel, Can 11, November 29, 2018, www.can.org.il/item, item equals 43,496 detail, liar, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Dela, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter He, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter He, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter Dela, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Nun, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter Nun, Hebrew letter P, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter He, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter He, Hebrew letter Tet, Hebrew letter Kaf, Hebrew letter Nun, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter final nun, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Samek, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter final nun, Lil Mami Israel May I Josh Eva Chad Nit, Niftekis Lukat Hotech and Unbi Sin. Learning from Israel what is innovative thing. A satellite Technion campus opens in China. The Marker, December 29, 2017. www.themarker.com/news education 1.4737908. Eichner, Idamar, Hebrew letter nun, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Nun, Hebrew letter Ayin, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Ayin, Hebrew letter final Mem, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter He, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter He, Hebrew letter Samek, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Nun, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter final Mem, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter Zayin, Hebrew letter Kaf, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Kaf, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Zayin, Hebrew letter He, Hebrew letter He, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter P, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter He, Nimna Mashmer Hamor Impar B, Hassan and Lu Chachu Bamikraz Hohitla, a serious crisis with the United States avoided. The Chinese did not win the desalination tender, INET, May 26, 2020, www.ynet.co.il/articles 0, 7340, L5736931, 00.html Epstein, Israel, the Chinese Revolution, a great milestone in the chronicles of mankind, Kol Hayam, October 7, 1949. Ettinger, Yair and Ronnie Linder, citing human rights violations, Israeli rabbis protest health deal with China, Haaretz, June 5, 2016, www.haaretz.com/blocked, return to equals, https://3a%2f%2f www.haaretz.com com%2f Israel news%2f premium citing human rights violations Israeli rabbis protest health deal with China 1.5380344191 Israel and China 191 Evron, Yoram, the challenge of implementing the Belt and Road Initiative in the Middle East, connectivity projects under conditions of limited political engagement, the China Quarterly 237, 2019, 196-216, Evron, Yoram, OBOR's impact on Sino-Israeli relations, in Ed Shire and Edashami and Niftoresh, ETS, China's presence in the Middle East, the implications of the One Belt One Road Initiative, London, Routledge, 2018, 12-136, Evron, Yoram, Hebrew punctuation Jershayim, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter Samek, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter final Saudi, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter Samek, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Samek, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter final Nun, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Tet, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Kaf, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter final Mem, Hebrew letter He, Hebrew letter Saudi, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Kaf, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Nun, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter final Mem, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter P, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter final Mem, Hebrew punctuation Jershayim, foreign relations, Israel-China relations in retrospect, obstacles, successes and possible directions, IUNM, multidisciplinary studies in Israeli and modern Jewish society 18, 2008, N.P. Fannin, Rebecca, Israel-China deal making, is it all hype or steady progress? Forbes, February 26, 2018, www.forbes.com/sites Rebecca Fannin 2018 0226 Israel-China deal making, is it all hype or steady progress? Number 6BF18CA4285 Fasiohi, Farnaz and Stephen Lee Myers, defying U.S., China and Iran near trade and military partnership, The New York Times, July 11, 2020, www.newyorktimes.com/2020 0711 World Asia China Iran trade military deal.html question AUTH equals login Facebook Fisher, Israel and Ruth Levy, Hebrew letter Ayin, Hebrew letter Lind, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter P, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter Mem, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Kaf, Hebrew letter Zayin, Hebrew letter P, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Tav, Hebrew letter Vav, Hebrew letter Het, Hebrew letter Bet, Hebrew letter Yod, Hebrew letter Shin, Hebrew letter Resh, Hebrew letter Aleph, Hebrew letter Lind, Alibaba Tiftach Merkaz Pitoh Israel, Alibaba will open a development center in Israel, The Marker, October 11, 2017, www.themarker.com Wall Street 1.4511562, Foreign Ministry spokesperson Wang Zhanyun's regular press conference on November 19, 2012, Consulate General of the People's Republic of China in New York, November 19, 2012, www.fmprc, governor.cn, Sunni Firth, T991273.htm, Fulton, Jonathan, China's changing role in the Middle East, Atlantic Council, June 2019, www.atlanticcouncil.org, WP content uploads 2019-06 China's changing role in the Middle East. PDF Fulton, Jonathan, domestic politics as fuel for China's maritime Silk Road Initiative, the case of the Gulf monarchies, Journal of Contemporary China 29, 2020, 175-190, General Assembly votes overwhelmingly to accord Palestine, non-member observer state status in United Nations, Department of Public Information, News and Media Division, New York, November 29, 2012, www.un.org/press on 2012, GA11317.doc.htm 192 doi 10.4324/9781003034520-16 14 frozen in time China-Algeria relations from socialist friendship to pandemic opportunism line of $1 according to Arab Barometer findings from the latest survey, summer 2020, only 36% of surveyed Algerians prefer to have stronger relations with China, putting Algeria in second to last position, ranked behind neighboring Morocco, Tunisia, and Libya. One additionally, and in the same survey, Algeria came in last place in the percentage of people who would prefer an increase in Chinese aid. The mediocre perceptions of Chinese aid in Algeria found in the Arab Barometer surveys sit in a stark contrast to the government-level relations between the two countries. In 2014, Algeria became the first MENA country to enjoy a comprehensive strategic partnership with China. It is still the only Maghreb country to hold such a high status with China. The People's Republic of China, PRC, recognized the Algerian Provisional Government within 3 days of its establishment and was the first non-Arab country to set up official diplomatic relations on December 20, 1958. Algeria supported China in its territorial claims over Tibet and Xinjiang in the 1970s, co-sponsored and actively lobbied for a United Nations Resolution 2758 which secured a permanent seat at the United Nations Security Council, UNSC, for the PRC, worked on facilitating the launch of the Forum of China-Africa Cooperation, FOCAC, in 2000 despite grappling with a political crisis and a civil conflict at home, participated in the 2008 Olympic Games to show support for the PRC, and even signed a letter addressing the UN Human Rights Council, HRC, to support the Chinese government's policies in XINJING.3. However, despite the apparent disparity between strong government-to-government ties and the trailing people perceptions, China-Algeria relations continue to display strong values of friendship and solidarity. Even recently, the COVID-19 pandemic proved to be a very opportune moment for the two governments to renew their friendship rhetoric through exchanges of aid and technical support. Throughout this chapter, I seek to show that despite the importance of commercial, military, cultural, and market considerations for China-Algeria relations, the most important asset and key to the long-standing government-level friendship between China and Algeria remains a strong network of elite ties and government officials' visits. The political discourse that characterized China-Algeria government-level relations in the 1950s remains basically unchanged today, as revealed by COVID-19 mutual support and expressions of solidarity and friendship. Neither material nor ideological gains are able to fully explain the strong ties between the two governments. By paying attention to the power of network and accounting 193 China-Algeria relations 193 for decades of strong elite relationships, we can better understand the broader picture of China-Algeria relations and the gap between top-level and people-based perceptions. The curious contrast between the strong top-level relations and the lukewarm people-based perceptions reveals several important defining elements of China-Algeria relations that the networks of relations and social capital spun between Chinese and Algerian government elites are extremely strong, that cultural relations and people-to-people exchanges have not reached their potential in the context of Sino-Algerian relations, and that the Belt and Road Initiative, BRA, however appealing it might be at the top level, has yet to materialize into job opportunities and economic openings at the societal level. To analyze the present state of China-Algeria relations and reflect on their future, it is important to look to the past and retrace the context, the motivations, and the interests behind the early encounter between Chinese elites and their Algerian counterparts. The early days, Algerian party delegation visits to Beijing. Algeria's anti-colonial war efforts are at the root of its early encounters with PRC officials. The Bandung Conference of 1955 is a milestone in the encounters between Chinese and African officials in general, and also the place where Algeria's cause was introduced to Maoist China first. The conference was a unique opportunity for Chinese officials to hear about the anti-colonial struggles that became such a prominent and defining part of Afro-Asian relations. Sharing experiences and advice, and exchanging ideas about guerrilla warfare, were viewed by PRC officials as an opportunity to make China's own experiences of fighting imperial powers more visible internationally. The Bandung Conference made the connection between Algerian and Chinese officials possible, and soon after the formation of the Provisional Government of the Algerian Republic, GPRA, in September 1958, the two governments exchanged delegations in all fields to enhance their bilateral cooperation. As early as September 1958, China hosted an Algerian student delegation in a show of support for Algeria's anti-colonial cause. In December 1958, a ministerial delegation led by Ben Youssef N'Keta visited China and was treated to a banquet organized by top Chinese Communist Party, CCP officials. Later during that same month, the delegation visited a second time and the joint communique was signed by China's Foreign Minister Chen Yi and Minister Sharif on December 20th. The GPRA representatives spent 16 days in China meeting officials and touring several cities. China also received a military delegation, led by Omar Louis-Sidik, in April 1959 while observing Algerian Week. 5 in November 1959, a delegation from General Union of Algerian Workers, UGTA, visited. In December 1959, a military delegation led by Armaments Minister Mahmoud Sharif visited Beijing, followed by an FLN delegation shortly after. In May 1960, a delegation led by Krim Belkacem visited China and was welcomed by Vice Premier Ho Lung and received by Chairman Mao at a banquet in their honor. 6 In late September 1960, a delegation led by Farhad Abbas visited China to attend China's National Day. Farhad Abbas was welcomed by Premier Zhou Enlai at cheers of a crowd of Chinese citizens waving Algerian and Chinese flags. 7 Premier Zhou hosted a banquet at the Great Hall of the People, honoring the Algerian delegation, and both he and Farhad Abbas gave speeches that solidified the friendship and solidarity between the two countries. 8 Many of GPRA's delegation visits to China were typically welcomed with masses of Chinese citizens cheering at the airport, lining the road while the motorcades passed, and in the city organizing pro-Algeria rallies. These rallies were as beneficial to the GPRA as they were to Chinese elites, as they were a valuable tool to motivate Chinese citizens and reaffirm their 194 Lama Ben Abdallah 194 commitment to the CCP. 9 Supporting the National Liberation Front (FLN) and the Algerian cause was lucrative for the CCP for a mix of international and domestic reasons. Internationally, the CCP was interested in showing the sincerity and effectiveness of the CCP's leadership and support for anti-imperial wars thousands of miles away. As observed by Haddad Fonda, Algeria was the only Arab country that the Chinese government could claim to mentor in this paternalistic manner, and thus it perfectly fit the needs of a regime that was trying to present itself to its own citizens as an active leader in the global revolution. 10 Yet surely such support for Algeria's independence efforts was mostly symbolic and rhetorical rather than material. The fact that the Chinese government held mass gatherings to support the Algerian cause ranging from Support Algeria Day to Support Algeria Week and National Day celebrations is evidence that the symbolic support of Algeria had domestic benefits for the CCP. Domestically, the Algerian cause served as a legitimizing tool for the CCP to motivate Chinese citizens' commitment to the party. Chairman Mao's and Zhuao's repeated entreaties to their Algerian visitors to be self-reliant served 3 related goals. They justified China's reluctance to provide significant military support to the FLN, magnified the accomplishments of the CCP prior to 1949, and reinforced the Maoist notion that people power could triumph over technological superiority. 11 The more these principles were internalized by Algerian independence fighters, the more traction China's international model received. For the Algerian side, the warm welcome and enthusiasm towards their revolutionary cause provided a big boost of confidence. At a banquet hosted at the Great Hall of People, Farhad Abbas stated that the warm welcome, now a tradition, given each time by the Chinese people to our Algerian delegations, is a most valued stimulus to us and gives the greatest encouragement to the listening Algerian people. 12 The benefit calculations from intensifying delegation visits to China and maintaining close ties to the CCP were very similar to the CCP's side. The endorsement of the FLN by the CCP proved to be a strong symbolic capital as the CCP's reputation for a successful guerrilla warfare played to the benefit of the FLN while it was trying to rally for unity and legitimacy among Algerians. Internationally, the FLN banked on any external alliances and sympathy to bring attention to its anti-colonial struggle. Furthermore, the image of China as a country that emerged triumphant after an arduous guerrilla war was attractive for FLN officials to drum up support at home when the war effort against France was proving to be a challenge. Networks and relationality at the root of early China-Algeria encounters. Several reconstruction theories exist about what exactly drew the FLN to the CCP in the 1950s.13. Certainly, in the eyes of French government and to some extent CIA analysts, the only way to make sense of FLN-CCP ties was to imagine lucrative military aid in the form of equipment and cash flows from China to Algeria. However, this narrative was disputed by several scholars. To begin, in 1966 George Yu wrote a scathing critique of China's foreign policy in Africa which, in his assessment, missed the mark because the CCP was ready to give support to African liberation struggles only in words when Africans were looking for alternative financial flows to break away from economic dependency on former colonial powers. To Yu, the gap amounted to a failure of China in Africa. Only reforming Chinese foreign policy to include concrete aid measures would help African partners take the PRC seriously. 14 Congruent with Yu's assessment of China's foreign policy conduct in the 1960s are chronicles of China-Algeria relations and the lack of Chinese economic support for newly independent 195 China-Algeria relations. 195 Algeria forced Algerian policymakers to shift away from their radical rhetoric. 15 More evidence of this disconnect is brought to light in studies that disputed narratives overemphasizing generous Chinese military aid to Algeria. Haddad Fonda explains that, when the first FLN delegations traveled to Beijing in 1958, the French government correctly assumed that the Algerians asked the Chinese government to supply arms, but they incorrectly believed that Zhou promised as much aid as the FLN required. 16 Indeed, several scholars agree that the Chinese government viewed Algeria not just as the linchpin of the anti-colonial and anti-imperialist struggle in Africa but also as a means of validating their revolutionary ideological claims. 17 Haddad further recounts Zhou Enlai advice to the FLN delegation advising them to go to Egypt for material assistance saying, "We are not supporting you. The fire in our hearts is hot, but we think not helping you is better than helping you. Supporting you will give you many more difficulties. Of Of course, we will always support you politically and morally. 18 for Haddad Fonda. It was not China's material military contributions, estimated at 109.4 million yuan of military equipment to support Algeria's anti-colonial fight, that made a pivotal difference in creating close ties between the CCP and FLN.19. Instead, it was the CCP ideology that was most attractive. As he notes, remarkably, for the Algerians who toured China, acquiring weapons quickly became a secondary interest. 20 Likewise, from Beijing's perspective, the most important assistance it could provide to the FLN was to share the lessons of its own experience fighting for liberation. 21 I agree that there was a strong ideological alignment between the FLN and the CCP, and that China's experience pulling itself up by its bootstraps and rising with millions of people from poverty to development was admired. Several high-ranking FLN officials quoted from Mao's Red Book and seriously took his advice about bringing unity to the center of Algeria's anti-colonial struggles. Yet, despite such ideological appeal, there was still quite a bit of skepticism that lessons from China's revolutionary struggle could be directly applicable to Algeria's case. It wasn't the active teaching of Mao's thoughts or Chinese guerrilla and military tactic experiences that were the most crucial aspect. Instead, it was netting strong relations through a rhetoric of friendship and solidarity, and expressions of support and hospitality through joint communiques at high-profile banquets that the FLN leadership was exposed to Chinese revolutionary thought in the concrete ways through which the CCP was able to overcome major challenges and unite Chinese citizens towards a national growth strategy. In fact, ideological attractiveness is not enough to explain the roots of Sino-Algerian close ties. China did not have the capabilities for oil extraction at the time. Algeria was looking to find foreign partnerships and investments in the early years of independence. China's economic and financial capabilities at the time were also very limited, and China was far from being the economic powerhouse it is today. Instead of focusing on the materialities or being challenged by their lack, the Chinese government intensified relational exchanges with elites and military officials from the provisional Algerian government. Chinese elites used communication, information campaigns, symbolic solidarity, and verbal encouragement of the Algerian cause. Chinese CCP officials mastered the art of banqueting and cultivated strong relations with Algerian elites at various receptions and banquets held in their honor. Through mobilizing symbolic support commemorating anniversaries of Algeria's provisional government establishment and diplomatic moves, including pleading the cause of Algerian independence with the French government, the Chinese government invested in relationships with Algerian elites at a time when political stability was a big bargain with a huge risk, as there was no guarantee of success for the liberation effort. This relationality would return and be reinforced at pivotal moments across several decades of diplomatic relations with Algeria. The first test of China's investments in a network of strong elite ties with Algeria was the coup d'état that took place on June 19, 1965, which resulted in the removal of Ben Bella 196 Lina Ben Abdallah 196 from power. Premier Zhu spared no time in recognizing the new government and addressing the WHO meeting in a letter celebrating Algeria's third Independence Day. Delegation visits and exchanges continued. A short 2 months after the coup, a delegation led by State Minister Baitat visited China, treated to a banquet hosted by the Vice Premier and to a visit with Chairman Mao. Additionally, another major transition from the Algerian side happened in 2019 when popular protests led to the ousting of President Bouteflika. Bouteflika had been part of the Algerian government since the early days. He had visited China multiple times, including a trip with the WHO meeting when they were received by Chairman Mao. Bouteflika was also Algeria's Minister of Foreign Affairs when Algeria's ambassador Fikba Ouattara worked on co-sponsoring the resolution at the United Nations that ultimately led the PRC to gain a permanent seat on the UNSC. In October 2000, then President Abdelaziz Bouteflika was invited as a special guest of honor to attend the Beijing 2000 Ministerial Conference of the China-Africa Cooperation Forum. After decades of being at the forefront of China-Algeria diplomacy, Bouteflika's exit did not seem to have any remarkable impact on the bilateral relations between the two countries. If anything, high-level visits and delegation exchanges are likely to resume normal course or even increase once COVID-19 travel restrictions are lifted. Elite networks and people-to-people exchanges are still a pillar of Chinese foreign policy in Algeria and in Africa more broadly. 23 Dividends and liabilities in Sino-Algerian relational network investments. The exchanges intensified post-independence, with several delegations from the Chinese side making frequent official state visits. See Table 14.1. But what are the returns on investing in strong ties between political elites in China and Algeria? In this section of the chapter, I explore areas that proved advantageous to China-Algeria relations, and others that remain challenging, weak, or in need of rethinking. Diplomatic and cultural networks. Without a doubt, diplomatic relations between China and Algeria have benefited from the strong network spun at the elite level. An example of this can be found in the pivotal role Algeria played in UN Resolution 2758. In July 1971, a delegation of Algerian government Table 14.1 official exchange visits between China and Algeria between pre-independence and FOCAC 2000 official visits by Chinese officials to Algeria, official visits by Algerian officials to China. Premier Chu Enlai 1963, 1965, Vice Premier and Foreign Minister Chen Yi 1963, 1964, Premier Zhao Ziao 1982, State Councilors and Foreign Ministers Wu Zhuqian 1987 and Cayenne Kitchen 1990, Vice Premier Jiang Chunyun 1997, Vice Premier and Foreign Minister Cayenne Kitchen 1998, President Jiang Zemin 1999, Chairman Huaribu Median 1974, President Chadli Ben Jedid 1982, President Liamin Zerul 1996, Premier of Interim Government Farhad Abbas 1960, Vice Premier and Foreign Minister Abdelaziz Belkacem 1960, Foreign Minister Abdelaziz Bouteflika 1971, Foreign Minister Mohamed Salah Dembray 1994, 197 China-Algeria Relations. 197 officials visited China to discuss China's UN representation. At the opening speech of a banquet held at the Great Hall of the People in their honor, Foreign Minister Bouteflika voiced Algeria's support for China's legitimate rights over the sovereignty of Taiwan, which is an inalienable part of Chinese territory. 24 To demonstrate the strong social ties between the two governments, during that same visit Bouteflika hosted a banquet attended by Premier Zhu, at which he both thanked the PRC for its support of Algeria's war of independence and asserted that the United Nations would remain a weak institution if it did not include a big power such as China at the Security Council table. The UN resolution passed with 76 votes in favor of China, of which 26 were from the African continent. More recently, Algeria and the PRC have cooperated closely on several issues, as Algeria is both a member of the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation (FOCAC) and the China-Arab States Cooperation Forum (CAFCF.25). Algeria is also a powerful member of the African Union (AU), and through this it facilitated China's multilateral relations on the continent. Another serious weakness in Sino-Algerian relations is the gap in knowledge production and scientific collaboration between the two countries. Elsewhere in Africa, And also among Maghreb countries, Chinese institutions have several partnerships with local institutions, jointly host workshops and conferences, and engage in code-producing knowledge. To illustrate, Mucci and Patra observed that in 2007, there were only 263 collaborative research papers. In 2017, there were 3,211 joint papers among Chinese and African researchers. 26. Their study finds that, among the African countries, South Africa has the maximum number of collaborative, 4,703 papers with China, followed by Egypt, 3,164, Nigeria, 1,198, and Morocco, 1,006. Algeria is not among the African countries that have managed to strike research collaborations with Chinese higher education institutions. Such collaborations are important and have the potential to promote greater mutual understanding and lead to better investments, but they have yet to be integrated extensively into China-Algeria education cooperation. Given the competitive relations between Algeria and Morocco and their constant rivalry, winning more BRI projects and reviving commercial ties with China is a priority for the Algerian government. In a show of renewal of active diplomatic relations with China, Algerian Prime Minister Abdelaziz Yarad inaugurated a new TV channel, Al Ma'arifa TV, dedicated to teaching languages, with English and Mandarin being prioritized. Languages. 27. Other signals of renewing interest in relations between the two governments include medical cooperation during the COVID-19 pandemic, when a Chinese medical team was sent to Algeria in April to help train and share expertise with local doctors. Furthermore, Algeria's president was invited to participate in the extraordinary FOCAC summit held virtually in June 2020, during which he reiterated the country's appreciation for China's solidarity and bilateral cooperation during the pandemic. 28. Trade and infrastructure. China is an important infrastructure partner to Algeria. Chinese companies have won thousands of construction contracts over the last 2 decades. According to data collected by the China-Africa Research Initiative, CARI, the gross annual income of Chinese companies in Algeria surpassed $7.5 billion. 29. Chinese contractors were brought by the Algerian government to realize newly launched low-cost housing projects. Some 250,000 units have been built as part of the 5-year development plan between 2010 and 2014 or to complete ongoing infrastructure programs. Among the other major contracts was the East-West Highway project, launched in 2007 and completed in 2015, built by both Chinese and Japanese consortia. 30. With a $40 million donation from the Chinese government, Algeria got its first opera house, a 198-line event 198 14,000-seat venue built in the Routledge Handbook suburb of Algiers City. There was also the construction of Sheraton hotels in Oran and Algiers, a new terminal at Ouaribou Median Airport in Algiers, the Olympic Stadium of Oran, the Foreign Office, the Constitutional Court, the country's largest prison, and its first national shopping mall. 31. Finally, another milestone contract is the new Mosque of Algiers, the third largest in the world to be completed in 2020.32. In terms of strategic construction projects, the $3 billion port expansion deal is worth mentioning. In 2016, Minister of Foreign Affairs Abdulkader Megsihel stated that one of the major projects we, Algeria, seek to achieve with China is the central ports of Hamdania, Cherchell, in the province of Tipaza, 50 km west of Algiers. China would be certainly interested in this project, which would have a key role and a factor of relations between Europe, North Africa, and Africa. 33. The port project is supposed to be under a co-finance agreement between the Algerian government and China's Exim Bank. Although the deal has recently been framed as part of the BRI, it predated Algeria's entrance into the BRI by 2 years, and the first exploration studies date back to 2012, which is even prior to the official launch of the BRI. Framing it as a BRI project is a symbolic way of giving it a new momentum, but in reality this project had stalled for too long. 34. Newly elected Algerian President Tebboune relaunched the port project in June 2020 and ordered his relevant cabinet members to work on a reliable development plan and resolve the ambiguity surrounding the slow progress. 35. Over the last few years, China has emerged as an important trading partner to Algeria, outranking France and several other European as well as Arab countries. However, Algeria suffers an acute trade imbalance issue with China. China has become Algeria's primary source for imports, which were valued at $7.85 billion in 2018, while Algeria's exports to China remain insignificant. 36. Moreover, post-COVID-19 recovery will be a long and tough road for several African countries. For Algeria, given the past scars of borrowing from the International Monetary Fund (IMF) and the government's resolution to not go down that route again, Algeria will in all likelihood rely on China for loans and greater economic cooperation. 37. Consequently, as much as China is expected to play a crucial role in post-pandemic recovery, the Algerian government should find ways to diversify the economy to avoid dependency scenarios. Military and security ties. Algeria accounted for 79% of North African arms imports, marking an increase in Algeria's arms imports by 71% on 2010-14, making it the 6th largest arms importer in the world in 2015-19. 38. Despite buying most of its armaments from Russia, Algeria is a major client and consumer of Chinese military technology. Algeria is China's 3rd largest client, exporting close to 10% of China's total arms exports in the period between 2015 and 2019.39. Starting in 2016, for example, Algeria began receiving ZCY-45 battalion and ZCL-45 battery command post vehicles and the GCL-45 reconnaissance vehicle on WZ-502G infantry fighting vehicle chassis from China. 40. In addition, in January 2019, the Algerian Ministry of National Defense released photographs confirming the acquisition of Chinese SM-4 self-propelled mortar system. 41. A year earlier, the Ministry of Defense had released images of 2 types of Chinese-made unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, used in its coverage of a visit by Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Ahmed Gaid Salah to a new Sarah Air Base. In April 2019, Major General Mohammed Larbi Haouli, 199 China-Algeria Relations 199 Commander of the Algerian Naval Forces, visited the Hudong Zhonghai shipyard, signaling the beginning of a new collaboration between the two navies. 42. The collaboration could be seen in the form of new Chinese corvette orders made by the Algerian government. Moreover, it was recently announced that the first customer of the Norinco-made HJ-12 anti-tank missile is not the Chinese, but the Algerian Army. 43. Other equipment acquired from China was confirmed during the exercises in the 4th Military District of the People's National Army of Algeria, when the sale of SR-5 multiple rocket launchers, a medium-range multiple launch rocket system, MLRS, designed and manufactured in China by the company Norinco, China North Industries Corporation, was announced. 44. Algeria launched its first communication satellite from Sichuan in 2017. To enhance state capabilities in e-government and e-commerce, Algeria partnered with Huawei, which entered the market in 2008. Huawei is also involved in capacity building training. It trained more than 2,000 young Algerians in 2017 alone and selects 10 local engineers every year for further training in China. 45. However, Huawei's increasing footprint in Algeria did not just create job and training opportunities, but also attracted allegations that Huawei technicians were involved in assisting government-led surveillance of political opponents in several African countries, including Algeria. 46 Huawei denies such allegations and condemned what it termed baseless allegations. 47 Furthermore, naval visits and port calls between the Algerian and Chinese navies are very important. In January 2018, 2 warships from the 27th Chinese Naval Escort stopped by Algiers for a 4-day friendly visit as part of a 4-month tour. 48 Joint naval drill exercises and port visits are important, if performative, components of China's security policy in Africa. Naval drills increase trust and interoperability and strengthen networks between the country's military apparatuses. Through positive media coverage of naval drills and visits, the Chinese Navy gets portrayed as a serious and responsible security partner that cares strongly about its friendly relations with African nations. Network building in Sino-Algerian relations during the pandemic. The importance of relationality and network building in China-Algeria relations was once again evident in the way the two states handled the impact of the pandemic caused by COVID-19 on their relations. Much like in the past, the deep and special historic bond between China and Algeria carried them as governments mutually supported one another in times of need. Algeria rushed to send medical aid to China at the early signs of the COVID-19 epidemic in Wuhan. An Air Algeria charter flight arrived in Wuhan, bringing 500,000 surgical masks, 300,000 pairs of medical gloves, and 20,000 pairs of medical goggles in February 2020. 49 of more value to the PRC than the actual PPE sent from Algeria was the Algerian government's support of China in its fight against the epidemic. At a time when the United States and several European countries were antagonistic towards China, the PRC did not lose sight of the governments, mostly from the global south, that showed solidarity at a time of need. Citing historical ties and decades of solidarity between the two countries, Chinese ambassador to Algeria Lilian stated that the friendly relations between China and Algeria have withstood the test of the pandemic. 50 In return, the PRC showed support for Algeria's fight against COVID-19 through a mix of sending medical supplies, holding dozens of video conference calls between medical health experts, and sending a team of 20 medical experts to Algeria, marking the largest team dispatched in North Africa to help fight COVID-19. Ambassador Lilian explained that this first-of-a-kind dispatch goes to show a long history of medical diplomacy as, for 57 years, China has 200 line of Benadala 200 provided Algeria with 26 medical teams with around 3,400 Chinese doctors who have treated 23.7 million people and helped bring some 1.6 million newborns into the world. 51 Algeria has become China's 5th largest trading partner in Africa, as the trade between the two countries reached $9.1 billion in 2018.52. Yet, just as importantly, commercial ties between the two, maintaining strong relationships between elites and government officials, are a top priority for China. As shown throughout the history of China-Algeria ties, Algeria has always showed support to China at times when Western powers were critical of the CCP. The future of the BRA and Chinese diplomacy in Africa relies on positive perceptions of China in African countries, and Algeria plays an important role in that. Looking ahead, the more things change, Algeria is undergoing significant political, social, and economic changes. The popular protests that ended the 20-year-old Bouteflika regime lasted over a year and deeply impacted the social, political, and economic fabric in the country. The new government, elected in December 2019, is also facing legitimacy issues in addition to economic and political challenges. The last years of Bouteflika's regime were infested with corruption schemes and scandals that absorbed most of the country's foreign reserves and debilitated the country's image regionally. Algeria, which once took pride in its foreign policy as a major voice in African and Arab political causes, turned inwards and isolated itself from the international and regional scene in the midst of power grab plots that took place after the deterioration of Bouteflika's health. In addition to an already difficult starting point for Tebboun's administration, Algeria's economic condition was severely impacted due to several months of COVID-19 disruptions. In the face of these obstacles, and in seeking the reinvigoration of Algeria's image domestically and abroad, the government has actively been seeking to renew the old friendship and reignite ties with China. Indeed, COVID-19 was an opportunity rather than an obstacle for Algeria's relationship with the PRC, as it has not only weathered the pandemic but become stronger. Algeria joined the BRI in September 2018, but there has not yet been any meaningful engagement in including Algeria in the BRI in concrete ways. So far, the BRI makes far more sense as a symbolic rather than a concrete cooperation platform between China and Algeria. Regardless of how the relaunching of the port of Hamdani goes, the BRI still has a lot of untapped potential in Algeria that can gain momentum by building stronger relations at the ground level with civil society organizations, students, and other non-government agencies. In the end, it is enlightening to recall the visit of Belkacem, vice premier of Algeria's provisional government, in April 1960 when he stated that the vast distance which separates Algeria and China is only geographical. In reality, China and Algeria are very close to each other. A common struggle against the reactionary forces of colonialism and imperialism, a common aspiration for peace based on independence and progress, and a sincere desire for cooperation based on mutual respect. All this has forged close ties between our two countries and sealed a solid friendship. 53 This quote could easily be attributed to Algerian government officials today, that China-Algeria diplomatic and political relations appear to be frozen in time plays to the advantage of their bilateral relations. The historically deep ties between the two states have successfully carried the diplomatic relations across several challenges, including COVID-19. However, the stagnation of the cultural, people-to-people, and economic relations can be an impediment to realizing greater potential. 201 China-Algeria relations 201 Notes 1 Michael Robbins, Is this China's moment in MENA? Arab Barometer, July 24, 2020, www.arabbarometer.org 2020-07 Is this China's moment in MENA to Algeria's Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Algeria, China bound by comprehensive strategic relations, 2016, www.may.gov.tz/news, detail. Aspects question footer equals 1 and news equals 4227 3. For more on Algeria-China diplomatic solidarity, see Yahya H. Zalbir and Youssef Hamad. China's relations with Algeria, a strategic partnership. In Yahya H. Zalbir, ed. The Politics of Algeria, Domestic Issues and International Relations, London, Routledge, 2019, 210-225. 4. China welcomes Algerian delegation, Peking Review, December 9, 1958. 15. 5. China salutes Algeria, Peking Review, April 7, 1959. 3. 6. Welcome to Algeria's delegates, Peking Review, May 3, 1960. 5. 7. Welcome to Algeria's delegates, 39. A. Muhammad Al-Imat, China and the Middle East, From Silk Road to Arab Spring, London, Routledge, 2013. Yahya H. Zalbir, Les Relations de la Chine avec les pays du Maghreb, La Place Prépondérante de l'Algérie, Confluences Méditerranée 109, 2019, 91-103. 9. How Haddad Fonda, An Illusory Alliance, Revolutionary Legitimacy in Sino-Algerian Relations, 1958-1962, The Journal of North African Studies 1903, 2014, 339. 10. Haddad Fonda, An Illusory Alliance, 300. 344. 11. Haddad Fonda and Illusory Alliance, 343. 12. Welcome to Algeria's Delegates, 42. 13. Greg Brzezinski, Winning the Third World, Sino-American Rivalry During the Cold War, Chapel Hill, NC, University of North Carolina, 2017, 171. Jeffrey Byrne, Mecca Revolution, Algeria, Decolonization, and the Third World Order, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2016, 6163. Liu Hiahong, Chinese Ambassadors, The Rise of Diplomatic Professionalism Since 1949, Seattle, WA, University of Washington Press, 2001, 7690. 14. George Yu, China's Failure in Africa, Asian Survey 68, 1966, 461-468. 15. Liu Hiahong, Chinese Ambassadors, 82. 16. Haddad Fonda, and Illusory Alliance, 340. 17. John Calabrese, Sino-Algerian Relations, On a Path to Realizing Their Full Potential, Washington, D.C., Middle East Institute, 2017, www.meg.edu/publication Sino-Algerian Relations Path Realizing Their Full Potential. 18. Haddad Fonda, and Illusory Alliance, 340. 19. Algeria, the first Arab state to establish strategic partnership with China, Algeria Press Service, July 5, 2018, www.aps.tz/R-Economy 56432 2018 0507 1859 2020. Haddad Fonda, and Illusory Alliance, 342. 21. Haddad Fonda, and Illusory Alliance, 343. 22. Yahya H. Zalbir, Why, after 1 year, protests continue to rock Algeria, The Conversation, March 12, 2020, https://theconversation.com. Why, after 1 year, protests continue to rock Algeria. 133,238 23. Silana Ben Abdallah, Shaping the Future of Power, Knowledge Production and Network Building in China-Africa Relations, Ann Arbor, MA, Michigan University Press, 2020. 24. Algeria Government Delegation Visits China, Peking Review, July 30, 1971, 3. 25. For more details on CASCF, Silana Ben Abdallah, China's Relations with Africa and the Arab World, Shared Trends, Different Priorities, SAIIA Policy Insights 67, 2018, 114. 26. Mamamuchi and Swapan Kumar Patra, China-Africa Science and Technology Collaboration, Evidence from Collaborative Research Papers and Patents, Journal of Chinese Economic and Business Studies 18-1, 2019, 8. 27. Brahim Aoubel, LEPTV Lance Unche and Exclusivement DDAO Savar, Welcome to Your School Channel, Le Courrier d'Algerie, https://lecourrierdalgerie.com, Lance Unche and Exclusivement DDAO Savar, Welcome to Your School Channel 28, COVID 19, Le President Tebboune Participe au Summit Extraordinaire China Afrique, Algerie Press Service, June 17, 2020, www.aps.tz/Algerie 106316 COVID-19 Le President Tebboune Participe au Summit Extraordinaire China Afrique 29 SACE China Africa Research Initiative, Carry, Database, www.sacecarry.org Data China Africa Trade. All figures throughout are in US dollar, unless otherwise noted. 30. Dali Gingham and Lina Ben Abdallah, The China Syndrome, Carnegie Middle East Center, November 18, 2018, https://carnegiemec.org D16614531 Calabrese, Sino-Algerian Relations, 202 Lina Ben Abdallah 232 Calabrese, Sino-Algerian Relations, 33, Port d'El Hamdania, Tebboune Ordon la Relance du Projet avec les partenaires chinois, Algerie Eco, June 28, 2020, www.algeriego.com 2020 0628 Port d'El Hamdania Tebboune Ordon la Relance du Projet avec les partenaires chinois. 34. For more on the BRA, see Tin Hine El Qadi, The Promise and Peril of the Digital Silk Road, Chatham House Expert Comment, June 6, 2019, www.chathamhouse.org/expert comment Promise and Peril Digital Silk Road. 35. Port d'El Hamdania. 36. Adel Abdel Ghaffar and Anna Jacobs, China in the Mediterranean, Implications of Expanding Sino-North Africa Relations, Washington, D.C., Brookings Institution, 2020, 121, www.brookings.edu/WP Content Uploads 2020 07 FP20200720 China Mediterranean Fafar Jacobs.pdf. 37. Dahlia H. Zalbir, China's Health Silk Road, Diplomacy in the MENA, Med Dialogue Series 27, 2020, 8. 38. Peter D. Wiezeman, Awad Florent, Alexandra Kaimova, Diego Lopez da Silva, Nan Xian, and Seaman T. Wiezeman, Trends in International Arms Transfers, 2019, Stockholm, Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, 2020, www.sipra.org/publications 2020 SIPRI Fact Sheets, Trends International Arms Transfers 2019, 9. 39. Wiezeman et al. Trends in International Arms Transfers, 2019, 2. 40. Vice du Commandant de la Marine Algérienne en Chine, MENA Defense, April 28, 2019, www.menadefense.net Algerie Vice du Commandant de la Marine Algérienne en Chine. 41. Dylan Malyasov, Algeria confirms acquisition of Chinese SM-4 self-propelled mortars, Defense Log, January 11, 2019, https://defenseblog.com News. Army Algeria confirms acquisition of Chinese SM-4 self-propelled mortars. HTML. 42. Vice du Commandant de la Marine Algérienne en Chine. 43. HJ-12 Top Attack Fire and Forget Anti-Tank Missile Systems in Production, China Defense Log, July 18, 2020, https://China defense.blogspot.com/2020 07 HJ-12 Top Attack Fire and Forget Anti.html. 44. Dylan Malyasov, Algeria confirms delivery of SR-5 multiple rocket launchers from China, Defense Log, January 15, 2018, https://defenseblog.com News. Army Algeria confirms delivery of Senior 5 multiple rocket launchers from China. HTML. 45. China's Huawei set to help build e-government for Algeria, China Daily, March 1, 2018, www.chinadaily.com.cn/A20180301, WS58974FB9831067 DCC13EC27.html. 46. Joe Parkinson, Nicholas Barrio, and Josh Chen, Huawei technicians helped African government spy on political opponents, Wall Street Journal, August 15, 2019, www.wsj.com/articles Huawei technicians helped African government spy on political opponents 1156579301747. Huawei denies spying on Algeria opposition for government. Middle East Memo, August 17, 2019, www.middleeastmonitor.com 20190817 Huawei denies spying on Algeria opposition for government. 48. Chinese naval ships visit Algeria, China military online, January 9, 2018, http://ang.mob.gov.cn/services 2018 0109 content 480205.htm. 49. Coronavirus, La Chine Remerci L. Algerie pour les aides medicals urgence for NICE. Algerie Eco, February 2nd, 2020. www.algereico.com 2020 0202 Coronavirus La Chine Remerci Algerie pour les aides medicals urgence for NICE 50 Lian Li. Peaches and Jade of Friendship, penned by China's ambassador to Algeria, China Daily, June 1st, 2020. www.chinadaily.com.cn/A20200601 WS5845848C241159665.html 51 Lian Li. True friendship is recognized in adversity. L expression, May 14th, 2020. https://tribunetdiplomatique international.com Li Lion Ambassador de la République Populaire de China Algerie La Véritable Amie Caisse Reconnaic dans live verse 52 China, Algeria developed fruitful cooperation under Belt and Road. Ambassador, Belt and Road News, June 22nd, 2019. www.beltandroad.news/2019-0622 China Algeria developed fruitful cooperation under Belt Road. Ambassador 53. Welcome to Algeria's delegates. 5. References Abdel Ghaffar, Adel and Anna Jacobs. China in the Mediterranean. Implications of expanding Sino-North Africa relations. Washington, D.C. Brookings Institution, 2020. www.brookings.edu/WP Content Uploads 2020 07 FP20200720 China Mediterranean Fafar Jacobs.pdf Algeria Government Delegation Visits China. Peking Review, July 30th, 1971. 203 China Algeria Relations 203 Algerian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Algeria, China bound by comprehensive strategic relations, 2016. www.may.gov.cz/news. Detail.aspects question footer equals 1 in news it equals 4227 Algerie Eco, Portiel Hamdania. Tabouan or Don la Relance Supro Jet avec les partenaires chinois, 2028. www.algereico.com 2020 0628 Portiel Hamdania Tabouan or Don la Relance du Projet avec les partenaires chinois Algerie Eco. Coronavirus. La Chine Remerci L. Algerie pour les aides medicals urgence for NICE, 2020 B. www.algereico.com 2020 0202 Coronavirus. La Chine Remerci Algerie pour les aides medicals urgence for NICE Algerie Press Service, Algeria, the first Arab state to establish strategic partnership with China, 2018. www.aps.tz/our economy 56432 2018 0507 1859 20 Belt and Road News, China, Algeria developed fruitful cooperation under Belt and Road. Ambassador, June 22nd, 2019. www.beltandroad.news/2019 0622 China Algeria developed fruitful cooperation under Belt Road. Ambassador Ben Abdallah, Lina, China's relations with Africa and the Arab world. Shared trends, different priorities. SAIIA Policy Insights 67, 2018, 114. https://saiia.org.za/research China's relations with Africa and the Arab world. Shared trends, different priorities. Ben Abdallah, Lina, shaping the future of power, knowledge production and network building in China-Africa relations. Ann Arbor, M.A., Michigan University Press, 2020. Brazinski, Greg, A., Winning the Third World, Sino-American Rivalry During the Cold War, Chapel Hill, N.C., University of North Carolina Press, 2017. Byrne, Jeffrey, Mecca of Revolution, Algeria, Decolonization, and the Third World Order, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2016. Calabrese, John, Sino-Algerian Relations, On a Path to Realizing Their Full Potential, Washington, D.C., Middle East Institute, 2017. www.may.edu/publication Sino-Algerian Relations Path Realizing Their Full Potential. Chow, Donovan, Exploiting Africa, The Influence of Maoist China in Algeria, Ghana, and Tanzania, Annapolis, ND, Naval Institute Press, 2014. China-Africa Research Initiative, www.sayscarry.org Data Chinese Contracts in Africa China Daily, China's Huawei set to help build e-government for Algeria, March 1st, 2018. www.chinadaily.com.cn/A20180301 WS58974FB9831067 TCC13EC27.html China Defense Log, https://China-defense.blogspot.com/2020 07 HJ12 Top Attack Fire and Forget Anti.html China Military Online 2018 Chinese naval ships visit Algeria, http://ang.mob.gov.cn/services 2018 09 content 480205.htm China salutes Algeria, Peking Review, April 7th, 1959, 3-4. CPCID 2018, Li Jun meets with FLN Kadri's study group of Algeria, www.idcpc.org.cn/English News 201,801 T2018018019 95047.html DIF Ismail, Arabic letter Sad, Arabic letter Fa, Arabic letter Kaf, Arabic letter Aleph, Arabic letter Ta, Arabic letter Dad, Arabic letter Ka, Arabic letter Mim, Arabic letter Tamargida, Arabic letter Lam, Arabic letter Ta, Arabic letter Gain, Arabic letter Ye, Arabic letter Ye, Arabic letter Ra, Arabic letter Wa, Arabic letter Jim, Arabic letter Ha, Arabic letter Aleph, Arabic letter Lam, Arabic letter B, Arabic letter Ha, Arabic letter Ra, Arabic letter Ye, Arabic letter Tamargida, Arabic letter Aleph, Arabic letter Lam, Arabic letter Jim, Arabic letter Zain, Arabic letter Aleph, Arabic letter Ye with Amza above, Arabic letter Ra, Arabic letter Ye, Arabic letter Tamargida, Jazeres, March 23rd, 2015. www.djazrs.com/Akbar 136976 Al-Qadi, Tin Hai Ning, The Promise and Peril of the Digital Silk Road, Chatham House Expert Comment, June 6th, 2019. www.chathamhouse.org/expert comment Promise and Peril Digital Silk Road Haddad Fonda, Kyle, An Illusory Alliance, Revolutionary Legitimacy in Sino-Algerian Relations, 1958-1962, The Journal of North African Studies 1903, 2014, 339. Lilian, Peaches and Jade of Friendship, penned by China's ambassador to Algeria, China Daily, June 1, 2028, www.chinadaily.com.cn/A20200601 WS5845848B241159665.html Lilian, True Friendship is recognized in adversity, L expression, May 14th, 2020 B, https://tribunetdiplomatique international.com Lilian Ambassador de la République Populaire de China en Algerie La Véritable Amie Caisse Reconnaic dans live verse Chinese ambassadors, The Rise of Diplomatic Professionalism since 1949, Seattle, W.A., University of Washington Press, 2001. Malyasov, Dylan. Algeria begins receiving new Chinese specialized support vehicles for PLZ-45 artillery system. Defense blog, December 15, 2016. https://defenseblog.com News Army Algeria begins receiving new Chinese specialized support vehicles for PLZ-45 artillery system. HTML Malyasov, Dylan. Algeria confirms acquisition of Chinese SM-4 self-propelled mortars. Defense blog, January 11, 2019. https://defenseblog.com News Army Algeria confirms acquisition of CHINES SM-4 self-propelled mortars. HTML Malyasov, Dylan. Algeria confirms delivery of SR-5 multiple rocket launchers from China. Defense blog, January 15, 2018. https://defenseblog.com News Army Algeria confirms delivery of Senior 5 multiple rocket launchers from China. HTML 204 Lana Ben Abdallah 204 Mena Defense. Vice IT Commandant de la Marine Algérienne on China. April 28, 2019. www.menadefense.net Algeria Vice IT Commandant de la Marine Algérienne on China. Middle East Memo. Huawei denies spying on Algeria opposition for government. August 17, 2019. www.middleeastmonitor.com 201908117 Huawei denies spying on Algeria opposition for government. Muchi. Memo and Swap and Kamar Patra. China Africa Science and Technology Collaboration. Evidence from collaborative research papers and patents. Journal of Chinese Economic and Business Studies 18-1, 2019, 127. Ali Mat, Muhammad, China and the Middle East, From Silk Road to Arab Spring, London, Routledge, 2012. Parkinson, Joe, Nicholas Barrio, and Josh Chen. Huawei technicians helped African government spy on political opponents. Wall Street Journal, August 15, 2019. www.wsj.com/articles Huawei technicians helped African government spy on political opponents. 11565793017 Robbins, Michael. Is this China's moment in MENA? Arab Barometer, July 24, 2020. www.arabbarometer.org 2020-07 Is this China's moment in MENA? SIPRA, Trends in International Arms Transfers, 2019. Fact Sheet, March 2020. www.sipra.org/publications 2020 SIPRI Fact Sheets. Trends International Arms Transfers 2019 U. George, China's Failure in Africa, Asian Survey 68, 1966, 461-468. Welcome to Algeria's Delegates, Peking Review, May 3, 1965. Zalbir, Yahya H. China's Health Silk Road, Diplomacy in the MENA, Med Dialogue Series 27, 2020, 117. Zalbir, Yahya H. Les Relations Bilateral China avec les pays du Maghreb, La Place Prépondérante de l'Algérie, Confluences Méditerranée 109, 2019, 91-103. Zalbir, Yahya H. and Youssef Hammouk, China's Relations with Algeria, A Strategic Partnership, in Yahya H. Zalbir, ed. The Politics of Algeria, Domestic Issues and International Relations, London, Routledge, 2019, 210-225, 205 doi, 10.4324/9781003034520-17, 15 Sino-Oman Relations Mohammed Al-Saoudari. This chapter provides a general overview of the state-centric bilateral relationship between the People's Republic of China, PRC, and the Sultanate of Oman. 1. It is organized into 5 sections, each corresponding to a particular dimension of this relationship: historical, political, security, economic, and cultural. As the chapter shows, Oman is one of the more favorably positioned states in developing and deepening its ties with the PRC compared with other member states of the Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC. It enjoys a historical legacy of sustained interaction with the Sinophone world that dates back centuries, if not millennia, constituting a rich resource for contemporary official discourse to draw upon. Since diplomatic normalization in 1978, the Sultanate has succeeded in maintaining amiable ties with the PRC, with its neutrality on regional and international issues becoming an increasingly valuable asset. A security partnership predicated upon Oman's strategic maritime geography is likewise assuming greater importance in the context of this bilateral relationship. Although dwarfed by other GCC member states in terms of reserves and production capacity, the Sultanate remains an important exporter of energy to the PRC. In turn, the latter is viewed as a major source of fiscal resources and, more significantly, a key player in Oman's search for post-oil sustainability. Combined, these various dimensions endow the Sino-Oman relationship with a dynamism that promises to sustain its continued growth over the short and medium terms. At the same time, they impress upon the relationship a high degree of asymmetry that, when coupled with broader trends that will be touched upon later in this chapter, points to the emergence of a glass ceiling that might hinder its development over the long term. The historical dimension, archaeological and textual evidence suggests that intermittent contact has existed between the regions now recognized as Oman and China since late antiquity. 2 Following the rise of Islam, regularized long-distance trade between Tang-ruled southern China and the opposite hinterlands of Iraq and Persia was well established. As a consequence, Omani coastal towns such as Muscat, Kalalhat, and Sohar assumed key roles in the exchange of commodities that marked such long-distance trade, including ambergris, frankincense, silk, and ceramics. The 10th century geographer Shams ad-Din al-Maqdisi identified Sohar, in addition to Aden in Yemen, as the gateway to China. Delhi's al-Sin, a description indicative of the port's early significance. 206 Muhammad al-Saoudari 206 for China-bound trade. 3 The status enjoyed by Omani coastal towns in mediating trans-Asian maritime trade was further reinforced by the naval dominance exerted by Omani captains, Nawakid, and seafarers over the Indian oceanic routes, and as indicated in multiple 10th century sources such as Abu al-Hasan al-Masyudis Miruj al-Fahd, Wamaid and al-Jahir, meadows of gold and mines of gems, and Akbar al-Hind al-Sin, accounts of India and China. 4 The Belaton shipwreck, the remains of a 9th century Arab, likely Omani, dhow carrying over 60,000 Tang-era earthenware ceramics, confirms this overall picture. 5 This early iteration of long-distance trade not only allowed the Omani coast to prosper, but also contributed to the emergence of a sizable Omani presence among the foreign trader diasporas that thronged the Chinese entrepots of Guangzhou, Yangzhou, and Guangzhou. Among these early sojourners from Oman was the wealthy Jewish trader Ishaq bin Yahuda of Sohar and the Abu Ubayd Abdullah bin al-Qasim al-Sagir, a native of Misya and a benefactor of the early Abadi movement. 6 This episode of sustained contact during the 8th through 10th centuries came to an abrupt end as a result of a series of simultaneous upheavals that rocked both sides of the Asiatic landmass, most notably the Wanchao Rebellion, 881-884, the Bosworth-centered Zanj Uprising, 869-883, and the expansion of Karmatian power in eastern Arabia. 7. Although these disruptions transformed the nature of trans-Asian maritime trade away from its long-distance character, contact between the Omani coast and China persisted and even recovered by the late Song and Yuan eras. An Omani merchant is believed to have been associated with the construction of the famous lighthouse Guangzhou minaret of the Huaisheng Mosque in Guangzhou in the mid-11th century. 8. Envoys from Muscat are mentioned in Chinese records as having been received by the imperial court and in having maintained close contact with the headsman Fan Zheng of the, by now well-rid, foreign trader community in Guangzhou. 9. During the period of Mongol rule, which saw significant voluntary and involuntary influxes of assembled Semu foreigners from Central and Western Asia brought to serve in the Yuan administrative bureaucracies and military, a few Omanis are mentioned to have assumed positions of high status. Sayyid bin Abu Ali, a prominent Kalahari merchant long established in Malabar, came into the benefaction of Kublai Khan r. 1260-1294 and spent his twilight years in Kanbalik, modern-day Beijing. 10. By the 16th century, the intermediary role long occupied by Omani seafarers and merchants in the Indian Ocean was coming to an end. Although the Ming, particularly under the Yongle Emperor r. 1402-1424, dispatched several naval expeditions under the command of the eunuch Admiral Genki, 1371-1433-1435, of Yunanese Muslim origin, which reached the Gulf, consequently leading to the dispatch of multiple envoys from Dover to Beijing, the broader policies enacted by the court, such as the interdict placed on maritime trade, disrupted the regularized contact of past centuries. 11. The rapid expansion of Portuguese power across the Indian Ocean, moreover, extending from the Omani coast all the way to Macau, shifted control of the maritime trade routes from Muslim Arab to Christian Iberian hands. These changes did not wholly sever trade between Oman and China. Mosque niches, Marib, unearthed in Sohar from the 16th and 17th centuries, show extensive use of Ming ceramics for decorative purposes, probably procured from European traders during Portugal's occupation of the Omani coast, 1515-1650.12, under the shadow of British imperial auspices in the 19th and 20th centuries. Furthermore, Oman exported dry salted fish, sea slugs, and shark fins to the Chinese market through Bombay and Hong Kong. 13. As with the later phases of trade, Sino-Omani contact in the early modern period has largely been mediated by imperialism. In the mid-19th century, reformist officials and diplomats in the Qing Empire, such as Zhu Jiu and the Yunvai Xilu, combining diaresis a short account of the maritime circuit, and Zhu Deadrun in the Zijheng Jiking, record of the Western expeditions, wrote 207 Sino-Omani relations 207 about Oman with an eye towards understanding its colonial subjugation by the Euro-American powers. 14. Although the late Qing began to build a modern diplomatic apparatus at this time, as reflected in the establishment of a proto-foreign ministry, Zhongli Yamen, in 1861 and the opening of legations abroad, its attention was focused squarely on the West and areas with a major coolie presence, such as the Caribbean and Southeast Asia. The National Museum in Muscat is host to perhaps the only, yet most intriguing, instance of official bilateral exchange from that time, a pear-shaped jar containing Chinese sauces, gifted by the Guangxu Emperor r. 1875-1908 to Sultan Faisal bin Turki r. 1888-1913, sometime in 1902. 1903.15. This neglect continued under the Republic of China in both its Baiyang and nationalist manifestations. In the early to mid-20th century, interest in the Arabian Peninsula was confined mainly to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and was reflected in the opening of a Jeddah-based consulate in 1939 and the signing of a friendship agreement in 1946.16. A transit flight through Oman by Jiang Jishus, Chiang Kai-shek's charismatic spouse, Sa Mei-ling, is recorded by British sources to have taken place in 1943, but did not have any apparent diplomatic significance. 17. Change in the Chinese stance towards Oman occurred under the PRC when Beijing extended its support to Imam Ghalib al-Hainawi's rebellion 1954-1957 against the Muscat-based authorities, treating it as an anti-colonial uprising against British imperialism. 18. Although the Imamate rebuffed offers of Chinese arms, it maintained low-key contact with Beijing through its offices in Cairo, and even sent a delegation to the PRC in January 1959 that was granted an audience with Mao Zedong r. 1949-1976.19. More substantive ties were forged between the PRC and the Dover Liberation Front in 1965, as well as its later iteration as the People's Front for the Liberation of the Occupied Arabian Gulf, PFLOAG.20. At the backdrop of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution and the concomitant radicalization of Chinese foreign policy in 1966-1969, the PFLOAG armed insurgency in Dover was celebrated in PRC propaganda as a practical expression of Mao Zedong thought and a demonstration of its real relevance to ongoing anti-imperialist struggle taking place across the global South. 21. In 1968-1971, the PFLOAG not only received weaponry from the PRC, but also dispatched cadres for political military training in Nanjing, leading to some degree of Maoification within the organization. 22. As captured by Heinz Rauer's 1974 documentary on Dover, Saad al-Tahrir Dakat, the hour of liberation has arrived. Chairman Mao badges were widely worn in the areas under revolutionary control. 23. After 1972, PRC support for the PFLOAG began to wane as Beijing pursued détente with the United States and sought to normalize its relations with other state actors in the Gulf, and especially following its successful establishment of diplomatic ties with Kuwait and Iran in 1971.24. The suppression of the insurgency in Dover by 1976, in addition to the rise of the Soviet Union as a common threat to both Beijing and Muscat by the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen, created conducive conditions for the formal inauguration of state-level relations between the PRC and the Sultanate of Oman. 25. The political dimension. Oman was the second Gulf monarchy, after Kuwait, to establish official relations with the PRC on May 25, 1978.26. While initially formulaic, Sino-Omani relations quickly assumed strategic importance, underpinned as they were by a shared concern over the perceived growth in Soviet influence in the Arabian Peninsula. 27. In the succeeding years, the Sultanate became a major facilitator of Beijing's post-Maoist diplomatic outreach towards the member states of the GCC, founded in 1981, essentially acting as an intermediary for early normalization talks. The first Sino-Saudi official meeting took place in Muscat on November 1985.28. Throughout the 1980s, 208 Mohammed Al-Saud married 208. Both sides received steady streams of official delegations, with the most significant visit being that of President Yang Shangkun to Oman in December 1989.29. While neither PRC presidents nor premiers have made state visits to the Sultanate since then, prominent members of the Standing Politburo of the Communist Party of China, including Li Peng 2000, Jia Jinglin 2010, Zhang Jiaoli 2011, and Wang Yang 2019, have gone to Muswati. 30. On the Omani side, Fahad bin Mahmud Al-Said, the long-standing deputy prime minister since 1972 and unofficial spokesperson for the royal family, visited the PRC in 2005.31. This birth of high-ranking exchanges, especially when when compared with those of other GCC member states such as Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, UAE, could be explained by the lack of reciprocal visits by Sultan Kuwait, who's been said, R. 1970-2020, to the PRC during his lifetime, notwithstanding repeated invitations from Beijing. 32. His cousin and successor, the reigning Sultan Haytham bin Tariq, traveled to the PRC in September 1988 in his capacity, then as Undersecretary for Political Affairs at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. 33. Despite a sparsity of high-level visits, Sino-Omani political relations are informed by a high degree of comity. The absence of any major points of friction on questions of sovereignty and territorial integrity, and the Sultanate's consistent support for the PRC's positions on Taiwan, Xinjiang, Tibet, and the South China Sea have helped bring about this outcome. 34. In addition, Oman's traditional neutrality, non-involvement in GCC inter-rivalries, as well as its regional mediational role, particularly vis-a gravis Iran, have engendered a positive perception of the country among Chinese official and academic circles. 35. The Sultanate's expression of solidarity to Beijing during the Wenxin earthquake in May 2008, and of subsequent support for rebuilding efforts, is also positively recalled in PRC diplomatic and media sources. 36. Some degree of institutionalized bilateral coordination also exists. Since 2005, and on an annual basis, the PRC and Oman have held strategic consultations for the purposes of exchanging views on various issues. 37. In May 2018, on the 40th anniversary of the establishment of Sino-Omani diplomatic relations, a strategic partnership was announced, making Oman the fourth GCC state to designate its ties with the PRC in such terms. 38. The security dimension bilateral security cooperation has deepened over the past decade, in large part due to the People's Liberation Army Navy's planned participation, since December 2008, in the International Anti-Piracy Task Force patrolling the maritime thoroughfares in the Gulf of Aden and Horn of Africa. 39. As a result of this participation, Salalah quickly emerged as a regular port of call for the plan, beginning from its second rotation in June 2009.40. Since then, and until January 2020, over 32 out of a total of 33 planned rotations have docked at the port. 41. This preference for Salalah stems from its advantageous geographic position, situated as it is in near equidistant proximity to key theaters of operation and logistical replenishment, such as the Djibouti base established by the PRC in August 2017, and major supply choke points including the Bab al-Mandab and Hormuz. Salalah has also gained added significance as a disembarkation point for PRC civilians and other foreigners evacuated by the plan from Yemen in March 2015, highlighting Oman's stability in comparison with that of its neighbors. 42. In June 2017, a Sino-Omani joint naval drill was carried out, amidst great fanfare and official ceremony, in Salalah. 43. The PRC's naval interest in Oman is mirrored by that of other external actors operating in the Indian Ocean. In February 2018, during Prime Minister Narendra Modi's state visit to the Sultanate, an agreement was signed granting the Indian Navy basing rights in DUQM.44. The United States and the United Kingdom, both of which had long maintained close security ties with the Sultanate, concluded a series of agreements with Muscat throughout 2016, 2019, 209 Sino-Omani relations, 209 to develop naval installations in Duqm, as well as to procure access and basing rights for their vessels, including aircraft carriers. 45. The economic dimension energy has been one of the primary drivers behind the development of Sino-Omani relations over the past 4 decades. In 1983, Oman became the first Arab country to export oil to the PRC market. 46. The volume of energy imports from Oman and other GCC states increased in the early 1990s as the PRC, riding on the momentum of its economic takeoff and growing domestic demand for energy, transformed the country into a net energy importer in 1,993.47. In 1995, a bilateral agreement was signed to increase oil trade from 20,000 barrels per day (BPD) to 100,000 by 1996, turning the PRC into the third largest importer of Omani crude by 1997, following Japan and South Korea. 48. The Sultanate also started to export liquefied natural gas (LNG) to the PRC in 1996-1997, with early discussions carried out to construct 3 possible processing terminals in Guangdong. 49. By the early 2000s, a number of Chinese companies such as the China National Petroleum Corporation, Great Wall Drilling Company, GWDC, Shandong Karui, Haimo Group, and Hailong Petroleum began to enter the Omani market in pursuit of opportunities in the energy sector. 50. The developments of the 1990s set the foundations for the exponential growth in Sino-Omani economic relations over the next 2 decades. According to China Metadata, bilateral trade, the vast bulk of which is constituted by energy exports, jumped from $1.6 billion in 2001 to $19.4 billion in 2019.51. This has rendered the PRC into Oman's largest trading partner and primary consumer of energy exports, while the Sultanate has assumed the status of being the PRC's 4th largest trading partner in the whole Arab region. 52. The expansion in energy-centered trade, however, points to a real asymmetry that has come to characterize Sino-Omani economic relations. 53. For the Sultanate, the PRC is an indispensable market, with energy exports totaling 912,500 BPD by 2016, earmarked solely for that destination, rising from 14% in 2001 to 78.5% in 2016.54. A recent report from the Renmin Ribao indicates that this figure has increased to 85% in 2020, a jump possibly linked to the United States' imposition of targeted sanctions in September 2019 on purchasers of Iranian oil, as well as the impact COVID-19 has had on global energy markets and supply chains. 55. The Oman Observer places the figure at 88%. 56. Unlike Saudi Arabia, which pursues an energy security strategy predicated upon the construction of joint venture downstream refineries in the PRC, Oman directly sells its crude oil to Chinese national oil companies and private independent refineries through the Dubai Mercantile Exchange, a joint venture between the Dubai Holding Group, the Omani Investment Fund, and the CME Group. 57. This arrangement has meant that the Sultanate is more susceptible to short-term demand swings in the PRC, a vulnerability amplified by its significant dependency upon that market, as well as its lack of downstream processing infrastructure that might help lock demand for its energy over the long term. Complicating this asymmetry further is Oman's difficult fiscal situation. The government is heavily reliant on energy revenues that, on average, account for over 70% of its budgetary income. 58. Persistent low energy prices since 2014 have led to a jump in government debt from 15% in 2015 to 60% in 2019 as a ratio of GDP. 59. Oman has thus been forced to not only introduce various austerity measures, but to seek out external sources to finance its growing deficit while facing reduced credit ratings. 60. In August 2017, the Sultanate secured a $3.55 billion 5-year loan from a collection of PRC banks, including the China Development Bank, the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, and the Bank of China, in order to cover 210 Mohammed Al Saud 210 its 2017 budget. This was the largest loan ever procured by a Middle Eastern borrower from the Chinese bond market. 61. The loan is due in 2010. 2021-2022.62 Oman's growing dependence on the Chinese market has occurred in conjunction with the PRC's own diminishing reliance on the Sultanate as a source of energy imports, declining from 12% in 2001 to 6% in 2019.63. This trend has been fueled largely by Beijing's diversification strategy over the past 2 decades, and does not necessarily mean that the Sultanate is less important in PRC energy calculations. Rather, the country remains a dependable source of energy, and the third largest import source from the Arab region following Saudi Arabia and Iraq, for 3 primary reasons. First, Omani crude oil is suitable for processing by Chinese refining technology, and is preferred by independent so-called teapot refineries in the PRC. 64. Second, Oman's energy extraction and export infrastructure is geographically situated beyond Hormuz, making it relatively secure and dependable compared with other GCC states whose export capacities and supply lines could be affected by potential military conflagrations involving the blockade of the Strait. 65. Third, the Sultanate is not a member of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, making it a more flexible and attractive partner for buyers such as the PRC, as it is presumably unconstrained by the organization's attempts to coordinate production. 66. Using various legal and institutional frameworks, both sides have sought to transcend the centrality of energy in their economic relations by supporting other areas of economic interaction. A number of agreements have been signed to encourage and protect bilateral investments in 1995 and 2010, to avoid double taxation, and to combat tax evasion. 2002.67. The Sultanate has also expressed support for the conclusion of a PRC-GCC Free Trade Agreement. 68. Paralleling this has been the creation of key institutional organs such as the China-Oman Joint Committee of Economics and Trade, COJCET, formed in 1989, to advance cooperation and expand trade opportunities. 69. Over the past 3 decades, COJCET has convened for 9 rounds, with the latest meeting held in November 2020.70. Another entity of importance is the Oman Association of Chinese Enterprises, OACE, founded in November 2007 in purpose towards fostering trade and strengthening communication between government and business circles in the PRC and Oman. 71. Chairmanship of the OACE is held by Huawei Technologies and the vice chairmanship by GWDC. 72. A Chinese Community Club of Oman, CCCO, established in 2008 with over 150 members, also acts as an informal association for small Chinese-run businesses in the Sultanate. 73. In October 2015, an Overseas Chinese Business Association of Oman, tied to the CCCO, was formed with the objective of supporting bilateral economic ties. 74. The Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, has become as a major discursive framework for engendering greater non-energy economic engagement. Since the launching of the BRI in 2013, Omani officials have expressed ample support for the initiative, a reception that has been reciprocated by their PRC counterparts, who have stressed the Sultanate's unique role as a BRI partner. 75. In June 2015, Oman joined the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, a BRI-linked institution. 76. This has enabled it to receive loans totaling $600 million from the AIIB and the Silk Road Fund to finance the development of its national digital and physical infrastructure. 77. Such financing might partially explain the preference shown by the Omani government for PRC firms in overseeing the completion of various projects. In 2004-2018, Chinese construction entities won a cumulative total of $6.98 billion worth of contracts in Oman, the majority of which were awarded post-2013.78. BRI-linked infrastructure development cooperation between the Sultanate and the PRC has also materialized in third-party contexts such as Tanzania. 79. Solidifying this embrace of the BRI and Oman, a bilateral memorandum on 211 Sino-Omani relations 211 advancing the construction of the Maritime Silk Road was signed on May 2017, followed exactly a year later by the conclusion of another agreement on the BRI. 80. A flagship project for Sino-Omani BRI cooperation is the Special Economic Zone Authority of Duqm, SEZAD.81, officially inaugurated by the Sultanate in October 2011. SEZAD gained considerable momentum when, on the sidelines of the Sino-Arab Expo in September 2015, an investment cooperation framework agreement was concluded with the government of the Ningxia Autonomous Region. 82. This led to the creation of the Ningxia Sino-Arab Oneifang Investment Management Company, a consortium that was delegated with the task of managing, through its subsidiary Oman Oneifang, registered in April 2016, SEZAD's Sino-Omani Industrial Park, and that had opened in May 2016.83. The subsidiary unveiled plans to invest nearly $10.7 billion into heavy and light industry, logistics, energy generation, and tourism projects found within the park by 2022.84. The PRC central government exhibited considerable support for this instance of BRI-centered cooperation. The PRC Ministry of Commerce and the National Development and Reform Committee have respectively identified the park as an important demonstration site for international capacity and trade cooperation under the rubric of the BRI. 85. PRC participation in SEZAD has been proclaimed by officials as not only advancing the BRI, but aiding in the Sultanate's attempts to radically transform its political economy. The complementarity of the BRI with the Oman 2040 vision was explicitly emphasized by Wang Yang during his state visit to the Sultanate in late 2019.86. Development of SEZAD and the associated Sino-Omani Industrial Park would presumably facilitate technological transfer, provide vocational training for Omani youth and, more significantly, attract Chinese capital to the country, all objectives consonant with the spirit of the PRC's Arab policy paper issued in January 2016, as well as those of Omani national reform efforts. 87. According to data obtained from the American Enterprise Institute, Oman has a cumulative $5.8 billion worth of investments from the PRC, the majority of which was concentrated in the energy sector. 88. On an aspirational level, SEZAD cooperation aims to alter such patterns of investment, although this remains a difficult endeavor. The Middle East and Africa as a whole are peripheral regions in terms of the global movement of Chinese capital and investment flows. 89. Despite various bilateral efforts, moreover, investments from the PRC into Oman are still overshadowed by those from the United Kingdom, the UAE, the United States, and Kuwait. 90. Tourism is emerging as a promising and increasingly lucrative arena of Sino-Omani non-energy economic relations. In 2007, the PRC approved the Sultanate as a destination for tourism. 91. The country's national carrier, Oman Air, opened direct flights between Muscat and Guangzhou for the first time in 2016, following in the footsteps of other airlines in the GCC, including Saudia, Qatar Airways, Etihad, and Emirates. 92. In 2019, the Omani government not only eased visa regulations for PRC citizens, but revealed plans to open a tourism office on the mainland. It has also solicited Chinese tour companies to operate in the Sultanate. 93. These developments reflect a growing desire by the Omani government to encourage greater Chinese tourism in the country, possibly with the hope of replicating the successes of its neighbors. In 2019 alone, Dubai attracted nearly 1 million travelers from the PRC. 94. These efforts have borne some fruit with a steady growth in the number of Chinese tourists coming to Oman. In 2017, over 19,470 PRC citizens were estimated to have arrived. doubling to over 44,580 the following year. 95. The upheaval caused to international travel by COVID-19 has disrupted this trend. However, although the upward trajectory will likely resume as routes are restored and Oman, among other non-Western destinations, likely benefits from the tensions that have come to characterize the PRC's relationship with many states in North America, Europe, and Australasia. 212 Mohammed Al-Suudari 212. The cultural dimension officials have repeatedly sought to harness and celebrate historical legacies in service of Sino-Omani ties, stressing their romanticized, centuries-long durability, cosmopolitanism, and peaceful character. 96. The leveraging of history is a distinctive hallmark of this bilateral relationship, and one that is far more noticeable when compared with the PRC's interaction with other GCC or Arab states, with the exception, perhaps, of Egypt. A few years after normalization, Sultan Qaboos sponsored the construction of a replica of a 9th century traditional dhow with the name of Sohar. 97. Captained by the British explorer Tim Severin, the vessel made an 8-month journey from Sur to Guangzhou, arriving at its destination with great fanfare in June 1981.98. This so-called Sinbad voyage became an enduring emblem of Sino-Omani cultural relations. A stele was erected in a Guangzhou park in 1995 and renovated in 2014, with a newer stele built in 2018 to mark the 40th anniversary of Sino-Omani relations using images of the Sohar. 99. Quantu, known by its Arabic name of Zaytun, also transformed into an important site for official displays of friendship in the context of bilateral relations. In 2000, Oman, in addition to Saudi Arabia and Morocco, funded the construction of a new wing in the Guangzhou Overseas Transportation History Museum dedicated to showcasing Islamic culture. 100. In 2009, Sultan Qaboos donated $500,000 to build a prayer room next to the historic Al-Ashab King Mosque in Guangzhou. The building was named after Abu Ubayd al-Qasim. 101. CGT in Arabic released a short and hagiographic biopic in February 2019 focusing on his life and sojourn to China, with much of its content drawn in turn from Al-Sadiq al-Khalida, The Eternal Friendship. 102. The latter was a 3-episode-long documentary released by CGTN on the 40th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between the PRC and the Sultanate. 103. The documentary promotes a narrative in which Oman and China are depicted as the living carriers of older civilizations that, while having been challenged and exploited by the rise of the industrial West, have set themselves down the course of revival and renewal beginning, respectively, from 1970 and 1978. Under the BRA, the utilization of such historical resources has intensified, as can be evidenced from the proliferation of high-level state-supported workshops and conferences dealing with Sino-Omani historical interactions. 104. The organization of such events reflects a broader trend of increasing bilateral engagement in the academic, cultural, and media arenas. In 2007, the Omani government extended a $1.5 million endowment to Peking University in order to establish a Sultan Qaboos Chair in Arabic Studies, one of 16 found around the globe. 105. The chair has played an important role in facilitating institutional exchanges between the two sides, more recently hosting, in cooperation with the Ministry of Endowments and Religious Affairs of the Sultanate of Oman, under the name of the ministry-run magazine Majalat al-Tafahum, Journal of Understanding, the 9th iteration of a high-profile conference on Ibadi studies at Peking University. 106. In November 2016, Sultan Qaboos University began to offer Chinese language courses for the first time in the Sultanate, following on the heels of similar developments in the UAE and Bahrain. 107. These developments have not been confined to the academic arena, but have come to encompass sports, industrial exhibits, traditional medicine, and the media, among others. Muscat was the only Arab capital to see the Olympic torch pass through it on the way to Beijing in April 2008. 108. In the period from May to October in 2010, the Sultanate participated in the Shanghai Expo with a dhow-shaped pavilion, again evocative of the trans-Asian maritime trade that linked the two regions. 109. That same year, in the period coinciding with the tail end of the Shanghai Expo in October, the Oman-China Friendship Association was established. 213. Sino-Omani relations. 213. Its members largely comprised of businessmen and industrialists. The chairman of FCCAD is an honorary member. 110. In February 2017, by arrangements made by the PRC Embassy, a Chinese traditional medicine team from Sichuan started operating a clinic at the Royal Hospital in Muswati. 111. Attention to media has also grown, perhaps reflecting the priorities of the PRC leadership in cultivating China's discursive power. In September 2019, a conference organized by the Journalistic Association of Oman and the Sultanate's embassy was held in Beijing to discuss bilateral media cooperation with their PRC counterparts. 112. Conclusion. The chapter has sketched out the contours of Sino-Omani relations through the prism of 5 key dimensions: historical, political, security, economic, and cultural. It has demonstrated that the PRC and the Sultanate of Oman have succeeded in forging a workable relationship that draws its strength from rich historical legacies, a high degree of political concordance, deepening security cooperation, and economic complementarity. As a holistic whole, these dimensions suggest that Sino-Omani relations will continue to follow a positive trajectory for the foreseeable future, notwithstanding the appearance of unanticipated shocks that might upend current trends. Although the PRC's expanding footprint not only in Oman but in the broader Middle East and Indian Ocean is eliciting counter-reactions from various external actors such as the United States, India, and Japan, the Sultanate's neutrality and long-standing ability to balance contending interests will probably serve to insulate it from any negative fallout that might rise as a result. If anything, the PRC's presence will likely underscore Oman's strategic importance and unleash competitive dynamics that might lead to positive dividends for the Sultanate, as well as help strengthen its ties with other major powers. Over the long term, however, Sino-Omani relations face serious checks that are, to a large degree, economic in nature. 113. With hydrocarbon reserves expected to be exhausted within 2 decades, Oman will have to contend with difficult economic prospects that will not only fundamentally transform its domestic political economy, but the parameters of its relationship with many external actors, including the PRC. 114. The contraction in trade and consequent reduction in fiscal resources arising from Oman's entry into a post-oil era, amplified by global technological shifts and the turn towards clean energy in the PRC and elsewhere, will potentially diminish the dynamism of the relationship. It will also weaken the momentum for cooperation with respect to various projects, including SCCAD, particularly if the Sultanate's credit ratings and debt challenges continue to deteriorate and raise concerns regarding the sustainability and profitability of such ventures. 115. The downsizing of the economic dimension, in relation to which the PRC will likely continue to be viewed within Oman as a vital player for realizing the post-oil future, does not necessarily mean that political ties will suffer unfurled that Oman's strategic and logistical relevance for the PRC's naval presence in the Indian Ocean will disappear. Rather, Sino-Oman relations will retain a positive orientation overall while assuming a more humble and circumscribed character, akin, perhaps, to that of the PRC's relationship with the Kingdom of Bahrain. In that sense, the future of the Sino-Oman relationship follows the same ebbs and flows of its illustrious past, with its fortunes continuously waxing and waning against a background of intermittent yet long-standing bilateral engagement and exchange. Notes 1. The author would like to thank Jonathan Fulton, ADUIOBOOK, and Wang Cheng for their valuable feedback in improving this chapter. 214 Mohammed Al-Suudari 214 2 Jafar Khader Ahmed, Al-Dor Al-Hadari Lil, Yumani Fi Al-Sin, Al-Ilayk Al-Tariqiyat Bain Sultanat, Yuman Wa Jamhuriyat Al-Sin Al-Shabai Month Vuhar Al-Islam Wahada Awal Al-Karn Al-Qazi, Al-Miladi, Muscat, Oman National Commission for Education, Culture and Science, 2007, 1724, Wang Hiaofu, Xiangxia Hilu, Ayman Huzong Yo Zhao Jiailiu, Shanghai Dexu Sui Bai, Oexu Shihui Kakshuban, 435, 2020, 14, 3 Shamsuddin Al-Maktisi, Hassan Al-Takasum Fi Marifat Al-Kalim, ed. Muhammad Al-Dinawi, Beirut, Dar Al-Kutab Al-Ilmiya, 2002, 34, 4 Abdul Hassan Al-Mazudi, Mirut Al-Thahad Wamaidan Al-Jair, ed. Al-Bigai, Yusuf, Beirut, Dar Al-Turath Al-Arabi, 2002, 78, 88, 95, 96, Abu Zaid Al-Sarafi and Ahmad Ibn Fadlan, 2 Arabic travel books, Accounts of China and India and Mission to the Volga, New York University Press, 2014, 30, 5 United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, The Belitung Shipwreck, NT, https://en.unesco.org/Silk Road Themes Underwater Heritage, Belitung Shipwreck 6 Naif Al Su'u Hail, Al-Abadi Fi Al-Kali Al, Arabi Fi Al-Karn Ain Al-Thalith Wal-Rabi, Al-Hijriyayin, Muscat, Maktabat Al-Istiqama, 1998, 165-168, John Wilkinson, Ibadism, Origins and Early Development in Oman, Oxford University Press, 2010, 181, John Chaffee, The Muslim Merchants of Pre-Modern China, The History of a Maritime Asian Trade Diaspora, 750-1400, Cambridge University Press, 2018, 31, 41, 70 Anisius Agus, Seafaring in the Arabian Gulf and Oman, People of the Dao, New York, Routledge, 2012, 1112, 76, 8 Liu Yuyan, Guangzhou Huishan to Jian Zhe Nyan Dayanju, Huizuyanju 2, 2009, 121, 9 Chaffee, The Muslim Merchants of Pre-Modern China, 68, 74, 87, 94, 95, 101, 10 Liu Yingxin, Muslim Merchants in Mongol-Yuan China, in Angela Schottenheimer, ed. The East Asian Mediterranean, Maritime Crossroads of Culture, Commerce and Human Migration, Wiesbaden, Otto Harrisowitz Verlag, 2008, 137-138, 11 Ahmad, Al-Dor Al-Hadari Lil, Yumani Fi Al-Sin, 54, 12 Martin Gofferler, Ma Hong Ye, Sunyan Banbio Pei Haye, and Julian Henderson, Chinese Porcelains and the Decorations of Omani Miraps, Proceedings of the Seminar for Arabian Studies 45, 2015, 7-9, 13 Ajiz, Seafaring in the Arabian Gulf and Oman, 121, 14 I Volume B. 68, Arab Coast and Miscellaneous, 102 R, 212 420, British Library, India Office Records and Private Papers, IOR R15-1273, in Qatar Digital Library, https://www.qdl.ua/archive81055 VDC, 1000236284150x0x00000D, 14 Li Yibin, Qinwei Guo Ren Dui Alabo Shedi Jishu, Jishuo Dexu Sui Bai 2, 1999, 6467, 15 CCTV, Yuli Ilu, Gongjing Telu Zai Iman Guo Jiao Bao Uwan, Tan Misai Yuji, April 28, 2019, http://tv.cctv.com/2019-0428, the ID at MBJKTPNNZKALT6Y1904228.HTML16, Wasal El Ajit Consul Al San Wang Mang, Amalkura, April 26, 1940, Muahedat Sadaka, Amalkura, April 30, 1948. 17 readers are more familiar with Jiang Jishi as Chiang Kai-shek, the Cantonese romanization of his name. Call 2016-1, Muscat, Diaries, News and Intelligence Summaries, 140 R, 279 1343, British Library, India Office Records and Private Papers, IORLPS 12972, in Qatar Digital Library, www.qdl.ua/archive81055 VDC 100,048,009,612.0 by 0000528 Hashim Bebehani, China's Policy in the Arab World 1955-1975. 3 case studies, London, Keegan Paul, 1981, 164, Mohammed bin Huwaydin, China's Relations with Arabia and the Gulf 1949-1999, New York, Routledge Curzon, 2002, 202, 19 Bebehani, China's Policy in the Arab World 1955-1975, 166, 170, 171, 20 Bebehani, China's Policy in the Arab World 1955-1975, 176, 177, 21, Dhofar Liberation Army Fighters and People Warmly Love Mao Zedong Thought, Peking Review 4, January 23, 1970, 25-27, 22 Bebehani, China's Policy in the Arab World 1955-1975, 175, 185, 23 Sisif Soso, Saad Al-Tahrir Dakat, Film, and Farhat Daifar, Al-Juju Al-Wal, YouTube, May 6, 2012, www.youtube.com/watch, V=XCSM3JHR21M24 Bin Huwaydin, China's Relations with Arabia and the Gulf 1949-1999, 203, 25, Visit of Wang Hua, Chinese Foreign Minister to United Kingdom, October 1978, Briefs, British Library, Foreign Office Files for China, 1967-1980, FCO 2116-17, 1978, Bin Huwaydin, China's Relations with Arabia, 205-206, 215 Sino-Omani Relations 215-26. A year prior to the establishment of formal diplomatic ties with the PRC, Oman initiated trade relations with the Republic of China, Taiwan, paving the way for the eventual opening of a Taipei Economic and Cultural Representative Office in Muscat by 1991. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Taiwan, Dierxing, Woyo Uzi and Daiku Guojiao Guangxi, undated, http://multilingual.mofa.gov.tw/web/UTF8 Almanac 2007 HTML0812.htm 27. A number of economic, cultural, media, and public health related agreements were signed in the early 1980s. A wall Safir Lil Sultana Fi by King Yabahad Hadaf, and Amayad al-Ilayhat al-Istratigi Ma al-Sin, Year, June 2nd, 2018, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, PRC, August 15th, 1981, www.fmprc.gov.cn/webs ILEA 674,904 Teich 674,911 Tip 674,913 T6219.html, Ministry of Commerce, PRC, DWII to Uzi Hijio Gaiobi, Daiku, Zinan, Amen, 2019 and INBN, Beijing, 2019, 57. Bin Huaden, China's relations with Arabia, 205 206, 209. 28 Bin Huaden, China's relations with Arabia, 207. 29 Bin Huaden, China's relations with Arabia, 208. 30 Bin Huaden, China's relations with Arabia, 208. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, PRC, Li Pengwei Yuan Tangfang Wen November 7th, 2000. www.fmprc.gov.cn/webgjhtq 676,201 GJ 676,203 676,205 1206 676,259 XGXW 676,265 T6226.html. Jonathan Fulton, China's relations with the Gulf monarchies, London, Routledge, 2018, 128. 31. Fahad bin Mahmud Yassalil by King Wayuakid, al-Rabid al-Tariqiya, al-Watan, September 9, 2005. 32 Bin Huaden, China's relations with Arabia, 209. 33 Bin Huaden, China's relations with Arabia, 208. 34 Wang Wen and Chen Hiaochen, who supports China in the South China Sea and Y, The Diplomat, July 27, 2016. Tom Miles, Saudi Arabia and Russia among 37 states backing China's Xinjiang policy, Reuters, July 12, 2019. 35 interviews in Beijing in June 2018, and September and November 2019. Yu Fulong, Ilayhat al-Sinia al-Yumaniya, Tawaruth al-Sidaka al-Taklidi Wabuers, Hiawiyai Jadida, Zongai Wang, May 12, 2018. 36 video, Al-Mashru al-Kayari Min Sultanat, Yumanfi Manatik Mankuba by Zilzil 12 Mayu, Renmin Rai Bao, May 5, 2009. Embassy in the Sultanate of Oman, PRC, Zhongna Guangxi, Wen Jilu, April 29, 2020. http://omchineseembassy.org/chm/wjjl T1346009.htm 37 Ministry of Foreign Affairs, PRC, China and Oman hold 8th round of strategic consultation between foreign ministries, April 15, 2014. www.fmprc.gov.cn/WJDT 665,385 WSHD 665,389 T1147986.html. Oman, China holds strategic consultations. Times of Oman, October 12, 2016. 38. Zhongai Renmin Guanghyo Yemen Sudanguo Guanyu Jiani Zanlu, combining Diaresis, Yihuoben Guangxi de Lian Shengmen, Xinhua, May 25, 2018. 39. Daniel Kosteka, the Chinese Navy's Emerging Support Network in the Indian Ocean, Jamestown 1015, 2010. https://jamestown.org program the Chinese Navy's Emerging Support Network in the Indian Ocean. 40. Kosteka, the Chinese Navy's Emerging Support Network. 41. Embassy in the Sultanate of Oman, PRC, Juamen-Dashi Guanyungji Zonglio Renmin Jiaifeng Hai Jundi Sanchez and Payadin 1 Hai Bayan Duizaining Jian, January 5, 2020. http://om.chineseembassy.org/chndsxx1dshg1 T1729565.htm 42. Chinese Navy ship carrying 10 evacuees from Yemen arrives in Oman, Xinhua, April 8, 2015. 43. Ministry of Defense, PRC, Zhonggyo Hai Junyuan Hangfangwen Bayan Duidiba Amen Masikate, June 20, 2017. www.mob.gov.cn/diplomacy 2017-06-20 content 4783315.htm 44. And Kit Panda, India gains access to Oman's dock port, putting the Indian Ocean geopolitical contest in the spotlight. The Diplomat, February 14, 2018. 45. Fulton, China's relations with the Gulf monarchies, 116-117. Christian Heller, U.S. secures access to Oman's crowded ports, the Arab Gulf States Institute in Washington, May 6, 2019. 46. Mahmoud Ghaifari, China's policy in the Persian Gulf, Middle East Policy 16-2, 2009, 80. 47. Fafuri, China's policy in the Persian Gulf, 81. 48. Bin Huaden, China's relations with Arabia, 210. 49. Bin Huaden, China's relations with Arabia, 210, 212. Oman energy profile, largest non-OPEC oil and natural gas producer in Middle East, analysis, Eurasia Review, January 17, 2016. 50. CNPC in Oman, NT, www.cnpc.com.cn/on Oman country index.html 216 Mohammed Al Suudari 216.51 unless otherwise noted. All figures are in US dollars. China Med, Oman, NT, www.chinamed.it/China Med Data Middle East Oman 52 Ministry of Commerce, PRC, DWII to Uzi Hijio Gaiobi, Daiku, Zinan, 29. 53. Robert Mogil Nikki, Oman's bittersweet economic relationship with China, the Arab Gulf States Institute in Washington, July 21, 2020. 54. China Med, Oman, U.S. Energy Information Administration, Oman's petroleum and other liquids production reached record levels in 2016, September 5, 2017. 55. Waranat Al Zanmin Al Niftal, Anitar Dafai, 94% fee, Unu Al Madi, Renmin Rai Bao, July 22, 2020. Par Isahaf AG, U.S. will sanction whoever purchases Iran's oil, official, Reuters, September 8, 2019. 56. China remains leading market for Oman crude exports, Oman Observer, October 12, 2020. 57. Oxford Business Group, Oman and China agree on increased trade of petroleum, NT, https://oxfordbusinessgroup.com analysis safeguarding trade amid shifting geopolitics and trade relations. Oman looks China and beyond sustain. 58. Update 1. Oman's new ruler aims to reduce country's debt, Reuters, February 23, 2020. 59. Update 1. Oman's new ruler aims to reduce country's debt. PwC, Oman Budget 2020 Key Highlights, NT, www.pwc.com/N1 on Services Tax tax Legal News 2020 Oman Budget 2020 Key Highlights.html 60, Update 1, S&P cuts Oman rating deeper into junk, trims Bahrain's outlook, Reuters, March 28, 2020. Oman state companies told to pause capital outlays, cut expenses. Arabian Business, March 31st, 2020. 61 Embassy in the Sultanate of Oman, PRC, Ayman Yuzong Gyo Jinrong Jiku Kain Shu 35.5 Yi Meiyuan Wu Yankee Daikuan, August 3rd, 2017, http://om.mofcom.gov.cn/articles exhc 201,708 20170802620522.html 62 Philip Cornell. After the coronavirus and low oil prices, Oman's future is more global. The Atlantic Council, July 14th, 2020. 63 China Med, Oman. 64 Bin Huiden, China's relations with Arabia. 210. Erica Downs, The Rise of China's Independent Refineries, Center for Global Energy Policy. September 2017. 4. 65 Hadi Fath Allah, The Economic Consequences of Gulf Insecurity. Carnegie, Seda, September 11, 2019. 66 This is qualified by the existence of some degree of cooperation between the Sultanate and OPEC. In May and June 2020, for example, Oman agreed to a production cut of around 285,000 bpt under the umbrella of OPEC+. Chen Aiju and Shuzhong, DME, Oman crude surges on tighter supply, strong pull from China. Reuters, April 30th, 2020. 67 Ministry of Foreign Affairs, PRC, Zhongai Renmin Gonghuo Yueman Sudanguo, Yuli Ubayahu to Uzi Ziding, March 18th, 1995, www.fmprc.gov.cn/web WJB 673,085 ZFXXGK 674,865 GKNRLB Taiwish T6223.SHTML, State Taxation Administration, PRC, Zhongai Renmin Gonghuo Yueman Sudanguo Biming Xiangzhong Shiji Fangxi Taobao Ziding, March 25th, 2002, www.chinatax.gov.cn/N810,341 and 810,770 C1153700502705 files EB9BFFC 69679457144773FF5A1B6T, PDF, DUIOBOOK to Uzi Hijio Gaiobi, Daiku, Zinan, 5657. 68 Ministry of Foreign Affairs, PRC, Ayman Renwei Jiang Zong Yo Hei Zai Mayaku Mayurin Zhongai, February 27th, 2014, www.fmprc.gov.cn/SuCGMBCHNWJBXW, T1132634.html, 69 DUII to Uzi Hijio Gaiobi, Daiku, Zinan, 29. 70 Embassy in the Sultanate of Oman, PRC, Zhongyo Ayman Jin Mai Lian Wahu Adijiji Shenli Zhaokai, November 26th, 2020, http://om.chineseembassy.org/CHNGDXW, T1835891.htm, 71 Embassy in the Sultanate of Oman, PRC, Ayman Zong Kiai Lian Yu Chengli, November 29th, 2007, http://om.mofcom.gov.cn/articles exhc 200,711 20071105255572.html, 72 DUII to Uzi Hijio Gaiobi, Daiku, Zinan, 79. 73 DUII to Uzi Hijio Gaiobi, Daiku, Zinan, 8. 74. Shipai Ayman Wa Ren, Kings Hung Kiu, Yang Gao King, Lian Wen Wan He, Xinhua, September 26, 2015. Ki Li, Ayman Heron Gao Ji Dong Shazhong, Ayman Wan Ren Lian He Wizu Xi Xiaolong Nan, Xingxi Tsugu de Jiang Zong Yo Yu Ayman Holian Hodong de Xiaopliang, Zhongyou Duai Mao Yi 11, 2018, 5253. 75. Manu Bao Dao Sultan Lada Al Yuanisco Chuaka de Mao Sultan Wa Idam Habai Mashru Tariq Al Harrier, Alwinton, February 11, 2011, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, PRC, Ju Ayman Shigwan Juak Sing Dirji, Yuli Lu, Gao Ji Hijio Gao Fing London Midi Chwifing Yi, May 4th, 2019, www.fmprc.gov.cn/webzwpd 673,032 GZHD 673,042 T1660636.html 217 Sino Oman Relations 21776 Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, Membership Status, ND, www.aiib.org/on about AIBOR membership status 77 Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank breaks new ground approving 2 projects in Oman, December 9th, 2016, www.aiib.org/on news events news 2016 Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank breaks new ground approving 2 projects in Oman.html, Silk Road Fund entered into a participation agreement with Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, for Oman's National Fiber Optic Broadband Network Project, November 7th, 2018, www.silkroadfund.com.cn/NWAP 27,389 27,391 37,556 index.html, Henry Tillman, Yang Jian, and Yi King, BRI in Oman as an example, the synergy of infrastructure digitization and SEZs, Shanghai Institute for International Studies and China Investment Research, 2019, 2-3, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB's USD 60M solar investment in Oman supports diversified energy mix, March 26, 2020, www.aiib.org/on news events news 2020 AIIB's USD 60M solar investment in Oman supports diversified energy mix.html, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, project summary information, PSI, NT, www.aiib.org on projects approved 2016, download .port commercial summary .port commercial terminal.pdf 78. There is also heavy Chinese involvement in Oman's digital infrastructure. Huawei Technologies has already delivered 4G connectivity services for several years and was solicited by the authorities to participate in the rollout of a national 5G network. China Med, Oman, John Calabrese, The Huawei Wars and the 5G Revolution in the Gulf, Middle East Institute, July 30th, 2019. China's Huawei, Oman signed deal to develop Oman's ICT ecosystem, People's Daily, May 6, 2020. 79 Tanzania, ironically, was the conduit through which arms were transferred from the PRC to the revolutionaries in Dover. Bebehani, China's policy in the Arab world 1955-1975, 176-177. Franny Ludier, Michael Schaefer, and Wei Shen, The Port of Bagamoyo, a test for China's new maritime Silk Road in Africa, The Diplomat, December 1, 2015. 80 Ministry of Commerce, PRC, Liu, Ayman Yu, Yuli de Guangxi, undated, http://his.ori.mofcom. Governor.cn, banner equals Amy Idol DGX, Zhongyou Yuan and Kain Chu Gongjian Yanilu Liang Ji Beiyang Glu, Renmin Rai Bao, May 16, 2018. 81 John Calabrese, Oman's transition to a post-oil economy, Arging towards Asia, Middle East Institute, August 7, 2018. 82 Tagawi, Kong Zong Bo and Yadao Duq Muchanium, Yelilu, Yunling Ningxia Kai Fang Xinlin Tu, Xinhua, September 26, 2018. Zhang Wanfang, Guanyu Women, NT, www.karanfang.com/gxwmindex.shtml83 Zhang Wanfang, Guanyu Women, 84 Zongyo, Amen Chanium, Bai, NT, https://bike.baidu.com/item percent, E4%, E8%, 80%, E5%, 90% BT percent, E9%, 90% EF%, E6%, 90% BC%, E4%, E8%, A7%, E4%, B8%, 90%, E5%, 90% AD, Nawai Jabarkil, Oman counts on Chinese billions to build desert boomtown. Reuters, September 5, 2017. Liu Xi and Yang Yuanyang, Spotlight, China, Oman established industrial park to boost bilateral cooperation, Xinhua, December 19, 2018. 85, Tegaoi, Kong Zong Bo and Yadao Duq Muchanium, Yeli, Yunling Ningxia Kai Fang Xinlin Tu, 86, Wang Yang Dui Imaging Xinlang Shi Fangwen, Renmin Rai Bao, November 17, 2019. 87, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, PRC, China's Arab Policy Paper, January 13, 2016, www.fmprc.gov, CN XXX 660 2805, T1331683.html, Vision Document 2040, Oman, February 19, 2019, www.2040.om/on88. A recent major investment worth $1 billion was made by the PRC State Grid into the Oman electricity transmission in December 2019, allowing the state-owned enterprise to acquire a stake of 49%. Zhonggyo Guo Jiadian Wang Jian Xiao Guo Amen Guo Jiadian Wang Gongxi 49% Yuguo, Xinhua, December 16, 2019. American Enterprise Institute, China Global Investment Tracker, continuously updated. www.ai.org/China Global Investment Tracker 89 American Enterprise Institute, China Global Investment Tracker, 90, Alice Ifmar Al-Jnabi Al-Mubashir, Fiat Sultana Yadijaz Al 11 billion, Illithi year, December 14, 2019. 91 Guai to Uzi Hijio Gaiobi, Daiku, Zinan, 19. 92 Mark Elliott, Oman Air flies direct to China, Travel Daily, November 27, 2016. 93, Tanime, Adad Al Suya Al Siniyin Lil Sultana, Wakar Than Fat Maktab Lil Tamthil Al CAE, Illithi year, April 27, 2019. Halikat, Umalilistik of Matsid Min Al Suya Al Siniyin, Oruya, September 18, 2019. 94, Dubai registers 16.7 million tourists in 2019. Chinese visitors rise. Reuters, January 22, 2020. 218 Mohammed Al Suudari 218.95. Tanime, Adad Al Suya Al Siniyin Lil Sultana, Wakar Than Fat Maktab Lil Tamthil Al CAE. 96 Abodi La House Ayani, Ayman Jiwadashi, Zhonggyo Yueman Sudan Guo Delishi Guangxi, Alabo Shiji 180, 2002, 67, Yeran and Fang Siang Cheng, Kuayu San Kaiyan to Zonga UAE, Ayman Jixing Zizan, Guangming Rai Bao, February 21, 2003. 97 Ma Hibin, Su Hair Howie, Yuan Hang Zong Yo Delishi Yu, Shixian Ying Sign Fengxi, Zinsi Lu Su 835, 2018, 120. 98 Ma, Su Hair Howie, Yuan Hang Zong Yo Delishi Yu, Shixian Ying Sign Fengxi, 99 Ma, Su Hair Howie, Yuan Hang Zong Yo Delishi Yu, Shixian Ying Sign Fengxi, 122. Rilad Al Safina Suhar Il Al Sen, Fi Kitab Jotted, All Shark, July 31, 2018, Embassy in the Sultanate of Oman, PRC, Zhang Guangxi, Wen Hei Jiailiu, 100, Guangzhou Hei Jiao Tanshi Bao Ulan, Baidu, NT, https://bike.baidu.com/item percent, E6%, B3%, 89%, E5%, E7%, 90%, E6%, E5%, E7%, E5%, A4%, 96%, E4%, B8%, A4%, E9%, A0%, 98%, E5%, AF%, E2%, E5%, 80%, 98%, E7%, A9%, A9%, E9%, A6%, H6, 101, Tabaru Sultanat, Yuman Biban QA Lil Salak Bai Masjid, Jingqing, Fitsu Wanzhou, Renmin Rai Bao, October 30, 2009, 102 CGT in Arabic, Manki Wabu, Ubeda, YouTube, February 14, 2019, www.youtube.com/watch. V equals Crow ENFIS 0 EC and T equals 202 103 CGT in Arabic. Al Sadaka Al Khalida, NT, https://arabic.cgtn.com/program documentary Eternal Friendship 104A. Few recent examples would suffice. In April 2019, the PRC Embassy, the PRC Information Office of the State Council, the Sino-Arab Friendship Association, and Sultan Qaboos University held a meeting under the title of The Silk Road and Frankincense, a workshop on Oman and China's historical relations. In December 2019, the Omani National Records and Archives Authority, the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation organized a more thematically expansive conference called History of Relations between the Islamic World and China, Oman as an example. Embassy in the Sultanate of Oman, PRC, Zhang Guangxi, Wen Hei Jiailiu, Oman News Center, International Conference on History of Relations between the Islamic World, China and Oman ends, YouTube, December 24, 2019, www.youtube.com/watch. V equals FYHSN 63 Tays 105, Al Sinwa, Yuman Tash Tarakan Fi Ikamat Kizm Lildarazet Al Arabi, Renmin Rai Bao, July 4, 2007, Ministry of Higher Education, Research and Innovation, Oman, His Majesty Sultan Qaboos Academic Chairs, NT, www.moe.gov.om/interpage.aspects question it equals 3440818 F1A42D0998 C1D6B4C5B89DD in culture equals on 106, Mutamar Al Fikr Al Ibadi Al Tazi Al Munakab by Jamiat by King Umak Al Tawisul Bana Al Sanwa Sultanat, Yuman, People's Daily, September 17, 2018, 107 Embassy in the Sultanate of Oman, PRC, Juayman Dashi Yufulon Shuaxi, Kubusi Sudan Dachu and Yuki Chankai Dong Yushi, September 18, 2016, http://om.chineseembassy.org/CHNSGXW T1398335.htm 108 Embassy in the Sultanate of Oman, PRC, Zhang Guangxi, Wen Jilu, 109 Paradigm and Partners, Oman Pavilion Shanghai Expo, NT, www.paradigmandpartners.com/Oman Pavilion Expo Shanghai 110 Oman China Friendship Association, welcome to OCFA, NT, www.omanchina.org.om/welcome OCFA.php 111 Embassy in the Sultanate of Oman, PRC, Zhongga Guangxi, Wen Jilu, 112, Multaka Al Sahafao, Amani Al Sani, Tarsi Mabadi Al Hai War Wat is Lil, Misal Yao Musaraka, Zongaya Wang, September 12, 2019, 113. This estimation is not applicable solely to Oman, but other GCC member states as well. Mohammed Turki Al Suudari, an overview of Sino-Gulf relations, a new era of growth and a future era of stagnation. In Enrico Fardella and Andrea Ghiselli, EDS, China Med Report 2019, Rome, China Med, 2019, 5057, 114 Yasmin Abu Sahar, 1 year into his reign, Oman Sultan must renegotiate the social contract and prioritize diversification. Brookings Institution, January 13, 2021, www.brookings. EDU blog order from Chaos 2021-0113, 1 year into his reign, Oman Sultan must renegotiate a social contract and prioritize diversification. 115 Sisi Zhu, China debt, Beijing may cut belt in road lending due to domestic pressure to ensure future of project. South China Morning Post, November 24, 2020, 219 Sino-Oman relations, 219 references, 14172 I volume, B. 68, Arab Coast and Miscellaneous, 102 212 420, British Library, India Office Records and Private Papers, IOR 151273, in Qatar Digital Library, www.qdl.qa/archive 81055 VDC, 100023628415.0x00000D. Abu Asahar, Yasmina, 1 year into his reign, Oman Sultan must renegotiate the social contract and prioritize diversification. Brookings Institution, January 13, 2021, www.brookings.edu/blog order from Chaos 2021-0113, 1 year into his reign, Oman Sultan must renegotiate the social contract and prioritize diversification. Agus, Dionysius, seafaring in the Arabian Gulf and Oman, People of the Dao, New York, Routledge, 2012, Ahmad, Jafar Karar, Al-Dor al-Hadari Lil, Yumani Fi al-Sin, Al-Ilaykat al-Tariqiyat Bain Sultanat, Yuman wa Jamhuriyat al-Sin al-Shabai Month Vuhar al-Islam W. Hana, Awal al-Karn al-Tazi, al-Muladi, Muscat, Oman National Commission for Education, Culture and Science, 2007, AIIB's USD 60M solar investment in Oman supports diversified energy mix, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, March 26, 2020, www.aib.org/on news events news 2020 AIIB's USD 60M solar investment in Oman supports diversified energy mix. HTML Al-Istifmar al-Jnabi al-Mubashir, Fi al-Sultan al-Yadijaz al-11 billion, Alithia year, December 14, 2019, Al-Makdisi, Shamsuddin, Hassan al-Takassim Fi Marifat al-Kalim, ed. Muhammad al-Dinawi, Beirut, Dar al-Kutab al-Ilmiya, 2002, Al-Masyudi, Abul Hassan, Miruj al-Thahad wa Maidan al-Jahir, Volume I, ed. Yusuf al-Bikai, Beirut, Dar al-Turaf al-Arabi, 2002, Al-Sinwa, Yuman Tash Tarikan Fi Ikamat Kizm Lildarazet al-Arabi, Renman Raibao, July 4, 2007, Al-Sirafai, Abu Zaid and Ahmad ibn Fadlan, 2 Arabic travel books, Accounts of China and India and Mission to the Volga, New York University Press, 2014, also Dari, Mohammed Turki, an overview of Sino-Gulf relations, a new era of growth and a future era of stagnation, in Enrico Fardella and Andrea Ghiselli, EDS, China Med Report 2019, Rome, China Med, 2019, 5057, Al-Suhail, Nif, Al-Abadi Fi al-Kali al-Arabi Fi al-Karn Ain al-Thalith wal-Rabi, Al-Hijriyayin, Muscat, Maktabat al-Istiqama, 1998, American Enterprise Institute, China Global Investment Tracker, continuously updated, www.ai.org/China Global Investment Tracker, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank breaks new ground approving 2 projects in Oman, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, December 9, 2016, www.ai.org/on news events news 2016 Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank breaks new ground approving 2 projects in Oman. HTML Awal Safir Lil Sultana Fi Bakin Yadu Hadaf, and Emiyad al-Ilaykat al-Istratijiyya al-Sin, Alithia year, June 2, 2018, Bag, Zongyo, Ayman Chaniun, NT, https://bag.baidu.com/item %, E4% B8%, 80% E5% 90% BD-%, E9% 90% EF% E6% 90% BC% E4% B8% A7% E4% B8% 90% E5% 90% AD. Babahani, Hashim, China's Policy in the Arab World 1955-1975. 3 case studies, London, Keegan Paul, 1981. Bin Huwaylin, Mohammed, China's Relations with Arabia and the Gulf 1949-1999, New York, Routledge, 2002. Calabrese, John, The Huawei Wars and the 5G Revolution in the Gulf, Middle East Institute, 2019. Calabrese, John, Oman's Transition to a Post-Oil Economy, Arging Towards Asia, Middle East Institute, 2018. CGT and Arabic, Al-Sadqa Al-Khalida, NT, https://arabic.cgtn.com/program documentary Eternal Friendship CGT and Arabic, Mankiwa Abu Ubaida, February 4, 2019, www.youtube.com/watch. V equals Crow ENFIS 0EC and T equals 202 Shafi, John, The Muslim Merchants of Pre-Modern China, The History of a Maritime Asian Trade Diaspora, 750-1400, Cambridge University Press, 2018. Chen Adrian Shuzhong, DME, Oman crude surges on tighter supply, strong pull from China, Reuters, April 30, 2020. China remains leading market for Oman crude exports, Oman Observer, October 12, 2020. China's Huawei, Oman signed deal to develop Oman's ICT ecosystem, People's Daily, May 6, 2020. Chinese Navy ship carrying 10 evacuees from Yemen arrives in Oman, Xinhua, April 8, 2015. CNPC in Oman, CNPC, NT, www.cnpc.com.cn/on Oman country index.html 220 Mohammed Al Suudari 220 Col 2016-1 Muse Cat Diaries News and Intelligence Summaries 140R 279 1343 British Library India Office Records and Private Papers IORLPS 12 2972 in Qatar Digital Library www.qdl.qa/archive 81000 55 VDC 100,048,009,612.0 by 00005 Cornell Philip. After the coronavirus and low oil prices, Oman's future is more global. The Atlantic Council, July 14, 2020. Dhofar Liberation Army fighters and people warmly love Mao Zedong thought. Peking Review, January 23, 1970, 25-27. Downs, Erica. The Rise of China's Independent Refineries, Center for Global Energy Policy, September 2017. Dubai registers 16.7 million tourists in 2019. Chinese visitors rise. Reuters, January 22, 2020. Elliot, Mark. Oman Air flies direct to China. Travel daily, November 27, 2016. Embassy in the Sultanate of Oman, PRC. Ayman Raiba A. Xianwen Kandeng Xi Jinping Zuoxi Ament Yanjiang Hizong Yodui Alabo Guojia Bang Swenjian, May 2, 2016. http://om.mofcom.gov.cn/articles exhd 201,605 2016050130967.html Embassy in the Sultanate of Oman, PRC. Ayman Huzong Yo Jinrong Jiku Kain Shu 35.5 Yi Mei Yuan Wu Yankee Daikuan, August 3, 2017. http://om.mofcom.gov.cn/articles exhd 201,708 2017080262052.html Embassy in the Sultanate of Oman, PRC. Ayman Zhong Kiat Liang Yu Chengli, November 29, 2007. http://om.mofcom.gov.cn/articles exhd 200,711 2007110525557.html Embassy in the Sultanate of Oman, PRC. Zhong Guangxi, Wen Jiu, April 29, 2020. http://om.chineseembassy.org/chm/wjjl T1346009.htm Embassy in the Sultanate of Oman, PRC. Zhong Gio Iman Jinmai Lian Wahu Adijia Shenli Zhaokai, November 26, 2020. http://om.chineseembassy.org/chmgdxw T1835891.htm Embassy in the Sultanate of Oman, PRC. Ju Ayman Yu Fulong Chuxi, Kubusi Sudan Dechu and Yuki Chen Kai Dong Yushi, September 18, 2016. http://om.chineseembassy.org/chnsgxw T1398335.htm Embassy in the Sultanate of Oman, PRC. Ju Ayman Guan Yangji Zong Liu Renman Jiafeng Hai Jundi Sanchez and Pai Yinwan Pai Bai and Duizan Jian, January 5, 2020. http://om.chineseembassy.org/chnsxx1dsh1 T1729565.htm Fad bin Mahmud Yassilo by Kinwa Uakid Al Rabid Al Tariqiyya Al Wazin, September 9, 2005. Fath Allah Hadi, The Economic Consequences of Gulf Insecurity, Carnegie, Seda, September 11, 2019. Fulton, Jonathan, China's Relations with the Gulf Monarchies, London, Routledge, 2019. Thufari, Mahmoud, China's Policy in the Persian Gulf, Middle East Policy 16-2, 2009, 1892. Gofferler, Martin, Mahong Hiei, Sunyan Banbio Pei Haye, and Julian Henderson, Chinese Porcelains and the Decorations of Omani Miraps, Proceedings of the Seminar for Arabian Studies 45, 2015, 116. Guanyu Women, Zhong Wanfang, NT, www.caranfang.com/gxwm/index.html Hafizi, Parisa, U.S. will sanction whoever purchases Iran's oil, official, Reuters, September 8, 2019. Halikat, Umalilistic with Matsid Minal Suya Al Siniyin, Oroya, September 18, 2019. Heller, Christian, U.S. secures access to Oman's crowded ports, the Arab Gulf States Institute in Washington, May 6, 2019. Hausa Amy, Abodullah, Ayman Jiwadashi, Zhonggyo Yueman Sudanguo Delishi Guangxi, Al Abo Shiji 180, 2002, 67. International Conference on History of Relations between the Islamic World, China and Oman News Center, December 24, 2019. www.youtube.com/watch V equals FYHSN 63 Tays Jabar Kill, Nawide, Oman counts on Chinese billions to build desert boomtown. Reuters, September 5, 2017. Kosteka, Daniel, the Chinese Navy's emerging support network in the Indian Ocean, Jamestown, China Brief, 1015, July 22, 2010. Liulier, Franny, Michael Schaefer, and Wei Shen, the port of Bagamoyo, a test for China's new maritime Silk Road in Africa, The Diplomat, December 1, 2015. Liu Xi and Yang Yuanyang, Spotlight, China, Oman established industrial park to boost bilateral cooperation, Xinhua, December 19, 2018. Liu Yingsheng, Muslim merchants in Mongolian China, in Endela Schottenheimer, ed. The East Asian Mediterranean, Maritime Crossroads of Culture, Commerce and Human Migration, Wiesbaden, Otto Harrisowitz Verlag, 2008, 124-161. Liu Yuyan, Guangzhou Hoisheng Zhejiang Zhe Nian Dayanju, Huisuyanju 2, 2009, 110-124. 221 Sino-Oman Relations 221 Ma Hibin, Su Hair Howie Yuan Hang Zongyo Delishi Yu Shixian Yingxian Fengxi, Zinxilu Suaken 35, 2018, 117-131. Mandu Bao Al Sultan Lada Al Yuanisco Chuaka Dem Al Sultan Wa Idamam Abai Mashru Tariq Al Harrier Al Wazin, February 11, 2011. Membership status, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, continuously updated. www.aib.org/on about AIB who we are membership status Miles, Tom, Saudi Arabia and Russia among 37 states backing China's Xinjiang policy. Reuters, July 12, 2019. Ministry of Commerce, PRC, Duai to Uzi Hijio Gaiobi, Daiku, Zinan, Ayman, 2019 and INBN, Beijing, 2019. Ministry of Commerce, PRC, Liu, Ayman Yu, Yulilu, de Guangxi, NT, http://history.mofcom.gov.cn/, banner equals Emidox Ministry of Defense, PRC, Zhonggyo Hai Zheng Yuan Hang Fangwen Bian Dui Diamond Massicate, June 20th, 2017, www.mob.gov.cn/diplomacy 2017-06-20 content 4783315.htm Ministry of Foreign Affairs, PRC, Amen Renwei Jiang Zhonggyo Hai Huizai Mai Kume Yurin Zhonghai, February 27th, 2014, www.fmprc.gov.cn/SuCGMBCHNWJBXW T113264.html Ministry of Foreign Affairs, PRC, China and Oman hold 8th round of strategic consultation between foreign ministries, April 15th, 2014, www.fmprc.gov.cn/MFINWJDT 665,385 WSHD 665,389 T114796.SHTML Ministry of Foreign Affairs, PRC, China's Arab Policy Paper, January 13th, 2016, www.fmprc.gov.cn/MFINZXXX 662,805 T133163.SHTML Ministry of Foreign Affairs, PRC, Li Pengwei Yuan Tangfang Wenman, November 7th, 2000, www.fmprc.gov.cn/WebGJHTQ 676,201 GJ 676,203 676,205 1206 676,259 XGXW 676,265 T6226.SHTML Ministry of Foreign Affairs, PRC, Zhongai Renmin Gonghuo Yueman Sudanguo Yuli Ubayahu to Uziding, March 18th, 1995, www.fmprc.gov.cn/WebWJB 673,085 ZFXXGK 674,865 GKNRLB Taiwish T6223.SHTML Ministry of Foreign Affairs, PRC, Zhongai Renmin Gonghuo Angfu Yemen Sudanguo Angfu Wenhua, Weisheng, Xinwen Hijio Ziding, August 15th, 1981, www.fmprc.gov.cn/WebZilia 674,904 Teich 674,911 Tip 674,913 T6219.SHTML Ministry of Foreign Affairs, PRC, Jueman Shigwan Juxing Dirji Yulilu Gao Hijio Gaofing London Media Twifing Yi, May 4th, 2019, www.fmprc.gov.cn/WebZWPD 673,032 GZHD 673,042 T16606636.SHTML Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Taiwan, Dierxing, Woyo Uzi and Daiku Guo Jiaguangxi, ND, http://multilingual, mofa.gov.tw/webwtf8 Almanac 2007 HTML0812.htm Ministry of Higher Education, Research, and Innovation, Oman, His Majesty Sultan Qaboos Academic Chairs, ND, www.moe.gov.om/interpage.aspects question = 34408187842D0998C1D6B4C5B89DD and culture = Omo Yoniki, Robert, Oman's bittersweet economic relationship with China, the Arab Gulf States Institute in Washington, July 21st, 2020. Muahedat Sadaka, Malkura, April 30th, 1948. Multaka al-Sahafa al-Amani al-Sani, Tarsikli Mabadi al-Hai Warwat is Lil, Misal al-Masaraka, Zongai al-Wang, September 12th, 2019. Mutamar al-Fikr al-Ibadi al-Tazi al-Manakad by Jamiat by King Yuamik al-Sulbana, al-Sanwa Sultanat, Yuman, People's Daily, September 17th, 2018. Oman, China Med, continuously updated, www.chinamed.it/China Med Data Middle East Oman, Oman, China Whole Strategic Consultations, Times of Oman, October 12th, 2016. Oman state companies told to pause capital outlays, cut expenses, Arabian Business, March 31st, 2020. Oman Budget 2020 Key Highlights, PwC, ND, www.pwc.com/M1 on Services Tax Me Tax Legal News 2020 Oman Budget 2020 Key Highlights.html Oman Energy Profile, largest non-OPEC oil and natural gas producer in Middle East, Analysis, Eurasia Review, January 17th, 2016. Oman Pavilion Shanghai Expo, Paradigm and Partners, ND, www.paradigmandpartners.com/Oman Pavilion Expo Shanghai Oxford Business Group, Oman and China agree on increased trade of petroleum, Oxford Business Group, ND, https://oxfordbusinessgroup.com Analysis safeguarding trade amid shifting geopolitics and trade relations Oman looks China and beyond sustain Panda, and KIT, India gains access to Oman's Duggan port, putting the Indian Ocean geopolitical contest in the spotlight. The Diplomat, February 14th, 2018, 222 Mohammed Al-Saud 222, Project Summary Information, PSIA, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, ND, www.aiib.org/on projects approved 2016 download Duggan Port Commercial Summary Duggan Port Commercial Terminal, PDF Kili, Amen Heron Gaoji Dongshazhong, Amen Wachawa Lion Herwei Zuaxi Xiaolongnan, Xingxi Tsugun de Jiang Zongyeo Yueman Holian Hodong de Xiaobliang, Zhongyeo Duiwei Mao 11, 2018, 5253, Quanchuo Hai Jiao Tongchi Bao Uwan, Baidu, NT, https://bike.baidu.com/item percent, E6% B3% 89% E5%, B7% 90% E6% E5% E7% E5% A4% 96% E4% B8% A4% E9% A0% 90% E5% 8F% E2% E5% AD% 90% E7% 89% A9% E9% A6% A6. Rila Al-Safina Suhar Il Al-Sen, Fikitab Jaded, Allshark, July 31st, 2018. Shipai Iman Wachawa Ren, Kings Hong Q, Yungai King, Lian Wenwanhi, Xinhua, September 26, 2015. Silk Road Fund entered into a participation agreement with Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, for Oman's National Fiber Optic Broadband Network Project, Silk Road Fund, November 7, 2018. www.silkroadfund.com.cn/NWAP 27,389 27,391 37,556 index.html Sisa Saad Al Tahrir Dakat, Film, and Thorat Difar, Al Juju Al Wal, YouTube, May 6, 2012. www.youtube.com Watch V equals FCSN3JHR21M State Taxation Administration, PRC, Zhongai Renmin Gonghe Yuemen Sudan Guobimin Xiangzhang Shiji Fangxi Tao Bao Shiziding, March 25, 2002, www.chinatax.gov.cn/N810341 and 810770 C115370050270504 files, EB90 FFC 69679457 1B44773FF5A1D68.PDF, Tabaru Sultanat, Yuman Bibana QA Lil Salak by Masjid, Jingxing, Fitsu Wanzhou, Renmin Rai Bao, October 30, 2009, Tanime, Adad Al Suya Al Sini Lil Sultana, Wakaravan Fat Maktab Lil Tamthil Al CAE, Year, April 27, 2019, Tagaoi, Kong Zongu Bolin Yadao Duku Muchanium, Yili Yunlin Ning Kai Fang Xinlintu, Xinhua, September 26, 2018, Tillman, Henry, Yang Jian, and Yi King, BRI and Oman as an example, the synergy of infrastructure digitalization and SEZs, Shanghai Institute for International Studies and China Investment Research, 2019, United Nations Education, Scientific and Cultural Organization, the Belitung Shipwreck, NT, https://en.unesco.org/Silk Road Themes Underwater Heritage Belitung Shipwreck, Update 1, Oman's new ruler aims to reduce country's debt, Reuters, February 23, 2020, Update 1, S&P cuts Oman rating deeper into junk, trims Bahrain's outlook, Reuters, March 28, 2020, U.S. Energy Information Administration, Oman's petroleum and oil liquids production reached record levels in 2016, September 5, 2017, video, Al-Mashru Al-Ka Rimin Sultanat, Yuman Fi Menetik Mankuba by Zilzal 12 Mayu, Renmin Rai Bao, May 5, 2009. Vision Document 2040, Oman, February 19, 2019, www.2040.om/on, visit of Wang Hua, Chinese Foreign Minister to United Kingdom, October 1978, briefs, British Library, Foreign Office Files for China, 1967-1980, FCO 21-16-17, 1978, Wang Wen and Chen Hiaochen, who supports China in the South China Sea and Y, The Diplomat, July 27, 2016, Wang Hiaofu, Xiangxi Hilu, Eamon Hu Zong Yoda Zhao Jia Liu, Shanghai De Xu Sui Bai or Xu Hui Kakshuban, 435, 2020, 114, Wang Yang Duiman Jingxing Ang Shifangwen, Renmin Rai Bao, November 17, 2019, Waran Al Zen Min Al Niftal, Anitar Dafai, L 94% fee, Unu Al Madi, Renmin Rai Bao, July 22, 2020, Wasal El Jilanae Consul Al Zen Wang Ji Mang, Malkura, April 26, 1940. Welcome to OCFA, Oman China Friendship Association, NT, www.omanchina.org.om/welcome Yokfa. PHP Wilkinson, John, Iberdism, Origins and Early Development in Oman, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2010. Yeran and Fang Xiang Cheng, Kuai Sanj Kaianian Tazonga UAE, Eamon Jixing Sisson, Guangming Rai Bao, February 21, 2003. Yadai Yalu Gongjing Tilu Zai Iman Guo Jiao Uwan, Tan Misai Yuji, CCTV, April 28, 2019, http://tv.cctv.com/2019-0428, VID at MVJKTP NIMZKALT 6Y1904228.SHTML, Yu Fulong, Al, Ilay Al Sani Al, Yumania, Tawaru Al Sidaka Al Taklidi Wabuers, Hio Yai Jodida, Zongai Al Wang, May 12, 2018, 223 Sino-Oman Relations 223, Zhongai Renmin Gonghyo Yemen Sudanguo, Guanyu Jiani Zanlu, combining Diaresis, Ihoben Guangxi de Liao Shengmen, Xinhua, May 25, 2018, Zhonggyo Guojia Dian Wang Jiang Xiaoguo Amen Guojia Dian Wang Gongxi 49% Yuguo, Xinhua, December 16, 2019, Zhonggyo Yuamen Kaian Chu Gongjian Yili Liang Ji Beiang Lu, Renmin Rai Bao, May 16, 2018, Zhuao, Sisi, China debt. Beijing may cut belt and road lending due to domestic pressure to ensure future of project. South China Morning Post, November 24, 2020. 224-225 Part 3 Trade and Development 226-227-227 TOI 10.4324/9781003034520-19 16 China's evolving energy relations with the Middle East. Philip Andrews Speed and Yeldlixia introduction. An important geographical location and great development potential. The countries of the Middle East are China's important partners in advancing the Belt and Road Initiative. BRI. Point 1 Energy is an important component in this cooperation. Nevertheless, while the BRI may have cemented broader economic relations between China and certain countries in the region, the oil and gas engagement predate the BRI by 30 years and has its own set of rationales. China's more recent Arab policy paper of 2016 not only emphasizes the role of oil and gas in these relations, but also explicitly identifies nuclear energy, renewable energy, and other forms of new energy as fields for cooperation. 2 In the context of investment and trade under the BRI, the document identifies energy as forming a core, with nuclear energy and new energy as specific technologies to be pursued. The Middle East is home to a large share of the world's reserves of oil and gas, and much of this hydrocarbon is relatively cheap to produce. It has thus been entirely logical for China to deepen its engagements with countries in the region as its requirements for oil and gas imports have increased, especially since 1993 when it became a net importer of oil. At the same time, China's national oil companies, NOCs, began to invest in overseas oil development projects, but it was only in the early years of the 21st century that the first agreements were concluded in the Middle East. Since then, these NOCs have become major actors in the region's oil and gas industry, notably in Iraq. In a show of reciprocity, China has allowed NOCs from Middle East countries to invest in domestic refinery and petrochemical plants. Countries in the Middle East have relied on oil and gas as their primary source of income over the past decades, and their economies revolve around these hydrocarbons. Their fast economic development resulted in rapid growth of industrial development and energy demand across the region. 3 Total energy consumption in the Middle East has tripled since 1990, mostly in the form of oil products, natural gas, and electricity. This growth in energy and electricity consumption has coincided with rising global concern over climate change and carbon emissions. Almost half the carbon emissions from Middle East countries come from the generation of electricity and the production of heat. As a result, there is a growing interest in renewable and nuclear energy in the region. Just as importantly, Middle East countries have begun to 228 Philip Andrews Speed and Yeldlixia 228 pay more attention to the need to diversify their economies and their energy sectors since the financial crisis of 2008 that revealed their vulnerability to oil price fluctuations. 4 This changing set of energy policy priorities has provided a new set of opportunities for China's renewable energy and nuclear power companies. This chapter documents the steady growth of China's energy engagements in the Middle East, identifies the motivations positions of the actors involved, and highlights actual and potential courses of tension in these relationships. It begins with an overview of China's external energy strategies, showing how the electrical power industries are becoming more active overseas after years of dominance by the country's oil companies. The subsequent two sections focus on activities in the hydrocarbon and electrical power industries respectively. The final section explores the outlook for and constraints to energy cooperation between China and the Middle East. Overview of China's external energy strategies. Fossil fuels, oil and gas. For 30 years after the end of the Great Leap Forward, 1958-1962, China's primary external engagements in the energy sector took the form of exporting oil and importing oil field equipment. The discovery and development of the Beijing and Chengli oil fields in the early 1960s resulted in China's oil production exceeding demand. For the first time, the country became a net exporter of crude oil, with annual exports exceeding 30 million tons in the mid-1980s. The foreign exchange thus earned helped pay for the import of hundreds of millions of US dollars per year of foreign oil industry equipment and expertise. 6. Nevertheless, the country began to import small quantities of crude oil in 1977. The soaring domestic demand for oil during the late 1980s caused China's imports to rise and exports to decline. By 1992, the country's imports of crude oil exceeded 11 million tons. More than half of these imports came from Southeast Asia and most of the balance from the Middle East, mainly Oman. 7. China became a net importer of crude oil in 1993. The level of imports has risen steadily, and in 2019 it reached 507 million tons, 78% of domestic consumption. 8. Since 1995, the Middle East has consistently provided 45-55% of these imports. Figure 16.1. Gas has been playing an increasing role in the national energy mix since the later 1990s. The country started to import gas in 2006. Since then, annual imports have risen to 48 billion cubic meters, 39% of domestic consumption in 2019. Some 50% of the gas imports come from Turkmenistan and Australia, by pipeline and ship respectively, with only 10% from the Middle East. Figure 16.2.9. With regard to coal, China fluctuates between being a net importer and a net exporter, depending on conditions in the domestic coal market. As a result of these rising imports, the search for fossil fuel resources has become an increasingly important driver of overseas foreign investment, and resource companies account for a disproportionately large share of China's total overseas foreign direct investment. 10. The oil and gas industry has been the main source of activity. The great majority of this investment, in terms of both number of projects and aggregate value, has been carried out by the four NOCs: China National Petroleum Corporation, CNPC, PetroChina, Sinopec, China National Offshore Oil Corporation, CNOOC, and Sinochem. 11. All four NOCs are owned at the central government level. By 2013, after 20 years of overseas expansion, Chinese oil companies had a stake in more than 200 projects in about 50 countries. By 2015, the aggregate value of the NOC's overseas investments and acquisitions is estimated to have been $170 billion. 12. Most of this investment has been directed at the exploitation of oil and gas resources, but some has gone to pipelines, refineries, and retail businesses. 229. China's Middle East energy relations. 229. 0, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 0%, 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%, 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%, 100%. 1995, 2000, 2005, 2010, 2015 million tons. Middle East, Africa, Asia Pacific, Eurasia, Americas crude oil imports. Figure 16.1. Changing regional sources of China's crude oil imports. Left-hand axis and total annual crude oil imports from all sources. Right-hand axis sources. Chenrong Qian, review of China's oil imports and exports. International Petroleum Economics, March issue, various years 2000-2018. In Chinese, BP, Statistical Review of World Energy 2019 and 2020. 0, 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120, 140, 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. BCM Southeast Asia and Australia, Africa, Middle East, CIS Europe and Americas, CIS Middle East, Africa, Southeast Asia and Australia, Europe and Americas. Figure 16.2. Regional sources of China's imports of natural gas. Source, BP, Statistical Review of World Energy, various years, 2007-2020. 230. Philip Andrews Speed and Yao 230. The geographic focus of oil and gas investment has shifted steadily. In 2009, Sub-Saharan Africa and the former Soviet Union each accounted for 30% of the Chinese overseas upstream investment, with the Middle East and North Africa amounting to just 25% and the Americas just 5%. 13. The investments made since then have placed the Middle East and North Africa ahead of the other regions and have greatly enhanced the relative importance of the Americas for the Chinese NOCs. A domestic crackdown on corruption in China's oil industry in 2013 and the sharp decline of international oil prices in 2015 brought an abrupt end to this overseas spending spree. 14. Subsequent overseas investment has been much more selective. The main corporate motivation for overseas investments in fossil fuel resources has been to gain access to these resources. However, there are two components to this quest for resources. The first is the desire to secure supplies of the commodity for use back in China and to diversify these sources of supply. In other words, it is a form of upstream vertical integration to acquire feedstock for industrial processes in the energy sector by companies facing a shortage of the required raw materials at home in China. Although companies that mine coal, lithium, and other minerals tend to send their output back to China, most of the oil and gas produced overseas by Chinese NOCs is sold in international markets. For the NOCs, the main corporate purpose of securing overseas resources is a mix of replacing declining oil and gas reserves and vertical integration, depending on the company involved. 15. Gaining access to these primary energy resources also supports the quest of China's energy companies to secure their long-term profitability and survival by building a strong presence in international markets. In pursuit of vertical integration, the NOCs have also been investing downstream in refineries, liquefied natural gas, LNG, terminals, pipelines, and retail. In addition to the core activity of extracting and processing energy raw materials, these overseas projects also assist the subsidiaries and affiliates of the Chinese companies that provide services, labor, and technology. China's oilfield service companies, especially those owned by CNPC, have been particularly successful at building international businesses that span more countries than the exploration and production companies. 16. Electrical power industries. China's electrical power industries only started to expand internationally in the first decade of the 21st century, but since then have become truly global players. They have little need or opportunity to import electricity to China, and generally do not seek access to overseas energy resources. Rather, the construction and manufacturing companies and project development enterprises in China's electrical power industries have moved overseas principally to seek new markets by exploiting their competitive advantages. In this way, they resemble other Chinese companies involved in construction or manufacturing. Companies involved in thermal, hydro, or nuclear power want contracts to build power plants. In contrast, the manufacturers of wind and solar energy equipment do not just seek access to market for their equipment, but also aspire to set up manufacturing facilities in these markets and gain access to advanced technology. The principal advantage of all these companies is cost. Although access to technology is a driver in some cases, a few Chinese companies to operate at or near technological frontiers. The need to seek markets overseas has been enhanced by the decline in demand for or oversupply of their products and services at home. The impact in terms of new electrical power infrastructure has been greatest in Africa, where Chinese companies have become the dominant provider for different forms of generation as well as transmission and distribution. 17 China has great experience and expertise in the construction of hydroelectric dams. Its dam building in Africa dates back to the 1960s as a form of aid. 18 The main motivations for the 231 China's Middle East energy relations 231 companies to internationalize today are to build their businesses and escape from an increasingly competitive environment at home as the number of new projects declines. As a result, China now dominates the global market for dam construction, notably through the state-owned Sino-Hydro Corporation. 19 Chinese companies have also been active in building thermal power plants overseas, notably in South Asia, Southeast Asia, and Africa. These companies are also under increasing pressure at home because of a combination of slowing demand for electricity, a shift to renewable energy, and a highly competitive environment. 20 The State Grid Corporation of China, SGCC, is a vast enterprise that has become a major international player. Billions of US dollars spent on research and development led to it becoming a pioneer in ultra-high voltage, long-distance transmission technology. 21 SGCC began its efforts to internationalize in 2006 and, between 2008 and 2013, secured grid investments in the Philippines, Brazil, Portugal, and Australia. In addition to supporting its ambition to build a global business, these investments allowed it to escape China's regulated tariffs. The nuclear industry has been the latest of the large-scale power generators to embark on internationalization. Moreover, China's companies have the ambition to build up to 30 civilian nuclear reactors across the world by 2030 as part of the BRA. 22 China hosts the world's largest ongoing program for constructing nuclear power plants and has developed substantial indigenous expertise as well as capacity for research, design, and construction. Although the only active overseas construction projects are in Pakistan as of 2020, the three main nuclear companies have plans, agreements, memoranda of understanding, and potential opportunities in more than 10 developing and emerging economies, as well as in the United Kingdom. 23 As in the other sectors, these companies face increasing competition at home, along with regulated tariffs and slackening demand for electricity. At the same time, they are developing relatively advanced Generation 3 reactors, small modular reactors, and Generation IV prototypes and are positioning themselves to be global technology leaders. The wind and solar photovoltaic (PV) industries have followed a rather different path from the large-scale power industries, for it has been the manufacturers that have taken the lead, rather than the construction and project development companies. China has had the world's largest fleet of deployed wind power and solar PV modules for several years, as well as the largest annual capacity growth. It also has some of the world's largest manufacturers of wind turbines and solar PV modules themselves. A combination of market conditions at home and abroad drove the internationalization of these companies in search of markets, but also to acquire technology. The solar PV manufacturers were the first to move, as early as 2004. At that time, China's domestic manufacturing capacity of PV equipment was growing rapidly, but the incentives for domestic deployment were weak. This drove a steady rise in exports from about 2004. The world of China's PV manufacturers changed in 2011 when the United States and the European Union initiated a succession of trade disputes that led to the imposition of import tariffs on PV equipment made in China. While this led China's government to provide incentives for PV deployment at home, it also motivated the manufacturers to build manufacturing capacity overseas in order to avoid the tariffs, notably in Malaysia and Singapore. Some manufacturers have been deploying PV installations overseas, mainly in OECD countries such as Canada, the United Kingdom, the United States, and Germany, as well as South Africa. This reflects a strategy to integrate their businesses downstream, as they have been doing in the domestic market. 25 A number of other markets have emerged since the implementation of the BRA, including Vietnam, Pakistan, India, Kazakhstan, and Egypt. 26 The initial motive for the internationalization of China's wind energy industry was to gain access to technology in order to raise the quality of the turbines deployed in its home market. This is exemplified by Goldwindy's acquisition of 70% of the German company Vensize in 2008. 27 232 Philip Andrews Speed and Yeltlexia 232 More extensive internationalization of wind energy companies started later because the incentives for domestic deployment were much stronger than those for solar PV. By 2011, turbine manufacturing capacity had exceeded the demand for domestic deployment and competition had intensified for both manufacturers and project developers. Plummeting equipment prices and curtailment of wind power was squeezing the profits of manufacturers and project developers, respectively. 28 China's exports of turbines started to rise that year. However, as with solar PV, a continuing priority for the manufacturers was to gain access to technology through joint ventures and acquisitions, notably in Europe. 29 Meanwhile, project developers such as Daang and Guodian began investing in North America, Europe, and Australia. 30 Unlike the solar PV industry, the more recent overseas investments in the wind sector are mostly located in non-BRI countries, particularly in OECD member states, due to the lower operating risks and supportive wind policies in these countries. 31 Oil and gas engagement between China and the Middle East. The significance of Middle East oil and gas favorable geology has endowed the Middle East with vast oil and gas resources, much of which can be developed at relatively low cost. This has allowed the region to become the most important source of international supply for oil and second only to Russia for natural gas. Since 1980, the proven reserves of oil in the region have fluctuated between 48% and 60% of the global total, today being around 48%. 32 Most of the reserves in the Middle East lie in 5 countries: Saudi Arabia, Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates, UAE. Table 16.1 Since the mid-1960s, the region has accounted for around 30% of global crude oil production, with the exception of the 1980s when its contribution dropped to as low as 18%. Saudi Arabia has consistently provided the largest share, generally around 40%, with Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, and the UAE providing most of the balance. 33 However, shares have varied from year to year as output from Iran and Iraq has fluctuated. Total crude oil exports from the region have doubled since the late 1980s, although the share of internationally traded crude oil has declined from more than 40% to about 33% in 2019. This is due to the rise of production and exports from other regions and growing domestic demand for oil in the Middle East. Saudi Arabia and Iraq dominate these exports. Table 16.1 The Table 16.1 shares of regional crude oil and natural gas reserves, production, and export of key Middle East countries. 2019 crude oil statistics 2019%, natural gas statistics 2019%, shares of Middle East reserves, shares of Middle East production, shares of Middle East export, shares of Middle East reserves, shares of Middle East production, shares of Middle East LNG export. Iran 1911 443 35.1, Iraq 17 22 4.71.6, Kuwait 12 10 11 2.2 2.6, Oman 135.95.211, Qatar 26 332.6 25.6 83 33, Saudi Arabia 36, 39, 47.9, 16.3, UAE 11, 13, 14, 7.99.06. Sources: BP, Statistical Review of World Energy 2020, OPEC, 2020 OPEC Annual Statistical Bulletin, Vienna, OPEC, 2020. 233 China's Middle East Energy Relations. 233 Key change over the past 20 years is the growing share of the oil flowing eastwards to Asia and Australasia from 50% in 1993 to nearly 80% in 2019.34. The share of proven global gas reserves lying in the Middle East has fluctuated around 40% since the early 1990s. Today the share is 38%. About 75% of these reserves lie in just two countries, Iran and Qatar, table 16.1. However, the region's share of global gas production was a relatively modest 17% in 2019, up from just 8% in 2000.35. Iran and Qatar accounted for